Welcome to CISM Exam Prep, the full course. In this video, we'll cover every topic on the CISM exam syllabus. We'll travel together through all 4 domains of the CISM, beginning with Domain 1, Information Security Governance. In Part A, we'll establish the foundation of security governance in our organization, and in Part B, we'll focus on developing security strategies aligned with our business and organizational objectives. Next, we'll dig into Domain 2, Information Risk Management and Compliance. In Part A, we'll focus on identifying and assessing risks, and in Part B, we'll cover strategies for risk mitigation and treatment. Building on this, in Domain 3, we'll address Information Security Program Development and Management. In Part A, we'll explore security architecture design, and in Part B, cover implementation and management of our organization's security solutions. And finally, in Domain 4, we'll focus on information security incident management. Part A outlines incident response planning and preparation, while Part B details executing and recovering from security incidents. All the key concepts you need to know for exam day, and I'll test your knowledge at key checkpoints along the way. Let's dig in. And while you may know me from my exam prep content here on YouTube, in my 9 to 5 I'm a cybersecurity strategist and a vCISO for a regional bank where I'm exercising my cybersecurity knowledge every day, like that which you'll find here on the CISM exam. More importantly, last year I helped thousands achieve cybersecurity certifications, like the CISSP, CCSP, and the Security Plus exams, and I'm bringing that proven formula to you here with the CISM exam. As with all my exam prep courses, you'll find a PDF copy of this presentation available for you in the video description to leverage in your exam preparation as you require. You'll also find a clickable table of contents available in the video description, and it should appear automatically on your YouTube video timeline. This is CISM Exam Prep, the complete course. We're going to cover every topic on the official exam syllabus. We'll start it off with a look at a bit about the exam itself, as well as some preparation resources and tips. So in this video, we'll cover all 4 of the CISM domains, and each of those domains is comprised of 2 sections. Every domain includes a Part A and a Part B in the syllabus, so I cover those sections separately throughout this video. So essentially we'll have the exam prep strategy and materials plus 8 sections in this video to complete the full course. Now, based on the ISACA certification guide, here are a few key details about the CISM exam you should remember. First, the exam is 150 multiple choice questions. You have 4 hours to complete the exam. It's a computer-based exam administered at a testing center or via online if you prefer the remote testing experience. So that's a minute and a half roughly per question. That means time management is going to be a key aspect of your exam preparation that you'll want to have sorted before exam day. So let's quickly get through a few more mundane details of the exam. Your scores range from 200 to 800, with 450 being the minimum passing score. 800 is a perfect score. There's no mention of needing to pass individual domains, but of course you should go into that testing center prepared to pass all 4 domains. Preliminary pass-fail results will be shared with you immediately upon completion of the exam. You'll receive an official score in the mail within 10 working days. You have testing locations around the world. You can also choose to take the online proctored version if you'd prefer to test from home. The exam at the time of this recording cost $575 US for ISACA members, $760 for non-members, bearing in mind that the price may vary around the world and ISACA membership does come at a cost, so most are going to take the exam as non-members. The exam comes in a handful of languages, though most of you will be testing in English. The exam consists of 4 domains. Domain 1, Information Security Governance. Domain 2, Information Risk Management. Domain 3 is Information Security Program, and Domain 4, Incident Management. Now you'll notice that domains 3 and 4 have been elevated in terms of their focus in the latest release of the exam, and thus there's more material to cover there. Now, I'd like to dive into each of these domains with you briefly and look at the structure of the exam, which is very logical in terms of process flow. So if we start with domain 1, which is information security governance, it begins with Part A, enterprise governance, where we'll focus on organizational culture, legal, regulatory, and contractual requirements, organizational structure, roles, and responsibilities, and then moving into information security strategy, which will be guided by our governance efforts. We have strategy development, governance frameworks and standards, and strategic planning. So governance followed by strategy, very logical flow. You will find a heavy focus on alignment with business needs. All of these efforts around security are worth naught if they don't align with the needs of our business. You'll hear some folks mention it as it's all about the business. That's a fact. You're going to see it mentioned repeatedly, and it will surface in questions. Moving into domain 2, where we'll focus on information risk management. This begins with information security risk assessment. We'll look at the emerging risk and threat landscape, followed by vulnerability and control deficiency analysis, and then risk assessment and analysis. This then flows naturally into information security risk response, where we'll look at risk treatment and risk response options, risk and control ownership, and risk monitoring and reporting. Now, in domain 2, we see that natural flow from assessment to response, and the risk formulas from the CISSP exam and also from the Security Plus exam are covered in the CISM, although not quite as directly. They receive a bit more specific focus and tend to really focus on the bottom line, getting down to the annualized loss expectancy. In the event you're not already acquainted with these formulas, you'll be very familiar by the time we complete this series. Now, moving into domain 3, into information security program, we're now moving into that area of the exam that receives increased focus in this latest release, and there's a lot of material to cover here. In fact, domain 3, I would say, is probably the largest of the exam. It begins with information security program development, and we see here very much development-focused activities. Looking first at our program resources, people, tools, technologies, moving into information asset identification and classification, identifying what we need to secure, industry standards and frameworks for information security that can guide our efforts, policies, procedures, and guidelines, information security program metrics to measure results, and then moving into Part B, Information Security Program Management, where we'll look at control, design, and selection. So this is where your knowledge of technology is going to surface. Control implementation and integration here. So when we're picking controls and implementing controls, that's where having some of that high-level technology knowledge and experience is going to come in handy. Control testing and evaluation to make sure that our controls are effective. Information security awareness and training, how we educate our user population, and management of external services. Think supply chain risk management and security. And finally, program communications and reporting. So reporting our state and results back to senior leadership. So development followed by management. Again, we see that very logical flow from a process perspective. The exam expects familiarity with security technologies, but it focuses more on how to choose and apply those controls in risk scenarios. So let's take a quick sidebar and talk about technology knowledge expectations on the exam, because the CISM definitely includes coverage of an array of cybersecurity technologies. You'll see cryptography, references to PKI, network security, cloud security, code security, and a whole lot more. But remember, the CISM is a management exam, and it's a management exam to a greater degree than other security leadership exams you've taken in the past. So how will tech be referenced on the exam? Well, you'll need to understand how to choose and apply security controls rather than delving into their detailed design or operation. So knowing use cases and high-level functionality is going to be helpful. So for technologies like SIM, IDS, and DLP, having some high-level knowledge of where they apply is going to be helpful. Knowing how IDS in a host-based scenario versus network IDS can be helpful. Cloud DLP versus network DLP, understanding the difference in the use cases, definitely useful knowledge. Focus on thinking like a manager, understanding the strategic why and how, not the deep technical specifics. Now moving into domain 4, incident management. So this begins with incident management readiness, and here we see the development type activities we would expect in Part A of any of these domains. Incident response plan, business impact analysis, business continuity plan, disaster recovery plan, incident classification and categorization. And finally, incident management training, testing, and evaluation. Very logical flow that then leads into Part B, incident management operations. So here we'll touch on incident management tools and techniques, incident investigation and evaluation. You'll see forensic techniques surface here. Incident containment methods, so our incident response communications, eradication and recovery, and post-incident review practices, how we continually improve our incident management program. So again, that very logical flow from readiness to operations, just as we saw in the first 3 domains. So there are 2 things I hope you noticed in our review of the CISM exam syllabus. So number 1, the process flow from a security lifecycle perspective is very logical from beginning to end. And number 2, there was almost no direct mention of cybersecurity technologies in the exam syllabus. So that technical muscle you've developed in your cybersecurity knowledge from exams like Security Plus or CISSP or something else are already there. You have that muscle. Now you just need to learn to apply that knowledge to the leadership problems that we're going to focus on here in the CISM exam. Now I'm going to take a couple of minutes and walk you through a few visualizations that will give you a look at the focus of the CISM exam from another perspective. But just know that technology is not going to be your greatest challenge on the CISM exam. Now I'd like to pivot here and talk through some strategic aspects of the CISM exam versus other exams you've taken in the past. And you're going to find that the CISM trends a bit more strategic than, say, the CISSP exam, which is definitely a security leadership exam, but it trends a bit more technical than the CISM. It gets a bit more in the weeds on the technology. It's a bit more tactical in its problem-solving tasks that you're presented with on the exam. What I will say is if you've taken the CISSP or even the Security Plus, and especially if you've taken either of those recently, your technical knowledge of security should pretty well be adequate for the CISM exam. In fact, many candidates have used my CISSP material to help study for the CISM, because if you have that CISSP technology knowledge still in your head, you're going to be pretty well prepared when you get into domain 3 of the CISM and you're looking at control, selection, and application. Now, let's talk about success factors of a program and the focus of our organization. So we have a board of director, steering committee, business stakeholders that are going to provide input and influence to our senior leadership. We have governance and strategy, which is implemented from the top down, and you're going to see that reference frequently on this exam. Which is better? Well, governance and strategy needs to come from the top down. We need support and guidance from our senior management. Now, incident reports, risk indicators, business unit, and operations feedback comes bottom up, and that helps inform our leaders in terms of their decisions. Now, if we look at it a bit differently by role here, we see that our CEO is more focused on organizational strategy, the CIO on IT strategy, the CISO on information security strategy. And as we go down the list here, you see we're moving from strategic to tactical to operations and execution to the day-to-day implementation and operation at that security technician level. So strategic planning tends to happen in the 3 to 5 year time frame, tactical typically an annual roadmap, and operational 1 to 3 months at the outermost. I want to take a quick look at the process flow that we see frequently in the CISM exam prep material. So it begins with our business stakeholders, our leaders that are going to develop our business goals and objectives. That flows into our information security policy and procedure development, the implementation of our information security program, where that foundational technical knowledge is going to come into play in selecting security controls and implementing those controls appropriately. Our implementation evolves over time. This is the real-world application, and we can then measure our program results. This is where key performance indicators are going to tell us how effective our implementation is, and ultimately this impacts our business. Now, there are some lessons to be learned here. Our implementation is going to evolve over time and inform our program managers of the need for any updates. Our KPIs that measure our program results may lead to updates to policies and procedures, and our business impact may surface the need to update our business goals, maybe identifying new opportunities even. So if we look at it from another perspective, mapping back to some of the statements I made earlier, business needs set the direction for information security. It all starts there. We develop policies and procedures and an information security program that align with our business. We identify the assets that we need to protect, we assess the risk, and we choose our controls. We can level up by using a maturity model for guidance to measure the level of our implementation. And then we measure our results through key performance indicators and assess business impact. So at the end of the day, we want to be familiar with the process flow, and the technology is really going to be secondary in this exam. So I want to shift gears and talk about exam prep strategy, starting with the materials you use to prepare for the exam. So we have official study resources from ISACA you might choose. So here we have the CISM review manual and the accompanying questions, answers, and explanations manual. Now, what I'll say about that review manual, there's no coverage of the technology there. In fact, it's not standalone. The guide itself says you'll need more than just this book to pass the exam. It lists the technologies you should know, but it does not cover them. Now, the questions, answers, and explanations has 1,000 questions, good set of questions, sorted by domain and also by quiz format, where they group all domains into a quiz format. There's an online database version available, but it is expensive, at least at the time of this recording. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of $300 to $400, depending on your ISACA membership or lack thereof. But each of these guides is $135 or more if we go out and look on Amazon or the ISACA website. So I'm not sure that's necessarily the best use of your money. You have to make a decision here because you're looking at fairly expensive resources that are not going to be comprehensive in your preparation. Now, if we go to Amazon, we have 3 different books. We have the all-in-one guide, which is 650 pages-ish. It has practice questions at the end of each chapter and 300 questions online in their quiz engine. The CISM prep guide from Cybex is 430 pages with a similar practice question count, a little more at the end of each chapter, but again 300 in their online engine. And then the Packet Publishing CISM prep guide is 718 pages, and that is largely due to the fact that they have hundreds of practice questions spread throughout that book. So it's not that there's substantially more conceptual material to cover, it's that they have more practice questions spread throughout the book. And like the other two, they have 300 in their online engine. So if I look at these 3 guides, so we have an equal number of practice questions, so one element to think about. Something else to consider is the flow of the material. So with the all-in-one guide, the chapters follow the domains sequentially. So chapter 1 maps to 1A, chapter 2 to 1B, etc. The Packet Publishing guide, similarly, the chapters follow the domains sequentially, more or less. Now, the Cybex guide, the chapters jump around a bit. The authors explain why at the beginning of that guide they felt a bit of shifting around of the topics more effectively allowed them to help you in preparing for the exam. I'm not sure I agree, but to each their own. So really, if you were choosing any one of these guides, there's not one that is definitely, absolutely, positively better than the others. If I were to pick the happy middle, I think I would probably choose that all-in-one CISM exam prep guide. And based on your previous experience with any one of these publishers or recommendations from your fellow exam candidates or reviews you read online, you might make a different choice than I would, and that's okay. I'm here to advise, not to judge. You pick the materials that make the most sense for you. And one more book I hope you'll consider is CISM The Last Mile, published by yours truly. I released this on LeanPub in March. 350 pages, clear, focused explanations. I cover every topic in the latest CISM exam syllabus. I do my best to provide meaningful diagrams. There are dozens of full-color diagrams and reference tables, and I really aim to distill the what, when, and why of the key exam topics. I'm really just trying to make topics more easily accessible to you as you prepare for exam day. It's priced as low as $10 on LeanPub. I'll include a link in the video description. So I hope you consider making a purchase there. So one of these guides with the last mile, I think, puts you in a happy place. I'm not suggesting you don't go buy the official ISACA exam resources. I'm simply saying I don't think it's strictly necessary. You're going to find that you spend about $40 on one of these study guides. $10 or so on the last mile puts you at $50. I think it's a good use of your funds. And all of these resources are going to provide the necessary coverage of the technology for you to apply in the context of this exam. So they are all collectively comprehensive, another important point. And if you're someone who appreciates flashcards as you're preparing for an exam, we have a very special set of flashcards in the Exam Flashcards app from Inside Cloud and Security. 1,100 plus flashcards for the CISM exam. You'll find them categorized by the domain. We have quiz questions, the official ISACA acronyms and glossary for the CISM exam. We've enhanced those acronyms with definitions, and a subscription to the app provides access to all the exams we offer. I try to provide also a page reference in CISM The Last Mile, as well as links to video and exam tips where we can provide them. You'll find a link in the video description. So let's shift gears and talk about our exam strategy in terms of how to use these materials most effectively. So a proven concept for successful exam prep is spaced repetition. So when we learn a new topic, after we've studied for a time, we're going to forget some of that material over time, and when we come back and look at that material again, we're going to remember a bit more for a bit longer, and so on and so forth. What we see over multiple study sessions is that we remember a bit more and it takes us a bit longer to forget, which is a good thing. We're retaining that material for longer periods of time. So it's important to look at how long it takes us to memorize something, to truly learn something for the long term. So if I want to memorize something quickly, or to learn something quickly, my study sessions are going to be repeating within a few hours to a couple of days. I can commit something to short-term memory. This is something akin to what happens in a boot camp when you go learn a lot of information over the course of 5 days. Is there value in that for an exam? Absolutely. Now, to memorize something for a longer period of time, we have to space those repetitions out. And you can mix these up and certainly learn topics for a long time, but come back and cram a bit more specifically as you get closer to an exam. There's value in both, but in the long term, it's great if we can retain a lot of this knowledge for a long period of time so we can take it into our career and use it. But life is short, so find the balance that works for you and go with it. So let's talk about our exam prep sources. The research clearly shows that everyone benefits from a variety of sources. So we've talked about targeted reading in books, practice exams. We can perform a live quiz using a presentation or flashcards. That PowerPoint review, just looking at the written form of a video, can be very helpful. So I'm going to give you one method of combining these. You want to mix and match and repeat based on your preferences. I'm going to show you mine because it's a system I've used with thousands of learners and I tend to think it works pretty well. The results have proven themselves. I like to start with video content because that gives me a good idea of what I do and don't know right out of the gate, so I can begin to narrow my focus to my weak areas. Reviewing that PowerPoint presentation during or after the presentation can be very helpful. You might use it to take notes, for example. I provide a PDF you can download to review and to write on if you wish. That PDF is great also for a self-quiz or with a partner. I've used a PDF with my lovely wife to prepare myself for exams like the CISSP. Now, in terms of a practice exam for best results, I suggest you keep these sessions at a manageable level. I like an hour or less so I just don't get exhausted with questions, so I can keep my focus up. I also like to use practice exams to master my time management. Remember, you have about 90 seconds to answer each question. I like to make sure that time management is baked into my practice so it's automatic on exam day. Now, in terms of those study guides, I like to use the guides to close knowledge gaps, not for cover-to-cover review. That's a lot of reading. You're not going to retain most of it. So targeted reading where you need it is going to be more effective in terms of the use of your time. And really, what we need to look at is the 80-20 process, or the Pareto principle it's called. Think of your exam prep effort as a funnel. So we have all exam content and study materials, and you want to filter this down to the weak topics you need to focus on. And you're going to filter down to those weak areas with practice exams, live review, flashcards, the video learning, etc. But you want to spend the bulk of your exam prep time on those weak areas that you need to be fully prepared for exam day. And at the end of the day, that's what's important. Let's jump into Domain 1, Part A. So here in Domain 1, which is Information Security Governance, we'll begin with Part A, Enterprise Governance, which consists of 3 subsections: organizational culture, legal, regulatory, and contractual requirements, and then organizational structures, roles, and responsibilities. There's quite a bit of foundational material here that gets folks tripped up when they get to the live exam. So the concepts we cover here are going to be a foundation that you use throughout the 4 domains. This will be followed by Part B, which is Information Security Strategy, which consists of strategy development, governance frameworks and standards, and strategic planning. You're going to see very heavy focus in this domain, a very logical flow from governance to strategy, as you'll see as we move through, but a heavy focus on alignment with business needs. Remember, security is all about supporting the business and aligning with business objectives. So let's have a look at the first section of Domain 1A, which is 1A1, Organizational Culture. We're going to dig in to the relationship between enterprise governance and information security governance. We'll look at the principles of governance, the expected outcomes of governance. I want you to understand the purpose and relationship between the scope and charter of our governance program, the relationship between InfoSec, IT security, and cybersecurity, and we'll wrap up with a look at organizational culture, as well as acceptable use and how we implement our acceptable use policy. And while you'll grow weary of hearing it, you'll be glad to know it on exam day. Remember, governance should guide a strategy that aligns with business needs. It's all about the business. You're going to want that in the back of your head every time you're looking at a question on the CISM exam or on any of the practice exams. Now, along with that syllabus, there is a list of 37, what ISACA calls supporting tasks. I will share the bits and pieces of those 37 supporting tasks in their most appropriate domain. So today, I'll just lay out here task number 4, which is integrate information security governance into corporate governance. Basically, enterprise governance equals corporate governance for purposes of our discussion. Task 8, define, communicate, and monitor information security responsibilities throughout the organization and lines of authority. Roles and responsibilities, And responsibility versus accountability will be our focus here. And task 21, which is identify legal, regulatory, organizational, and other applicable compliance requirements. And remember, legal and regulatory requirements are the most important drivers of the need for compliance. And the great news is, by the time we finish this session here on Domain 1A, you'll have the knowledge you need for these 3 supporting tasks well in hand. I'd like to give you a preliminary definition of 3 important terms that we're going to explore at greater depth throughout Domain 1A. Those are governance, which ensures the needs of various stakeholders are evaluated to determine balanced, agreed-upon enterprise objectives. The objectives are then used to set direction through prioritization and decision-making and to monitor performance and compliance on an ongoing basis. If I were to summarize it, governance is about direction and oversight. Strategy defines the desired state of security for an organization aligning with its business objectives. It outlines a roadmap for achieving this desired state by addressing identified risks and vulnerabilities. That roadmap, it's charting the course. And management implements direction set by governance following the roadmap set by strategy. It includes planning, building, operation, monitoring, and managing operational risk tolerance. So we see a very clear flow between these 3 processes, and that direction comes from the top down. So we see that coming from the top of the organization down to our engineering. So let's have a look at governance from 2 perspectives. We have enterprise governance, which is the overall framework of rules, policies, standards, and procedures that direct, monitor, and control all activities across an organization. It covers the organization's objectives, vision, mission, organizational structure, and leadership. It ensures security risks and business risks are managed cohesively. They are considered together as a whole. We then have information security governance, which is a specialized subset of enterprise governance focused specifically on protecting the organization's information assets. Information security governance ensures that security policies and practices are integrated into the business. And in fact, information security governance leverages enterprise governance structure to embed security into every aspect of the organization. So let's talk for a moment about planning horizons. This goes a long way to helping us appreciate the focus of the different roles within our organization. And if we work from the top down, the focus of our executives tends to be strategic. They're looking on a 3 to 5 year time frame at the long-term goals of the organization. And as we move down the org chart, in the manager and director area, we're a bit more tactical. They're looking at more on a 1 year timeline, managing budgets, wearing multiple hats, both business and technically focused. And working our way down to our technicians, who are really working day to day. The operational objectives will typically be running on a 1 to 3 month time frame. And familiarity with these planning horizons, with the relative focus of members of the organization from the top down, can be very helpful on exam day to help you to choose a role-appropriate answer from the options you're given for any specific question. Questions will often involve specific roles within the organization. If you know their focus, you're going to be able to choose an answer that maps to the focus of that role. All right, so we have section 1A1, organizational culture, a number of topics to go through here. I'd like to start with some quick definitions again, just to help you from the outset. And these 3 are accountability, which is the obligation to answer for one's actions, decisions, or results. Perhaps the most important thing to remember about accountability is it cannot be delegated. It rests with the person who originally assigned the task. This will be a single person or entity. There's going to be one person, one entity accountable. And then responsibility is the duty or obligation to complete a task or achieve a specific goal. Responsibility can be delegated to others to do the work, but the person who delegates still remains accountable for the overall outcome. And responsible may translate to multiple people. We may delegate a task to a team of people, in fact. And the span of control speaks to the number of subordinates that report to a manager or that a manager can effectively supervise. By most accounts, less than 10 is best on a team. Okay, we're going to dig a bit deeper into information security governance. These are top-down activities that help management understand and control the organization's security program, current risks, and initiatives. It ensures security program and initiatives align with and support business objectives. There's that business alignment again. It translates strategic objectives into actionable policies, controls, and metrics. But the focus here is very high level and coming from leadership. The most important objective of information security governance is to ensure that the information security strategy is in alignment with the strategic goals and objectives of the business. A top-down approach to governance and management is considered critical because it means the necessary executive-level insight and support is present and behind the effort. You may see questions on that very topic on the exam. The top-down approach is what we're looking for. So we've talked about governance, strategy, and management. I want to dig into the difference between these from another perspective to make sure you're crystal clear. It's going to be very important for the exam. So governance establishes the overall security vision and risk appetite. It defines policy, standards, and frameworks we're going to use. It sets the why and the what that we're going to aim for. We have strategy, which translates governance directives into actionable plans. It identifies and prioritizes initiatives, and it defines the roadmap. Make sure you associate roadmap with strategy in your mind. It defines the how at a high level. And management executes the how. It implements and maintains security controls. It manages day-to-day security operations. So let's establish some clarity around alignment with business objectives. So business alignment means ensuring the information security program integrates seamlessly with the overall organization, that there's no conflict. And to understand business alignment with the organization, you need to understand two key areas. The organizational foundation, so what is the organization's mission? What is its purpose? Who does it serve? What are the established goals and objectives that have come down from leadership? What needs to be achieved and when? Strategic approach, what specific activities are needed to meet these goals? Remember, when we move from governance into strategy, strategy outlines the roadmap, the activities. And then we need to understand key business factors. We need to understand the corporate culture, the value of our assets, our competitive market position, regulatory and legal requirements to make sure that the security that we are implementing, that our program secures the business without hindering the business. So let's unpack some of those organizational foundation terms. There's vision, which is a clear aspirational statement of the desired future state of the organization's security posture and capabilities. So what does the organization aspire to deliver? For example, if we go to the Microsoft website, their vision statement is to democratize AI, making it accessible and beneficial for everyone. Very aspirational statement. Then we have the organization's mission, a concise declaration of the organization's core purpose in implementing and maintaining security measures and identification of key stakeholders being served. Let's go back to Microsoft again. What do we want to do? What is our core purpose? Microsoft says their core purpose, their mission, is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. So let's dig into strategic objectives. These are specific, measurable, and time-bound goals that outline the path toward achieving the security vision, while aligning with organizational priorities. So how are we going to progress? What are our plans, our goals, and the sequencing, the roadmap? Implementation and KPIs, that's the tactical implementation plan, consisting of specific tasks and assigned responsibilities. KPIs are the measurable metrics that demonstrate progress towards strategic security objectives. So what do we need to do, and how do we know when we've achieved it? The ISACA Code of Professional Ethics is considered testable on the exam. There's a list of 7. I've summarized them for you here. This should be enough to get you by on exam day. I certainly don't expect you're going to see more than one question. So 1, support the implementation of and encourage compliance with appropriate standards and procedures. 2, perform their duties with due diligence and professional care in accordance with professional standards. 3, serve in the interest of stakeholders in a lawful and honest manner while maintaining high standards of conduct and character. A lot of very common sense tenets here in the professional ethics so far. Pretty common sense, I think. 4, maintain the privacy and confidentiality of information obtained in the course of their duties. There is an asterisk by this, which I'll explain in a moment. 5, maintain competency in their respective fields and agree to undertake only those activities they can complete competently. So part of honesty and integrity is admitting when we are not competent in an area and then thus not undertaking that activity. 6, inform appropriate parties of the results of work performed, revealing all significant facts known to them. And number 7, support the professional education of stakeholders in enhancing their understanding of security governance and management. I've summarized these a bit. You can certainly go read the longer list. I don't believe it's necessary for the exam. Now, I mentioned there's a bit of an asterisk by number 4. Maintain the privacy and confidentiality of information obtained in the course of their duties, unless the law requires you to do otherwise. So if you were presented with a situation on the exam where the law required you to reveal confidential information of a customer, if the law requires you to do that, then you must do that. Moving on to the importance of information security governance. What are the key benefits that we achieve from information security governance? What's in it for us in exchange for all that effort? Well, governance reduces liability. It protects the organization and its leadership from legal and civil repercussions due to data breaches or non-compliance. It ensures compliance. It helps the organization adhere to the policies and regulatory requirements that it's beholden to. It manages risk. It lowers operational uncertainties by identifying and mitigating risks to acceptable levels. And it helps us optimize resources. It provides a framework to allocate security resources effectively, which from a leadership perspective means not only technically effective, but also economically effective. So let's talk about the 6 basic outcomes of information security governance defined by ISACA. The first is strategic alignment. So security strategy supports business objectives. Solutions are tailored to the organization, basically investments aligned to business strategy. We have risk management. So a shared understanding of the organization's risk profile, so we're all aimed at the same target when it comes to mitigating risk. Proactive identification and mitigation of our risks, essentially keeping risk within the organization's risk tolerance level. Value delivery. So security practices are standardized and proportionate to the risk. Resources are prioritized and security overhead is minimized. Solutions are cost-effective, and continuous improvement is part of the program. Effectively, how do our investments in security contribute to the bottom line? How is security delivering value to the business? Fourth on the list is resource optimization. Knowledge is effectively captured and disseminated. Processes are formalized in IT policies and procedures. Basically, resources have to be used efficiently. Performance measurement. Well-defined metrics aligned with strategic objectives. Independent assurance through audits and assessments. You can't manage what you can't measure. It's through effective measurement that we understand how we're progressing toward our goals. And then assurance process integration. So coordination of all assurance functions within the organization, clear roles and responsibilities to avoid gaps or overlaps. But bottom line, a holistic approach. Security is not a siloed function. Now you might not be familiar with this phrase, assurance process. So let's put a definition and some examples to the phrase. Assurance processes are the systematic methods and activities that confirm to the organization's stakeholders that security controls and policies are effectively implemented, operating as intended, and aligned with the organization's overall risk management and compliance goals. So a few examples of assurance processes: risk assessment, security audits, vulnerability scans, penetration testing, compliance reviews. They provide demonstrable assurances to the organization that our security controls are in place and doing what they need to do. So let's talk about scope and charter. So the charter specifies who has the power to act, what they are responsible for, and why the information security program exists. Scope defines where, to whom, and to what extent the information security program applies. So generally speaking, most organizations have a single security charter that includes both governance and operational aspects alongside a clearly defined scope. So they're consolidated into a single document. The charter defines authority and objectives, and the scope defines coverage and boundaries. I want to touch on 3 security disciplines to make sure you understand their scope and the relationship between the 3. The first is information security. This is the broadest of the 3, and it covers all forms of information regardless of format or location. So that would include not only digital assets, but even sensitive information in paper form. We then have IT security, or information technology security. That's a subset of information security focusing specifically on protecting information within the technology itself. So that's digital information we're worried about. And finally, cybersecurity, which is a subdiscipline of information security that focuses on protecting connected systems from cyber attacks. Next, let's talk organizational culture, which refers to how employees work and interact. So security isn't about technology alone. It definitely involves the people and how they behave, how they use the technology, how they respond. So key influences on culture in the context of this exam, we're talking about transparency and accountability, formal and informal structures in our organization, the attitudes and norms of behavior, the level of teamwork in an organization, and individual backgrounds or skill sets, and their work ethics. So these can be positive or negative, and a security-aware culture is absolutely essential for success. For example, with phishing emails, with phishing attacks, there are 2 things we can do to reduce the frequency or the likelihood that we're going to succumb to a phishing attack. One is showing that employee fewer phishing emails. The other thing we can do is train that employee to recognize that malicious email and not click on anything in that message. And for the CISM exam, we want to remember that these elements of culture take time, effort, and explicit support from leadership. The organizational structure, the org chart, is important because it establishes roles and responsibilities. We do need that responsibility and accountability clearly defined, but in the most effective organizations, we see a bit of informality in that folks take ownership of the outcomes. We see more collaboration, and a security-aware culture where everyone takes responsibility for security is really what we're aiming for. And the tone from the top of the org chart, from leadership, helps establish that direction that results in a strong organizational culture that is security aware, where everybody takes that ownership. So let's talk about the security manager's role, because the security manager requires both technical and interpersonal skills. You'll commonly hear that the security manager wears multiple hats. They need to be able to build relationships and influence behavior, and they need to tailor their communication to address the individual needs and concerns, whether they're talking to employees or team members, and really help folks understand, what's in it for me if I do what you say or get on board with what you're suggesting. So indicators of a positive security culture would be where security is integrated into projects early on. We often see this discussed in the context of DevSecOps, where employees know how to report incidents because they're taking that accountability. They understand that they have a role in protecting our company's sensitive information, our valuable assets. So for the exam, know that the security manager's role in developing a positive security culture takes time and effort, and they're wearing those two hats. They have some technical know-how, but they also have strong interpersonal skills if they're going to be effective in their role. Next, we have the acceptable use policy. So the acceptable use policy is a formal document. It outlines permissible activities and prohibited activities for individuals that are interacting with our organization's information systems and our sensitive data. So the scope is not just employees. It applies to anyone who uses or handles the organization's information. That can be employees, contractors, or even third parties, but it's anyone touching the organization's information assets. So it covers aspects like access control, data classification and handling, reporting incidents, disclosure constraints and confidentiality situations, as well as mobile device usage. Typically, we're going to have a mobile device policy like bring your own device, and we'll outline acceptable use in that context. But key elements of a good acceptable use policy will include permitted and prohibited activities, consequences of violations, roles and responsibilities, and communication and awareness. And typically, recipients will need to sign to acknowledge agreement to those terms of acceptable use. The key element here is we're looking for some activity that directly influences alignment between information security and business functions. So right away, there are a couple of these I can cross off. Providing funding for information security efforts. While it may improve our information security program, there's not a direct indication there that it's going to improve alignment between InfoSec and business functions. I'm going to cross off establishing a security awareness program. A security awareness program can help us to build a security-aware culture. It's not necessarily doing anything directly to improve alignment between information security and business functions. That leaves us two pretty good options here. Developing information security policy, so basically documenting our expected alignment between InfoSec and business. And then I have establishing an information security governance committee. So if we go back to our discussion of governance at the beginning of this module, Module 1A, we talked about governance having a strong focus on aligning security and business functions, so that security must help the business. And so my guess is going to be C. And in fact, the answer here is C, establishing an information security governance committee. Because we're involving key stakeholders from different business functions, that committee is going to facilitate top-down collaboration, communication, and decision-making that promote that integration of information security into the organization's core business processes. And because that committee has governance in the name, it was likely formed under the direction of the board of directors of the CEO, so it's, from its very inception, going to have a strong element of business security alignment. Okay, let's move into section 1A2 of Part A here, which is legal, regulatory, and contractual requirements. Here we'll touch on the concept of compliance and compliance requirements, identifying applicable compliance standards to our organization, legal compliance requirements, regulatory compliance requirements, and requirements for content and retention of business records. So compliance can influence the period of time for which we need to retain certain business records. Exiting this module, you want to make sure you know the drivers of compliance and know which take precedence, which take priority over others. So before we go any further, there are a couple of important terms you should be familiar with. The first is compliance. So this is an organization's adherence to the laws, regulations, standards, and contractual obligations that govern its operations. So this would involve implementing policies, procedures, and controls to ensure that all the organization's activities meet these established requirements, whether they are implemented in law or through regulations, such as if we're in the healthcare industry, regulations that govern our industry, or our contractual obligations between our organization and a customer or an organization and its vendors. These could be legal, they can be regulatory, or contractual. We'll dig into all three. And then there is due diligence. These are the reasonable steps an organization takes to identify, assess, and address cybersecurity risks. This would involve proactively evaluating an organization's networks, our systems, and our data to uncover vulnerabilities and to implement controls that protect against these threats. An example would be auditing our IT infrastructure, testing our incident response plans to make sure they work, or implementing security awareness training. So let's talk through the three types of compliance requirements. First, we have legal, which are imposed by laws passed by government bodies and apply broadly to all organizations within that jurisdiction. For a state law, for example, that would be within the state. A federal law would mean all organizations within that country. So, for example, the California Consumer Privacy Act. It's a state law enacted to enhance privacy rights and consumer protection for California residents. Then there's regulatory requirements. So, regulatory compliance is imposed by regulatory bodies or government agencies to implement and enforce laws. They're enforced by regulatory agencies through audits and fines. So, administrative law, not criminal, generally speaking. So examples here would be HIPAA, which covers healthcare, FERPA, SOX or Sarbanes-Oxley, which affects public companies in the United States, and then GDPR, which is privacy protection in the EU and considered the gold standard. And then we have contractual. These are imposed through legally binding agreements between organizations, basically enforced through contract terms and potential legal action. So they're written into vendor agreements, for example. A great example of this is PCI DSS, which are payment card requirements that are written into contracts by the big four credit card companies for any payment processors. It's a regulation, commonly seen as a regulation, but it's actually not implemented through regulation or law. It's implemented through contracts between the credit card companies and the card processors. Let's talk through how we identify applicable compliance standards. So there are certainly regulated industries that have to comply with certain regulations. For example, the healthcare industry has to comply with HIPAA. The banking industry has multiple regulations, including Gramm-Leach-Bliley, for example. And it's going to be a combination of the industry and the country in which that entity is located. For example, HIPAA is a healthcare law in the United States. Now, data processing activities may necessitate compliance with regulations such as HIPAA or GDPR, which is data privacy for any company with customers in the EU. So PII, personally identifiable information, things like name, address, social security number, etc., and then PHI, which is protected health information. Customer contracts and agreements, so some contracts may mandate compliance with certain standards. For example, there's a big tech company that requires all of their contractors to be ISO 27001 certified. And you can consult with legal and compliance experts if you're unsure which regulations might apply to your business. If you have in-house legal counsel, they can certainly help, or perhaps you go outside and find an external expert in regulation for your industry, or outside legal counsel if you don't have it in-house. And you can utilize compliance frameworks. Organizations do this all the time because they provide guidance on implementation of a secure information security program in various respects, often specific to certain types of organizations. And regulations may change over time, so our organization has to stay updated on regulatory changes. And that means the responsible roles have to be aware of any changes in our regulatory obligations the organization must adhere to, because that may necessitate changes in our policies, processes, and security controls. Conducting regular compliance assessments. So gap analysis and risk assessments can identify areas where the organization may not be fully compliant, so we can close those gaps. But important activities that support the organization's compliance include documenting our compliance program, training our employees. We need a security-aware culture, but we need employees that are aware of our regulatory obligations. Implement strong security controls that meet our compliance obligations. monitor and audit to make sure those controls remain in place and effective, and respond to incidents promptly. And responding to incidents may include notification of customers in cases where we have an incident that results in a data breach. We have to notify affected customers within a certain period of time. So let's talk about factors in business record handling. So business record requirements include legal and regulatory mandates for the creation, storage, retrieval, retention, and disposal of business records. This is going to be relevant to many different types of media, including email communications, financial documents, employee records, and several more. And different jurisdictions may have specific regulations that dictate various aspects of record handling. This could include how long records must be kept, the retention, under what conditions they can be destroyed or released to external parties. And some of your key considerations in determining those retention requirements can include regulations. For example, Sarbanes-Oxley requires that companies who must adhere to SOX keep their financial reports for 7 years. Risk management. If we have the detailed elements of a security incident, we might keep those logs for a period of time so we can go back and revisit that in light of any pending litigation or investigations. Now, pending litigation brings some special requirements. If we have records that are included in legal proceedings, they're generally going to be subject to a legal hold if it's been requested that the organization produces those records, in which case they may need to be held indefinitely until that legal proceeding comes to its natural conclusion. Okay, so here at the end of Section 1A2, I'd like to go through a practice question so we can apply what we've learned. So the question is, what is the primary driver for information security governance that requires no further justification? Our options are business benefits, alignment with industry best practices, business continuity investment, and regulatory compliance. So we're talking about information security governance, and the key factor here is which of these drivers requires no further justification. So there are a couple of these I can mark off right away. So alignment with industry best practices is always going to be a secondary factor. I can certainly try to align with industry best practices, but if I need to tailor my governance and my security program to my organization, and that requires me to drift outside of industry best practices to meet my requirements, I'm going to do that. Business continuity investment, we're certainly going to have some objectives we set for the business around critical services that may establish our RTO and RPO, our recovery time and recovery point objectives, but there's certainly going to be room for discussion there. And that leaves me with two options here, business benefits and regulatory compliance. So when I look at these, business benefits are always going to be a key focus of my governance efforts. When I'm looking at information security, I'm always trying to align with the business, but there's going to be some wiggle room there. There's going to be some room for discussion. Now, when I look at regulatory compliance, that comes from government and regulatory entities through law or regulations. I don't have a lot of choice there. So my answer is going to be D, regulatory compliance. And that's a standalone driver that requires no further justification, because as an organization that must adhere to those requirements, such as HIPAA for healthcare organizations, the entity has no choice but to comply with those requirements, so we don't need to discuss it, we just need to do it. So a key takeaway for exam day is remembering that legal and regulatory compliance are going to be the highest priority, because the organization has no choice in the matter. Okay, moving on to section 1A3, which is organizational structures, roles, and responsibilities. So we'll look at roles and responsibilities right out of the gate, and then we're going to go through some of the common job titles and their typical responsibilities, and then we'll move into some areas that transcend job roles. So we'll talk about risk management, we'll talk about business process owners, and the steering committee. Then we'll wrap up with a look at the RACI matrix and some keys to a successful implementation of RACI. So for the exam, you want to make sure that you know who is responsible and who is accountable in all situations. So we'll touch on that again here in a moment. And you want to make sure that you're familiar with those functions that transcend job titles, functions that may be assigned to specific roles, but not the same job title in every org. So let's take a look at a couple of important terms here. We're going to start with roles and responsibilities. So roles are high-level positions or job titles. So, for example, project manager, developer, designer, marketing manager, CEO, those are roles, those are job titles. Then we have responsibilities. So these are specific duties and tasks associated with each of these roles. So, for example, a developer's responsibilities might include coding, testing, and debugging. Okay, let's go through common organization structure, roles, and responsibilities. Certainly it can vary by organization. I'm going to stick to what ISACA touches on in terms of common roles and common responsibilities that should give you what you need for exam day. So these are common organizational roles and responsibilities. They'll give you what you need for exam day, recognizing that some are security-focused roles, some are more business-focused roles, and that the titles and responsibilities can vary a bit across organizations. All aim for alignment between security and business goals. Remember, one of those elements of security governance is value delivery. How does information security benefit the business? How are we contributing to the bottom line? So let's start with the board of directors. This is the highest governing body in the organization. They oversee all organizational activities. They hold ultimate responsibility for the organization's success. We could say they are accountable for the organization's success. Accountability is ultimate responsibility. They have a fiduciary duty to act in the shareholders' interest. They are protecting shareholder value. So their duties will include selecting the CEO and firing that CEO, setting risk appetite, forming oversight committees, providing strategic guidance to the organization, and approving organization decisions. Then we have senior management, which could encompass a variety of senior management roles, that C-suite, for example. Duties here will include ensuring board intentions are implemented from governance on down, governance strategy to management, making sure that it happens. Supporting information security projects with budget and resources. Guiding balanced decision-making in security matters, ensuring business alignment with security. Then our Chief Executive Officer, our CEO, this is the top-ranking executive, reports directly to the board of directors. They are responsible for all aspects of the organization's success, so they are delivering on the board's intentions. So duties here will include developing governance functions, managing organization assets, budget, and personnel, overseeing risk management at the highest level, and executing on board directives. Our Chief Information Security Officer, or CISO. They're responsible for information security program and strategy, developing, implementing, and enforcing security policies, managing our risk programs, overseeing security operations. So you see they have very much a security-focused function as the job title dictates, but they are also ensuring security alignment with business goals, making sure that security benefits the business, contributes to the bottom line, does not hinder the conduction of business. Chief Privacy Officer. So this role is responsible for the organization's privacy program, including protection of sensitive information. This role will be very focused on oversight of personally identifiable information and advocating for privacy of consumers, our customers, and coordination with the CISO on information protection. We have the Chief Risk Officer. This role is responsible for overall enterprise risk management. This often includes information security related risks, but it's always going to include business related risks. In the banking industry, they'll focus on minimizing fraud and financial transactions. In fact, Chief Risk Officer is a role I very commonly see in the banking sector. So risk management, this is an area that transcends job titles. So there are two key roles here. There's the risk owner. These are the individuals formally accountable for managing risks within their sphere of responsibility within the company. And then there are control owners. These are the parties responsible for deploying and maintaining the security controls. These responsibilities are going to fall under existing job titles. So let me give you an example. So in the banking industry, the Chief Risk Officer may be responsible for ensuring that customer data traversing the network is always encrypted so that sensitive data remains encrypted. They are the risk owner. However, the control owner will be the technical role, say the network administrator who implements the security control to put that encryption in place. So we have one role owning the risk and another owning the control that mitigates the risk. Business process owners. So these are generally management level personnel. They may or may not be technical experts, but they oversee business processes that may rely on IT systems. They're going to make key business decisions that impact use. But as the business process owner, they best understand process-specific operational needs. Now, their duties, their responsibilities might include access management, declaring who and who does not have access, asset control, process leadership, internal audit functions to evaluate the functionality of the business process under new security controls, for example. But they're going to provide a counterbalance to IT security activities to make sure that security is in fact enhancing the business process and not hindering conduction of business. The steering committee. So this is a group formed within an enterprise. It typically includes senior members of affected groups. It ensures stakeholders impacted by security are considered in the process of implementing controls. And it really functions as a communication channel between the security function and the business. Now let's take a look at the RACI matrix. That's RACI, R-A-C-I, which represents the four roles of the matrix. There's responsible, which refers to roles that carry out the actual work involved. There may be multiple people who are responsible in any given RACI matrix. We have accountable. This is the role with ultimate responsibility for achieving the objective. There's only going to be a single person or entity that's accountable. Consulted. So a consulted person provides subject matter expertise and input that affects the responsibility. So consulted defines who is providing input to the process. And then informed. These are roles that receive regular status updates but don't provide input, unlike the consulted role. So this is who is receiving information about the process and our progress. So let's look at some very simple example RACI matrices. So here we have incident response management, where the incident response team is responsible. The CISO is ultimately accountable. The legal department is consulted, and the CEO is informed. Pretty common sense, I think. And I'll provide a few other examples here so you have them for reference as you're studying. So let's move on and talk about the keys to successful RACI implementation. I'm going to cover 5 key characteristics. 1, we define roles and responsibilities clearly. When we're assigning the R, it should be to a role or roles, remembering that multiple parties can be responsible in some cases. It should be a role or roles that generally hold that responsibility in their list of duties, and any exceptions are clearly defined and communicated. 2, we identify key tasks and deliverables. Break the project down into smaller, manageable tasks. Define the specific deliverables expected for each of those tasks. 3, we assign RACI responsibilities. We make sure that each of the 4 elements of RACI are clearly assigned. We consider skills and expertise. We want to match skills to tasks and allocate responsibilities based on expertise. So we're going to make sure that the R, the A, the C, and the I are defined, and they're matched to the right role or roles within our organization. We communicate and review. We share the completed matrix with the entire team to ensure everyone understands their roles and responsibilities in the RACI matrix, and we treat the RACI matrix as a living document, subject to regular review and update whenever necessary. I want to give you a tip for the exam, just a key reminder here when it comes to accountability and responsibility. So for the exam, remember that responsibility can be delegated, but accountability cannot. And remember that there may be multiple parties responsible, but only one party will be accountable. So let's go through a practice question for section 1A3 so we can apply some of our newly acquired knowledge here. So the question, who is responsible for enforcing the organization's information security policies. The Security Steering Committee, the Chief Information Security Officer, the Chief Information Officer, or the Chief Risk Officer. So we have multiple roles here that may be involved. Again, as with most CISM questions, you're going to find that there are multiple plausible answers for any given question, and you need to drill down to the best. So looking here at the options, I can right away cross off Security Steering Committee because that's going to make recommendations, but it's not going to be ultimately responsible or accountable for any given function. I'm going to cross off the Chief Risk Officer. The Chief Risk Officer, as we discussed earlier, may have purview over information security related risks, but they're not going to be directly and ultimately responsible for the implementation. There may be some accountability there, but they're not responsible. So that leaves me with the Chief Information Security Officer and the Chief Information Officer. So if I think about direct responsibility here, there's only one option, and that is the Chief Information Security Officer. So when we look at those other C-level roles, they may well be involved in enforcement, but they are not directly responsible. So again, it comes down to making sure you find the best answer given the options, and understanding that the options you're given may not be great options in all cases, but you're trying to drill down to the provably best option amongst the selections you're given. And I want to give you one final reminder, and I apologize, I'm only doing it because it's so important. It's all about the business. As security leaders, we need to remember the security program must understand and support the business to effectively protect the organization while enabling its business objectives. This ensures that security measures enhance rather than hinder the organization's operations and growth. As you prepare for the exam and take practice quizzes and get ready for exam day, you're going to find that security alignment with business objectives is a common theme throughout the CISM exam. We can't forget it. Let's move on to Domain 1, Part B, Information Security Strategy. So moving into strategy is really a logical progression from Domain 1, Part A, where we were focused on enterprise governance. So here we're tackling Part B, Information Security Strategy, which is divided into three sections. Strategy development, governance frameworks and standards that provide us templates in our development of strategy, and Part 3 is strategic planning. And the CISM also includes 37 supporting tasks in the syllabus you're expected to be familiar with. I'm incorporating them where they're applicable throughout the series, so you're going to onboard that expected knowledge at no additional effort. You'll capture it in the process of this session. So the applicable tasks in this session are: 1, identify internal and external influences to the organization that impact the information security strategy. This could include internal influences like budget, culture, risk appetite, or external influences like legal or regulatory, just to give you a few examples. 2, establish or maintain an information security strategy in alignment with organization goals and objectives. This is the theme we're seeing throughout the series. Security is not a silo, and it is designed to support business goals. 3, establish or maintain an information security governance framework. This provides a structured approach for managing and protecting an organization's information assets. Task 6, which is develop business cases to support investments in information security. Again, strategy takes guidance from business goals captured in the governance phase. And 7, gain ongoing commitment from senior leadership and other stakeholders to support the successful implementation of information security strategy. So again, we see support from the top as a critical factor in development of our strategy, just as it is with governance, culture, etc. The top-down influence as an important factor is mentioned repeatedly throughout the CISM. So let's jump into the first section of Domain 1B, Strategy Development. So here we'll touch on business and strategy objectives. We'll look at the linkage between business objectives and strategy, that alignment we talked about so much last time. avoiding common pitfalls and bias in our thinking that may set us off target from the beginning. We'll look at the desired state and some frameworks that can help us get to the desired state. And finally, strategy development and the elements of that strategy. So let's talk responsibility for information security strategy. So looking back to 1A, we'll remember that information security governance is the responsibility of the board of directors and senior management. So it has to be integrated into the overall enterprise and IT governance to facilitate transparent monitoring and effective compliance. The strategy outlines how the information security manager will balance risk with resource optimization to provide a repeatable, mature approach, such as that would be defined by a maturity model like CMMI, that promotes collaboration across business areas. So governance guides strategy to ensure business alignment, and it's going to be that collaboration and looking back to the guidance we receive from governance to ensure we set ourselves on the right course in strategy development. And if you're not familiar with maturity models, no worries, we'll touch on CMMI in particular a bit later in this session. But corporate governance sets our strategic direction, ensuring objectives are met, risks are managed, and resources are used responsibly. And an effective security strategy has to support that business direction, aligning with business objectives, making sure that security enables and protects business processes, communicating purpose and protection. So organizations have to define what success means and also really how they're going to protect their very existence from threats. But we need to define what success means in a measurable way. And then integrating with IT architecture. So once security requirements and outcomes are defined, a high-level security architecture guides the implementation of controls. And this security architecture ideally is developed in collaboration with our enterprise architecture. There are going to be a lot of resources we can take from our existing enterprise architecture, which may include deployment automation capabilities, for example, but we're going to tailor our security strategy to our enterprise architecture. Think of security architecture as an element of the broader enterprise architecture. The prime directive of security strategy is to protect and enable the business, but on the technology side, we also want to make sure that we're well aligned with our enterprise architecture so we're not swimming upstream or causing conflict there through a lack of integration. So according to ISACA, the first question that must be answered when an organization is developing their information security strategy is what is the goal of the strategy and ultimately the program it enables. And that's where the 6 outcomes can be helpful. There are 6 outcomes of a clear information security strategy according to ISACA. The first is strategic alignment, linking security objectives and controls to the organization's strategic plan and goals. We've talked about this over and over. Investments need to align to business strategy. Risk management, embedding processes to identify, assess, and address threats to our data's confidentiality, integrity, and availability, protecting the CIA triad. So this keeps risk within our organization's risk tolerance level. There's value delivery, ensuring that our security investments optimize resources and produce measurable benefits, not just costs. So how do our security investments contribute to the bottom line? Resource optimization, making efficient use of our people, our budget, and our tools. That's always part of the strategy here, making sure we can demonstrate how we contribute to the bottom line. Performance measurement, using key performance and risk indicators and relevant metrics to track and demonstrate the program's effectiveness. You can't manage what you can't measure, and it's very difficult to communicate your value to senior management of your security investments if you don't have relevant metrics to quantify that value. And then assurance process integration. So coordinating internal and external audits and compliance activities within the security program that ensure our program remains effective. And as with governance, the approach seeks to eliminate silos. We're aligning closely with the business. And there are some fundamental assumptions when it comes to our security strategy. So information security strategy assumes that our information assets are known, an understanding of what it means to protect those is in place, and we have a data lifecycle management process. So we know the location of our assets and who owns and uses them. We have an understanding of data sensitivity, so how to protect them. And we have a data lifecycle management process that involves access control and data retention by whatever mandate. But because many enterprises lack a complete inventory of their information assets, it's essential to identify and value assets, understand what information exists, and how important is that information. What is its value? What is its sensitivity? Classify assets by sensitivity and criticality. So ensure that protection efforts are proportional and cost-effective, that we're spending our money on the sensitive, most valuable assets. Assign clear ownership. Every asset must have a defined owner and someone who is accountable in that ownership role. If we don't have this information, aligning security into the business is nearly impossible. But once we have this information, then we can aim to integrate our strategy to align our strategy with the business, because a robust, a solid security strategy begins with long-term, well-defined objectives that are aligned to our business goals. This is going to prevent reliance on ad hoc solutions. It's going to ensure that risk mitigation supports business activities, that we have direct business linkages established. We're mapping specific business processes so security initiatives can reduce errors, prevent disruptions to business processes, and as a result, add tangible value. But it's mapping to those business processes that's going to be key. And regular dialogue with business owners needs to happen, involving our high-level representatives. It's going to foster that ongoing integration and bi-directional awareness. It's going to help us to tailor security measures to real business needs, and it ensures that we have support from the top and close alignment to the business. So let's shift gears and talk about decision-making biases that can distort our planning. This is really about common pitfalls from an ISACA perspective. So the first is overconfidence. Individuals can often overestimate their ability to predict outcomes, and this results in overly precise estimates that may not be accurate. This is especially harmful when we're evaluating the organization's core capabilities, the foundational elements we're building upon. Optimism. So a natural tendency to forecast positive outcomes can lead to underestimating challenges and risks. Murphy's Law tells us that when problems can occur, they often will. So when we combine optimism with overconfidence, it creates unrealistic projections that can entirely derail strategic planning and our timelines. There's anchoring. When our initial figures or data unduly influence subsequent judgments and cause later estimates to be based on outdated or irrelevant information. This might lead to misaligned forecasts that fail to incorporate new variables and throw our budget off. And not just our budget, potentially our timelines as well. The status quo bias. So people tend to stick with familiar methods even when they're inadequate due to a reluctance to change and fear loss. People don't love change. This discourages innovation and necessary shifts in strategy as threats evolve. There's mental accounting. So decision makers often compartmentalize funds based on their source or purpose, leading to inconsistent and distorted financial decisions. So this can result in spending practices that don't reflect the true financial picture. The herding instinct. So this is a desire for social validation that may drive groups to conform to popular trends rather than making independent assessments. So strategies might be adopted simply because they're widely accepted. It's groupthink. They're not adopted because they are the best option, and that's why incorporating some independent thought and analysis into the process is so important. And finally, false consensus, where people frequently assume that others share their opinions and views, which can lead to overlooking critical risks or weaknesses. So this might cause strategic plans to persist even when they're fundamentally flawed. So we need to look at multiple perspectives. Everyone has a unique perspective to bring to the table, and that may influence our target. So let's talk about the desired state, a complete future snapshot of security that encompasses principles, policies, and frameworks, processes, and our organization structure, culture, ethics, and employee behavior, information and technology, our people, skills, and competencies. So at the end of the day, because security cannot be defined solely in quantitative terms, the desired state has to include some qualitative attributes and outcomes. Two frameworks that can help us here are COBIT and BIMS, or BIMS. An accurate description of your desired state is so important because it's much like a map to a destination. So if we don't have an accurate description of our desired state that is clear and complete and measurable, our roadmap is going to take us to a very different place than we might expect, and the organization will be less efficient and less secure as a result. So let's talk about COBIT and BIMS. And I'm going to spend a bit more time on these two frameworks than others for one very simple reason. COBIT and BIMS are developed and maintained by ISACA, so therefore it's easy to guess that these are more likely to appear on the exam, certainly more often than other frameworks. So COBIT is a framework that provides best practices for IT governance and management. It helps organizations align their IT activities with business goals, two themes we've talked about throughout the series so far. It ensures that IT resources are used effectively and IT risks are managed appropriately. BIMS is a holistic framework that addresses security within 4 interrelated components. It helps organizations align information security with their overall business objectives. So these have that in common, that business technology, business security alignment. But they're both developed by ISACA, so it's a bit more important that we dig into these versus other frameworks. So let's start with COBIT. So COBIT includes 6 principles that describe the core requirements of a governance system, the end result of our efforts. Provide stakeholder value, so aligning security and IT with stakeholder needs, a holistic approach viewing processes, structures, and information as an integrated system. Dynamic governance, so adapting to changes in technology, threats, and business. Governance as distinct from management, so separating strategic oversight from day-to-day operations. And tailored to meet enterprise needs, so customized to the organization's size, culture, and risk appetite. And end-to-end governance in the system, so it encompasses the entire enterprise, not just the IT function. So these are the core requirements of that end result of a governance system. And COBIT also includes 3 principles that describe desirable characteristics when building a governance framework. So they convey these 3 items: that it's based on a conceptual model that identifies key relationships among components for consistency and automation, open and flexible, incorporating new issues and content without losing integrity. So our system is adaptable, and aligned to major standards, so conforming to recognized frameworks, regulations, and best practices. And that is to say, we're not using COBIT or BIMS in a vacuum. It's certainly common that organizations will use multiple frameworks, including those not maintained by ISACA. So let's talk about BIMS, the business model for information security. So BIMS consists of 4 core elements. It also includes 6 dynamic interconnections. We'll dig into that in a moment. But the 4 core elements of the model are organization design and strategy, so defining business goals, missions, and how resources and roles interact. And it has to be adaptable to internal and external factors. We need to think about influences inside the business and then external factors such as vendors in our supply chain. People, the human element of strategy, HR and security issues, roles and responsibilities, It has to account for behaviors, biases, and training. For example, we talked about people not liking change, right? So that's going to be a bias that we need to account for. Process. Formal and informal mechanisms to get work done, including risk and compliance processes. It has to align with business requirements and adapt to changing business needs. So as the business evolves, the model has to adapt. Technology. Tools, infrastructure, and applications that enhance processes. Always changing, it introduces its own risks and cultural acceptance issues every time we bring new tools, infrastructure, and apps into the environment, in part because of the human element, right? So here's what the Bemis model looks like when pictured. So you see the 4 core processes there: the organization, people, technology, and process. Now let's talk about those elements that bind them, the 6 dynamic interconnections. So let's talk about those 6 dynamic interconnections. They're key tensions that push and pull on the core 4 elements affecting our organization's security equilibrium, finding that comfortable blend. So we have 6 dynamic interconnections. Let's talk through these one at a time, beginning with governance. And I expect you're going to hear some familiar information here based on what we've gone through back in Domain 1, Part A in governance. So governance is about strategic leadership, defining limits, monitoring performance, ensuring compliance, and adapting to change. Culture. Shared attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors that influence how information is used and managed by people, right? This is a human element here. Enabling and support. So this is linking technology to processes via user-friendly security measures, policies, and procedures. And these interconnections are a bit nuanced. So this says linking technology to processes. So this is a primary relationship between technology and process, but it says via user-friendly security measures, policies, and procedures. So if we look at the diagram, the primary focus is on process and technology, but it says via user-friendly policies and procedures, right? So it's actually secondarily also considering the people element of the core 4. So let's look at the last 3 of the dynamic interconnections. At number 4, we have emergence, and these speak to unpredictable changes or new developments, feedback loops, process improvements, unexpected threats. This is where being dynamic and adaptable comes into play. The human factors, interplay between people and technology, including training, cultural differences, and generational perspectives. And finally, architecture. So formal encapsulation of how people, processes, policies, and technology all fit together. And considering people, processes, policies, and technology, that's where we'll get into concepts like enabling defense in depth and strategic security alignment. But as you can see, there are a lot of moving parts here, and the CISM exam is not going to test you on rote memorization of these frameworks. But you notice how when we walk through the frameworks here, you're hearing many of the same concepts and questions that we've been discussing here in Domain 1, and that will continue on out through the rest of the series. So I encourage you to spend a little bit of time with the explanations that I've provided here. This aligns very much with how ISACA themselves covers this material for the CISM exam. I'm trying to distill this into a more easily digestible format for you. But if you walk through the framework here just in these few slides, it's going to give you some perspective and will help you to, I believe, onboard the concepts a bit more effectively. We can see that there's a lot of complexity in developing a security strategy and how a framework would actually be really helpful in making sure that we are considering all the important areas, asking all the right questions. So developing an information security strategy starts with a current state assessment. So this involves a comprehensive evaluation of the organization's current security posture, including its assets, vulnerabilities, threats, existing security controls. You know, if you haven't identified assets, you can't evaluate threats and vulnerabilities, which means you also can't assess the effectiveness of your existing security controls. So going back to those assumptions we talked about previously, we have to understand our assets, their value, their sensitivity, who owns them, who is ultimately accountable, all important elements. So the outputs of your current state assessment will help identify gaps in the organization's security measures today. It will provide a baseline for developing an effective information security strategy. This current state assessment tells the org the state of security today relative to that desired future state we defined. So once the current state is understood and the desired state is sufficiently defined, the security strategy outlines the path forward. And there are a few things the security strategy needs to do for us. It should address risk and compliance, so ensuring risks are mitigated to acceptable levels while meeting any legal or regulatory requirements that apply. Needs to support business objectives, that alignment of business and security we've talked about, aligning security measures to protect and enable business processes. We want to incorporate a range of solutions. You want to use controls, process re-engineering, and architectural change to achieve a balance between security and operational efficiency. And one thing I see in organizations that tends to be a real problem is they are process inflexible. They will refuse to modify a process at all costs, resulting in the need to go out and buy expensive point solutions. And that's where we need to bring a range of solutions to the table. And if we can re-engineer a process in a way that it's still secure but better fits the controls we have at our avail, that's a good thing. It saves money and protects operational efficiency. We need to include measurable checkpoints. Regular reviews and metrics allow for mid-course corrections, ensuring that strategies remain on track. Because in the journey that lasts for multiple months and years, you're going to have at least one project that doesn't go exactly to plan. So regular reviews and metrics will give us an indicator when we've veered off track. Now, the exam might ask how to secure buy-in from key stakeholders outside of IT, for example, to ensure broad coverage and alignment. So right now, can you think of 3 ways that you would secure stakeholder buy-in? So, for example, communicate in business terms. Just translate the technical jargon into easily understood language. Focus on measurable benefits, cost savings, competitive advantage, and risk mitigation outcomes. Think about a security steering committee. Bring leaders in from different business units, walk them through the security strategy, get feedback, talk about their daily pain points, and get that business buy-in. Or even a champion program through executive support. Secure one high-level exec sponsor who advocates for the strategy. An executive endorsement can drive cross-departmental cooperation and even resource allocation. Lots of ideas, but something to think about. So let's move on and talk about the elements of our security strategy. So a comprehensive strategy is built on a clear roadmap, an understanding of our resources, and an awareness of our constraints. So starting with the roadmap. The roadmap is the path to our desired state. A roadmap provides a guide to achieve desired state, including people, processes, resources, like tools and technologies. It outlines the short-term and long-term projects involving people, processes, and technology needed to transition from current state to desired state. It breaks down the overall goal into achievable, checkpoint-driven initiatives that allow for adjustments as conditions change. So, by maximizing the use of our existing assets and recognizing potential limitations, it's going to allow us to take a pragmatic view of the strategy and keep it effective and realistic. At the end of the day, the path to desired state is going to be comprised of multiple projects with milestones along the way. And if we have periodic reviews and metric-based reporting on relevant metrics, we're going to identify when we veered off course so we can right the ship. Next, we have our resources. So what we have to work with. These are the tools, the frameworks, and the organizational elements you can leverage to build and maintain your security posture. This includes policies, standards, procedures, guidelines, architectures, and controls, whether those are physical, technical, or procedural. And that extends to personnel, skills, training, awareness, organizational structures, audits, compliance mechanisms, and all of our technological tools. And then finally, we have our constraints. So what limits our actions? So these are the factors that restrict or influence how we can implement and maintain the security program. They can be internal, like budget, company culture, personnel resistance. We talked about people resisting change, organizational structure, or our risk appetite. They can be external factors like legal and regulatory requirements. So with a list of our resources and constraints in hand, as well as a good idea of our current state and a well-defined desired state, we can now develop our security strategy roadmap that's going to be achievable and pragmatic. So that brings us to the end of Section 1B1. I'd like to pause here and just go through a practice question with you quickly to apply our knowledge. So what does an information security strategy document that includes specific links to an organization's business activities primarily indicate? Is it strategic alignment, value delivery, performance measurement, or assurance process integration? So let's look at what we're being asked here. A security strategy document that includes specific links to an organization's business activity. So we have business linkage here. So there are two pretty good options on the board here. I know value delivery is not one of them. This isn't a demonstration of delivering value yet. And this has nothing to do with performance measurement. We can take that off the board. So strategic alignment makes sense as an option for me. Assurance process integration. So if I have links to business activities and I'm going to apply assurance processes here like an audit, I'm going to have a good idea of what I need to audit. But what is the primary indicator here? And the answer is A, strategic alignment. So at the end of the day, a meaningful performance measurement or a meaningful assurance process integration will both rely on an understanding of business objectives, which is an outcome of strategic alignment. All right, that brings us to Section 1B2, Governance, Frameworks, and Standards. So here, this section is a short one. We'll touch on the balanced scorecard. We'll talk about architecture approaches and architecture frameworks, enterprise risk management frameworks, and then we'll take a quick look at a number of information security management frameworks and models. So let's start with the balanced scorecard. The balanced scorecard is a strategic planning and management tool that's used to align organizational strategy and measure performance from a number of perspectives. In fact, it communicates priorities and monitors progress across 4 key perspectives. Learning and growth, looking at things like employee skills, training, and organizational culture. From a customer perspective, looking at things like customer satisfaction and retention. Business process, measuring efficiency and effectiveness of internal operations, and a financial perspective, looking at profitability, revenue growth, and shareholder value. So you could think of the balanced scorecard as a car's dashboard with different gauges, or metrics in this case, that together tell you how well the vehicle, the organization in this example, is performing. So to look at it another way, we have the financial perspective with our goals and measures, telling us how we look to shareholders. And then the learning sector, where we have goals and measures to tell us where we can continue to learn and create value. And then from a process perspective, where must we excel or do better in business operations? And then the customer perspective, how do our customers see us? And because it provides information from a number of perspectives, it's very useful in monitoring our progress on a security strategy roadmap. We can see the impact of our activities from a variety of perspectives here and let us know where we might need to course correct. So let's talk architecture approaches for a moment. So enterprise information security architecture is part of the broader enterprise architecture. An architecture framework is much like a set of blueprints. It provides the structure needed to develop various architectures. So it's going to provide guidance for a number of perspectives, from business process to conceptual, logical, physical, functional, and operational architecture perspectives. The early methods focused only on IT. The modern frameworks you'll find integrate business design and security requirements into their purview. The architecture should define a target or a desired state, which would also be called a reference architecture. But your architecture frameworks provide building blocks, policy templates, templates for various technologies that make up the architecture, ensuring they work together towards common goals. And frameworks like COBIT, TOGAF, the Zachman framework, and Extended Enterprise Architecture framework link business processes with security needs. So any of these would be a good starting point if you wanted to leverage an existing architecture framework. And while you should be familiar with the form and function of an architecture framework, I don't expect you're going to see much in the line of direct questions about these on the exam. In fact, if you look at the different study guides out there, you'll find that they don't all even mention all of these frameworks. I'm calling out specifically what's mentioned by ISACA in their review guide, which is not covered in any depth at all either. So let's talk enterprise risk management frameworks. These help organizations systematically plan and manage risks that could affect business objectives. So the key frameworks in the ERM space include COSO ERM Integrated Framework, which defines key risk management components and principles while promoting a common risk language. What they mean by that is it includes standardized sets of definitions, terms, and concepts that everyone in an organization can use to talk about risk. ISO 31000, which outlines principles, a framework, and a process for managing risk and helping identify opportunities and threats. Then there's the British standard BS 31100, which provides a practical process that's aligned with ISO 31000, but it's tailored for the UK context. It offers guidance on identifying, assessing, responding, reporting, and reviewing risks. But it would be specific to the UK context. So let's talk information security and cyber frameworks and models, starting with the NIST Risk Management Framework, commonly referred to as the NIST RMF. This is a systematic approach to integrating security into every phase of system development, ensuring that security evolves with the system. The audience for the RMF is federal government agencies, and the RMF is mandatory for those agencies to which it applies. And then there's the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, commonly called the NIST CSF. It acts as a roadmap for improving cybersecurity, focusing on identifying gaps and aligning security. It's aimed at private or commercial businesses. And the CFS is purely optional guidance from NIST for non-government entities, though both do address cybersecurity risk management. And there are other methodologies, ISO 9001 for quality management or Six Sigma, that can also complement security strategies. And each of these is going to bring their own unique perspectives and elements. Many organizations are going to use multiple frameworks to tailor the strategy of their security to their organization. And then there's ISO 27001 and its companion ISO 27002. Very widely adopted. It outlines a framework for implementing, maintaining, and continually improving an information security management system. So an ISMS is a set of policies, processes, and controls that helps organizations protect their information assets. It guides organizations in identifying information assets and assessing their value and information security risks and implementing mitigating security controls based on the companion standard ISO 27002, and then regularly monitoring and measuring effectiveness of and continuously improving the information security management system. But ISO 27001 lays out the set of policies, processes, and controls, and the guidance on mitigating security controls are laid out in ISO 27002, which is actually a much larger document. And in the 2022 update, they incorporated cloud security into the standard. Now, I wanted to just touch again on the focus of the CSM exam, especially if you've come from the CISSP exam. You might think that you're going to see a lot of technical questions about these frameworks. The fact of the matter is the CISSP leans more technical than CISM. It's more tactical and operational than it is strategic. CISM is going to be a bit more tactical and strategic, a bit more process, strategy, and governance focused. So that being said, expect the exam to test on the application of frameworks, like when and where you'd use them, not to deeply test your memorization of phases. I don't think there's any need at all to dive deep into these frameworks and to memorize process phases. And while I say not to worry too much about memorization of phases of these frameworks, if there's going to be coverage of a framework of any sort, my guess would be COBIT or BEMIS, since those were developed and maintained by ISACA. We're also going to talk about the Capability Maturity Model integration a bit later in this chapter, which was not developed by ISACA, but it is maintained by them. That's a wrap on section 1B2. So I'd like to go through a practice question so we can apply our knowledge. The question is, after implementing an information security governance framework, which solution or activity would best provide insights to develop an information security project plan? An internal audit, a review of the security strategy roadmap, a current state assessment, or a balanced scorecard. So a couple of these I could mark off right away. So an internal audit is something we typically do to assess our readiness for an external audit. There are a number of flavors an internal audit could take, but giving us detailed insights for a specific security project plan would not be a typical scope. Reviewing the security strategy roadmap isn't going to give us details. That's going to show us the projects and the milestones on our path to our desired state. So, not a good source either. Now, a current state assessment is going to tell us a lot about the current state of our security posture, so there could be some information there. And then the balanced scorecard provides information from a number of perspectives. So one of these is going to have a few advantages over the other. So which do you think it is? So the right answer here is the balanced scorecard, which gives us a comprehensive view of our organization's performance across various perspectives on demand. So by using the balanced scorecard, the information security manager can identify key areas for improvement and prioritize projects that align with the organization's overall goals and objectives based on performance at that point in time. So it's going to be effective and efficient both in terms of time and effort and cost. Okay, that brings us to section 1B3, which is strategic planning. So here we're going to touch on workforce composition and skills, which will take us through a few people-centric aspects of strategic planning, organizational culture, centralized versus decentralized approaches to our security, employee roles, responsibilities, skills, and training. We'll touch on assurance provisions like audits, and then we'll look at risk assessment and management, business impact analysis at a high level, threat and vulnerability assessment, and we'll talk a bit about insurance, like cyber insurance. And then our action plan to implement strategy. So we're moving logically through the process, working our way from 1A and then through 1B. And finally, we'll take a look at information security program objectives. So let's take a look at workforce composition and skills, because personnel are first line of defense when it comes to security. And it's important to understand that insider actions can potentially do the most damage. So we have to ensure that both new and existing staff, including external service providers, perhaps we've outsourced our security operations center, for example, we need to know that all of these employees are trustworthy and skilled. Addressing this need is certainly going to happen in our security program, but it should be included in the security strategy. It's a risk we need to address. Personnel security is important. Preventative measures intended to protect against insider threats, whether they are intentional or unintentional. For example, organizations will commonly implement data loss prevention and a cloud access security broker, or CASB, to detect or prevent data leaks that could be due to intentional or accidental oversharing or even mass file deletions. Organizational structure. So a flexible org structure facilitates security strategy development. Now, a constrained structure can perceive security efforts as a threat. So when we see new security initiatives coming in, when we have a very strict org chart and a lack of collaboration, it can be something of a Game of Thrones where new security efforts that are improving our posture aren't always appreciated. An increased focus on security business alignment to reduce risk is very common now. In fact, this has led to an important change in the org chart typically. The CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, in the past has typically reported to the CIO, and now we just as commonly see that CISO reporting to the CFO, and in some cases even directly to the CEO. Employee roles and responsibilities. So our strategy needs to define security roles and responsibilities. They need to be incorporated into job descriptions that are formally documented and linked to performance evaluations. We need to coordinate this between the security manager and HR. Skills. So the strategy should leverage existing skills where possible, but also plan for developing new skills or procuring those skills externally, especially when we're dealing with a highly specialized skill set that's only needed occasionally. It may be more cost effective to procure an expert for a limited period of time. But the org should maintain a skills inventory so they have a good idea of what skills they have in-house and what they need to develop or potentially procure externally. And ongoing awareness and education. So security awareness training should be an annual event at the very least. More often, it's a quarterly exercise that we use to minimize end-user vulnerabilities. The end user tends to be the weakest link, and a recurring awareness education session can pay huge dividends. I've seen this lead to perfect scores on phishing simulations for organizations over multiple years because they have trained their end users to where they are just bulletproof. But the recurring awareness programs are, in some cases, even legally mandated. But the training should be targeted, updated periodically for current threats. So, for example, organizations right now are evolving their security awareness training to include information on the latest generative AI updates to make sure that their users don't fall prey to AI-based deepfakes of any sort. So, what are the pros and cons of centralized and decentralized security strategy and compliance? You'll want to know the difference for the exam. So, centralized security approaches offer standardization, but this may not suit all organizational structures. So, for example, standardization across the entire organization is going to be difficult for a multinational company with varying legal requirements or acquired subsidiaries that operate independently. Centralized security, on the other hand, is going to be easy for small organizations that operate in a single jurisdiction. Decentralized security allows for local responsiveness, but can lead to inconsistent service quality. But it may be necessary to some degree in those large organizations where we don't have a single jurisdiction, a single standard, and a unified staff. So let's just look at the characteristics of decentralized versus centralized security strategy and how they compare. So consistency and standardization. It's going to be higher in a centralized structure where we're delivering everything from the home office. It's going to be lower in terms of its consistency when we're doing things differently at every branch office or in different subsidiaries. Adaptability to local requirements. Here, decentralized structures have higher responsiveness and adaptability. They're going to be better off. Resource efficiency is going to be higher in a centralized structure, where we have potentially a single team that's delivering that strategy across the entire organization. Response time to local issue. That's going to be slower in that centralized structure, typically, and faster in decentralized, simply because we're going to have resources right there in the locale. And service quality will tend to be more consistent in that centralized structure where everything is coming from a central authority and there is no autonomy at the branch. But regardless of the approach, all security programs must do a few things. Align with business goals, have senior management support, include monitoring and reporting, have crisis management procedures, maintain risk management over time, provide security awareness training on a recurring basis. But we need support from the top, right? That's a recurring theme we've heard all throughout these modules. And we need to make employees aware of security and get them on board. We need to make sure that employees are not our greatest weakness, our weakest link, but rather become a strength because they are well informed. So moving on to assurance provisions. An organization's information security strategy has to include methods for oversight. So oversight ensures that the security plan is effectively implemented and maintained. So what do assurance provisions enable exactly? Well, they give us ongoing communication about the state of our security plan, periodic reporting, and confirming that compliant and security objectives continue to be met. So think of assurance provisions as the manifestations of oversight, the activities that confirm the efficacy of our strategic plan and ensure that leadership remains informed. A common activity that is an assurance provision is the audit. So we have the internal audit, an audit conducted by someone from within the organization. Now, in larger organizations, we typically see a dedicated audit department reporting to a board or senior management, which generally means you're going to have a skilled individual, and we're reducing the odds that there's going to be bias in the auditor because they're reporting to a senior board or management, and that is their dedicated function. Smaller organizations may have a security officer who serves that function or maybe outsources that to a vendor. Now, external audits are conducted by independent third parties, which will be good news in terms of the skills typically, but also in terms of objectivity. Now, in regulated industries, external audits may be required by governing bodies, often annually, and that's certainly true in regulated industries like banking and healthcare. So compliance enforcement. So these are procedures for handling security violations with senior management support being essential. We need to prioritize compliance based on risk and impact. So high impact, high risk areas is where we have to prioritize our enforcement. We can use self-reporting and voluntary compliance where possible in low-risk, low-impact scenarios, but have enforcement mechanisms for those high-risk areas, particularly where 100% compliance is an absolute must. So for the exam, remember, leadership's commitment to compliance often sets the tone for the entire organization. Because at the end of the day, if employees know that leaders are not committed, they may simply not comply if they don't believe there are consequences behind it. That's why those enforcement mechanisms are indeed so important. A thorough risk management plan is going to be important, and it should detail how the organization will identify, assess, and treat risks to enterprise assets, and define risk tolerance, identification methodologies, and response strategies, and continuously monitor risks over time. The plan has to account for threats, both external and internal, known and emerging, as well as vulnerabilities that might be exploited. Remember that internal threats may do as much damage as external threats. We have to consider all. So let's take a look at some key considerations when we're thinking about risk management plans. Business impact analysis, so determining the consequences of losing confidentiality, integrity, or availability over our business critical resources. This is often expressed financially, which helps in the prioritization. It provides insight for information classification and business continuity planning. Resource dependency analysis, which looks a bit like business impact analysis, but it's less granular and it focuses on systems and resources critical to operations, so it may get over into the physical world. Outsourced services, so introducing risks due to differing standards and control levels. So we want to make sure that we have a strategy that addresses single points of failure and ensures backup plans. So for example, if our organization experiences a disaster that results in an extended power outage, we may have a diesel generator. We need to make sure that we have two sources of diesel fuel to keep that generator running. We would never want to rely on a single vendor that may be impacted by the same disaster we are. If they're not experiencing power issues of their own, they may be experiencing capacity issues because other organizations in our area are affected. Risk assessment process. So this involves identifying threats, physical, environmental, technological, assessing their likelihood and magnitude, and determining organizational vulnerabilities. We want to calculate the probable annual loss expectancy to determine acceptable risk. That's a quantitative risk analysis formula. We're going to dig into those in Domain 2. Threat assessment, which considers threats proactively even without known vulnerabilities. So policies like network access, data handling, incident response should map to a threat profile. This results in more cost-effective risk treatment because we're addressing it before compromise happens. We're addressing it earlier in the process. And vulnerability assessment, which goes beyond technical scans to include physical elements, procedures, practices, and legal requirements. Vulnerability assessments address systemic weaknesses proactively. So insurance is the last one on our list, and insurance is suitable for rare high-impact events. Flood, fire, embezzlement. We'll see cyber insurance for protection against ransomware. Types of insurance include first party, which is enterprise coverage that covers business assets directly. It covers what you own. Third party, which is liability for events like a data breach. And fidelity bonds, we get these for situations like employee theft. It protects the business from losses caused by the dishonest acts of employees. We can also potentially lean on other internal departments, legal, compliance, audit, and we want to make sure that our departments operate seamlessly to avoid gaps as well as duplication of effort. And to avoid both of these things requires communication, collaboration, clear delineation of roles and responsibilities, well-documented response plans that have been adequately rehearsed. Next, we need to consider our plans of action, our projects and initiatives that make our security strategy a reality. So gap analysis will be a regular event. These are performed for various strategy components to identify current state versus desired state. These may be through maturity levels using a model like the capability maturity model integration, which we'll talk about later. Control objectives or risk. These are going to be repeated regularly for performance metrics and for mid-course corrections, for identifying when we've veered off course on our roadmap. And a gap analysis works backward from the endpoint, the desired state, back to the current state to see what the gap is between today and our desired state down the road. Action plan metrics. So we monitor progress and cost. We define key performance indicators, critical success factors, and key goal indicators, relevant metrics. And we use methods like balanced scorecards or the CMMI for ongoing gap analysis. So key goal indicators define clear measurable objectives that describe what success looks like. For example, achieving Sarbanes-Oxley compliance. Key performance indicators measure progress towards those KGIs, like control effectiveness testing plans. Critical success factors are the essential elements required to achieve effective information security management outcomes that are aligned with business goals. CSFs are monitored through KPIs, which quantitatively measure progress. Now, general metrics considerations we need to think about. We want to focus on relevant metrics that inform decision making. We categorize as strategic, tactical, or operational, so basically long-term, mid-term, short-term. We distill technical data into useful management information, and reporting should be consumable and actionable to recipients. That means the format and the language will depend on your audience. It's going to be more summary and business focused for the C-level. It's going to be more detailed and technical at an engineering level. Action plan, intermediate goals. We want to define near-term and mid-term goals aligned with the overall strategy. We want to ensure integration of our tactical activities that have a mid-term focus with our long-term goals, and avoid the short-term point solutions and firefighting that can take away our focus from the long-term objectives. So let's talk about SWOT analysis. So SWOT analysis can guide decision-making on where to invest in controls. So strengths, what characteristics of the organization or security program give it a strong advantage over others? Weaknesses, what characteristics of the security program create a disadvantage or gaps in controls? And then we can look at external factors. Opportunities, what external factors can be leveraged to improve or advance the security posture. And threats, another external factor that could harm the organization or diminish our security efforts. And the SWOT analysis helps us examine the decision from multiple perspectives, and that can help ensure security alignment to business goals a little better than just examining it on our own in an unstructured way. So let's talk about capability maturity models, which are frameworks for assessing the maturity of an organization's processes. Perhaps the most widely recognized is the Capability Maturity Model Integration for Development, which was developed by the Software Engineering Institute at Carnegie Mellon University. However, it is now maintained by ISACA through an acquisition they made some years ago. Because it's maintained by ISACA, it is more likely to appear on the exam. But by using maturity models, security managers can systematically evaluate the current state of each process or control, define target states, and plan continuous improvements that align with organizational goals. The CMMI is a model with 5 levels, ranging from less mature to more mature. So the initial level of maturity is a process that's poorly controlled and reactive, and it works its way up through repeatable, defined, managed, and optimizing. So to dig in a little deeper, level 1, initial processes are ad hoc, inconsistent, unmeasured, and non-repeatable. Moving into level 2, processes occur consistently with predictable results. They're repeatable. Level 3, defined. Processes are formally documented and standardized across projects or teams. Level 4, managed. Processes are measured and controlled through metrics or KPIs. And level 5, optimizing, where continuous improvement is embedded in the process, guided by data and metrics. A couple of important pieces of information to remember here. So number 1, maturity can vary by control or process, and each control or process should in fact be assigned a maturity level that aligns with its importance and with relevant risks. And that is to say that level 5 is not always the goal due to cost, effort, and business objectives. So we're going to save that level 5 target for our most critical controls and processes. Many controls and processes are going to be just fine at level 2 or 3. So let's talk about information security program objectives. There are some key information here that I've distilled for the exam. So the information security program implements the strategy, and its primary objective is to protect information and related processes and systems from harm. So once implemented, the strategy evolves into a program. Our core objectives here are confidentiality, of integrity, and availability, the CIA triad. For the exam, know what a security program does and its primary objective. It's worth just committing that to mind. So confidentiality, integrity, and availability are known as the CIA triad. And confidentiality is about ensuring that private or sensitive information is accessible only to authorized individuals. So for example, encrypting patient medical records so only doctors can access them. Integrity is safeguarding the accuracy and completeness of data to prevent unauthorized and improper modification. For example, using blockchain technology to create an immutable record of financial transactions. Availability, making sure that authorized users have timely and reliable access to information and associated assets when they're needed. Implementing redundancy and backup systems to minimize downtime for an e-commerce platform. Perfect example. What all three have in common is they focus on protecting data within systems. And that brings us to the tail end of section 1B3, so let's tackle a practice question together to test your knowledge. Our question: what is a characteristic of decentralized information security management across a geographically dispersed organization? Our options are better adherence to policies, more cost-effective than centralized, better alignment to business unit needs, or more consistent quality of service. So let's break down what they're asking us here. So a characteristic of decentralized management across a geographically dispersed organization. So we spread management out across an organization that has many locations. Does that give us better adherence to policies when we have decentralized control? Absolutely not. So if we have decentralized control where we're potentially duplicating effort, is that more cost effective? Absolutely not. So we have two options here: better alignment to business unit needs or more consistent quality of service. So let's think about these two. Is there better alignment to business unit needs when we're decentralizing, when we're pushing support out to the different locations? Does that mean that quality of service is going to be more consistent? Which do you think it is? The answer is C, better alignment to business unit needs. So decentralization of information security management generally results in better alignment to business unit needs because the support is right there locally. Consistency and quality of service tends to vary across units, though. That's a negative. It's also going to be more expensive to manage due to lack of economies of scale. We're going to be duplicating some effort there. So let's move on to Domain 2. And like Domain 1, Domain 2 is divided into a Part A and a Part B. So we'll begin with Part A, which is risk assessment. So here we'll be digging into the risk assessment process and all of its components, including emerging risk and threat landscape, vulnerability and control deficiency analysis, and then the risk assessment and analysis process, including those all-important formulas that you should know how to apply in real scenarios on exam day. When we move into Part B of Domain 2, we're focused on risk treatment and response, risk and control ownership, and the ongoing risk monitoring and reporting process. But risk assessment that we're focused on today, fundamental when it comes to risk management, and will come up throughout Domain 2 and even in Domain 3 when we talk about our control selection. We have three supporting tasks most closely associated with Domain 2 Part A. That's number 22, participate in and or oversee the risk identification, assessment, and risk treatment processes. We'll look at the impact of budget culture, risk appetite, legal and regulatory, and how they apply in our decision making. 23, participate in and or oversee the vulnerability assessment and threat analysis process. Really knowing the difference between a vulnerability and a threat and the collaborative techniques to address both, very important. And number 26 on the list of supporting tasks, facilitate the integration and information risk management into business and IT processes. So really, effective risk identification, prioritization, and treatment requires input from business stakeholders. We always talk about the importance of IT security and business alignment, and it's no different here. And before we even dig into the first section, I want to ground you in some terms and concepts that will pay dividends to know right from the start. So let's talk about GRC, Governance, Risk Management, and Compliance, an integrated approach that combines these three disciplines. So governance, again, is about oversight provided by senior management and the board of directors. It establishes mechanisms to ensure personnel adhere to policies and procedures. Risk management, the process of identifying, assessing, and mitigating potential risks to the organization. It involves identifying potential risks and their impact, prioritizing risk mitigation based on business objectives, and then developing and implementing internal controls to manage risk. And then finally, compliance, the process of documenting, monitoring, and enforcing policies, procedures, and controls to ensure adherence to standards and regulations. So let's talk about the three risk boundaries. So risk appetite is the first, the amount of risk the organization is willing to take on across all assets. We then have risk tolerance, which is the amount the organization will accept for a specific threat asset pair. So basically the amount of drift we can have in our appetite as an upper boundary. And then the outermost boundary is risk capacity. This is the maximum amount of risk the organization can absorb and expect to survive. And risk appetite sets the boundary for risk acceptance. If the risk is down there within our risk appetite, we may simply accept a risk and do nothing. So if we were to simplify these even further, risk appetite is our organization's willingness to take risk. Tolerance is the acceptable variation in that risk boundary. And then capacity is our maximum bearable risk. There are two important terms related to risk you should know well before we get started. Two types of risk. There's inherent risk. So this is the level of risk in the absence of any controls or mitigation effort, so before we've taken any action. And there's residual risk, which is the level of risk that remains after controls have been applied. So let's dive into section 2A1, which is emerging risk and threat landscape. So we'll talk about risk identification, categories, threats, defining a risk management framework and what a risk management framework can do for us, emerging threats, and risk likelihood and impact. So identification. Before an enterprise evaluates potential and emerging risks, it has to determine how to identify risk. So we want to determine all possible threats, whether technical, physical, or operational, that could exploit the enterprise's vulnerabilities. And then we examine the vulnerabilities. We identify the weak points in systems, processes, and personnel that, if targeted by a threat, would result in risk. And we need to recognize assets. And it's not just assets within the company, within the organization. We need to consider assets beyond the organization's direct control, whether that's data or services hosted by vendors or contractors or cloud provider. We need to look at our supply chain, in other words. So in the area of identification, we are identifying the organization's valuable assets, the assets related to critical business services, the assets that keep the business running. And once we identify these assets, security practitioners and risk managers can then begin to identify potential causes of disruption to the assets. And risk frameworks give us a template, so to speak, for assessing our risk. We can look at existing frameworks as a starting point. So there's ISO IEC 31000, which are risk management guidelines. We can look at NIST 800-37, which is the guide for applying the risk management framework to federal information systems. These are just a starting point. We can tailor these to the organization's specific needs, but they give us a framework, a frame of reference to start with. And the process of identifying risk typically involves a knowledgeable cross-functional group. So we have subject matter expertise within this group, both on the technical side of the house and on the business process side of the house. so we have all the perspectives in identifying where potential risks lie. So this may take the form of a workshop where we're together determining all possible threats, walking through scenarios to determine what could exploit the enterprise's vulnerabilities. Structured techniques like data flow diagrams, mapping out weak points in systems within a business process, looking at personnel to determine that if something is targeted by a threat, what sort of risk it's going to result in. What if and scenario analysis, where we might examine less defined or emerging situations, strategic risks, changes in technology, and project potential outcomes in those scenarios and the impacts that will come with those changes. And threat mapping, so correlating internal and external threats with known or suspected vulnerabilities to see where the organization is at most risk. So we're trying to identify impactful and likely threats, and all of these should be considered recurring activities. So let's dig into the categories of risks, or what we might call types of risks. So we have strategic risk, which threatens an organization's ability to achieve its strategic objectives. We have operational risk. This relates to day-to-day operations of an organization, and it can result from inadequate, failed internal processes, people problems, or system failures. Human error, so employees or third-party error, or external events like disasters or theft. Reputational risk, which can damage an organization's reputation and erode stakeholder trust. And this might arise from data breaches, negative publicity, or even unethical behavior. And compliance risk, which arise from non-compliance with laws, regulations, or industry standards. And these can result in fines, penalties, and significant reputational damage. So let's actually dig into the consequences of non-compliance. So reputational damage, which can result in a loss of customer trust and a loss of revenue, and the effects may last for years. I can think of a fast food chain out there, for example, and I have a negative impression of them, and it's related to some health failure on their part all the way back in the 1990s. Couldn't even tell you what it was, but their reputation suffers in my mind some 30 years later. Sanctions. So these are legal repercussions that can be harsher than fines, including restrictions on operations or even criminal charges. Contractual impacts, which would come from failure to comply with regulations that might lead to contractual breaches, resulting in penalties or termination of partnerships. The organization might incur fines. So, for example, failing to report a breach can result in fines that can reach into the millions of dollars. This is definitely true with GDPR, and it may lead to lawsuits for that matter. Loss of license. So in some cases, non-compliance can lead to the revocation of a business license or permit to operate. So continuing with risk categories, we have technology risks. So technology risks are associated with the use of technology, as you might imagine. This can include cybersecurity threats, system failures, and data breaches. And this can lead to unplanned downtime, which can significantly disrupt operations. It might increase our costs due to emergency repairs. And business impact analysis can really come in handy here in identifying business critical processes and services and their related technology assets so we can get ahead of some of these risks. There's data risk, which can relate to the collection, use, and disclosure of data, and it can include data breaches, data loss, and privacy violations. So data risk can lead to financial loss, including those regulatory fines we talked about, reputational loss with a decline in customer trust and brand value, which can be tough to overcome. It might result in loss of trade as customers simply move on to competitors with better data security practices. It can result in disruption to business operations with potential downtime and the recovery costs that come with downtime. Identity theft with unauthorized access to personal information. And legal consequences, lawsuits, and regulatory penalties. So a variety of risks in the data category and all potentially very impactful. And finally, we have human resources risks. So these arise from the actions or inactions of employees, contractors, or other personnel. And they can include issues like employee misconduct, negligence, or lack of training. And these risks can lead to consequences like legal disputes, like wrongful termination lawsuits or discrimination claims, financial losses like those arising from employee theft or fraud, reputational damage like negative publicity from employee misconduct that, as we discussed, can be very hard to get past, and operational disruptions such as those caused by employee absenteeism or low morale. So let's talk about threat actors. We'll start with types of threat actors. So at a high level, we have white hat hackers, who are authorized security professionals who act with permission to discover and help fix vulnerabilities in systems and networks. So a threat actor who is on our team effectively. Black hat hackers, who are malicious actors who exploit vulnerabilities for unauthorized purposes and personal gain. And somewhere in the middle, we have the gray hat hacker, who are unauthorized actors who discover vulnerabilities but report them to the organizations rather than exploiting them maliciously. So let's talk about threat actors and their motivations. So every threat actor is going to be motivated by money or their mission or some combination thereof. So in the nonprofit area, we will have threat actors who are entirely mission-driven. Anything in the government space is usually going to be a mix of money and mission. There's going to be some economic motive and political motive, typically. And then there are threat actors who are purely profit-driven. It's just a business for them. In that category would be your criminal syndicates. So nation-states in the government space, there's going to be some combination of economic motive and political motive, gaining advantage for their nation. And then there is the hacktivist who is focused purely on their mission, on their benevolent cause or perceived benevolent cause. But understanding a threat actor's motivations can help us to understand the potential threat they pose to us and the risks that come from those threats. So I've also charted out for you here a description of specific threat actors, their motivation, skills, and funding, typically. So we have script kiddies, for example, who are very inexperienced, low skills, typically low funding. We have hacktivists, who are mission-driven and will vary in their skills and funding. But moving up that list, we have criminal syndicates, high skill, high funding, focused on business, right? Financial gain. Advanced persistent threats, that's where your state-sponsored actors will fall in. These are the folks that are motivated by a combination of money and mission. They're well-funded, highly skilled. Insiders, often overlooked by organizations. These are folks within the organization who already have access, who may be seeking financial gain, or it could be a grievance they're trying to resolve. So maybe a disgruntled employee, typically self-funded, but dangerous because they've already crossed that access barrier. And then you have competitors who are looking to steal sensitive information. This is espionage. Bear in mind that espionage begins outside the organization, but that competitor may work in concert with a disgruntled insider. So it begins outside, but that may shift. So just understanding the different types of threat actors and their motivations can help the organization to understand the threats and the risks that result from those threats. And we're going to continue to peel back the layers here so you really understand all the facets of the risk assessment and analysis process. I really want it to be something you know on exam day. So let's talk about a couple of important terms here. Threat vector and attack surface. So let's start with definitions. Threat vector is a method or combination of methods that attackers use to gain unauthorized access to a computer system, a network, or data. So think of it as the pathway an attacker takes to exploit a vulnerability. Examples would include phishing emails, malware and attachments, unpatched software vulnerabilities, social engineering tactics. And then we have the attack surface, which is the sum total of all the possible entry points that an attacker can take to exploit a system and gain access. It's the broader landscape of weaknesses an organization or an individual presents. A larger attack surface means there are more potential threat vectors attackers can utilize. So examples here: unsecured devices, weak passwords, open service ports, outdated software, or even reliance on untrusted sources. So let me restate threat vector and attack surface and an analogy that might make this more accessible. So imagine you have a castle. The threat vector would be a specific way to breach the castle, like scaling a weak wall or bribing a guard. The attack surface would be the entire castle itself, including all its walls, gates, and potential weaknesses. So the stronger the castle's defenses, the smaller the attack surface will be, and the fewer effective ways attackers will have to breach it. So let's touch on just a few examples of threat vectors, those pathways threat actors use. There's email and social media, which are very common entry points for phishing attacks, spam, and social engineering attempts, email being the most common. And this can result in compromised user credentials, the spread of malware, or even ransomware. Direct access, so physical access to facilities or systems, often achieved through unauthorized entry or social engineering of building access controls. For example, we see tailgating and piggybacking used by attackers who are socially engineering employees to hold the door open for them. Wireless networks, networks that can be accessed remotely, potentially allowing attackers to connect from nearby locations without physical access, which is a great reason why we want to make sure that we have the right amount of wireless coverage and we don't have wireless signal transmitted well beyond our necessary boundaries. Removable media, physical devices like USB drives that can be used to spread malware or exfiltrate data. We've seen threat actors actually drop an infected USB drive in the parking lot of an organization just to get an employee to carry it in and plug it in to transmit malware, for example. The cloud, so cloud services that may have misconfigured access controls or security vulnerabilities that attackers can exploit. And finally, third-party risks, so vulnerabilities introduced through supply chain vendors or other business partners, perhaps software companies we purchased services from who have access to systems or data. And we see an increased focus on third-party and supply chain in 2025. Let's shift gears and talk about threat intelligence and threat intelligence feeds. So threat intelligence broadly can describe any activity an organization undertakes to educate itself about changes in the threat landscape. This often comes in the form of a feed containing information about malicious entities that can be ingested by our tools. A single feed may be comprised of many sources, including open-sourced intelligence, and it may be factored to be human readable, it may be machine readable, which is more often the case these days. And an entity might be an IP address, a website, a threat actor, an APT, a file hash, or any indicator of malicious activity. And the activities and resources that help organizations to learn about these changes are broadly referred to as threat intelligence. So you have the open source community. This can be publicly available information that comes from government agencies like CISA, security blogs, community forums. And you also have what we'd call proprietary or closed source intelligence. So these will typically be coming from commercial sources that will provide exclusive information or paid access to threat data, maybe intelligence to their customers. We see this from companies like Mandiant, CrowdStrike, IBM. Microsoft delivers it to their cloud-based security services. There are vulnerability databases. These are centralized repositories of known security weaknesses and flaws in software, hardware, systems, a number of sources that can help organizations prioritize their patching and to understand emerging exploit trends. So there's the National Vulnerability Database. We'll talk about the NVD, CVE, CVSS, the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, MITRE ATT&CK, all a bit later when we're discussing vulnerability management. Indicators of compromise. So this is forensic data that indicates a potential security incident has occurred, such as unusual file signatures, suspicious log patterns, or other digital evidence of malicious activity. An indicator, but not a confirmation. So this could be file hashes of a known malicious file, IP addresses that have been flagged for malicious activity, known malicious domain names. And there's threat indicator management and exchange. These are standardized systems and protocols for sharing threat information between organizations and systems. So Taxi and sticks come up here most predominantly when we think about machine-readable threat intelligence exchange. I'll unpack sticks and taxi for you in just a moment. And then there are public and private information sharing centers. These are organized communities and centers like information sharing and analysis centers that facilitate threat information sharing within specific sectors, often using protocols like taxi and sticks. We can also get information through local meetups, just meeting with other security professionals. That's going to be very much just a human-friendly exchange. So, assessing threat intelligence. Not all threat intelligence is of equal quality and utility. Your mileage may vary, right? Key considerations would include timeliness, so how current and relevant is the threat information, and information that's more than a few days old is going to be, an indicator in our mind that it may be outdated at this point. Accuracy. What is the reliability and truthfulness of the threat information based on the source we received it from and the evidence behind it? Relevance. How applicable is the threat information to our specific organization, our industry, our systems, which can vary based on the business we are in and the software we are running and the hardware vendors we work with. Confidence scoring. So a standardized rating system to evaluate trustworthiness and reliability of the threat intelligence, oftentimes the confidence level of the entity that is providing us that intelligence. They can tell us this is high impact, high certainty, and that's going to carry weight with us if we trust that organization. So some key practices and activities in terms of remaining abreast. Subscribing to and integrating threat intelligence feeds from reputable sources, industry groups, government agencies like CISA, commercial providers that your organization works with. Conducting proactive threat hunting activities to identify and investigate potential threats and vulnerabilities. If you have a SIEM system, Security Information Event Management, this is a common tool organizations use to centralize their logging and to perform those threat hunting activities. Sharing threat intelligence information with relevant stakeholders, our incident response teams, for example, security vendors, our industry peers. We even see industries where multiple entities, like multiple banks, for example, will arrange organized threat intelligence sharing. I'll talk to you more about that when we touch on sticks and taxi here in a moment. And continuously updating and refining threat intelligence processes and sources to ensure that we have effective, relevant processes in place. We're getting the latest information from the most reputable and relevant sources to our business. So when we get into machine-readable intelligence, we have automated indicator sharing. So the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, so CISA, an element of the U.S. government, enables the real-time exchange of machine-readable cyber threat indicators and defensive measures. It's provided free to help participants of that community and ultimately to reduce the prevalence of cyber attacks. You can actually read more about that on the CISA.gov website. So then there is TAXI, Trusted Automated Exchange of Intelligence Information. So TAXI defines how real-time cyber threat information can be shared via services and message exchanges. And hand in hand with TAXI is STIX, Structured Threat Information Expression. So this is a common language for expressing cyber threat information. TAXI is designed specifically to support the transfer of STIX formatted messages. So STIX defines what is shared, the message, and TAXI is how STIX formatted messages are securely transferred between systems. So your SIEMs, your firewalls, your IDPS solutions may actually ingest threat intelligence feeds. That is increasingly common in the current age. So I want to just give you a diagram of TAXI and STIX and a bit of background about how this works to deliver machine-readable threat intelligence in case you're not familiar already. So we have a TAXI server which sends STIX formatted messages. You have a TAXI client which will request STIX information. So for example, when we connect our SIEM to a threat intelligence feed, our SIEM is acting as a TAXI client and is requesting those STIX formatted messages, which is the cyber threat intelligence being delivered to that SIEM system, to that next generation firewall in real time or near real time to give that tool the most up-to-date threat intelligence we can provide. And the trust groups there are how we control from the taxi server which entities subscribe to that information. So for example, trust group 1 might be a group of banks in a specific country that are getting the latest threat intelligence relevant to their geography, their industry, etc. And a taxi server can potentially have multiple trust groups where we're grouping the recipients in that way. And I've seen in the banking industry in particular, I've actually seen banks in a country set up taxi servers where they are actually, through their taxi clients, also pushing threat intelligence back up to the server so they can crowdsource the latest threat intelligence information. Okay, so the risk formula. Risk is equal to the likelihood times the impact of a potential threat. So risk is going to be prioritized based on likelihood and impact, as well as the value and criticality of the asset. That's going to be how we prioritize the focus of our risk assessment and analysis efforts. So there are a number of helpful factors in determining risk likelihood that make sure we have our focus in the right direction. But by considering these factors together with other assessment information, we can gain greater context around the likelihood of risk. It results in a more comprehensive understanding of the likelihood of various risks, and greater understanding and context leads to better prioritization. It means we're focusing on the big, impactful, likely risks. So the first element is volatility. So the probability of a risk can fluctuate based on the stability or lack of stability of the situation. And if conditions are unstable or rapidly changing, the likelihood of certain risks may be higher. There's velocity. So this refers to the speed with which a risk event could occur and its impact could be felt. So a high velocity risk with little warning time would generally have a higher likelihood of causing damage or disruption because we have less time and opportunity to respond to it. There's proximity. So this is related to velocity. Proximity indicates the time between an event and its impact. A shorter time frame, closer proximity, suggests a higher likelihood of negative consequences. There's interdependency. So risks don't exist in isolation. The likelihood of one risk materializing can be influenced by other risks or events in the organization. So, for example, in an e-commerce system, maybe we discover that System B can only be compromised from System A. So it would take multiple compromises, multiple steps in an attack to recognize that interdependency, that linked risk. We'll talk a bit later about the technique that allows us to best identify those sorts of risks. Motivation. The motives of potential attackers can influence the likelihood of a risk. So highly motivated attackers are going to be more likely to persist and look for multiple avenues into the resource they're trying to compromise and potentially succeed. Skill, of course, factors. The skill of the potential attacker can impact the likelihood of a successful attack. We know that APTs, for example, have higher skill and better funding than a script kiddie. But those with greater skills can execute more complex or sophisticated threats that are more likely to find a way around or through our security controls. And then there's visibility. So high visibility targets are more likely to attract attention and attacks. So this could include systems with valuable data, critical infrastructure, prominent online presence, those top-of-mind customer-facing systems. And that's a pretty common sense conclusion to come to. If a system is internet-facing and it's revenue-generating for an organization, it's going to be a more likely target. And organizations can track risks in a risk register. This is a tool in risk and project management that's sometimes used to fulfill compliance, but really its core purpose is to track potential issues that can derail our intended outcomes. So it typically includes a number of details, but it'll include often A risk ID, certainly a description of the risk, probability, impact, severity, our intended response, and owner of that risk. Now, the exact properties will vary. The metrics are going to vary from company to company, but we are tracking everything we need to know about that risk to prioritize it and to track its ultimate outcome because we have an owner in there. Oftentimes, we see the risk register as a simple spreadsheet that has the columns relevant for that organization. And the risk register should be considered a living document. It should be updated periodically, certainly at least annually. During periods of heavy assessment or project activity, we'll often see the risk register updated multiple times within a month or even a week. But bottom line, we want to see those risks tracked all the way out to the ultimate response, where we've identified the appropriate response and it is executed and the owner is then monitoring on an ongoing basis. Okay, let's apply what we've learned in a practice question. We're to the end of section 2A1. So our question, which information assets should be included in security risk assessment? Is it A, those inside the organization? B, those already classified and labeled? C, those that support business processes? Or D, those that have tangible value? So there are definitely a couple of answers here that I can cross right off the list. So they're asking me which assets should be considered when we're assessing risk. Well, we did discuss that we need to expand our scope to look at important assets outside the organization. The cloud, assets managed by vendors, whether that's information or systems. So we know only looking at internal assets is not the answer. And we can immediately just cross off those already classified and labeled. It is perhaps even more important for us to assess risk around assets that have not yet been classified and labeled, particularly if they are of business value. So we have two plausibly correct answers here. So the assets that support business processes, that is true, or those assets that have tangible value. So if I'm picking the better of these two answers, which is going to be a common occurrence on the CISM exam, you're going to be presented with multiple plausible answers and you need to find your way to the best. So both of these are true, and one of these is higher priority for a supportable and objective reason. So the answer here is going to be C, assets that support business processes. So the assessments should focus on information assets that directly support or interact with critical business processes. That enables the organization to prioritize risk management efforts on assets that are most important to their operations. We may have multiple assets that have value, but they are only secondary in their support of critical business processes. So that's going to be our top level filter when we're prioritizing. So moving into section 2A2, we're going to focus on vulnerability and control deficiency analysis. So this is really about how to identify vulnerabilities that you should focus your attention on, how to set your priorities. We'll talk about controls, security controls, and what makes an effective security control versus an ineffective security control, and how we can automate configuration and make configuration consistent using security control baselines. So understanding the fundamental nature of vulnerabilities is our first step in determining the likelihood of a risk. We want to focus on likely risks, and a vulnerability is essentially a weakness. The weakness can exist in a system, a process, or even a policy. And it's not always a simple yes or a no. Vulnerabilities exist on a spectrum, with some being more severe than others and more easily exploitable than others. The degree of exposure directly influences the probability that a vulnerability will be exploited. A highly exposed, severe vulnerability is a significant risk. If I have a very significant risk in terms of its severity, but it sits behind 5 layers of defense, making it effectively never exploitable, it's not such a worry. I'm looking for those risks that are exposed and severe. That's where I'm going to focus my attention, is closing the door on my high probability risks. And proactive identification is absolutely critical. The goal here is to find and address vulnerabilities before they are exploited by malicious actors. To manage vulnerabilities, first you have to know how to find them. So one way are vulnerability scans, which are automated tools that check systems for known weaknesses. They're penetration tests that simulate real-world attacks to identify exploitable vulnerabilities. Security reviews, which involve a thorough examination of policies, procedures, and configurations. Audits, which assess compliance with security standards and regulations. So you notice here we have multiple tools, and these are absolutely complementary. But we need to consider all aspects. We need to look at process, procedural, physical, and technical vulnerabilities. We're looking across the spectrum. And our estimates can be quantitative or qualitative, so numbers or descriptions, and they may be used together in a hybrid, semi-quantitative approach. We'll look at all three of those before we're done in this session. And it's important to remember that subject matter experts can provide valuable insights and context, and that subject matter expert may be someone who is technically focused, but it may also be someone from the business process side of the house. A business process owner may have all sorts of context that can help dial our focus in to the most vulnerable aspects of a business service. But your controls, or security controls as they're sometimes called, are your safeguards, and understanding their weaknesses is also very important. So controls are designed to mitigate risks and vulnerabilities, and control deficiencies occur when controls are weak, ineffective, or missing. So we want to evaluate controls in context. The impact of a single weak control depends on the effectiveness of the other controls around it. If we have many layers of effective controls, one weak link isn't the end of the world. And a lack of training and awareness is a critical control deficiency we need to be aware of, because our end users are the first line of defense, and users who are unaware of security best practices are more likely to make mistakes, plain and simple. In fact, think about phishing simulations that we use to train our users on phishing email awareness. There are two things we can do to reduce the risk of ransomware to the business. The first is to reduce the number of malicious emails our users are presented, and the other thing we can do is to train them so they are less likely to click on those malicious emails. And another aspect of your vulnerability identification is recognizing typical vulnerabilities that are commonly exploited. These would include defective software bugs or flaws that are known and can be exploited, misconfigurations, so identifying incorrect settings in hardware or software that create security gaps, inadequate compliance, so just plain failure to adhere to security standards or regulations, poor network design, so flat networks or other design flaws that increase the attack surface. This is where network segmentation comes into play. Lack of redundancy, single points of failure that can cause disruptions or data loss, potentially affecting the availability leg of the CIA triad. Poor password choice. Avoiding weak or easily guessed passwords is actually pretty easy nowadays. Most of your identity platforms not only have policy controls that allow us to require complex passwords, but we can implement strong multi-factor authentication. Unprotected communications. Transmitting sensitive data without encryption, also easily avoidable in 2025. Insufficient staffing, just a lack of qualified personnel to manage security. Lack of proper hygiene and maintenance, not keeping systems up to date with patches. One of the best ways to prevent common vulnerabilities is to simply keep your systems up to date on their security patches. And some zero-day vulnerabilities actually come through the door using unpatched systems. So patching your systems is actually a good way to at least partially insulate yourself from some zero-day threat. But identifying a range of commonly exploited vulnerabilities results in a more effective, proactive risk assessment effort. At the end of the day, you want to avoid focus on unlikely edge cases where spending a lot of time analyzing and implementing controls doesn't really reduce our overall risk. Part of staying informed is knowing where to look, and there are many authoritative sources of vulnerabilities out there. So a few include the NIST National Vulnerability Database, which is a comprehensive source of vulnerability information. You have common weakness enumeration at the list of software and hardware weakness types. Common vulnerabilities and exposures, CVE. This is a dictionary of publicly known information, security vulnerabilities, and exposures. These are commonly included in reports from vulnerability scanners. OWASP, the Open Web App Security Project, focuses on web application security. They have myriad resources out there that will help you with common vulnerabilities. And ISACA cites a few categories of vulnerabilities, including network, physical access, applications, utilities, supply chain, process, equipment, cloud, IoT, bring your own device. So a lot of areas we can focus, but it's really about understanding the common vulnerabilities. Now I want to unpack just a couple of items in the list we see here. So the common vulnerability exposures and the common vulnerability scoring system and how they tie into the National Vulnerability Database. So the CVSS is the overall score assigned to a vulnerability. It indicates severity, and it's used mainly by many vulnerability scanning tools. That's where I see it popping up in my day-to-day. The CVE is simply a list of all publicly disclosed vulnerabilities that includes a CVE ID, a description, date, and comments. The CVSS score is typically not reported in the CVE listing. You usually have to use some connection to the National Vulnerability Database to find the assigned CVSS score, so your vulnerability scanners can typically help you with that. And the CVE list feeds into that National Vulnerability Database from NIST, and that database is actually synchronized with the MITRE CVE list behind the scenes. So to look at it from another perspective, vulnerability management is the overall process. That's the discipline, which includes routine vulnerability scans and periodic vulnerability assessments. So vulnerability scanners can detect known security vulnerabilities, weaknesses, absence of patches or weak passwords, and surface to us a list of vulnerabilities and their severity and typically an accompanying CVE ID. And we use those scanners to create the scans that we can then use as part of our vulnerability assessment, where we go beyond the technical scans and we not only review those reports, we prioritize, we may go out and audit other aspects of our services, but it's a process where we're really analyzing typically with human input. So if we look at it visually, we've got vulnerability management as your overarching discipline. The vulnerability assessment would include a vulnerability scan, and then we analyze the vulnerabilities within that report. We can take inputs from the CVSS and CVE to come to some conclusions, some priorities about how we're going to address those vulnerabilities. The CVEs can help with tracking, prioritization, and remediation, but at the end of the day, you still need that smart person in the chair that can look at that vulnerability and assess the exploitability, the severity, in the context of the other layers of security that are in place. The vulnerability scanner identifies the vulnerability. It doesn't have that extra layer of context to help determine what the exploitability is in your environment. So let's talk about vulnerability scans and scanners and how they factor in the process. So the role of vulnerability scans in monitoring and maintenance. So the idea with a scan is to identify weaknesses in your IT infrastructure. We're using automated tools to scan systems for known vulnerabilities. Common tools would include Tenable. Qualys makes a very common scanner. Many out there, and they're going to vary a bit in their capabilities. There are some common themes, though. And the reports of the identified weaknesses will typically categorize their severity. Often they're going to have that CVE and potentially the CVSS. They may also even suggest potential remediation steps. Depends on the tool. At the end of the day, regular vulnerability scans can verify the efficacy of your configuration management and identify new issues and regressions. It's pretty common that when we find a vulnerability that it's due to some regression somewhere that perhaps we've addressed in years past, and somehow we've got a piece of technology that's managed to step around a policy, or a policy was unintentionally modified and now some configuration is no longer being enforced. And so what we see very commonly is a monthly vulnerability scan can establish a pattern in which the team can quickly spot negative changes month to month. And in environments I work with, we do this, and occasionally we do find something that has regressed, and we'll go back and address it as quickly as we can. People are not perfect, accidents happen, and a recurring vulnerability scan can help us identify where perhaps we have a regression in a policy-based configuration or a security control baseline. And the scan, though, is assessing possible vulnerabilities in our computers, our network, and really any equipment that can be exploited. We can point a vulnerability scanner at a range of addresses and make a number of checks, but the capabilities, the types of scans we can do will vary. So for example, a credentialed scan, where we give the vulnerability scanner a login, a credentialed scan is a much more powerful version because it has higher privileges than a non-credentialed scan. It can spot vulnerabilities that require privilege, like non-expiring passwords. A non-credentialed scan has lower privileges than the credentialed scan, obviously. It will find vulnerabilities that any attacker would easily find. These kinds of scans can find missing patches and some protocol vulnerabilities. So each of these have their place, and you'll want to use them both. Non-intrusive scans, these are passive and they merely report vulnerabilities. They don't cause damage to your system or probe in any way. That's normally what we're working with. Intrusive scans can cause damage as they try to exploit the vulnerability and should be used in a sandbox and not your live production system. I don't see these used as often, of course. And configuration review. So configuration compliance scanners, and for example, the desired state configuration in PowerShell can ensure that no deviations are made to the security configuration of a system. But the combination of techniques can reveal which vulnerabilities are most easily exploitable in a live environment. Network scans can look at computers and devices on the network and help identify weaknesses in their security. So this is where we can often find services that are listening on our network that we don't expect should be there. We can find potential protocol vulnerabilities. Application scans, so you'll have scanners that are specialized to look at applications and perform regression testing to make sure that our code doesn't have any exploitable deficiencies. Web application scans may crawl through a website as if they're a search engine looking for vulnerabilities. Perform an automated check for application vulnerabilities like cross-site scripting or SQL injection, the types of vulnerabilities that would show up in the OWASP top 10 list. But there are many sophisticated web application scanners available, due in part to mass adoption of cloud computing. So you have many options that you can employ today. And another technique we can use to identify and assess vulnerabilities is the penetration test, an authorized simulated cyber attack on a system, network, or web application, whatever our scope may be, to evaluate its security. Effectively, an ethical hacker using the same tools, techniques, and processes as real attackers to find and demonstrate vulnerabilities. And there are a few different approaches we can take to penetration testing. There's the known environment test, where the tester is given a map of target systems and networks, and they go into the test with substantial or full information of the target systems and the networks. Typically, we'll tell them quite a bit about the network and what types of systems perhaps reside on those networks. This is also called a white box test. And then there's the unknown environment, where the penetration tester knows nothing about the target systems and networks. They go in completely blind and they build out a database of everything they find as they go. That's a black box test. And then there's some middle ground, a partially known environment where limited information is shared with the tester, sometimes in the form of logon credentials. It's intended to simulate the level of knowledge that a hacker with long-term access to a system would achieve through research and system footprinting. We call that a gray box test, and we find these are effective when used together. For example, if we have a couple of black box, unknown environment tests come back clean, that's where we move into a partially or known environment test where we give the penetration tester more information so they can dig deeper to find vulnerabilities in the inner layers of our environment so we can continue to strengthen the security posture. And with the penetration test, it's important we have rules of engagement that define the purpose of the test and what the scope will be for the people who are performing the test on the network. And this really ensures everyone will be aware of the scope, what systems will be considered, the date and time, any constraints that everyone should be aware of. A penetration test should never happen without a signed contract and rules of engagement. And a couple of techniques worth mentioning. There's lateral movement, so this is where the pen tester gains access to an initial system and then they try to move to other devices on the inside of the network. So if our pen tester can compromise a system, lateral movement is something we would like them to attempt so we can understand the strength of our security once an attacker has breached that trusted network. Privilege escalation. This is a security hole created when code is executed with higher privileges than those of the user running it. Something we'd also typically ask a penetration tester to attempt. If they can compromise a system, try to elevate your privileges and execute commands with higher privileges. Generally, it's a higher level account, but in some cases, they may manage horizontal privilege escalation where our user gains access to another user's resources. And then there's persistence. So in the context of penetration testing, this refers to the tester's ability to achieve a persistent presence on the exploited system long enough for a bad actor to gain in-depth access. So they would have a presence that survives across reboots and is not wiped out by anti-malware software, but effectively enabling the ability to reconnect to the compromised host and to use it as a remote access tool over time. And some organizations, particularly larger organizations, will carry out different exercise types in the context of penetration testing to exercise their capabilities. There's the red team, which are internal or external professionals dedicated to testing the effectiveness of a security program by emulating the tools and techniques of likely attackers. This is offense in the context of the exercise. The blue team is your internal security team that defends against both real attackers and the red teams. They are defense. And you'll typically see purple team, which exists to ensure and maximize the effectiveness of the red and blue teams. It's process improvement. It's not actually a separate team. It is the red team and blue team together, working to improve the process. Red plus blue mixed together equals purple, thus the reference. And you may assign a white team. These are the folks responsible for overseeing an engagement or a competition between a red team of mock attackers and a blue team of actual defenders. They are effectively the judge or referee. So let's talk about the difference between penetration testing and a vulnerability scan, because the two seem different in some respects, but there are some key differences here and some key differences in their capabilities. So the vulnerability scan and the penetration test. A vulnerability scan will identify weaknesses in your infrastructure, and a penetration tester may perform a vulnerability scan, but they're going to go further than that. It's a more in-depth exam, similar to a simulated cyber attack. So your vulnerability scanner is using an automated tool to scan systems for known vulnerabilities. On the penetration test side, it's going to be a combination of automated tools and manual techniques, which involves the expertise of the penetration tester. A vulnerability scan reports the identified weaknesses and categorizes their severity, often that CVE ID. On the penetration test side, they're attempting to exploit vulnerabilities and assess their potential impact. Vulnerability scan may also suggest potential remediation steps. The penetration test is going to help you understand how vulnerable you are to real-world attacks and how much damage could be done. So think of a vulnerability scan as like a fire alarm. It warns of a fire, but it doesn't say exactly where or how severe it is. That's why in a vulnerability assessment, we really have to assess how severe and exploitable that vulnerability is. A penetration test is going quite a bit further. It's like a firefighter testing the fire alarm in the sprinkler system and telling you if you're in working order or not. Really, almost anyone could perform a vulnerability scan. In the organizations I work with, the vulnerability scans that happen month to month, it's often a tier 1 SOC analyst doing that scan. It's not one of the senior personnel. There's somebody ginning out that report every month for us to look at. The penetration tester is someone with special skills. So we're going to be able to identify more complex vulnerabilities in the penetration test side. When we talked about vulnerabilities earlier where there's interdependencies, there's linkages where perhaps we can only compromise system B or component B after we've compromised component A, a penetration test is going to be able to help us to identify vulnerabilities that are potentially layers deep where a vulnerability scan is not going to be so helpful in that respect. Vulnerability scans are generally not intrusive, as I mentioned. Your penetration test is intrusive. It may be disruptive if you don't do it right. Let's talk about security control baselines. So a security control baseline is a predefined set of security controls aligned with the organization's risk tolerance and compliance requirements. So it represents a minimum security requirement configuration that the organization has to maintain to manage risk at an acceptable level. So the baselines are often developed using guidance from frameworks like NIST 800-53 or ISO 27001 and the accompanying ISO 27002, which has the control guidance. Or it may come from something as simple as an organizational policy. But the baseline can help compare where you should be versus where you actually are in terms of security control maturity. They provide the essential building blocks for an effective risk management program, ensuring that we have consistency in our security configurations. They give us structure, measurability, and that consistency. So if a setting that should be in place is no longer in place, we can spot the regression and potentially automate the repair of that regression. But different baselines may be required for different data classifications. So the security configuration for a system with confidential data is going to vary from a system that hosts public data, for example. And a few key considerations in developing your security control baselines. Context really matters. So the baselines have to be tailored to the organization's specific needs, their risk appetite, culture, structure, available resources, budget. Generic standards like NIST, ISO, and COBIT are going to offer guidance, but they're going to require customization typically. We want to consider people and processes in addition to technology when we're defining our baselines. We can have baselines that define more than just technical controls. So think of procedural and physical security baselines, for example, how we secure our physical locations. And a classification scheme. So a clear data classification scheme is important for establishing appropriate baselines because the higher classification levels with our data will require more stringent controls. In terms of effectiveness and efficiency, the baselines are not based on a single test, but on the overall capacity of controls to mitigate risk. So regular testing and evaluation are necessary to ensure that the baseline remains effective in mitigating risks over time. And from a collaboration perspective, developing and implementing baselines generally requires collaboration across departments. It should be approved by someone in leadership or a steering committee. And internal audits and reviews can identify deficiencies that lead to the security control baselines being modified to ensure continuing compliance. And your baselines provide several tangible benefits to the risk management program and security operations, including standardization, so ensuring consistent security measures across the enterprise because all of the entities of a specific type will be configured in the same fashion. For example, having a security control baseline for your Windows Enterprise desktops. Risk management. This provides a structured and measurable foundation for effective risk management. It's operationally efficient because baselines can simplify security operations and management and ensure we have a consistent configuration at scale. And to that end, application of security control baselines is often, almost always in fact, automated and monitored for configuration drift and automatically corrected as needed through policy-based controls. And they're also measurable. It facilitates the measurement and evaluation of security effectiveness, which can be helpful in security assessments and audits. It's a great way to provide proof to an auditor without having to go to a great deal of additional effort in the context of that audit. So there are a few key considerations to ensure that your baselines meet business needs and continue to do so over time. So risk appetite and tolerance are key, right? Your baselines have to align with the organization's risk appetite and tolerance. It's security aligning with the business. And baselines have to be regularly reviewed and updated to address changing threats, vulnerabilities, business needs. So it's a continuous process. It's not a one-time activity or an occasional activity. And you want to use relevant metrics to measure the effectiveness and efficiency of the controls and baselines. The metrics should be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. So the SMART metric paradigm we talked about earlier in the series. And our security control baselines need to be dynamic in that they need to adapt and flex to changes in the environment. And there are several factors or events that can trigger the need to modify existing baselines, sometimes urgently. So an incident, for example, any security incident, whether it's due to a control failure or a lack of control, can necessitate a reassessment of risk and may require adjustments to the baseline. A root cause analysis is going to be important in that case to make sure we're addressing the cause of the incident so the change is effective. Organizational changes like mergers and acquisitions or a decision to migrate to public cloud could definitely trigger a change in baseline. Continuous monitoring and assessment of controls can certainly reveal degradation over time or identify areas where controls are no longer effective. And this can be as simple as changes to an operating system over time as patches roll through. Maybe a control isn't as effective now as it was before a minor change. But this triggers the need to update the baselines, and we always have to be watching for those triggers. And we could encounter external events outside the organization, protests, civil unrest, natural disasters that could necessitate temporary or permanent adjustments to our physical security baselines. Legal and regulatory changes, so new or updated laws and regulations might mandate changes to security controls, and that is going to flow down to our baselines for sure. Changing risk appetite, so if the organization's risk appetite shifts, if our leadership has a change in strategy, it may cause us to adjust our security baselines to match the organization's change in their appetite for risk. New threats and vulnerabilities, of course. The emergence of new threats or vulnerabilities is going to require a reassessment of risk. It might lead to changes in the baselines to ensure continued efficacy. System changes could be another source of a need to update our security control baseline. So any change to a system, an app, or infrastructure can introduce new vulnerabilities that require a baseline adjustment. And we have to review our baselines on a regular basis just to ensure they remain effective as threats evolve, vulnerabilities may crop up in the environment, or business requirements change. But maintaining an appropriate level of security should really be viewed as a continuous process. And it's not just internal changes. Again, remember that just as we identify assets outside the organization, changes outside the organization that affect our internal organization, such as vendor updates, where we might identify new vulnerabilities or changes in their products, for example. Just a normal side effect of software version updates may necessitate modifications to the related security baselines. Okay, let's put what you've learned in section 2A2 to the test with a practice question. And our question is, which is the best way to assess and prioritize the overall risk deriving from a series of vulnerabilities in related systems? So we're looking for the best way to assess risk in the aggregate across a series of vulnerabilities in linked systems. Our options are A, security audits, B, risk assessments, C, penetration tests, or D, vulnerability scans. So we need to assess and prioritize aggregate risk across a series of vulnerabilities in linked systems. So the fact that the systems are linked that means we're talking about interdependencies here. So that means that one vulnerability might not be exploitable without first exploiting a vulnerability somewhere upstream in the linkage. So that means I can take two answers right off the table here. Security audits and risk assessments, which aren't going to actively test the systems in a way that will be meaningful in this sort of assessment and prioritization. And vulnerability scans and penetration tests are both active technical exercises of our security. So they are assessing in an active technical way, but one of these is going to be better suited than the other to assessing the vulnerabilities in linked systems where we might have to compromise one in order to detect another. And in that case, there's only one clear answer here, and that is C, penetration test. In fact, penetration tests are about the only type of security assessment that attempts to exploit vulnerabilities sequentially, linking them together and providing a measurement and prioritization of risks. We're not going to get that with a simple vulnerability scan, which is going to basically scan individual vulnerabilities. It's not going to compile those with any additional context that allows us to get to that answer. Moving on to section 2A3, which is risk assessment and analysis. So our important takeaways here are going to be fully understanding the relationship and differences between risk management, risk assessment, and risk analysis. And you'll notice that qualitative, semi-quantitative, and quantitative risk analysis are mentioned here. We're going to dig into those quantitative formulas that you won't be tested on directly in terms of memorization, but you will be expected to know how to use when confronted with a scenario on the exam. So risk assessment and analysis sound pretty similar, maybe even interchangeable, but what's the difference here? Well, risk assessment is the broader process of identifying, analyzing, evaluating, and prioritizing potential risks. It encompasses the entire life cycle from initial identification to developing mitigation strategies. Risk analysis is the specific step within risk assessment focused on analyzing identified risks, like evaluating likelihood and impact of identified risks, and detailed examination of the characteristics of particular risks. So in essence, risk assessment provides the strategic overview while risk analysis delivers the tactical insights needed to make informed decisions about risk management. So essentially, risk management is the overarching strategy for dealing with risks to ensure the organization meets their goals. And then we have risk assessment, and ISACA lays out a three-phase risk assessment process: risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. So risk assessment is that broader process of identifying, analyzing, evaluating, and prioritizing potential risks. And risk analysis is that subset of risk assessment that dives deeper into the specifics of identified risks. So let's look at the three phases of risk assessment, because the exam will test your understanding of these phases. So we have risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. So identification, this is where we're asking ourselves what could go wrong. We're identifying potential risks. This involves identifying assets, identifying threats, whether they're intentional, accidental, or natural, and identifying vulnerabilities, the weaknesses. And then identifying any existing controls. There certainly may be protections in place, but we'll need to at some point decide if those existing controls are adequate. And then determining potential consequences or impacts. Analysis, so that's where we're asking how likely is it to go wrong and how bad would it be? What is the worst that can happen? So this involves assessing the probability of the threat, exploiting the vulnerability, assessing the impact in terms of financial, reputational, operational, legal, etc., if that threat were realized. And this often involves qualitative or quantitative risk analysis. And then we have risk evaluation, where we ask ourselves, is the risk acceptable? So this involves comparing the analyzed risk level to the organization's risk appetite, determining if the risk is within acceptable tolerance levels, and then making a decision. Do we accept, mitigate, transfer, or avoid this risk? That's what we call risk treatment. We're going to dive into the details of risk treatment and our options a bit later in the series. But a good chunk of the technical knowledge and experience that ISACA assumes you've come into this exam with will come into play in the risk treatment process, where we are selecting appropriate controls. So let's talk about the risk management context. The risk management context refers to the overarching environment in which an organization's risk management program operates. It sets the stage for how risks are identified, analyzed, and addressed by defining strategic goals and objectives, so what the organization is trying to achieve, and how risk management can support those business aims. Regulatory environment, the laws, regulations, and standards the organization has to follow, which help determine acceptable actions and constraints. Risk appetite and tolerance, so how much risk is the organization willing to accept while still pursuing its objectives. And the scope and boundaries, which parts of the business are covered by the risk program, the regions, the business units, who the stakeholders are, and how those responsibilities are assigned. By laying out these factors, the risk management context ensures any security measures or risk controls align with the organization's broader mission, legal and regulatory requirements, and within acceptable risk thresholds. So this will be influenced by internal and external factors. So from inside the business, the internal environment, mission, goals, objectives, business strategies, financial health, current risk practices, our organizational maturity, and from outside the environment, market conditions, economic conditions, applicable laws and regulations, social and political environment, external stakeholders, external threats and threat actors, our supply chain, regulators, partners, suppliers. All right, and that brings us to alignment. So a well-defined risk context ensures that business goals and risk mitigation efforts reinforce each other. In global organizations, the context may actually differ by region due to legal, cultural, and market factors. So it's not going to be the same in every region and every country. And tailoring the risk management program to these nuances helps maintain compliance and supports the organization's strategic objectives. So the key considerations for the exam: regulatory constraints. So the CISM questions will often test understanding of how laws shape risk context and influence priorities. But remember, since compliance with these elements is mandatory, these will often take priority over other considerations. Now, there is certainly a business decision involved in compliance. We'll unpack that a bit later. But unless there's a good reason not to be compliant, we're going to assume compliance is mandatory. But it is certainly a business decision. Risk appetite statement. So the leadership's definition of acceptable risk is essential. It's central to all of our decision making here. So do expect questions on balancing risk taking with risk avoidance through the lens of the business's risk appetite and tolerance. And then documentation and communication. So be prepared for questions on the importance of clearly documenting the risk context so stakeholders understand its boundaries and rationale. This means distilling technical concepts into non-technical language for business leaders, an important part of communication on the whole, right? We always need to be tailoring communication to our audience, appropriate language and appropriate communication channels and appropriate schedule or cadence. So bottom line, determining the risk management context is about understanding both the internal and external conditions that shape an organization's threat landscape, and by establishing clear boundaries aligned with strategic objectives, regulatory requirements, defined risk appetites, information security leaders can design risk processes that effectively support the business. So just to walk through the core risk management processes then from an ISACA perspective. Risk identification, we assess those risks, risk response and mitigation, and then ongoing risk and control monitoring and reporting. We make sure those controls remain effective. And remember, risk analysis is that subset where we're looking at individual risks and analyzing the conditions there. Response and mitigation, that's more or less where treatment is happening. And right here in monitoring and reporting, we're identifying changes, driving improvements there based on the continued effectiveness of those controls. So, because risk is ongoing, the CISM perspective is that risk management should be viewed as a continuous adaptive loop. And you should appreciate the importance of change management in the risk management process. So any change to hardware, software, facilities, or processes can introduce new vulnerabilities. So those changes must go through the change management process. And the role of the security manager here is to participate in that change management committee to ensure all changes receive appropriate security review, to document and analyze any deviation from security policies and standards before final approval. And the enterprise impact here is that we're really extending beyond IT owners to facilitate management, business continuity, and outsourced services. So we're looking at the business picture, and this aligns security requirements with normal operational changes, system upgrades, data center blueprint changes, essentially ensuring security alignment with the business. Are you tired of hearing that yet? It's a big focus. But formalized change management processes can reduce unintended security gaps. Bottom line. So if we think about risk in the context of physical security and facilities management, physical security systems increasingly integrate with IT networks, which introduces new vulnerabilities, new potential attack vectors. And a lack of standardized hardware and software across dispersed sites can make implementation of consistent security roles difficult. So our facilities concerns include making sure we have contracts for facility services that include adequate SLAs and emergency response clauses. Undocumented or unreviewed changes in facilities infrastructure can impact our business continuity, and we always need to bear that in mind. Human factors represent a critical source of risk because that change management process involves people incorporating those changes, submitting those changes into change management. Bottom line here is inadequate oversight of facility changes or outsourced management can undermine security posture and business continuity. So, if we're outsourcing some of our facility operations or business functions, not just IT, but any function really, that expands the risk management scope to third-party compliance and performance. We have to exercise due diligence in selecting suppliers, drafting contracts, monitoring their performance, and this includes periodically confirming that third parties adhere to your organization's security standards. This means that we're assessing vendor compliance typically at least once a year. And in fact, in the real world, the way we often see that play out is with a vendor survey where they can at least self-report their compliance. But always remember, risk assessment and tolerance thresholds must not be exceeded by any vendor or third-party partner. They factor in our adherence to the organization's risk appetite statement. Okay, to recap our best practices here, risk management should be treated as a continuous process, that continuous loop. And our best practices include integrating with change management, so incorporating risk assessments and mitigation steps at each stage where changes occur, and we run those changes through change management. Maintain updated documentation. Keep records of changes, both IT and facilities, and communicate them across the enterprise so everyone's aware. Assess human factors, include background screenings, contractual terms, role-based access for internal and external personnel, employees and vendors. Conduct incremental updates, so rather than waiting for periodic major assessments, update risk analyses continuously or whenever a significant change is proposed. And align with business goals. We always want to keep security controls and risk decisions in sync with the organization's objectives and regulatory landscape. And ISACA does highlight frequently that cost savings come when we identify security risks in early project stages rather than catching them after they happen. And let's touch on the role of the information security manager in all of this. That's essentially the role we're assuming here. The information security manager is a strategic leader who ensures that the risk management processes are interwoven into every phase of the system lifecycle, and by guiding policy compliance, evaluating the security implications of changes, and collaborating with both internal stakeholders and external service providers, the information security manager helps maintain a robust security posture throughout the enterprise. So let's talk about key issues and focus areas for risk scenario analysis. So in other words, what do we need to focus on when developing our risk scenarios so we have credible risk scenarios for analysis, so we're not focused on irrelevant edge cases? So we have to involve stakeholders. So scenario analysis shouldn't be confined to just risk analysts and senior management. We want to include staff from all levels, particularly those in the first line of defense who are directly involved in daily operations. They're going to have valuable insights into what they see frequently and how we deal with it today. But bring in those frontline people. Focus on a range of scenarios. So over-focusing on extreme low probability events can lead to neglecting the more frequent but less severe incidents that can still have a significant impact. So consider a range of scenarios with varying severity levels. Analyze how less severe incidents can cascade or combine with other events to create a more complex and impactful negative outcome. Remember, we talked about cascading risk. Build complexity gradually. So walk, then run. Complex scenarios can definitely be challenging to analyze and visualize when you're developing your organization's process to tackle these risk scenarios. Start with simple scenarios and gradually increase complexity by showing how cascading events and dependencies, for example, can lead to more severe consequences. Account for systemic and contagious risks. So systemic and contagious risks can have a significant impact on the enterprise, and you want to pay attention to scenarios where a single event affects a large group of enterprises, an entire system. We'd call that a systemic risk, or more localized but still impactful risk that affects multiple business partners within a short time frame. Contagious risk. So one of these is a localized scale, the other is a more global scale. Let me give you a couple of examples. So for systemic, we have Stuxnet, which was back in 2010. That infected Iran's nuclear systems, but Stuxnet spread around the globe. Or if we saw a global supply chain attack that impacted every bank, for example, that would be systemic. Contagious would be something more localized, like a phishing scam or a ransomware attack that spread amongst business partners who were communicating frequently. Leverage scenario building for risk detection. So enterprises may not be aware of all potential risks, and scenario building can help identify risks that the enterprise might not have otherwise recognized. This is going to improve risk detection capabilities, and building these scenarios is going to involve multiple personas. You'll need the business process folks in the room with the security team. Focus on detectability. Can the enterprise observe and recognize something has gone wrong? And ensure currency and relevance. So risk factors and enterprise environment change over time, affecting the validity of our existing risk scenarios. We want to make sure that these scenarios are still relevant through changes over time. Regularly review and update risk scenarios to reflect changes in the business environment and landscape. Frequency depends on the risk profile, but at least annual reviews are typically recommended. But we want to make sure that our risk scenarios remain relevant, so we're focusing on addressing risks that can actually happen in our environment. Manage the number of scenarios. A large number of detailed risk scenarios can be overwhelming and basically take resources away from more impactful activities. Aim for a manageable number of scenarios that accurately represent the business environment and its complexity. Use generic risk scenarios as a starting point and create more specific ones when they're necessary. And utilize methodologies and tools and frameworks. So structured approaches can enhance the effectiveness of risk scenario analysis. So we could use methodologies for risk analysis like FAIR and HARM. We'll talk about FAIR and HARM here shortly. And brainstorming workshops to generate a wider range of scenarios and ensure buy-in from our stakeholders, that everyone agrees we have relevant scenarios. And focus on response and recovery. Scenario building shouldn't just identify risks, but should also inform response and recovery strategies. So we want to analyze how the enterprise would respond in different scenarios and identify areas for improvement in its resilience capabilities. Now, I'd like to give you a list that provides a framework for characterizing and analyzing risks that aligns with ISACA guidance, so we're exam relevant. So key characteristics of a risk from the ISACA perspective. The asset or the resource, so what is at stake? This could be tangible like equipment or data, or intangible like the organization's reputation or brand value. Threat actor. Who or what poses the threat? This could be internal, like employees or systems, or external, competitors, natural disasters, or actual threat actors. The threat type. What is the nature of the threat? Is it intentional? Is it malicious? Or is it accidental? What is the motivation behind the threat? Exposure. Where and how is the asset vulnerable? Are there weaknesses in security controls, physical locations, or operational processes? Frequency. How likely is the threat to occur? So this involves estimating probability and potential timing of the event. The resulting event. What specific event could occur due to the threat? This could be data breaches, system failures, or business disruptions. And the consequences. What are the potential impacts of the event? This could include financial losses, reputational damages, or operational inefficiencies. Protective mechanisms. What measures, what controls are in place already to mitigate the risk? This could include security controls, policies, or procedures. But by understanding these components, you can better identify, assess, and mitigate potential threats. So for that risk scenario, the scenario that describes a potential threat to a specific asset or a resource, details what might occur, how it happens, potential impact, let me give you some list of characteristics here that will get you started on developing your own risk scenarios and appreciating what we're talking about there. The threat type could be malicious, accidental, system error, failure, a natural disaster like a flood, some sort of external requirement. The actor, is it internal? Is it a staff or a contractor? Is it external? Is it a competitor, a hacker, a regulator, a vendor, natural source? What's the event? Data disclosure, process interruption, theft, external business driver, inappropriate use. The asset of the resource. So these could be people and skills, organizational structures, processes, facilities, IT infrastructures that drive business processes, our sensitive information, our business critical applications. The frequency, that one's simple, right? How often an event might occur in a given environment. What's the frequency? The loss magnitude, the potential financial impact or disruption to business process. So the combination of these components helps us estimate the frequency and the impact, which are the two key factors in determining overall risk. So the risk assessment process from an ISACA perspective has 4 phases. And more important than memorizing the phases is understanding the assessment process and considerations in security control selection. And in security control selection, that's where your past knowledge of the more technical aspects of security are going to come into play. You're not going to be tested on them directly, but it's that foundational knowledge you're more or less expected to walk into this exam with already in your head. But risk assessment is foundational for determining how to protect business assets effectively. So it starts with risk identification. The purpose here, identify and document all potential risks the enterprise could face. The focus is to uncover assets, vulnerabilities, threats, and any relevant business processes or regulations. And then risk analysis, where we're drilling down on the specific risks, estimating the frequency and magnitude, the impact of identified IT risk scenarios. Our activities here, we're going to evaluate asset value, identify threats and vulnerabilities, assess probability of an event, determine the potential consequences, the impact, and our outcome here is a quantifiable or qualitative understanding of the organization's risk posture. So qualitative, we're talking about relative terms like low, medium, high. Quantifiable is where we're using formulaic calculations to come to a number. Risk evaluations are a purpose here. Compare the result of the risk analysis against the organization's defined risk appetite and tolerance. Our criteria here, we're looking at the risk types, right? Operational, technical, financial, regulatory, legal, social, environmental. Our focus is to decide on appropriate risk response. Do we avoid the risk, mitigate it, transfer it through something like insurance, or do we simply accept the risk because it's within limits? But it's going to be aligned with enterprise goals, internal policies, and procedures, our risk appetite as an organization, to be sure. And then risk assessment. The purpose here, to formulate recommended actions based on the outcomes of risk analysis and evaluation. The focus here is a plan or a strategy detailing which controls, countermeasures, or activities to implement to manage risks within acceptable levels. So to look at it another way, we identify, determine what sensitive data exists, where it resides, how it's processed, stored, and accessed. Then we assess the situation. For each area where data exists, are there vulnerabilities, and are those vulnerabilities exploitable, putting our sensitive data at risk? And then how does it relate to our limits? So if the vulnerability, if the risk is ultimately within our limits, we're simply going to monitor residual risk for changes. If not, we'll evaluate potential responses. What controls might we put in place? And that's really the driver for accepting the risk. If the risk is within our appetite thresholds, yes, we can accept. If it's not, if it's outside our tolerance level, no, we're going to respond. We discussed systemic and contagious risk earlier. I want to describe cascading risk to you as well. So cascading risk occurs when one failure triggers a chain reaction of failures that amplifies the overall impact of those smaller failures. So how this can happen. Minor vulnerabilities, each seemingly acceptable alone, can compound when chained together. And this can be from multiple sources, not just technical sources, but non-technical dependencies like our supply chain or financial processes, where we have smaller failures that when combined push the organization over their risk thresholds where it's no longer acceptable. So let's look at an example. A fraudulent accounts payable process allowed invoices below a certain threshold to be paid without a corresponding purchase order. So technical controls only flagged larger invoices. The result is multiple smaller fraudulent invoices exceeding $250,000 went undetected because they came through in small amounts. The lesson here is that even well-designed individual controls can be exploited in combination if they're not reviewed holistically in the big picture. And we talked about risk assessment approaches. I wanted to touch on those frameworks that were mentioned earlier. So there is Factor Analysis of Information Risk, or FAIR, which is a very widely recognized framework that helps break down information risk into its core components. It provides a structured approach to analyzing risk, acting as a valuable complement to other risk assessment methods. FAIR is the method that I prefer and use most often myself. I feel it's most accessible, it's best documented. They provide some tools to help. There is also the Holistic Approach to Risk Management, or HARM, which actually builds upon FAIR, offering a methodology to standardize and refine an organization's approach to risk analysis. It's not a FAIR replacement, it actually enhances FAIR. And then there is Probabilistic Risk Analysis, or PRA. This framework is useful in analyzing complex systems. It's especially good for understanding risks across the entire life cycle of technological assets. The approach is based on probability, statistical theory, reliability engineering, and decision theory. So it's used in high criticality, high complexity scenarios. It was actually originally developed for the U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA, here in the U.S., and the nuclear power industry. So not a framework you're going to encounter as frequently. Now we're going to dive into risk analysis methods, and ISACA recognizes 3 ways to evaluate risk to assets. They are quantitative, qualitative, and hybrid risk analysis. So quantitative risk analysis assigns a dollar value to evaluate effectiveness of countermeasures. It's objective. It uses formulas to come to that dollar figure. To prioritize, we may often initially calculate using an impact and probability score, but we're ultimately going to get to those formulas. Qualitative, on the other hand, uses a scoring system to rank threats and effectiveness of countermeasures on a relative scale. It's subjective in that respect. So it typically uses a relative low, medium, high scale. So we might see qualitative represented as a heat map, where we have a visual representation of risks affecting the organization, and it shows the severity with the most severe risks in red. But you see we're working in low, medium, high in terms of likelihood. We're working in low, medium, high in terms of impact, and using the relative severity and the color scale there to represent the impact. And the third method is hybrid, which blends the quantitative and the qualitative, combining qualitative descriptions with a numerical range. Basically, qualitative terms are mapped to quantitative values. Hybrid is also called semi-quantitative, so the two are interchangeable terms. So in semi-quantitative and hybrid, the method assigns ranged values to qualitative descriptions, aiming to provide more consistency to the estimation process, better prioritization as a result. But by combining qualitative descriptions with numerical ranges, we improve accuracy while still maintaining some of that user-friendliness that we see with qualitative assessment. It provides more consistent estimations, though. It gives us more accurate risk prioritization on the whole because we are quantifying in a sense. So we can still then ultimately calculate that risk formula, risk equaling impact times likelihood. If I have quantitative values mapped to those relative estimates, I can do the math. So let me just show you. So example values for likelihood in a semi-quantitative system would include, for example, rare equaling 1, and then going up the range here. Unlikely is 2, moderate is 3, likely is 4, frequent is 5. You see we also have a description of what each level means, so we can be consistent in our application. For example, moderate with a value of 3 has been seen within the last 5 years. Likely, a value of 4, has been seen within the last year. Frequent occurs on a regular basis, so multiple times a year. Make sense? And then we can begin to do the math. That's our likelihood. Now let's look at the impact. So insignificant is 1, minor is 2, major 3, material impact 4, catastrophic 5, and you see we have a description there by that numeric value to ensure we are applying it consistently. Now let's circle back to quantitative risk analysis and talk about those formulas. So here we're assigning a dollar value to evaluate effectiveness of countermeasures. It's objective. It uses formulas to calculate impact to ensure controls are cost effective, to ensure we're not doing something silly like spending $10,000 a year to mitigate a risk that would only cost us $5,000 a year. That wouldn't be cost effective. I'm going to walk you through the formulas in an example, bearing in mind that you're not going to be tested on your memorization of formulas. It's really about practical application. There are 2 figures in particular you need to be able to get to assess, to analyze, and quantify risk. I'll point those out as we go, but let's step in and get started here. So we're analyzing identified risks with that conversation where we begin with what could go wrong, right? We're seeking to answer what will the impact be if it goes wrong. That's our single loss expectancy in quantitative terms. How likely is it to happen? That's our annualized rate of occurrence. So how many times within a year is the event likely to happen. And that's typically going to be expressed as a decimal. Greater than 1 if it's more than once a year, less than 1 if it's less than once a year. So for example, if an impact happens twice a year, it has an annual rate of occurrence of 2, basically 2 times the year. An impact that happens once every 2 years has an annualized rate of occurrence, or an annual rate of occurrence, of 0.5. It happens once every other year. So an impact that happens once every 5 years has an annual rate of occurrence of 0.2. So I could take that one occurrence divide it by 5, by the 5 years, and that gives me 0.2. So effectively I am dividing the number of occurrences by the number of years. So 2 occurrences divided by 1 year is 2. 1 occurrence every 2 years is 0.5, and then if we divide 1 occurrence by 5 years, the result is 0.2. With these two figures, with single loss expectancy and the annualized rate of occurrence, we can calculate our annualized loss expectancy. So this is the possible yearly cost of all instances of a specific realized threat against a specific asset. So the formula here, annual or annualized loss expectancy equals the single loss expectancy times the annualized rate of occurrence. So we have a scenario here. It's estimated a tornado may strike a branch office once every 5 years, causing a 30% loss to $1 million building. So let's calculate our single occurrence, our single loss expectancy. How significant will it be? Well, the exposure factor, our exposure factor is 30% in this case. So the formula for single loss expectancy is the asset value times the exposure factor. We saw here that we have $1 million building. Our expected loss, our exposure factor, is 30%. That's 0.3 when represented as a decimal. That means our single loss expectancy is $300,000. So that's the SLE. That's one of the figures you should be able to get to quickly for the exam. You should be able to do that math. They're not going to test you on the formula. They want to know that you use the formula if it comes up. Bearing in mind you have a limited number of questions, right? So you're not going to see any topic all that much, but this formula I would count as important in your ability to use it. All right, so that's our single loss. Now let's go the next step. Let's calculate our annualized cost. So we said single loss expectancy on the $1 million building at a 30% exposure factor is $300,000. The annualized rate of occurrence, this is going to happen once every 5 years. That means our annual rate of occurrence is 0.2. So let's do the math. $300,000 single loss expectancy times a 0.2 annualized rate of occurrence equals an annualized loss expectancy of $60,000. So when we are evaluating how effective, how efficient our control is, we want to make sure that we have a control that doesn't cost us more than $60,000 a year. So for example, if I were paying $70,000 a year for insurance to cover a $60,000 risk, I might want to go back and think about that strategy more carefully, because I'm throwing $10,000 out the window every year in that scenario. So hopefully this gives you some perspective. I will give you a link to a longer video where I talk about quantitative risk analysis over in another exam, but this should get you over the line for exam day with the CISM. So analyzing cloud service provider risks. So a CSP, or a cloud solution, and the associated risks will involve potentially many departments and focus areas. There'll be business units involved, vendor management potentially, privacy concerns because we're potentially storing sensitive data in the cloud. IT is definitely going to be involved, our security team. And CSP operations should also be considered, but we can't audit those directly. We can't even really contractually do much. But your major CSPs, your Microsoft Azure, Amazon's AWS, Google Cloud Platform, they are audited for ISO 27001 compliance. They will produce a SOC 2 Type 2 audit, and you can typically download those on demand. So you can check those, you can do your due diligence, by simply downloading the audit reports they will provide to you by simply asking, by going to their website and downloading. Now, there are other risk analysis methods out there that you can use, other techniques that tend to be more complex and less frequently used. They're called out by ISACA, so I wanted to share them with you here so you're familiar. There's Bayesian analysis, which uses prior knowledge or beliefs to inform the analysis of new data. It's basically using historical information. It updates the initial beliefs based on new evidence, resulting in a posterior probability. So it's leveraging prior experience heavily. There's bow tie analysis, which is a visual technique that represents risks in a bow tie shape. The knot of the bow tie represents the undesired event. The left side shows potential causes and threats, and the right side shows potential consequences. Controls and mitigation strategies are depicted as the lines connecting the causes and consequences to the knot. I don't expect you're going to get hands-on with any of these on the exam. This is really just to give you the high-level visibility and understanding that ISACA provides in their material. And then there's the Delphi method. I see this one every now and again. It's an iterative process that involves a group of experts who provide anonymous opinions on a specific topic. This basically leaves everybody free to express their true opinions. They're doing it in isolation, so we avoid groupthink. And the facilitator summarizes the responses, brings them together, and then shares them with the group. But because they're anonymous, there's no fear of judgment, and there's no risk of groupthink. And the experts then revise their opinions based on the feedback, and the process is repeated until a consensus is reached. So a pretty effective strategy, I think. Event tree analysis is a forward-looking technique that starts with an initiating event and analyzes the possible outcomes and their probabilities. It follows the branches of the tree, the possible outcomes. It's a useful tool for predicting the consequences of different scenarios. There's fault tree analysis, which is a top-down approach that begins with an undesired event, the top event, and it works backward to identify the underlying causes. It helps them understand the root causes of failures and then to identify potential ways to prevent them. There's Markov analysis, which is a method used to model systems that transition between different states over time. It assumes that the probability of transitioning to a particular state depends only on the current state and not on past history. There's Monte Carlo analysis. This technique involves running simulations with random variables to estimate the distribution of possible outcomes. It can be used to assess the impact of uncertainty and risk in complex systems. And these Monte Carlo analysis techniques will basically run hundreds or thousands of simulations even, and look at the distribution of outcomes. The choice of method depends on the specific context and the goals of the assessment. These are all going to be a bit less likely. So I've mentioned risk treatment a few times. Let's dig in here. This is the practice of modifying risks generally to lower the risk, of course. It typically begins with identifying and assessing risks by measuring the likelihood and impact. And the risks that are most likely to occur and most impactful would be prioritized for treatment. So our risk treatment is the organization's response to risk. And there are 4 primary treatments. There's risk avoidance, where the organization changes business practices to completely eliminate the potential that a risk will materialize. It may mean they completely avoid a business activity. It can negatively impact business opportunities because the business chooses simply not to undertake some activity that may generate revenue because they want to avoid that risk. Risk mitigation. This is the process of applying security controls to reduce the probability and or the magnitude of a risk. There's risk transference, which shifts some of the impact of a risk from the organization experiencing the risk to another entity. Insurance is our most common example there. So if I simply mitigate a risk, what I'm doing there is reducing the amount of risk, and what's left over is the residual risk, right? With risk transference, I'm handing that risk off to someone else, the insurance company. Now, as an organization, I am still accountable for that risk, but I'm transferring the responsibility over to the insurance company. Cyber insurance is a great example in this context. And then there is risk acceptance, deliberately choosing to take no other risk management strategy and to simply continue operations as normal in the face of the risk. Of course, we would continue to monitor that risk to ensure that it remains within the organization's boundaries, within their risk appetite. We'll use this when the cost of mitigation is less than the cost of impact. Do make sure you know these concepts and be ready to recognize examples on the exam. Definitely going to come up. Now, let's apply what we've learned in Section 2A3 with a practice question. What is the primary reason for performing risk assessment on a continuous basis? Is it A, continual justification of the security budget? B, the risk environment is constantly changing? C, new vulnerabilities appear daily? D, to keep management up to date on risks? So they're asking us what is the primary reason. Think number one reason for performing risk assessment on a continuous basis. So there are a couple of answers I can cross off the list here right away. I always want to try to eliminate obviously wrong answers as a first step. So even if I don't 100% know the final answer, I have a better chance of guessing the right answer. So I'm going to cross out A, continual justification of the security budget. We justify our budget once a year more or less, so it's not going to be a daily activity. And I'm going to take keeping management up to date on risks. Our management perspective is tactical or strategic depending on the manager we're working with. So they're looking more mid to long range. They're not there with us day to day in lockstep. We've talked a few times about making sure that our communication is tailored to our audience in the right format and at the right cadence. So day to day on this would be too much. So is it the risk environment is constantly changing or new vulnerabilities appear daily that would cause us to perform risk assessment continually? Well, the answer here is B. The risk environment is constantly changing. It's not something that happens on a daily schedule. It happens when it happens, which is potentially all the time. It's impacted by factors like changes in technology, shifts in our business strategy, and these changes introduce new threats and vulnerabilities to the organization. So as a result, risk assessment should be performed continuously. Remember, it is an adaptive continuous loop in the ISACA perspective. So let's move on to Domain 2, Part B, which is Information Security Risk Response. And Part B is broken into 3 sections: risk treatment and response options, risk and control ownership, and finally risk monitoring and reporting. And this is actually where we'll also unpack the essentials of risk management documentation. But we see a logical flow here from a process perspective as we do with all the domains. We covered risk assessment in the previous installment, and now we'll move into risk response, logically the next step. Now there are several supporting tasks that align to Domain 2 Part B of the 37 total we see listed in the syllabus. So number 9 is compile and present reports to key stakeholders on the activities, trends, and overall effectiveness of the information security program. So really digging into the what, when, who, and why of reporting. Task 22, participate in or oversee the risk identification, assessment, and risk treatment process. So knowing the core process to identify, assess, and respond to risk. Number 24, identify, recommend, or implement appropriate risk treatment and response options to manage risk to acceptable levels based on organizational risk appetite. So this is really about understanding how risk appetite affects risk response. Task 25, determine whether information security controls are appropriate and effectively manage risk to an acceptable level. So really balancing cost and security at a level appropriate to the risk. Task 27, monitor for internal and external factors that may require reassessment of risk. So here it's really about remembering that risk may be influenced by forces both inside and outside the organization. And finally, 28, report on information security risk, including non-compliance and changes in information risk, to key stakeholders to facilitate the risk management decision-making process. Basically, right time and in the right tone and form and to the right people in terms of targeting our communication. So here in Part B, we'll start with 2B1, which is risk treatment and response options. We'll begin with a look at determining risk capacity and acceptable risk. So we're going to revisit the risk boundaries we looked at in our previous session. We'll talk through risk response options, risk acceptance framework. We're going to revisit inherent and residual risk in the context of our risk response, controls, control objectives, and control effectiveness. I really like the controls discussion. This is an interesting topic, and it's going to set the stage for control selection in Domain 3. Legal and regulatory requirements, and in the vein of legal and regulatory requirements, I want to have a discussion with you about compliance as a business decision. This is an interesting real-world topic. And then finally, cost-benefit analysis, finding that balance between cost and benefit relative to the risk we're addressing. The CISM exam places a lot of emphasis on cost-effective control, so I'd like to quantify that for you here. So as we add security controls, the cost of our controls rises, of course, but at the same time, our cost of losses drop as that level of control is increasing. And what we need to do is keep an eye on our total risk-related costs and make sure that we keep the cost of our controls beneath the cost of the losses we are attempting to prevent. So to say it another way, the goal of risk treatment is to find a balance where risk is reduced to an acceptable level without incurring costs that exceed the value of the risk reduction. So what that cost to level of control diagram is showing is that as you increase the security controls, you generally reduce risk more effectively, but your costs go up. You need more tools, more staffing, more processes, etc. And if you apply too few controls, your cost is going to be lower, but your exposure may be unacceptably high. It may cross that acceptable risk boundary we talked about in our previous session. And if you apply too many controls, you might drive costs to a point where the benefit of further risk reduction is not worth the additional expenses. So organizations aim for balance, a level of control that brings risk to an acceptable level aligned with the organization's risk appetite without overspending. Bottom line, beyond a certain point, extra controls become disproportionately expensive relative to the added risk reduction. That's your takeaway. So let's revisit this in the context of the risk boundaries we looked at in our previous session. So risk appetite is the amount of risk the organization is willing to take on across all assets. Risk tolerance is the amount of risk the organization will accept for a specific threat or asset pair. So this is the amount of variance the organization is willing to accept for a specific threat asset pair. And risk capacity is the maximum amount of risk the organization can absorb and still expect to survive. And the risk appetite sets the boundary for the amount of risk the organization can accept in a specific case and in the aggregate. So remember, risk appetite is the org's willingness to take on risk. Risk tolerance is the acceptable variation, and risk capacity is the maximum bearable risk, to put it simply. And at the end of the day, risk acceptance should not exceed risk appetite, but it must not exceed the organization's risk capacity. And that's where risk analysis methods, like quantitative risk analysis especially, will allow us to find that cost-effective point. So risk treatment is the organization's response to risk, and we have four options here. There is risk avoidance, where the organization changes business practices to completely eliminate the potential that a risk will materialize. So this can negatively impact business opportunities because the organization might avoid certain business opportunities to avoid the risk that that opportunity brings. Risk mitigation, perhaps the activity we think of most often, is the process of applying security controls to reduce the probability or magnitude of a risk. So when we talk about inherent risk and residual risk, inherent risk is the risk that exists before we apply security controls, and residual risk exists after we apply security controls. Residual risk is that risk that remains after mitigation. There's risk transference, which shifts some of the impact of a risk from the organization experiencing the risk to another entity. Cyber insurance is a top-of-mind example there. Risk acceptance is where the organization deliberately chooses to take no other risk management strategy, in other words, take no action, and to simply continue operations as normal in the face of a risk. So this is often used when the cost of mitigation is greater than the cost of impact. So you will be expected to know these concepts and be ready to recognize examples on the exam. So it's important that the organization establishes a framework for when risk acceptance should be allowed. It defines when and how a risk can be accepted, including the approval process, documentation requirements, the reporting line, which stakeholders are informed. It ensures that accepting risk is a conscious, well-governed decision rather than an ad hoc or unintentional decision. So we see risk acceptance in a couple of specific scenarios. When an identified risk is within the organization's tolerance level, so we're keeping acceptance within the risk appetite and for a specific threat-asset pair within tolerance, and when mitigating is not cost-effective or otherwise justified. So acceptance must be formally documented, ensuring accountability for any potential consequences of accepting that risk. And without documentation, accountability is difficult, right? It becomes one person's word against another. So in terms of reassessment and final acceptance of risk, there are a few factors we need to think about. Cost and effectiveness of the potential controls. Are they within the cost-effective boundary, and are they going to be effective in actually reducing the risk? Acceptable levels of impact. Organizational culture and maturity. Our regulatory and compliance requirements. We may have external requirements that guide our actions. And our risk appetite and stakeholder strategy. So we should already have guidance in writing from the top at this point as to the organization's risk appetite. And uncertainty in the threat or asset environment. So thinking through questions like what is the worst that could happen. And acceptable risks have to be monitored to confirm that existing controls remain effective and that our risk remains within limits and that no new risk conditions arise that increase the risk. And we need to take a holistic view of this decision. Certainly we're examining the tangible impacts to our critical assets, but we also need to think about the intangible impacts. Our reputational harm, for example. Any external obligations that we're subject to, such as GDPR privacy regulations. So it may be very expensive to secure our users' sensitive data in our application, but at the end of the day, the reputational harm, if we fail to do so and we have a data compromise, is going to be much greater than the cost of any protections we put in place, any controls we apply. And external obligations like GDPR can open the organization to massive fines that can wipe out any and all profits. So touching again on the two types of risk you want to be familiar with in order to make a competent risk treatment. There's inherent risk, the level of risk in the absence of any controls or mitigation effort, so the risk that exists before we take action. And then the residual risk, the risk that remains after we have applied mitigating controls. The goal is to ensure that the residual risk that remains after application of the appropriate security controls is equal to or less than the organization's threshold for acceptable risk, allowing us to accept the risk that remains safely. So impact refers to the potential magnitude of harm, be that financial, reputational, operational, the harm that might result if a risk materializes. And it's important to remember that a single risk can impact multiple aspects of the organization. It can touch our finances, our operational processes, the reputation of the business. So remembering that one risk can touch multiple areas, and not just in a tangible way, also intangible elements like reputation or strategic. So perhaps the organization goes all in with a single public cloud provider, and we have cost increases or security issues there. If we build ourselves into a corner where migration is difficult, if we're locked into that vendor, that's a strategic risk we need to think about. And different processes may have different levels and types of risk that they bring, so we need to scope our efforts here to ensure that the control addresses the right areas, the important areas, the critical areas, and to avoid too much redundancy. Certainly overlap is going to be a fact of life in a layered approach, but we want to avoid too much overlap because that represents wasted spending. And if we leave gaps, unaddressed risks, then we've shifted too far the other direction, attempting to control costs. So there are also compliance implications. So when a process or environment is found to be non-compliant, we have to evaluate the consequences as an organization. And if the cost of compliance is deemed too high, there are some options management can consider. Accepting the risk of non-compliance if non-compliance is less expensive and acceptable in terms of its impact. Adjusting operations, so adjusting our operations to make sure that we are compliant in a cost-effective way. But if regulations are mandatory and non-negotiable, like the GDPR privacy obligations, and I say mandatory and non-negotiable because they are an element of the GDPR regulation, but the fines that come with non-compliance are massive, and the reputational impact as well. At that point, the organization has to chart a course to compliance, and that may mean going back and adjusting operations, for example. It may mean adjusting the architecture of an application so compliance is manageable from a cost perspective. So let's talk through the various aspects of impact we should be familiar with. So impact is the consequence of a threat exploiting a vulnerability successfully. It represents the harm or loss resulting from a security incident. Impacts can be direct, like financial. They can be indirect, like reputational. And we need to quantify that impact. So we looked at the three methods of risk analysis in our previous session. So our impact assessment can be qualitative using terms like minor, major, catastrophic, or they can be quantitative, where we're assigning monetary values. And as we get into more complex risk scenarios, getting down to that dollar figure becomes more important. Direct financial losses are often easier to quantify. Lost revenue, legal costs are a bit easier to put a dollar figure on. The indirect impacts, like reputational damage, loss of customer trust, that can be challenging to quantify, but they're very important to consider. As I mentioned in a previous session, I can think of a fast food chain that exists here nationally in the United States, and they had some severe reputational damage all the way back in the 1990s that sticks with me to this day, though I can't tell you exactly what happened within that business that caused me to no longer trust their reputation, and many others are in exactly that same stance as I am. Then there are the types of impacts. So financial, direct loss of money, criminal or civil liability, reduction in share value. Reputational, that's the loss of reputation, goodwill, image, breach of confidence or privacy with our customers. Or operational, loss of a business opportunity, reduction in operational efficiency, disruption in operational processes. And then legal, non-compliance with laws and regulations that can result in penalties. And when we're going through that acceptance decision process, we need to know what those penalties may be in the end. So our impact analysis methods, we can look at a business impact analysis, which is a common way to identify and assess potential impacts to the business, because the BIA considers factors like the criticality of the assets, sensitivity of information, and potential disruptions to business operations. So bottom line, a business impact analysis can help set priorities and provide some guidance on where to focus our risk assessment efforts. And then we need to prioritize. So higher impact risks on critical assets require more attention and resources for mitigation. An impact analysis also informs business continuity planning efforts. That can tell us where we need to build resilience and redundancy into our infrastructure, into our services. and it helps establish recovery time objectives and recovery point objectives that tell us how long we can stomach being down and how much data we can lose in the recovery process, and other critical parameters for restoring business back to normal operations. Now let's dig into controls. So a control is any procedure, practice, process, policy, standard, or technology that serves to regulate an activity or behavior. The objective of a control is to reduce or eliminate risks. And controls at their most basic level can be preventive, detective, or corrective in nature. We'll get to that in a moment. And there are 3 categories of security controls you should be familiar with and know how to recognize. Technical controls, also called logical controls, that involve the hardware or software mechanisms used to manage access, the technology. Administrative controls, these are policies and procedures defined by the organization's security policy or other regulations and requirements. And then physical controls, items you can physically touch, controls in the physical world. Let's look at examples of both breakdowns I mentioned here. So controls are implemented to prevent unauthorized access, ensure confidentiality, integrity, and availability, protecting the CIA triad, detecting and responding to security incidents, meeting compliance requirements. So I said they can be preventive, detective, or corrective in nature. So if we just look at this list, preventing unauthorized access is preventive in nature. Ensuring confidentiality, integrity, and availability, that's preventive. Detecting and responding, that would be detective and corrective in nature. And security controls can serve multiple purposes amongst these 3. They can have a primary purpose and certainly a secondary purpose. Meeting compliance requirements, that sounds preventive. So if we were to look at a few examples, we have preventive controls. Access control systems, for example. Firewalls with an access list can be preventive. Physical security measures, such as a badge locking a door, is preventive. Detective controls. Log monitoring, where our security information and event management can identify malicious activity. Trend analysis, security audits. Video surveillance is detective. Motion detection will detect unwanted activity. And then we have corrective controls. Incident response planning, root cause identification, backup and restore processes that are designed to correct an unwanted condition. Patch management, corrective in nature. And then if we look at it from another angle, organizing those same controls we just looked at, but this time by category. Administrative controls, security and awareness training, change management procedures, incident response planning, policies and procedures, right? It's the paperwork, the actions that we design. Technical controls, the hardware and the software, the technology. Access control systems, a SIEM, firewall, anti-malware software, all technology that we implement as controls to mitigate risk. And then physical controls. Physical security measures like video surveillance, motion detection, bollards to prevent vehicles from crashing into our building, access control vestibules that prevent multiple people from slipping in on a single badge swipe. So understanding the nature, the category, and the high-level capabilities of controls will factor in Domain 3 when we talk about control selection. And although the CISM is not going to test you on a bunch of technology directly, there is an assumption that you have some underlying knowledge from your experience when we get to that section where we're talking about control selection. And I'll make sure to supplement your knowledge with some basics so you're ready for exam day. And as part of that continuous adaptive loop of risk management, we need to assess control effectiveness. We need to regularly assess the effectiveness of controls to ensure they're still meeting their intended objectives. And there are several ways we can do this. Self-assessments, independent audits, vulnerability scans, penetration tests. We would call these assurance functions. We talked about the concept of assurance functions back in Domain 1. But the strategy here is to select controls that balance cost, complexity, and the level of residual risk that remains after implementation. Over-controlling a risk can be wasteful. Under-controlling can leave the organization vulnerable. And we need to align with business objectives always, of course. They need to align with the business goals and ensure they don't hinder legitimate business processes unnecessarily. And in this process of risk management, we need to assess our legal and regulatory obligations. Senior management are the ones who need to determine the necessary level of compliance and to allocate resources for us accordingly. Organizations have to comply with various laws depending on industry, data privacy laws like GDPR, industry-specific regulations like HIPAA in healthcare, Sarbanes-Oxley or SOX for publicly traded companies. Cybersecurity frameworks like the NIST Risk Management Framework is mandatory for the federal government agencies to which it applies. And we have to evaluate the consequences. Regulations have to be reviewed by legal experts to understand potential penalties for noncompliance. And if the environment is noncompliant, the organization has to decide whether to bear the risk, modify operations, or invest in compliance measures. Mandatory requirements, as we'll see in some industries, are prescriptive. They can't be negotiated or accepted as a risk. And in these cases, compliance is compulsory. So ISACA describes evaluation of the consequences of noncompliance as a business decision that sometimes the business may choose intentionally to be noncompliant. And it is true, there are sometimes circumstances where noncompliance may be warranted, such as scenarios where compliance is not routinely enforced. We often see this as a political decision driven by a desire for deregulation, where a new government that comes in will simply not enforce what they see as overreach. Or when compliance is much more expensive than the fines levied for non-compliance. Two obvious exceptions to this logic would be when human safety or user privacy would be at risk due to non-compliance. And in these cases, professional ethics and protecting the reputation of the business would take precedence. We would make sure we're compliant in these cases. So moving on to cost-benefit analysis. So costs, whether they're direct or indirect, of implementing our controls, transferring risks as through insurance premiums, or halting activities altogether to avoid a risk, have to be weighed against the benefits of risk reduction. This forms the basis of a business case for security investments. Key considerations here are going to include balancing cost and benefits and the intangible factors like protecting the business reputation, customer trust, for example. Controls have to meet three criteria. They need to be technically effective at reducing the risk, they need to be cost effective, and they need to support business objectives, not hindering business activity unnecessarily. So I highlighted business case there because I've heard the question a few times, does ISACA have a specific definition or framework for business case? And the answer is I don't believe so, but I'm going to explain a business case and give you a simple example just for context so you feel better about it if you don't feel confident today. So a business case is a documented justification for a proposed security project in this case, or an initiative. It's not just a technical explanation of the security problem. It's a persuasive argument presented in business terms that articulates how a specific investment will provide ROI or align with the organization's strategic goals. The key differences from a purely technical justification are that a business case focuses on business value. It will include financial language often to articulate what the ROI is, and it targets a business audience, so it's going to be in business language. But it articulates the business need for security investments in this case. For example, a technical justification might simply say we need a new firewall because the old one is end of life. A business case would articulate that investing in a new firewall will reduce the risk of data breach by X%, potentially saving us Y dollars in fines while also improving compliance with Z regulations. So articulating why it makes business sense for that security investment. But a cost-benefit analysis weighs the expenses, financial or otherwise, of controls or compliance against the potential benefits or risk reduction. It helps determine the appropriate level of controls based on the organization's risk appetite and tolerance. The intangible factors may include inconvenience to users, reduced throughput, training in new procedures, compliance monitoring, end-of-life decommissioning. Even if they're not direct costs here, they're going to be indirect costs to the business in terms of human effort and perhaps reduced productivity, for example. Benefits can also include reputational protection and avoidance of regulatory fines or legal action. And again, if the cost of a control outweighs its benefit, it may be more appropriate to just accept the risk, provided it remains within acceptable tolerance levels, doesn't cross any of those ethical or legal lines we discussed earlier. CISM questions may actually involve quantitative or qualitative evaluations of cost versus risk reduction to confirm controls are cost effective. We talked about risk analysis methodologies in the previous installment, and in the quantitative section, single loss expectancy and annual loss expectancy are going to be the two most important figures you should know how to calculate given a scenario. So let's try a practice question to exercise our knowledge here from Section 1. So Contoso Corp is implementing additional security controls to address the risks of a new process. This is an example of which of the following: accepting the risk, transferring the risk, avoiding the risk, or mitigating the risk. So we're implementing additional security controls. So we're definitely not transferring the risk because we're keeping it within the organization. We're implementing controls. And we're definitely not avoiding the risk because we're addressing it. Remember that avoidance would be to simply avoid a business activity altogether. So is this an example of acceptance or mitigation? I hope, after our discussion here today, that the answer to this question is very simple. The answer is mitigating the risk. So transferring the risk hands it to another entity, like buying insurance, so the insurance company can take the risk. Implementing additional controls is an example of mitigating the risk. We address the inherent risk, which leaves us with a lower residual risk after the control has been implemented. Doing nothing at all would be an example of acceptance. Moving on to Section 2B2, we're talking about risk and control ownership. We'll look at risk ownership and accountability between the risk owner and control owner roles. Fairly short section, important information though. So we have the risk and we have the control. So when we identify the risk, that informs us through estimates of probability and impact, for example, the necessity of a control. And when we implement a control, it's going to reduce risk if effective in its intent. And of course, the value of the asset will influence the max cost of control as we aim for that balance between security and cost effectiveness. But both the risk and the control need to have an owner. So after a risk is identified, analyzed, and evaluated, a manager or senior official is named the risk owner. This individual must have the authority to decide how the risk will be handled, whether it's mitigation, acceptance, transfer, avoidance. The risk owner is accountable for the outcomes of those decisions, and they must ensure the risk is managed within the organization's risk appetite. And they need adequate knowledge, authority, and resources for the risk owner to effectively manage and communicate about that risk. Responsibility can be delegated, but bear in mind, accountability cannot. The risk owner is accountable. So the risk owner is the person ultimately responsible for ensuring a specific risk is managed appropriately. Typically, this role is held by a senior executive, manager, or director whose area of responsibility is most affected by the risk. Key responsibilities here will include making key decisions about risk responses, allocating resources to manage the risk, accepting residual risk if it aligns with the organization's risk appetite, and ongoing monitoring of that risk and reporting changes or updates as needed to key stakeholders. So let's talk about the control owner, who has authority and accountability for decisions about a control designed to address a particular risk. Usually the control owner and the risk owner are the same person. especially for critical controls. Technical staff may implement or maintain a control, acting as a custodian or a steward of the control. The control owner remains ultimately accountable for its effectiveness. And the risk owner is accountable for the risk outcome, while the control owner is responsible for operating or overseeing the specific control. So you can imagine why, if the risk owner is accountable for the risk outcome, even if the control is poorly implemented, it would make sense to ensure that the risk owner and the control owner are the same person. Otherwise, you're going to have to make some very careful decisions here around how you manage this relationship between those two, because the buck stops with the risk owner ultimately. So the key responsibilities of the control owner: ensuring the control is properly designed, documented, and tested, and aligned with the organization's risk appetite. Monitoring the control's performance and taking corrective action when needed. Coordinating with other stakeholders. That could be IT, compliance, audit, to maintain a strong control environment. So this ensures better performance and cost efficiency in a layered defense when we see collaborative behavior and continuous monitoring. But again, the risk owner is ultimately accountable for the risk outcome, so they have a lot of skin in the game when it comes to the control itself. All right, let's test what we saw here in section 2B2 with a practice question. Who should be the owner of customer data stored in a CRM database used by the organization's sales department? Would it be the sales department manager, the chief information officer, the IT security manager, or the database administrator? So we have a customer relationship management database where we have customer data. So I know right away the IT security manager and the database administrator could conceivably be involved from a control owner perspective. They're not going to be the risk owner. Again, the risk owner should be someone who is in management and senior or executive management, it said, and who is directly related and benefiting from this data. So that makes this a more black and white decision, and the answer here should be the sales department manager. The owner of the asset should be the person with the decision-making power, which means they're going to be the owner of the risk. And the sales department manager is the department deriving the most benefit from the asset. So in this case, they would be the owner of the asset and ultimately the owner of risk with that asset. Let's move on to section 2B3, which is risk monitoring and reporting. So here we'll touch on monitoring, key risk indicators, KRI selection criteria, reporting changes in risk, risk communication, awareness, and consulting, and documentation. So there are several elements that are essential to how you track, measure, communicate, and document risk over time. And mastery of these is going to be a key part of the information security manager's role in ensuring risk remains within the limits of the organization's risk appetite. So this really lands directly on that persona we are assuming when we walk into this exam. So risk monitoring involves continuous or periodic review of risks, controls, and the external environment, threat intelligence and regulatory changes, for example. This ensures that new risks are identified promptly and existing risks are evaluated in light of any changes. We're ensuring those existing controls remain effective, right? So charts or visualizations can be helpful. Samples of risk reports are available in frameworks like COBIT. So key risk indicators are forward-looking metrics used to signal increasing or decreasing levels of risk exposure. They act as early warning systems that signal when an enterprise is subject to risk that exceeds a tolerable level. So there are several benefits of implementing effective KRIs. They enable organizations to proactively identify and address emerging threats rather than reacting to incidents after they occur. They provide information for risk assessments, allowing organizations to make informed decisions about risk mitigation strategies and resource allocation. And they facilitate continuous risk monitoring, enabling organizations to track changes in risk level over time and adjust their risk management approach accordingly. So the right KRIs are going to vary widely by organization. A few examples would include phishing emails blocked if we were tracking the number of emails blocked, patch latency, system downtime frequency. So number of phishing emails blocked. If we see that number going up or going down, if we take a look at our security controls there, we can identify, do we see an increase in phishing emails or do we see a decrease in the efficacy of our controls? So the KRI is forward-looking, but it should be, at the end of the day, relevant and measurable. So the criteria for effective KRI selection include prioritizing indicators associated with risks that have a high potential impact to the organization. This ensures that resources are focused on mitigating the most critical threats. Effort to implement and measure and report. We need to select indicators that are relatively easy to measure and report. If it takes a lot of manual effort to get that report together, it's going to be less valuable to us. This ensures KRIs are practical and they don't consume excessive resources for our monitoring and analysis cycles. And reliability. We need to make sure that we choose indicators that have a strong correlation with the actual risk they represent. Reliable indicators accurately predict or indicate changes in risk levels. If that fact is in question, we need to go back to the drawing board and reselect KRIs. We need to select indicators that are sensitive to changes in risk level. This allows for early detection of emerging risks. If we don't see an indicator that tells us there's a change, it's not very useful. Needs to be relevant to our stakeholders. So we want to involve relevant stakeholders in the selection of KRIs to ensure that the indicators we choose are relevant to their needs, that it's going to inform their decision making. And we want to find a balance between different types of indicators. Leading indicators that are purely predictive, lagging indicators, which are forward-looking but they're reactive. They tell us something after an event occurs, but before a security incident, of course, and trend-based indicators. But for the exam, remember, KRIs should align with business goals. They should have thresholds that trigger escalation or additional controls, and they reveal trends in our exposure to risk. So risk reporting involves communicating updates in risk status, including new threats, control effectiveness, or incidents to stakeholders at the right level of detail. Some key considerations in reporting. The process. We need a well-defined process that should be in place for reporting and communicating changes, and this needs to include clear reporting channels and procedures, defining the format and frequency of risk reports so folks know what it's going to look like, the format is useful, and they know when it's coming, and using appropriate communication methods for your audience, whether that's meetings, reports, dashboards, the level of the language, making sure we're dialing in our level of technical and business language to the audience that's consuming these reports. It's important to remember that monitoring is continuous. Risk is a dynamic factor, and changes in the internal or external environment in business operations can significantly impact the risk landscape. So continuous monitoring and reporting of risk changes are essential in effective risk management. So triggering events. There are certain events that can trigger a more immediate need for risk reporting and reassessment. These would include significant security breaches or incidents. That's going to send us back to really thinking about the controls we have in place. Changes in internal or external environments, changes that we might reveal through effective KRIs, changes in business operations or strategic direction, newer updated regulations or industry standards. So security incidents, for example, require a thorough investigation, and they may necessitate a special report to senior management to inform them of the incident, its impact, and the steps being taken to mitigate the risk and certainly to prevent its recurrence in the future. So what's the responsibility of the information security manager, our role in the big picture here? The information security manager plays a role in monitoring and reporting, including regular risk assessments, so conducting periodic assessments to identify or evaluate new or changing risks, Stakeholder communication, so regularly communicating risk information to our relevant stakeholders, our risk owners, our control owners, and senior management. And status reporting, so providing periodic reports on the overall risk status of the enterprise, including changes in risk level and the status of any open or untreated risks. And effective risk management hinges on clear and consistent communication. This is so important, and I want to explain what I mean at some depth here. So communicating and creating awareness of risk management issues across the enterprise is the key objective here. And this means more than just communication. It means the right type of communication. It means the appropriate cadence and medium. So whether that's a meeting, that's a dashboard, that's an email report, that's stopping by the boss's office and having a discussion about that report, but the level of detail and audience engagement is so important. So for example, I remember delivering daily reports to an executive at a large organization, and he was a brilliant businessman, not a technology person. And over a period of months, we had dialed in the dashboard to a format he was comfortable with. And as our environment evolved, one day we went back and touched that dashboard and changed things around to improve the metrics. And suddenly, the frequent communications we'd hear from him, which would be sometimes 2 to 5 times a week where he would reach out and make a comment, suddenly it was crickets, it was nothing. And it was because the change had adjusted the type of communication to a point that he was no longer comfortable, and so he was no longer engaged. He just shut it off. And we have to be so careful about that. And that's why this has to be a collaborative effort. And any type of communication that appears on the exam should be tailored to its audience in medium, detail, and cadence. And that includes, and is very important for security awareness training. I find with security awareness training, I always want it to be entertaining, but if I'm dealing with a business audience that's maybe a little less technically aware, I'm going to be a little bit simpler and prescriptive in my language. And if my audience is younger and tech savvy, I'm not going to bore them with mundane details they're already familiar with. I might engage them through interesting stories from current events to really make the session relevant and help them understand how the threats really do affect them personally. So a few effective techniques. Stakeholder engagement. So communication should involve consultation with all of our relevant stakeholders, and the collaborative approach fosters a shared understanding of objectives and requirements of the risk management program. It leads to better alignment and support because we're all on the same page. But that shared understanding is the key. And I want to address variations because everyone will have at least slightly different needs, and by involving stakeholders, the risk management program can better address those variations in stakeholder needs and perceptions, so we can come to a happy medium that works for everyone. This ensures that the program is tailored to the specific requirements of the organization. But the tailoring is always important. Risk awareness programs. These are going to be crucial for building a security-conscious culture. They should aim to increase employee understanding of organizational risks, enhancing the ability of employees to identify and report security threats, for example, phishing emails, and fostering a sense of ownership and responsibility for security amongst employees. They need to understand that we're all on the same team and everyone can contribute. Consulting involves working with different departments or stakeholders to guide them in managing risk effectively as well. We're going to have leadership who are at varying levels of their risk awareness, and we want to make sure that we consult with the folks who need a little extra support. So on the exam, the culture of security is something that I believe you'll see more than once. CISM places emphasis on building a culture where risk management is recognized as everyone's responsibility, which means we're going to catch problems earlier, it's going to be less expensive, and the organization will suffer fewer negative security events as a result. Tailored messaging. Communication strategies might differ for technical, non-technical, executive, and operational audiences. So tailoring the messaging in whatever endeavor. And bidirectional communication. So the exam might reference the importance of two-way communication. Going back to that story I talked about with that leader for whom we created a dashboard, making sure we have a dialogue there. So as the situation evolves, we know that we're still all on the same page and we're meeting the needs. That two-way communication with leadership providing updates and employees reporting observed risks or incidents. And big finish here with documentation. So documentation to support risk management specifically. So effective risk management requires thorough, readily available documentation. It should cover policies, standards, procedures, anything related to how the organization deals with risk. It ensures consistency, accountability, and clarity for all stakeholders involved. Every step in the risk management process, along with the rationale behind each decision, should be recorded. It should be captured in a written record. Key elements to include are going to be covered throughout this section. So in terms of objectives and audience, we want to clearly define what the organization aims to achieve with risk management, identify who needs this information, be it executive leadership, IT staff, auditors, etc. Information resources, so documenting systems, applications, and infrastructure involved in risk management, maintaining references for relevant standards or guidelines. Assumptions and decision criteria, so recording any underlying assumptions, resource availability, regulatory constraints, etc. So if those assumptions change, if the resource availability or regulatory constraints change, we can go back and update any assumptions. Clarify how decisions are made, including the metrics or thresholds used to determine risk responses. Risk management, policy, and processes. So this is a formal document that should describe policy objectives and rationale, so why the organization manages risk and the expected outcomes. The scope and charter, which areas of the organization or types of risk are covered, and the roles and responsibilities. Who is responsible for risk identification, assessment, and mitigation? And the key process steps, how risks are identified, analyzed, and treated within this organization. And risk response guidance, so acceptable response options for avoidance, mitigation, transference, and acceptance. And documentation requirements, what records must be kept and how should they be maintained. Communication and training, how staff will be informed and trained on risk management practices. Timelines and frequency, so when and how often risk assessments occur, and any triggers for reassessment that might trigger immediate reassessment, for example. Are you seeing the natural progression from a process perspective here? We're now documenting areas that we developed in collaboration with stakeholders in the minutes prior. But reporting and escalation, so how risk information is reported to management and escalated when necessary. So we have to have all of this documented so there is clear accountability. Otherwise, it just comes down to one person's word versus another, and we don't have clear responsibilities, clear accountability, or any means of real enforcement. So typical supporting documentation. A risk register, a living document that lists each identified risk, the risk owner, status, and planned actions. That's going to be a living document that's updated over time, at least periodically, more frequently during projects. A risk management framework. This outlines overall governance, definitions, and the organization's risk appetite. Assessment reports, logs, and forms, so detailed findings from risk analyses, including methods and results. Communication plan and training material, so this would ensure consistent messaging and education across the organization. Risk treatment plans. This describes the chosen mitigation strategies, cost-benefit considerations, and acceptance criteria. And finally, reviews and audits. So the risk management process should periodically be reviewed or audited, whether internally or externally, to confirm that it remains effective. Proper documentation of risk acceptance decisions is crucial to demonstrate due diligence. When we accept a risk, we need to document who made that decision and when and why. And leadership should drive a strong risk management culture, ensuring everyone understands their role and the importance of adhering to established processes and their role in improving security within the organization, the culture. And effective version control and handling of documentation are very important. This includes labeling and classification level, revision date, and some number, so we know we're working from the latest version of the documentation and how fresh it is. But ensuring that the risk management policy is approved by the board of directors is key to facilitate gaining support from all stakeholders in the enterprise. Okay, my friends, let's put our knowledge gained in section 2B3 to the test with a question. The most important objective of monitoring key risk indicators related to information security is which of the following? So what is the most important objective of monitoring KRIs? Is it A, reducing risk management costs, B, meeting regulatory compliance requirements, C, identifying change in security exposures, or D, minimizing the loss from security incidents? So we remember that KRIs are forward-looking indicators that signal a change in our exposure to risk. So I can say right away, cost is not the primary driver here. And while KRIs can help us potentially in meeting regulatory compliance requirements, that's also not a primary function. So that leaves us with identify change in security exposures and to minimize the loss from security incidents. So one of these is the primary function, the primary objective of KRIs. The other is a nice benefit of KRIs. If you didn't know if it was C or D, that should tell you the answer right there. One of these is the primary objective. The other is a nice benefit. So the answer is C, identify change in security exposures. So by monitoring KRIs, the organization can proactively detect and respond to changes in security exposures. This allows for timely mitigation actions and ensures that emerging risks are addressed before they escalate into significant incidents or breaches. And D, minimizing losses from security incidents, is a great benefit of effective KRI monitoring. Let's move on to Domain 3 Part A, which is Information Security Program Development. So if we look at Domain 3 by topic, we're focusing on program development in the first half of the domain, including program resources, information asset identification and classification. This is where quite a lot of foundational knowledge is expected. I'll cover that to make sure that we fill any gaps you might have in your experience. We'll talk about industry standards and frameworks, policies, procedures, and guidelines, and we'll wrap with a look at information security program metrics. When we move into Part B in our next installment, we're talking about a logical progression from development to management, and Part B will focus on controlled design, selection, implementation, and essentially the more hands-on aspects of this topic. But today, program development. Now let's take a look at the supporting tasks of the 37 total that align with Domain 3A. So we have number 5, establish and maintain information security policies to guide the development of standards, procedures, and guidelines. Policies capture leadership expectations and guide behavior. Number 10, evaluate and report information security metrics to key stakeholders. So remember, metrics should be measurable and relevant, and if I were to add a third adjective there, they should also be actionable. 11, establish or maintain the information security program in alignment with the information security strategy. So this provides a structured approach for managing and protecting an organization's information assets on the whole. 12, align the information security program with the operational objectives of other business functions. Remember, security is about keeping the business running securely. Security exists principally and solely to support the business. 13, establish and maintain information security processes and resources to execute the information security program. At the end of the day, documented processes ensure the team gets it right, even in stressful circumstances. It also eliminates any disagreements over what policies and processes are due to lack of documentation. 14. Establish, communicate, and maintain organizational information security policies, standards, guidelines, procedures, and other documentation. So the direction comes from the top, but is documented and communicated throughout the organization. And 20. Establish and/or maintain a process for information asset identification and classification. Remember, assets need to be identified, classified, and be assigned an owner. And we're going to start with section 3A1, which is program resources. So we'll look at the essential elements that we need to develop our program. We'll talk about the business case, the scope and charter. We'll look at defining and creating a roadmap, and we're going to talk about lifecycle principles, specifically around the system development lifecycle. So let's answer the million-dollar question. What is an information security program? So the program is the execution of your security strategy. It combines the people, the processes, and the technology to protect the organization's information assets. The purpose is to translate the high-level security goals from your strategy into practical enterprise-wide security controls and to manage them effectively over time. So your program should always align with business goals, and its operation should be viewed as a continuous adaptive process. It's just a continuous adaptive loop. If I were to put that into an analogy, governance sets the rules of the road, the laws, for example. Strategy plots the route and the mode of travel, and the program is the car making the trip. The program is the execution of that strategy. So let's talk about the 6 outcomes of information security program management. An effective program aims to achieve 6 goals that we call outcomes. There's strategic alignment, so ensuring security directly supports business objectives and risk tolerance. I'm sure it's second nature to you now. Supports business objectives is a theme we hear over and over again, and it aligns to our risk tolerance. Risk management. Identifying, assessing, and mitigating risks to information assets to an acceptable level within our risk tolerance, at our risk appetite level. There's value delivery. This is providing cost-effective security that enables, not hinders, the business. Security investments must show benefit. Remember, the program's basic functions are to protect assets, ensure compliance, enable incident response, and to reduce liability. So the other 3 outcomes. Resource management, basically optimizing the use of people, budget, and technology for security. Performance measurement, so using metrics to track effectiveness, demonstrate success of the program, and justify investment. Remember, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Our metrics have to be measurable, they have to be relevant, and preferably actionable. Assurance process integration, so working with other functions like audit, compliance, privacy, and physical security to provide a holistic view of risk and assurance. But for the exam, you should know these 6 outcomes because they represent the goals of program management. I want to take a moment and refresh your memory on exactly what assurance processes means. We're talking about the systematic methods and activities that confirm to the organization stakeholders that security controls and policies are effectively implemented, operating as intended, and aligned with the organization's overall risk management and compliant goals. So a few examples here would include risk assessments, security audits, vulnerability scans, penetration testing, and compliance reviews. All assurance processes. So who is involved? Let's talk about key roles and responsibilities in development of the information security program. The one that's most meaningful to you is the information security manager, which is effectively your role. That's you for purposes of this exam. The information security manager leads program development, implementation, and ongoing management. They bridge the gap between business needs and technical security operations. And they do need business acumen. They need to understand budgeting, risk, people management, beyond just the normal technical skills that an information security manager would have from previous experience in their career. So they're really wearing multiple hats in that respect. Then there's senior leadership in our board, which provides sponsorship and authority through the charter, resources like budget and staff, and holds ultimate responsibility for information security. At the end of the day, our senior leadership are the ones who are accountable. And they need regular updates on security posture. Again, making sure that we tailor our communication to our audience so it's meaningful to our leadership. We have stakeholders. These would include management, business units, IT, HR, legal, who all need to buy in and cooperate if we're going to be successful. And we'll use tools like RACI charts to clarify roles. There's a security steering committee, which is often used to ensure ongoing alignment with business goals and to facilitate decision making. It's how we can get the different business units on board. The next question is, how do you build and manage the program? So what's the development process? So it starts with the foundation, understanding business objectives and performing risk assessments, which give us the information we need to go in and then perform risk analysis on specific asset threat pairs. There's the charter, which is the formal document granting authority and defining the program's objectives, scope, leadership, and funding. So at this point we have our resources. The roadmap, that's the strategic plan outlining how the program will achieve its objectives over time. It links the strategy to specific initiatives, which means the roadmap is often phased out. So we have checkpoints along the way as we complete smaller projects throughout that roadmap implementation. So developing the roadmap means aligning with business strategy using frameworks as our guide, frameworks like COBIT, ISO 27001, then assessing the current security state, defining our desired target security state, analyzing the gaps, performing gap analysis, creating an action plan, again, prioritized initiatives, timelines, and resources. And then we implement and monitor using metrics that are relevant, measurable, and actionable. Because the fact of the matter is, conditions may change along the way in the course of our roadmap, so we might need to course correct along the way. Then we have frameworks and architecture. So I'd mentioned we use frameworks as guides. So we use established frameworks or enterprise architecture principles to structure the program, ensure that our approach is consistent, and we integrate security effectively throughout the life cycle. Because architecture isn't just technology, it includes business processes and data flows. But ISO, NIST, COBIT, it's understanding what frameworks are for the exam. They're not going to drill down in the CISM into the nuts and bolts specifics of any of these frameworks. And then there's the business case. So a business case is how we justify major initiatives by demonstrating value, risk reduction, feasibility. We're using business language, linking budget requests clearly to the strategy and the roadmap. And we integrate with the system development lifecycle throughout. Security has to be built into all phases of the SDLC, because remember, you'll be tested potentially on the CISM to know that implementing security, integrating security into the process from the beginning, from design onward, is going to be less expensive than bolting it on after the fact. So from the start, don't bolt on later is key for cost optimization and minimizing disruption in later phases. And continuous improvement. The program needs ongoing monitoring, review, and adaptation based on metrics, changing threats, and the evolution of the business. So we need to potentially adjust along the way. And we hear that theme continuously as well, that we need to consider the program a continuous adaptive process, because security is not static. So let's talk about common challenges and constraints. So the first is lack of executive support and sponsorship. This is going to be fatal. Developing your information security program fails if you don't have support from the top. So we have to establish our budget requirements and make sure that we have skilled staff in place who can help with the implementation. And if we don't have skilled staff in-house, then that means we need to increase our budget to bring in outside support potentially. And it goes beyond that because there's also the reality that people don't love change, and we're going to have at least some people internally resisting change. We need to educate our staff, so that needs to factor in to our time, our effort, and our budget. Misalignment with business goals. So security may be seen as a blocker in some organizations, so there needs to be that process to develop consensus across the business units to make sure that the business units and the key leaders within the business units are on board. And that's where techniques like workshops, security steering committees, opportunities to bring those business leaders in so they can make their concerns heard. And once people are heard and they hear that those concerns are addressed, then building consensus tends to be easier when it's not a one-sided authoritarian effort. It's collaborative. Then there's complexity. Technology, regulations, business processes, aligning all of these to a solid outcome is not always a simple task. So we need to measure twice, cut once, right? So we need to plan for that complexity, develop a phased approach, so we're not biting off more than we can chew in single implementations that may cause operational challenges, because it may be simple enough to put technology in place and even to configure that technology to meet our regulations, but then we have to think about our operational processes and the people behind it to make sure that we have the right education and operational readiness established before we go all in production. Poor metrics or measurement. If we can't show value or progress, if we haven't identified measurable, relevant metrics, not only is that going to be problematic in demonstrating value to leadership, it's also going to hamper our ability to identify misses that indicate a need for course correction. So those metrics are absolutely key in the ongoing monitoring, reporting, and management. Scope creep or poor project management. So a failure to set the target and manage the implementation is going to be problematic both to our implementation schedule and potentially to our budget. If we have scope creeping in additional requirements, either because we're allowing folks to throw their wants onto the pile, or perhaps we didn't do the right planning up front, we didn't talk to the right stakeholders, and we missed some required scope early on, that's going to be problematic to our schedule and our budget. So you should be familiar with the systems development lifecycle. There's not one universal answer. I'm going to give you the SDLC from the ISACA perspective, so a pretty practical approach, I think. So it begins with initiation, where we define and align security requirements. We then develop and acquire. This is where we incorporate our security controls into the solution. Implementation, this is where we're going to test and validate our controls. Operations and maintenance, where we monitor and update the controls over time as necessary, as conditions dictate. Then, of course, when we get to the end of the life cycle, we have disposal, where we archive, retire, or destroy as necessary. So just to lay these out with a bit more detail applicable to the CISM exam. So it begins with initiation, where we define and align high-level security requirements with business objectives. Then development and acquisition, where we incorporate security controls into system design and code. Implementation, where we test and validate these controls before going live in production. Then operations and maintenance, where we monitor for vulnerabilities and we update controls as needed. Then finally, disposal, where we securely remove or archive data and decommission systems. So it doesn't end here. So within these phases are proactive activities that ensure the security program remains effective and up to date. So this would include integrating change management, so aligning lifecycle activities with change management processes to ensure that changes are documented, that security is in the loop so they can conduct any tests to make sure that security controls remain effective. Regular updates. So each phase of the systems development lifecycle should include specific security considerations to ensure that we have secure development, testing, operation, maintenance, and disposal. So every phase is secure. And then there's risk mitigation. So applying consistent risk management practices throughout the lifecycle is going to minimize service disruptions. It's going to maintain data protection and support continuous improvement of the security program. So implementing the SDLC takes some effort, but operating in this way does definitely deliver some benefits. So through the life cycle, we're going to see benefits to the information security program itself. Because number one, integrating security at each stage helps avoid expensive, disruptive fixes later. Remember that when we shift left with our effort in security, it's going to be less expensive than if we wait until we release a service and then try to bolt on security after the fact. It also ensures continuous risk management and compliance with relevant regulations. And by documenting and evaluating our controls throughout the lifecycle, organizations can more effectively communicate risk and maintain a secure environment. That brings us to the end of section 3A1. So let's test what we've learned with a practice question. Our question: the Information Security Manager has developed a document to describe the information security program's mission, vision, roles and responsibilities, and processes. What do we call this document? Is it A, a guideline, B, a policy, C, a standard, or D, a charter? These are all useful inputs to our effort. There are two that we can eliminate right away. The guideline, which gives us guidance on best practices for various functions, is really more about how we do something, not describing what the elements of our program entail. And we can knock out standard for a similar reason, more about how than what. That leaves us with policy and charter. So we'd see policies developed coming from leadership, charter also coming with input from leadership. The right answer here is D, the charter, which is specifically that document that describes the various facets of a function or a program. It's the scope and charter that would be relevant in this case. And if you're cloudy on the charter or scope and charter, you can go back and revisit that concept in Domain 1, Part A in this series. And that brings us to 3A2, which is Information Asset Identification and Classification. So here we'll talk through the information lifecycle, classification, valuation. We'll look at integrating classification with risk. And we're going to then cover some foundational technologies around data protection. Some of that technical knowledge you need to bring with you into the exam that you won't be tested on directly. And we'll talk a bit about risk, likelihood, and impact in the context of information assets. So your job as an information security manager is to protect the crown jewels of the organization cost efficiently. So you're protecting the valuable assets. But to do that, you first need to figure out what the valuable assets are, where they are, and how valuable they are. So I want to give you a streamlined look at the key points that you need to know for the exam. So it starts by identifying and valuing our information assets, then classifying our assets, and we need to understand the information lifecycle and the context for data protection throughout that lifecycle. So let's dig in. So step one, identify and value your information assets. So what's an asset? Well, it's anything valuable that supports the business. This includes data, of course, customer lists, trade secrets, personally identifiable information, protected health info, financial records, its systems, facilities, personnel, even reputation, and intellectual property. So inventory is key. We have to inventory our assets. We need a process to discover and list all of our relevant assets, and then determine each asset's worth to the business. And the valuation of an asset will be a product of its criticality to business critical processes and its sensitivity. So criticality, how essential is it for operations? What happens if it's unavailable? And then sensitivity, how damaging would it be if confidentiality or integrity were compromised? And then the tangible versus the intangible. So valuation of things like hardware is easy because we're just calculating replacement cost. Information and intangible asset value, like brand reputation or customer trust, is harder, but it's often much higher value. It's harder to come to that figure, but it's a high dollar value. Think about the cost of a data breach, for example. The fines, the lawsuits, the lost business, the loss of customer trust that may be difficult if ever it can be regained. But don't underestimate intangible value. Ignoring it leads to flawed risk assessments. So why do we bother with valuation at all? Well, valuation directly informs risk assessment. So that allows us to calculate likelihood and impact and our cost efficiency or cost efficacy formula. So knowing the potential impact, the cost and the damage of a compromise helps you decide how much effort and money you're going to spend protecting the asset, but it also allows you to prioritize the assets you need to spend time protecting. And then our next step is classifying our information assets. So the purpose here is based on valuation, on criticality and sensitivity, to assign a classification level. And the goal here is to ensure that our asset gets the appropriate level of security controls throughout their life cycle, as the sensitivity of that data may change over time. And I'll get deeper into both classifications and the information lifecycle with you here in just a minute. But for example, you don't protect public marketing material the same way you protect secret merger and acquisition plans. One of those is obviously much more sensitive than the other. But classification drives consistent data handling and protection. So here are some sample data classifications. I pulled these straight from the CISSP study material that I created for students. And there is no one right set of classifications. What you see here are the government classifications that include unclassified, confidential, secret, and top secret, going higher in order of sensitivity. And then you see a non-government or commercial equivalent on the right side there, going from public through sensitive, private, into confidential, and similar language describing the impact if that data were leaked. And there's no one right answer. I find this would work. Either of these sets of classifications would work great for many organizations. I do find many organizations choose their own names, and generally speaking, they will choose between 3 and 6 classifications for data, balancing clarity of the type of data that they are classifying and simplicity, not having so many classifications that it's difficult to keep up with. And then step 3, understanding the information lifecycle. And for the exam, you won't be tested on one specific model, but you do need to understand data protection needs from cradle to grave. So think functionally. We'll walk through the steps and then I'll give you a visual here. So it starts when we create the data. The data is born, whether it's a user creating a file or a system creating a log, for example. As soon as that data is created, we want to classify. We assign sensitivity early because that dictates handling rules. We're going to store that data, and when we're storing data, we need to protect it at rest. So that's encryption and access controls based on classification. When data is in use, such as in transit across the network, we're going to use TLS encryption, for example, or VPN perhaps. And when it's in use in an application, access controls, data loss prevention, based on its classification. When we archive that data, we're going to retain it securely if it's needed for compliance or business reasons that we're retaining. And when we destroy, we will destroy securely so it can't be recovered through forensic means when it's no longer needed. And that's going to minimize risk. So let's just step through the secure data lifecycle. This is purely a functional version. There's not one right answer for the CISM exam. It's more important that you just understand the process from a functional perspective. So we create data, classify, store, use, archive, and ultimately destroy. So data can be created by users, like a user creating a file or a system generating a log file. We're going to classify that data because data can only be fully secured when its sensitivity is known. So it should be classified as soon as possible after creation, bearing in mind that throughout its life, the sensitivity of a document, for example, may change because the data within that document may be updated. And so data that changes within a document may trigger a change in its classification. That can certainly be reclassified manually. Many organizations will use software that will identify the need for those changes automatically. When we're storing the data, we're encrypting at rest. We might use an algorithm like AES, which is the gold standard for symmetric encryption. In fact, the Department of Defense in the U.S. military uses AES 256 to encrypt their top secret data. And when data is in use, we're going to protect it with adequate security protocols like access control lists and data loss prevention. And when in transit over the network, properly encrypted using TLS, for example. Archival is sometimes needed to comply with laws or regulations requiring the retention of data. A lawsuit, litigation may trigger the need to retain data. So we're going to retain that data as long as we're required to do so. And the moment we no longer need that data, we're going to destroy it in such a way that it is neither readable nor recoverable, even through forensic means. The fact of the matter is, data retained longer than necessary increases our risk. Data that we've securely destroyed when it's no longer needed is data that cannot be stolen by an attacker, accidentally leaked by an employee oversharing, or requested by opposing legal counsel as part of litigation. We want to comply with the law and retain data as long as it's necessary, but destroy it when there is no business reason to keep it any longer. And step 4, I want to talk to you about some practical valuation approaches. So perfect financial valuation is hard, especially for the intangibles. And you don't want to get bogged down looking for exact numbers. You want to get a good ballpark figure, an order of magnitude, if you will. So focus on consistent methods. Use a repeatable process, even if approximate, to justify your security spending based on the valuation. So loss scenarios, estimate costs, downtime, fines, reputation damage for specific events, like ransomware attack, insider theft, data breach, and in line with our earlier discussions in this series, making sure that we're focused on high probability and common scenarios. We're not wasting time on edge cases. And in terms of methods, we talked about qualitative, quantitative, and hybrid back in Domain 2 risk analysis. So qualitative being the subjective, quantitative being the objective that comes down to dollar values, and hybrid that combines the two. So key takeaways here. Effective information security starts with knowing your assets, understanding their value, especially the intangibles, and classifying them correctly. And this drives risk-based decisions and ensures you apply the right level of protection where it matters most throughout the entire information lifecycle. Now, when it comes to risk assessment, I just want to touch on the process there one more time so we can connect the dots between the business side of the house and the information security function. And risk assessment begins with that inventory of critical business assets. So we were just talking about information assets. It really goes beyond that when we're thinking about the broader range of assets that we need to secure. But the process is not entirely dissimilar. So we identify risks, we assess those risks, we apply appropriate controls to mitigate the risk. We're going to monitor and report over time and potentially change our controls or alter our controls when they are not as effective as they need to be. And that will lead to just a continuous adaptive loop. But the business process owners drive that inventory of critical business assets. The technology side of the house needs to collaborate with the business side of the house because we can't assess risk if we don't have a good inventory of the assets. So the security team can drive that risk assessment, but not without a good asset inventory. Before we get too far away from the information security lifecycle, I want to talk through some data protection technologies. Some of that foundational knowledge I mentioned you should take with you into the exam for this particular part of the syllabus. So we'll start with digital rights management, which allows content owners to enforce restrictions on the use of their content by others. It's commonly used to protect entertainment content, like music, movies, ebooks. So DRM is the protection you'd see on ebooks in your Amazon Kindle, for example. It's occasionally found in the enterprise, protecting sensitive information stored in documents. I'd say that's a relative rarity. Much more common is data loss prevention, which is a way to protect sensitive information and prevent its inadvertent disclosure. It can identify, monitor, and automatically protect sensitive information in documents. We can configure automatic classification and protection with many DLP solutions based on the content of the documents. And it monitors for and alerts on potential breaches, policy violations like oversharing, for example, and the protection travels with the document file or other data, preventing any local override of DLP protections. And to say it another way and give you a bit of additional context, DLP is a system designed to identify, inventory, and control the use of data that an organization deems sensitive. And DLP technologies can span several categories of controls. They can be detective, preventive, or corrective in nature, depending on the features you enable. Oftentimes, with cloud solutions, it depends on the features you pay for. And policies can typically be applied to email, SharePoint, your cloud storage like OneDrive, for example, that's storing documents, removable devices like USB keys, and even relational databases. And then there's the Cloud Access Security Broker, or CASB for short, which is a security policy enforcement solution that may be installed on premises or in the cloud. It's almost always a cloud solution these days and intended to focus on protection in cloud scenarios quite often. So Shadow IT was where CASB got its start. It's expanded well beyond the prevention of shadow IT in 2025. Now I want to just juxtapose these three technologies side by side so you get an appreciation for the scenarios in which they factor in case you don't have a lot of experience in this area. So the focus of each of the three. So DRM, remember, is content protection and access control, typically in entertainment content. DLP is data leak prevention and sensitive information protection. So it's going to give us a way to classify and protect data, generally with a way to automatically classify and label data, and that protection traveling with. And then the CASB is cloud service security and visibility, often focusing on use case scenarios around cloud storage. The scope, DRM, primarily digital content and software. DLP, really all sensitive data within an organization. And CASB, specifically in the cloud service scenarios. I see cloud service scenarios with CASB typically revolving around document content that we're trying to keep in specific repositories and not being exfiltrated, leaked into Box or Dropbox or other third-party repositories. So your primary users with DRM, it's going to be content creators, publishers, distributors. We don't really see DRM in the enterprise much. DLP will be organizations handling sensitive data of all kinds. DLP is pervasive in the enterprise today, and in small and medium business for that matter. It's pretty common to see it as well. The CASB will really be in organizations heavily utilizing cloud services. And the implementation, so DRM is embedded in your content or software. DLP is going to be network, endpoint, or cloud-based. Cloud-based is what I see almost always these days. And then CASB is going to be as a cloud service or an on-premises solution, almost always, again, cloud service. And all protect data, but they cover different use cases. So that should give you some context if you're not terribly experienced in this area. So let's talk about data collection. So there's purpose limitation, which means we use data that we collect only for the specific purposes that were disclosed when we collected it. For example, if data was collected for notification purposes, don't later use it for marketing just because you want to. And then there's data minimization. So this principle states that we only collect the necessary data required to fulfill the specific purpose that we're collecting it for. So we collect the minimum amount to meet the stated purpose and manage retention to meet regulations. For example, if you only need someone's age category for marketing, Like if you need to know if it's someone over the age of 13, don't collect their exact birth date. Just get their age. Data masking, so when we see only partial data left in the data field, for example, you'll see this commonly with credit card data, where you have the asterisk and then you just see the last 4 digits. This is commonly implemented within the database tier, but it's also possible in code in your front-end applications. So what it is more important in this case versus where it's implemented. And then there are obfuscation techniques. So anonymization, for example, the process of removing all relevant data so it's impossible to identify the original subject or person. Only effective if you do not need the identity data. Once you've anonymized that data, you're not going to be able to reverse it back to identify the original subject. Tokenization, which is where meaningful data is replaced with a token that's generated randomly and the original data is held in a vault or other repository. So it's stateless, it's stronger than encryption, the keys aren't local. There's also pseudonymization, which is a de-identification procedure in which personally identifiable information fields within a data record are replaced by one or more artificial identifiers or pseudonyms. So let's get back to integrating asset classifications and risk structures. I want to give you a couple of practical approaches. So for example, we have the top-down approach, where we start with business functions and work down to the individual assets for those critical business functions, identifying their specific risks. And then we have a bottom-up approach, where we start with the individual resources, the individual assets, identify their risks, and then map them up the chain to the critical business functions they support. So if I had a business process owner in the room, it might be easier to take a top-down approach. It might be more practical. If I have just the IT folks, it might be easier to take a bottom-up approach, or I might do a round of each. So if we dig in a bit deeper here, the next logical step after you identify and classify assets is determining their criticality and understanding impact. So knowing what you have is the first step, and then knowing how bad it hurts if something goes wrong is step 2. And that's going to be very important for prioritizing your security efforts and justifying the controls and the cost of those controls and the effort it takes to put them in. So we'll want to go through some steps here to sharpen our definitions, identify the impact. You do want to make sure you keep the classification levels practical and link those classifications to the requirements for handling those assets. And then we have that ongoing monitoring and review phase. So let's dig into these. So sharpening our definitions, sensitivity versus criticality. So think of sensitivity primarily in terms of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So what's the damage if this data is leaked, altered, or suddenly unavailable? That often relates directly to the data itself. And then we think of criticality in terms of business operations. How essential is this asset? System, process, data. How essential is this asset to business operation? And if it goes down, what core functions stop? And how long can we survive without it? Next is the business impact analysis. And this is very important. It's how we formally assess the consequences of disruption to critical business processes and the assets that support them. What it does is identifies dependencies, or allows us to identify dependencies, which processes rely on which assets. It quantifies the impact over time, including financial loss, any regulatory fines we can expect, reputation damage, one of those intangibles, operational breakdown. So for the CISM, the BIA provides the evidence to determine asset criticality and to justify the level of security controls needed. CISM has a really strong focus on cost-effective security, right? But the BIA connects security requirements directly to business pain points, that business alignment we've talked about repeatedly. And then keeping the classification levels practical. You do need different classification levels to apply appropriate controls, but you don't want to overcomplicate it. Too many levels become confusing and hard to manage consistently. In the real world, I see classification levels between 3 and 6, and most of your providers out there are going to tell you don't go over half a dozen or so if you can help it, because it becomes confusing to folks as they try to classify their own data in some instances. But find the balance. Enough tiers to meaningfully separate risk levels, but few enough that people actually understand what you have in front of them and they can follow the rules. Aim for balancing clarity and usability. And then linking classification to handling requirements. The whole point of classifying assets is to dictate how they must be protected. Your classification scheme needs to define specific handling rules for storage. We might find that not only are we encrypting data, but data in specific server locations. For example, if we have a server that hosts an app for legal, that all of the documents and data there get a specific classification because of their function. And then for data in transport, we need to encrypt in transport. We typically use TLS. Maybe we're sending hard drives off for long-term storage, and for those physical devices, we use a secure courier to get the drives or maybe physical documents over there. And when we're transmitting very sensitive data on networks, maybe we only allow that data to traverse specific networks where we have control and know what security is in place exactly. And then access controls. Who can view and modify? Who's managing the access control list? Do we need to put a need to know rule in place? But remember, you need to ensure controls match the classification level throughout the data lifecycle, and the security of the systems that are being used to access that classified data, whatever its level, need to match. So the systems used to access the data should be classified at the same level as the data or higher. And then the ongoing monitoring and review is mandatory. So remember, businesses change, threats evolve, the value or criticality of an asset can certainly shift over time, so we need periodic review of our asset classifications, our valuations, and basically a repeat of that business impact analysis on a periodic basis will be important, because that ensures our security program stays aligned with current business objectives, our risks, our regulatory requirements, and if we let that classification scheme get outdated, it leads to either overspending or unacceptable risk exposure. We're going to drift one way or the other, but neither will be good. Bottom line, determining criticality isn't just an academic exercise. It involves using tools like the BIA to understand our real-world business impact, setting practical classification levels, and defining clear handling rules based on those levels. And then continuously reviewing everything to ensure that your security efforts remain focused on protecting what truly matters most to the organization today at the current time. Remember, the CISM and ISACA really see this as a continuous adaptive loop. That brings us to the end of this section. Let's apply our knowledge with a practice question. Our question: a security manager has developed a document that describes required methods to protect information at rest, in transit, and in use. This is known as an asset classification policy, an acceptable use policy, a data loss classification policy, or a data classification policy. So looking at the question here, the key ask is that we identify the document that describes required methods to protect information, so this is data focused, but protecting information at rest, in transit, and in use. So it's definitely not an asset classification policy because it's focused purely on information, on data. It's not an acceptable use policy. This isn't giving users guidance on acceptable use. So in this case, it's going to be something related to data. The right answer here is a data classification policy. So it's giving us actions that we need to perform before loss, which makes it a data classification policy, not a data loss classification policy. But that's what your data classification policy does. It defines the different levels for data together with procedures and standards for protecting that data at each classification level. So that's going to include the label, the encryption, and some restrictions around who can access it, for example. And it should include various use cases, not just your unstructured data like document data, but we need to incorporate structured data in there like our relational databases. That brings us to section 3A3, which is industry standards and frameworks. We're going to go through framework types and talk about their function. This is going to be a bit more academic in nature, but important that you understand the purpose of these frameworks. But for the CISM exam in particular, you need to understand how different frameworks and architectures can help you build and run an effective information security program that aligns with the business over memorizing specific controls or framework steps. They're not going to test you on those. They're really testing you more on application. So focus on their purpose, their application, and how they interrelate. Don't memorize. But we'll talk through key framework distinctions. We're going to look at enterprise information security architecture and its importance, information security management frameworks, and then essential framework components, the building blocks of your program. So let's start with key framework distinctions. We have control frameworks that focus on what specific controls to implement, be those technical, administrative, or physical. Examples here would include the CIS framework, ISO 27002, which is the sort of sister document to ISO 27001. So 27002 provides guidance on the controls to implement for 27001. NIST 800-53, that special publication, specifies security and privacy controls for information systems and organizations. And then PCI DSS is industry-specific for credit card processors. Risk management frameworks focus on how to identify, assess, treat, and monitor risk. So here we have ISO 27005, ISO 31000, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, which is a NIST document aimed at non-government entities, and then NIST 800-37, which is better known as the NIST RMF, or Risk Management Framework, aimed at government agencies. Security Program Management Framework. So these focus on how to establish, manage, govern, and continuously improve the overall security program. So ISO 27001 falls into this category. The NIST Cybersecurity Framework aimed at non-government, COBIT, and ETSI. Don't get too worried about all of these many letters and numbers yet. I'll give you some guidance on where to read more about these frameworks, and I'll give you a bit more even in this session. But you want to know the purpose of each framework type for the exam. That's your key focus. Understanding the purpose of some of the more common frameworks doesn't hurt either. And then there's the enterprise information security architecture. So this is the security blueprint within the overall enterprise architecture. It basically aligns security requirements, solutions, and processes with the business strategy and the general IT infrastructure. Think of it as ensuring security is part of the design, not bolted on later. Remember, it's going to be less expensive if we implement security throughout the process from design onward. The core purpose is to provide structure, consistency, and a roadmap for security that supports business objectives while managing risk. So managing the risk to confidentiality, integrity, and availability, the CIA triad. It helps translate business needs into security actions. Key takeaway here, the enterprise information security architecture is crucial for integrating security strategically. If we don't have this enterprise security architecture, it can lead to fragmented reactive security efforts that are both more costly and less effective. So why does it matter? What are the key benefits here? Well, it ensures security supports business goals. It helps us with security business alignment. It provides a consistent approach across the organization. It facilitates risk management by identifying gaps and overlaps in our strategy. It improves communication using common terminology and structure, and a few common approaches. There are frameworks like SABSA and TOGAF, which provide structured methods. So there are definitely some options out there that are widely adopted. The specific framework isn't as important for the exam as understanding why you'd use one, which is to systematically link business drivers to security implementation. All right, Information security management frameworks. So what are they? These provide a structured, holistic approach to managing information security across the organization. They define how to set up and run your information security management system or program. We're more focused on the program. The core purpose here is to align security activities with business goals, risk appetite, or compliance requirements, and ensure consistent protection and continuous improvement. So the key characteristics of an information security management framework are business alignment, ensuring security serves the business; risk management, which will guide us in our decision making around risk. And they can also help us defining roles and responsibilities, establishing clear accountability. And when we think about risk and assets, for example, remembering we need to assign accountability within our roles and responsibility, the owner of an asset, for example, which includes information assets. Measurement and improvement. So the frameworks can help us in tracking effectiveness and adapting to change. Remember, we need metrics that are relevant and measurable and preferably actionable. So looking at information security management frameworks, I wanted to just call out those that are most commonly mentioned in this area. So to give you one place to begin to kind of process some of those many acronyms and numbers you've seen throughout here. So we have ISO 27001, which is really just a global standard. We see this everywhere. Its focus is establishing, implementing, and maintaining an information security management system. It has a sister document that's ISO 27002 that gives us guidance on controls. There's the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, which provides guidance on improving cybersecurity posture with a risk-based approach. It's widely adopted. It's voluntary. It's designed for non-government agencies or entities. And then there's the NIST RMF, the Risk Management Framework, which helps in managing security and privacy risk and integrating that into the system's development lifecycle. The NIST RMF is mandatory for the U.S. federal agencies to whom it applies, but it's designed for government entities. There's COBIT, which is IT governance and management, aligning IT with business objectives. This comes from ISACA, so it is fairly likely to be mentioned on the exam, in my opinion. I've covered COBIT from various perspectives throughout the series so far and will continue to do so. There are industry-specific frameworks like PCI DSS for credit card processors. There's HIPAA for the healthcare space. And then NERC that applies to bulk electric systems. So these are your power operators. These I see as most likely or most commonly mentioned. If you have a copy of my CISM The Last Mile exam prep book, I have an appendix with a list of different standards and frameworks with a brief description and a link to additional reading or a link to the framework itself for those that are publicly available. You can get that book for $10 still over on LeanPub.com. So, number 4, essential framework components, the building blocks of our program. So regardless of the specific framework you're using, a comprehensive security program needs components covering different areas. So think of these as the categories you need to address. There's the technical category. This is security hardware and software, firewalls, SIEM, intrusion detection and prevention, your encryption tools. There's the operational, the day-to-day security processes like vulnerability management, patching, access reviews, monitoring, incident response. Management, so the governance strategy and oversight, whether that's risk management, the metrics and reporting, policy approval. Administrative, our formal documentation and structures, policies, standards, procedures, roles and responsibilities. The educational and awareness activities, so training and communication efforts to build a security-conscious culture to make sure that all of our employees are security aware. Key takeaways here. A successful information security manager uses architectures like that enterprise information security architecture and the management frameworks like ISO 27001 as tools. You select and adapt them to build a comprehensive risk-based security program covering all component areas, the technical, the operational, and the management, that demonstrates support and protection for the organization's mission. Your job is to focus on applying these concepts strategically to building that program that aligns to the business. All right, that's all I'm going to say about standards and frameworks. Let's tackle a practice question here to test our knowledge. An information security manager wants to develop an information security management system. What standard should they use? Is it ISO 27002? Is it ISO 27001? Or is it the NIST cybersecurity framework? Or perhaps PCI DSS? So based on even what we've covered here in this section, in this installment, we could knock out the NIST cybersecurity framework and PCI DSS right away. So NIST CSF is really focused on optional guidance for non-government entities around security controls, and PCI DSS is industry specific. So that leaves us with ISO 27001 and ISO 27002. These are sister or companion documents. Which one focuses on guidance for developing an information security management system? The answer is B, ISO 27001. So that is the document that defines security techniques for information security management systems. It gives us the high-level characteristics of an ISMS. The 27002 option is the companion that provides guidance on controls we might implement. That brings us to section 3A4, which is information security policies, procedures, and guidelines. We'll cover standards here as well. If you've been with me through the CISSP or Security Plus exams, you might recognize some of this material. I've added a bit to make it easier for you to consume. If this is our first time together on these topics, here we go. So I want to show you how these four components relate to one another in terms of their purpose and their specificity. So we have a policy, which is general management statements that come from the top down. The standard is a specific technical control or set of technical controls. The procedure would be step-by-step instructions. Then the guideline is a set of recommendations and best practices. So if we were to categorize these, the policy explains why we're doing what we're doing. That's basically leadership giving us those general management statements. The standard tells us what we're doing to achieve goals. The procedure is how we do it, the steps. So these are generally mandatory. They're all part of the core process. The guidelines are optional. Those are recommendations and best practices to help us get the what, why, and how right and to do it better. So let's go a bit deeper. So the security policy sets the overall vision and goals for information security. The standard translates the policy into specific technical requirements and best practices. Security procedures provide detailed instructions on how to implement the standards. And security guidelines offer additional recommendations and best practices that can be adopted to further enhance our security. Let's go a bit deeper. So security policies, their function is to provide the overall high-level direction and objectives for information security within the organization. It defines the why behind our security measures. These are going to be general statements and principles, often very broad in their scope. So for example, the organization is committed to protecting the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of its information assets. It almost sounds political in nature, doesn't it? It's very high level and official. Then we have security standards. These define mandatory technical specifications and best practices for implementing the security policy. So these are tech specs. It provides the what and when for achieving security goals. It's going to be more detailed than policies, specifying technical requirements for systems, configurations, or processes. So this is going to be created a bit further down the management chain, taking that direction from the high-level policy. For example, credit card data must be encrypted at rest, in transit, and in use using a compliant encryption algorithm. We might see guidance from that from an industry standard like PCI DSS, for example, since we're talking about credit card processing. Then there are procedures. So procedures provide step-by-step instructions on how to perform specific tasks related to security controls. It defines the how for implementing standards. It's highly detailed, outlining exact actions to be taken in specific situations. So, for example, procedures for incident response. Upon discovering a security incident, follow these steps. Isolate the affected system. Notify the security team. Document the incident. Obviously, I've simplified this a bit, but conceptually, I think you understand what I'm saying here. And finally, we have security guidelines. So a guideline offers recommendations and best practices for achieving security objectives, but they are not mandatory. They provide the could for additional security measures. They're the least specific, offering recommendations that can be adapted to specific situations. So, for example, employees are encouraged to take advantage of security awareness training programs. So we know that if employees are security aware, it gives us a stronger, safer security culture. All right, so let me just put this into an analogy. Think of building a house. So the policy is the blueprint that describes the vision and overall requirements for the house, what we're looking to achieve as an end result. The standard would be the building codes and mandatory specifications. The electrical wiring must meet certain safety criteria, for example. Then the procedure. These would be the step-by-step instructions that construction teams follow to pour the foundation, for example, frame the walls, install the roof, do the plumbing. Then the guidelines are the optional interior design tips that can make the home more comfortable or efficient. Suggestions for energy-saving light fixtures, for example. All right, and that brings us to the end of section 3A4. Let's go through a practice question. So an IT support analyst is reviewing a security document that provides detailed information for compliance with a particular policy. What type of document are they reading? Is it A, a standard, B, a guideline, C, a procedure, or D, a framework? So we're looking for a document that provides detailed information for compliance with a particular policy. That's your key phrase there. What are they reading here? Well, we know it's not a standard, and I know it's not a guideline. These are going to be a bit higher level. This says detailed information, so I'm looking for something a bit more specific. So frameworks can certainly offer a lot of different types of guidance, so that's detailed in a sense. A procedure is certainly detailed. Which do you think it is here? So the answer is C, procedure. The support analyst is reviewing a procedure which offers detailed step-by-step guidance for a control or configuration that complies with a policy. All right, and that brings us to our fifth and final section for Domain 3 Part A. So in section 3A5, we're going to have a quick look at information security program metrics and talk about what makes an effective metric and how we tailor those to the organization. So you can't manage what you can't measure. Metrics are essential for assessing the efficacy of our security and identifying need for change. So the purpose is to tell you if the program is working or it's weak and if it's meeting goals. So metrics are your proof to management that we're delivering value to the business with security. They show the impact of security, justify our budget, they show the ROI, and they translate our technical efforts into business terms that our leaders can understand. They confirm if your security controls are actually achieving what they're supposed to. It's a check on our controls to make sure they're effective. And remember, business alignment is key. Good metrics have to connect security performance directly to the organization's business objectives and risk appetite. Our leaders are thinking about core business functions, so they want to know that the money they are spending on security translates to delivering our core business functions more reliably and more securely. They're totally focused on business objectives. That's why you hear this so much in the CISM content. And we're always aligning to the organization's risk appetite. Effective metric. So what makes a metric effective? So we've talked about this in earlier installments. We need to think about that SMART framework. A metric needs to be relevant. So does it actually measure security posture, risk, or control effectiveness? So we can use the SMART approach here. The controls are measured with a metric that is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So we want metrics that are clear and unambiguous. They are quantifiable. They objectively measure some element of security efficacy. They need to be realistic to collect and analyze. There needs to be not a lot of manual effort in coming to that figure, and they need to be tied to business goals and for a defined period of collection or review. For example, with one organization I advise, we have cybersecurity board meetings on a quarterly basis, so we tend to be showing them metrics on a 90-day window, showing them what happened since the last time we met. But don't measure just because you can. It needs to meet these objectives. It needs to be meaningful. If it's not meaningful, we call it a vanity metric. So let's go beyond that SMART framework and talk about the plus I had by SMART there. So metrics need to be actionable. It means the metric must lead to a decision or an action. If you can't act on it, it's just data. It's not worth much, is it? It should be audience specific. We want to tailor metrics to who is reading them. Executives need strategic key performance indicators. Our technical teams need operational details. And they should be outcome focused. They should measure results and effectiveness, not just activity. So for example, if I were putting metrics together for process automation, I wouldn't say this month we automated 50 processes. I would say our automation efforts this month saved us X number of hours by automating this many processes and leads to cost savings of Y. So I would put some objective data in there that is meaningful to my leadership. And we're tracking metrics over time to see progress, decline, or emerging patterns that may indicate the need for action. And they need to be reliable and genuine, so hard to manipulate and accurately reflecting reality. And in advanced cases, predictive would be great. Ideally, metrics can give us leading indicators of future issues. And there are different kinds of metrics. Some will be lagging, some will be leading. I'll give you a teaser there. We're going to dig into the different types of metrics a little further in Domain 3 Part B. But tailoring the metrics to the organization is going to be mandatory. There's no one-size-fits-all. The metrics have to fit your organization's goals, risks, and environment. So we're going to ask, who needs this info? What do they need to know? When do they need it? And that's going to give us some guidance on the metrics that will make sense for this given scenario. If you can identify the who, the what, and the when, that can give you a good idea of the metrics you need to surface. So if it's an executive and they need to know the efficacy of our controls over the last 90 days, I can go in and start to choose metrics that make sense. So the level of metrics, the strategic is the big picture alignment with the business mission, the overall risk posture, governance effectiveness. There are lots of metrics we're measuring in the organization for security. For executives, we're going to be looking at that strategic focus, the security ROI, and how we're aligning on risk appetite, for example. So a lot of times we can tell them the why we've done something because it aligns to their risk appetite. Management level or program level, performance of security processes, compliance, resource use, risk management effectiveness. So for example, policy compliance rates, audit findings, closure rate, making sure that we're up to snuff on any findings we've stumbled across or come into through our measurement and audit functions. And then the operational or technical level, the day-to-day security tasks and controls. So here we might be looking at patch timeliness, the results of vulnerability scans, talking about our incident response times. So the metrics are going to vary by the audience we're dealing with, right? Looking at their level of visibility. So we can leverage frameworks here for guidance. So frameworks like NIST 800-55, ISO 27004, COBIT, The balanced scorecard we looked at earlier in the series can all provide structure and ideas. However, they don't guarantee perfect business alignment on their own. We can use them as toolkits, as guidance, not rigid rules. And our monitoring is continuous. Remember, metrics are not a one-time report. They are going to have that window of time they're looking at, and we're going to be watching that all the time. They need regular tracking, analysis, and reporting on a periodic basis to be valuable for ongoing decision-making and continuous improvement. And what they tell us will depend on if we're dealing with a leading or a lagging metric. More on that in a second. But we want to maintain balance between different types of indicators, like a predictive indicator and a reactive indicator, or trend-based indicators. So some of these are going to be looking into history and some projecting some potential outcomes in the future. And there are limitations here. So metrics show part of the picture, like configuration, compliance, or performance thresholds. They often don't answer the more nuanced, big picture questions on their own, like how secure are we really? Is our investment in security to this point enough? Answering these questions requires broader context from risk assessments and security audits that confirm the cumulative results delivered by the individual components, where they're looking at those core business services to make sure that the many layers of security we have add up to an effective cumulative result. So I've talked a bit about leading and lagging indicators. I want to just touch briefly on what I'm talking about that we'll dig into in Domain 3 Part B. So we establish critical success factors for the functions within our program. There are key goal indicators, key risk indicators, and key performance indicators. So if I were to just drop a timeline on here of present, past, and future, your key goal indicators tend to report results after the fact. Your key risk indicators predict potential roadblocks or risks that are emerging in the future. KPIs tend to report on past performance. However, some key performance indicators can forecast trends and indicators. We will dig in to these four in greater depth in Domain 3 Part B, so be sure to join me in a few days for that one. All right, that brings us to the end of Section 3A5, so let's test our knowledge with a question. Which of the following metrics is the best example of a leading indicator? Average time to mitigate security incidents, reduction in attacks against internet-facing firewalls, percentage increase in patch compliance for critical servers, or increase in attacks blocked by intrusion detection and prevention. So a leading indicator, something predicting the future. So average time to mitigate security incidents, I can cross that off because that's definitely a look at the past of how we did. I could also cross off increase in attacks blocked by IDPS. That simply tells me the intrusion detection and prevention is working. I mean, I might see a trend in attacks there, but the number of attacks we see in a given period tends to fluctuate up and down, so not exceedingly meaningful. So we have a reduction in attacks against internet-facing firewalls, where we have a percentage increase in patch compliance for critical servers. Which do you think here? The answer is C. Percentage increase for patch compliance for critical systems. So this metric is a leading indicator because it's a rough indicator of the reduction in probability of a future security incident. It's quantitative, right? A percentage increase in patch compliance, telling us we're more compliant in this period than we were in past, which is going to reduce vulnerabilities, an indicator that we're moving in a good direction, we're improving. Let's move on to Domain 3 Part B, Information Security Program Management. So in the previous section, we focused on program development. We have that same logical flow as we've seen throughout the course in 3B. We'll focus on program management. Here we're going to put a lot of focus on controls. So we'll talk about control design and selection, control implementation and integration, control testing and validation. So a lot of that technical knowledge you're expected to bring into this exam with you that you won't be tested on directly, it comes into play in Domain 3 Part B. We'll talk about awareness and training. And we'll even take a look at outside the organization at our vendors with management of external services, and we'll wrap with a look at information security program communication and reporting. But we see that logical flow from development to management. Supporting tasks of the 37, there are about 5 that apply directly to Domain 3 Part B. So 15 is establish, promote, and maintain a program for information security awareness and training. So our goal here is to build a security-aware culture within the organization. 16, integrate information security requirements into organizational processes to maintain the organization's security strategy. So here, integration is the key word. Security is not a silo. It's designed to support business goals. We want to make sure that we integrate our requirements across the business unit. And we also want to focus externally. So number 17 is to integrate information security requirements into contracts and activities of external parties. So well-structured contract clauses are legally enforceable, ensuring vendors live up to their promises. Number 18 is to monitor external parties' adherence to established security requirements, alignment with organization policies, legal and regulatory requirements, and the organization's risk appetite. And number 19, define and monitor management and operational metrics for the information security program. So here we're talking about ongoing care and maintenance, which are essential in ensuring the program is still meeting the organization's needs. And that brings us to 3B1, control, design, and selection. Here we'll talk through the people, process, and technology behind it, managing risk through controls, control design considerations, and we're going to cover some of those foundational technologies that you're supposed to be familiar with when you come into this exam, just to make sure you have that technical foundation if it hasn't already popped up in your work experience. Let's dig in. So a successful program is going to balance 3 key elements. People, so ensuring staff understand and support risk management. We're going to guide them with awareness training, clear definition of roles and responsibilities. Process, so documented administrative and technical procedures, our policies, our standards, and our guidelines. And then the technology, the technical tools used to enforce security. So this balance is important in achieving the goals outlined in the security program's business case. We know security only exists to support the business. So what technical knowledge do you need for this area of the CISM exam? It's a good question. It's a question I hear a lot. And the ISACA syllabi and materials list many technologies, but the deep dives aren't the focus. You don't need to be an expert on how the technologies work internally. You do need to understand when to recommend a technology. You need to understand its use cases. You do need to know its general features and benefits for security. Prior technical knowledge helps, like if you've taken the CISSP exam, but the key technologies you need I'm going to try to cover for you in this session to make sure you have that foundation. So let's talk controls and control objectives. So at a high level, controls are the practical implementation of policies, procedures, and guidelines. And we'll talk more about the categories of controls and the types of controls later in this session. A control objective is a clear statement of the desired result or the purpose of implementing a control. Essentially, what should it achieve? A couple of plain English examples. Logical access. Only authorized users can access systems and perform only authorized actions. Physical access. Only authorized personnel can physically access computer resources. Very plain language and clear to business and technical users alike. And our control objectives must align with overall business objectives and be cost effective. So when we're designing controls, they should be designed based on the organization's acceptable risk levels. So if we were to lay it out in steps, step 1, identify risks. Understand threats and vulnerabilities impacting the organization's assets. Step 2, define acceptable risk levels. So how much risk is the organization willing to tolerate for a specific threat asset pair? Step 3, design controls with risk in mind. The goal is to reduce identified risks down to a level acceptable to the organization. And remember, the control objective is our design goal. It's the effectiveness metric. They're all different ways of basically getting to the same bottom line statement. And it's going to be normal that we'll combine control types. Often a single control objective requires multiple control types working together. So for example, we have a firewall. A firewall is a technical control. It needs to be in a secure location with stable power. That's going to be what we'd call a physical control. We need configuration standards, rule review process. Anytime we ever touch the configuration of that firewall, we're going to call that an administrative control. And the operation requires monitoring and alerting. That's going to be technical and administrative. So there's a mix of control types coming together here. The ultimate objective is a control that is effective not only in theory, but in practice, in the real world. The most effective security control in theory, if it's simply something everyone works around because it's so complex, it's not an effective control. So let's talk about selection criteria. Certainly cost effectiveness is one of those bottom line objectives, but you should also evaluate the productivity impact. So does a control significantly slow down legitimate work? We prefer controls that keep our user population safe without impacting their productivity in any way. It's simply a control they don't really notice. Total cost. So when we look at the acquisition, implementation, training, operations, maintenance, what does our bottom line total cost of ownership look like? User acceptance. Will people actually use it correctly, or are they going to try to bypass it, making it ineffective in a practical sense? Then we need to look at legal and regulatory requirements. Does compliance mandate certain controls? Adaptability. Can the control evolve with changing threats and business needs over time? We don't want to have to repurchase frequently. Scalability. Can it handle future growth? If we see a spike in users, in data, in traffic, in customers, is it going to scale to our needs? Monitoring and notification. Can its status be monitored? Can it alert us when it sees issues? And then robustness or resilience. How well does it resist attacks or failures? So the big picture, we want to think about physical security. Physical security is the foundation, and without physical security, other controls can be easily bypassed. So information security often collaborates with facilities management, the people on the front line of physical security. We want to clearly define roles and responsibilities for physical access. Common controls would include badges, biometrics, cameras, guards, fences, lighting, locks, man traps, or what we call access control vestibules, sensors, bollards to prevent automobiles from impacting our building. But remember, there is no security without physical security. If I can get into that wiring closet, it doesn't matter how effective your network configuration is, I can start pulling cables. And think about controls based on who manages them. So if we were to put control technology, categories, and management into focus here, we have native controls. These are built-in system features like operating system permissions or web server authentication settings. These are usually managed by IT operations. It's going to maintain segregation of duties to make sure we don't have one person with too much control over an end-to-end process. Supplemental controls. These are add-on security tech. This is the firewalls, intrusion prevention, single sign-on, MFA. These are often managed by more specialized security personnel in the organization, oftentimes collaboratively with IT. We'll want to talk with the broader technology organization, maybe even business process owners, to make sure that we're putting the right type of control and settings in place. And then management support controls. So these are tools for security team operations. This is where a SIEM that's aggregating our logs would fall into the mix, or a SOAR solution that automates some of our security investigation and response. These are primarily going to be used by the security organization. And our information security managers really need to see the big picture. They need a holistic view. So we want to combine all the native and supplemental controls from the overall technical defense structure, understand how all the pieces integrate and work together, we want to avoid focusing on individual point solutions. We really need to look at end-to-end business processes and data flow and make sure that the combination of controls we have in place are going to keep us secure adequately end-to-end, reducing the risk down to a level the organization can tolerate. But focus on bottom line objectives: business alignment, real-world efficacy, and cost effectiveness. Next, I want to step through some questions we need to be prepared to ask ourselves as we're reviewing controls. So we'll start with key policy questions. So fail safe versus fail open. So what happens when a system fails? We usually prefer what we'd call fail secure, but not always. More on that in a second. Restrictive versus permissive. So restrictive is where we deny by default, or permissive where we allow by default. So which approach? We're usually going to prefer restrictive unless there is a reason that we might do otherwise. Least privilege. So is access limited to the absolute minimum needed? Alignment. Does the control configuration match policy and business needs? So bottom line, safety critical systems like fire doors should fail open, and security critical systems like a banking system, for example, should fail closed. And so you want to look at the practical nature of the system to figure out which is the right thing. Of course, we want fire doors to fail open so people can escape if the building's on fire, right? Because our number one concern is human safety. But most of your systems are going to tend to fall into that security critical category, and that's where we're failing closed. So key implementation questions. So there's policy compliance. Have we implemented according to standards? Self-protection. Can the control resist tampering? Alerting. Does it notify personnel on failure or errors? Testing. Has it been tested to confirm it works as intended? Logging and monitoring. Are activities logged and reviewed? Do we have an audit trail there of configuration changes? Does it achieve its defined purpose? Has it met the control objective? Mapping. Are control objectives clearly linked to business goals? Asking these questions ensures real-world control alignment and efficacy. Next, we have placement questions. So location. Is it placed correctly within the architecture? For example, did we put the firewall in the right place at the edge of the network? Layering. Are controls layered effectively? We want to make sure that we have defense in depth, a layered defense in place. Redundancy. Is redundancy needed? Is it implemented correctly if we did need redundancy? Perimeter. Are perimeter controls effective? Are we blocking threats at the edge of our network, at the edge of our physical location? Bypass. Are there ways around the control? And if there are ways around the control, are those bypasses likely to be exploited? Are they exploitable? So we want to check physical, network, system, app layers, all the way up the stack to make sure that the bypasses are dealt with from the front door to the application layer. And then key effectiveness questions. Reliability. Does it work consistently? Minimality. Is it the minimum needed, or is the control overly complex? Productivity impact. Does it unduly hinder users and their productivity? Automation. Is it automated, or is it a control we have to touch manually? Generally speaking, automated is preferred over manual, but an effective manual control is preferred over an ineffective automated control. Monitoring. Is it actively monitored? Ideally in real time. Circumvention. How easy is it to bypass? And then key efficiency questions. So what is the breadth of protection? How widely does it protect our environment? Does it cover one system, or does it cover many? That's certainly going to affect how efficient it is and how cost effective it is potentially. Specificity. Is it tied to one resource or broadly applicable? Single point of failure. So if the control fails, does the application stop working? Single point of failure from a security perspective. If the control fails, does the overall security posture collapse? Unnecessary redundancy. Are there overlapping controls that provide no extra value? That's going to be potential cost savings and potential complexity reduction and potential reduction in ongoing operations and management effort. And then key measurement questions. So responsibility. Who is responsible for measuring effectiveness? We need monitoring, reporting, and effective metrics in place, but who's going to be responsible for measurement? From a reporting perspective, how, to whom, and how often are outcomes reported? So we ensure that our controls continue to be effective, and everybody knows. Testing. Who performs tests? The owner versus an independent team like audit and compliance. Thresholds. What defines normal versus error conditions for reporting? Remember, metrics need to be relevant, measurable, and actionable. If we have a metric out there that does not trigger action, it's not terribly useful. So our metrics should be relevant, measurable, actionable. So let's shift gears and talk through some of those foundational technologies I told you wouldn't be directly tested, but would be important for you to be familiar with on exam day. We'll start with the digital certificate, a certificate where two keys are generated, a public key and a private key. The private key, of course, only held by the certificate holder. So the private key is used for identity. Common use cases for digital certificates include authentication, code signing, document signing, and we see certificates often used in VPN configurations. So the public key infrastructure, or PKI, is the service that issues and manages our digital certificates. So the certificate authorities in the PKI create digital certificates and own the policies. The PKI hierarchy can include a single certificate authority that serves as the root and the issuer of certificates as well. This is generally not recommended for security purposes. You may also hear a certificate authority called a certification authority by some vendors, or simply a CA, all references to the same capability. So just taking a peek at the roles within a typical PKI hierarchy, we have the issuing certificate authority, we have a subordinate or intermediate CA, and then we have the root CA. So the root serves as the root of trust in our public key infrastructure. It issues certificates to new subordinate CAs that generally manage our policies. They're also called policy CAs or intermediate CAs. They will issue certificates to new issuing certificate authorities. The issuing CA is the one that is responsible for issuing certificates to clients, servers, devices, websites, and users. This is the role that does most of the day-to-day lifting. And when we use a certificate in a situation such as for authentication, the chain of trust goes all the way back to the root CA in the environment. Now, I mentioned that a single server could handle all of these roles, but we don't recommend that. So generally speaking, you could consolidate to one or two levels. We don't for this reason. If our issuing CA is compromised, we want to be able to cancel those certificates, revoke those certificates, as we say, and reissue them from a new issuing CA. We would simply cancel all that compromised CA certificates, deploy a new CA, and reissue those certificates. If we have all of these roles rolled up into a single server, we have compromised our entire PKI. So in a three-tier system, if we have a compromised issuing CA, we can simply revoke certificates, destroy that CA, and then issue a new certificate out to a new issuing CA from our subordinate, and so on and so forth. And in a two-tier system, we still have some of that resiliency. And don't get too wound up in the way these arrows flow. So you see the chain of trust I mentioned goes all the way back to the root CA. We could say that trust flows down from the root CA as well. So a few other PKI related concepts that deal with our management of digital certificates include registration authorities, or RAs, which are the entities responsible for verifying the identity of certificate requesters and forwarding those requests to our CAs. We have the certificate revocation list, which contains information about any certificates that have been revoked due to compromises to the certificate itself or to the PKI hierarchy, as I mentioned earlier. The CRL of issuing CAs contains the information on the revocation of certificates that particular CA has issued. So each certificate authority generates its own CRL. And your CAs are required to publish these certificate revocation lists, but it's up to certificate consumers if they check these lists and how they respond if a certificate has been revoked. Is it possible to configure an endpoint or a browser to simply accept any certificate it is presented? Sure, but that's not a good idea. We definitely want our browser to tell us if we're visiting a website where a certificate has been revoked or there is some problem with that chain of trust back to the root. But again, your CAs are required to publish. Consumption on the client end is purely optional. Each CRL is published to a file, and the client must download that file, which in some environments in high-use scenarios, high-traffic scenarios, can grow quite large over time. And that's where the Online Certificate Status Protocol, or OCSP, comes into play, because it offers a faster way to check a certificate's status compared to downloading that CRL file. So with OCSP, the consumer of a certificate can submit a request to the issuing CA to obtain the status of a specific certificate. Quicker, easier, less bandwidth consumed. Then there is the Certificate Signing Request, or CSR, which records identifying information for a person or device that owns a private key, as well as information on the corresponding public key. It's essentially the message that's sent to the CA in order to get a digital certificate created. It is the request. You may see common name mentioned, which will definitely come up in the properties on a digital certificate. That is, generally speaking, the fully qualified domain name of the entity to whom the certificate has been issued, like the web server. There's the concept of an online certificate authority and an offline certificate authority. So an online CA is always running, and an offline CA is kept in a powered off state except for specific issuance and renewal operations. So offline is best practice for your root certificate authority. Your intermediate CAs don't necessarily need to all be online day-to-day as well. Your issuing CA, of course, is the one that's doing that heavy day-to-day lifting, so the issuing CA is always going to be online. Your root CA is typically going to be offline, except when we renew certificates, such as for our issuing certificate authority, when it gets more than halfway past its lifespan. There is stapling, which is a method used with Online Certificate Status Protocol, which allows a web server to provide information on the validity of its own certificate. Essentially, it's done by the web server, by that server downloading the OCSP response from the certificate vendor in advance and providing it to browsers. So it's a configurable behavior. There's pinning, which is a method designed to mitigate the use of fraudulent certificates. So with pinning, once a public key or certificate has been seen for a specific host, that key or certificate is pinned to the host. And should a different key or certificate be seen for that host, that might indicate an issue with a fraudulent certificate. You should also be familiar with the 4 goals of cryptography. The first is confidentiality, ensuring that information remains secret from unauthorized parties. Integrity, guaranteeing that information has not been altered during transmission or storage. Authentication, which verifies the identities involved in communication or accessing resources. And non-repudiation, which prevents entities from denying their involvement in a transaction or communication. You should be familiar with symmetric and asymmetric cryptography. Symmetric cryptography relies on the use of a shared secret key, so the downside of symmetric cryptography is it lacks support for scalability. Key distribution is a challenge. It can't help us with non-repudiation. Asymmetric comes into play here, which uses a public-private key pair for communication between parties, so that's going to be more scalable when we take a conversation out to multiple parties. Key distribution is going to be easy with asymmetric, and we can actually use asymmetric to distribute a symmetric shared key securely. And asymmetric comes into play with non-repudiation. So a few common uses. Symmetric is typically used for bulk data encryption. It's going to be faster than asymmetric. Asymmetric is going to be used for distribution of symmetric bulk encryption keys, the shared key we were just talking about. We see asymmetric in identity authentication via digital signatures and certificates, in non-repudiation services and key agreement. So symmetric basically uses that single key for encryption and decryption. And there are several use cases for symmetric encryption. The one we most commonly think of is bulk data encryption. That's where it excels. And the most commonly adopted symmetric encryption algorithm is the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES, which is even used by the federal government for encrypting their top secret data. And to illustrate the same for asymmetric encryption, in asymmetric we have a public and private key for each party. And if we were sending a message to a recipient, we would use their public key to encrypt the message. They would use their own private key to decrypt the message. You'll also hear asymmetric cryptography called public key cryptography. So if we just look at that key exchange, we have Franco and Maria. Franco sends a message to Maria requesting her public key. Maria sends her public key to Franco. Franco uses Maria's public key to encrypt the message, and he sends it to her. Maria uses her private key to decrypt the message. And that exchange would happen through whatever application in the context of whatever information exchange was taking place. And we'll talk about common use cases here in a moment where asymmetric cryptography can even help symmetric. So let's talk hashing for a moment. So how is hashing different from encryption? Well, encryption is a two-way function. What is encrypted can be decrypted with a proper key. Hashing, on the other hand, is a one-way function that scrambles plain text, like a password, for example, to produce a unique message digest. There's no way to reverse a hash if it's properly designed. So common uses for hashing include verification of digital signatures, generation of pseudo-random numbers, and integrity services. For example, we can hash a file before we send it and run that hash again after and make sure that it matches, that the data arrived intact. And you've no doubt heard the phrase password hash. It's a hashing function that's used to hash your password, which is then passed between parties in the authentication process. So file integrity services, monitoring, validation of data transfer. Hashing is used in file integrity monitoring, where we have a security product that monitors our sensitive system files to make sure that they're not changed without authorization, or validating data transfer, as I mentioned, hashing a file before and after transmission. So a good hash function has 5 requirements. It has to allow input of any length. It has to provide fixed length output. It needs to make it relatively easy to compute the hash function for any input. It needs to be quick, in other words. And it needs to provide that one-way functionality. It can't be reversed. And it must be collision-free, meaning that every unique input must always produce a unique hash output. So just to illustrate the hashing function, as we did the other algorithms, with the hash function we have an input of any length that must produce a unique hashed output. So it needs to be collision-free. That's actually why MD5 is limited in the operations it's used for today, because it's somewhat susceptible to collision. So then, just to piece these together in terms of their common uses, we said symmetric is typically used for bulk data encryption. Asymmetric is distribution of bulk encryption keys. So we can use asymmetric to distribute that symmetric encryption key to multiple parties, which is a shortcoming of the symmetric algorithms. And then I'll just add hashing to the list here, where we talked about verification of digital signatures, generation of pseudo-random numbers, and integrity services. I put some examples of algorithms on there. You won't be tested on those on the exam, of course. Then we have digital signatures. So digital signatures are similar in concept to handwritten signatures on printed documents that identify individuals, but they provide more security benefits. It's an encrypted hash of a message encrypted with the sender's private key. So in a signed email scenario, it provides three benefits. Authentication, number one, it positively identifies the sender of the email. Ownership of a digital signature secret key is bound to a specific user. Non-repudiation, so that sender cannot later deny having sent that message. This is sometimes required with online transactions. It would be highly desirable, in fact. And integrity, it provides assurances that the message has not been modified or corrupted in transit. Recipients know that the message was not altered on the way to them from sender to recipient. So these are the basics that would be important for something like the Security Plus exam. And you should be familiar with the function. You won't be directly tested on them for the CISM, though. And just to visualize, as we did with the algorithms, so with the digital signature, remember, we encrypt with the sender's private key for signature generation and verification using the sender's public key. And that brings us to the end of section 3B1. So let's test what we've learned here with a practice question. So security technologies should be selected primarily on the basis of their A, benefits in comparison to their costs, B, evaluations in trade publications, C, use of new and emerging technologies, or D, their ability to mitigate business risks. So they're asking us what they should be selected on primarily. So what's the most important of these? So there are a couple we can cross off right away. Evaluations and trade publications might tell us what others are using and give us a starting point in our exploration of options, not our primary metric. And then use of new and emerging technologies. We know we want to use modern technologies that can help us with modern threats, but that's also not going to be the most important metric. So we see A as benefits in comparison to their cost, so that's cost effectiveness, or D, their ability to mitigate business risks, both important. But on the CISM, you're going to see that often, that you'll have adjectives like primarily, or adverbs like primarily, or first, or next. So our option here, the best option here is D, the ability to mitigate business risks. So that's the most fundamental evaluation criterion for the appropriate selection of any security technology. It needs to be able to do the job. Secondarily, it must also be able to do so for us cost effectively. Moving on to section 3B2, we're focusing on information security control implementation and integration. So we'll touch on the categories and types of controls. We'll talk about baselines, and we're going to dig into a number of details through the implementation process, ancillary considerations, but we'll wrap up with a look at some foundational technologies. Some of that tech know-how you need to bring into the exam with you, but that you will not be tested on directly. It's really going to be referenced more in the context of control selection. So security controls are measures for countering and minimizing loss or unavailability of services or apps due to vulnerabilities. So the terms safeguards and countermeasures are generally used interchangeably. If we were to get technical about it, safeguards are proactive controls that reduce the likelihood of occurrence, and countermeasures are reactive. They reduce impact after occurrence. They're often simply called controls in CISM literature. It's fairly rare I see security controls mentioned, but used interchangeably for purposes of our discussions. So there are three control categories you should be familiar with. The technical controls, sometimes called logical controls. This is the technology, the hardware and software mechanisms used to manage access and to secure our assets. Administrative controls, the policies and procedures defined by the organization's security policy and other regulations and requirements. And then physical controls. These are items you can physically touch. So controls that protect us in the physical world. There are several control types you should be familiar with, and I think you'll find these names are largely self-explanatory. We have deterrent controls, which are deployed to discourage violation of security policies. They deter bad behavior. Preventive controls, deployed to stop unwanted or unauthorized activity from occurring. Detective controls, deployed to discover or detect unwanted or unauthorized activities. Compensating controls, which provide options to other existing controls to aid in enforcement of security policies. They're kind of a backup control to other controls. And then we have the corrective control, which modifies the environment to return systems to normal after an unwanted or unauthorized activity has occurred. And then the directive control, which directs, confines, or controls the actions of subjects to force or encourage compliance with security policies. So here are some examples of controls that fall into the different categories of controls. So here's a good list of technical controls. You'll see there's a lot of technology there. Physical controls, controls that work in the physical world like guards, fences, lights, cameras, alarms, locks. And then we have the administrative controls. I think of these as the policies, procedures, and the paperwork that fall into this category. So remember, technical is also logical. That's the technology, the hardware and the software. Physical are tangible, touchable, and managerial or administrative are the policy and policy implementation largely. So let's talk about control overlap. It's a reality that one control can serve in multiple roles, multiple types. That single control can be identified as a different type depending on the context of the situation. Basically, controls are designed to work together, and their functions do often overlap. So, for example, a security camera is both a deterrent. It's going to deter unwanted entry because the bad actor will see that camera and know that they are being watched. It's also a detective control. So if that bad actor goes ahead and tries to breach a facility, for example, we're now recording that unauthorized activity. But the context matters. The classification of a control can depend on how it's implemented and the specific risk it's addressing. For example, an access control list can be primarily preventive if it blocks unauthorized access or detective if it mainly logs access for later investigation. And you can focus on keywords. Some exams will use specific keywords or phrases to hint at a control type. It can help you to understand what the question is asking of you. So here are a few kind of trigger words or phrases that you can associate with the different types of controls. And if you go back and look at the examples, for example, a corrective control, backup, restore, incident response, patching, that's bringing environment back to where it was before you started, right? A compensating control I mentioned is a backup control, so a redundant control, an alternative control. Just a few tidbits there that may be helpful in keeping the different types straight in your head. So let's talk about control baselines. You want to be familiar with their function, their benefits, how they're used in the real world. So a baseline, to start, is a predefined minimum set of security controls applied to all new systems or to systems based on a data classification level. So they can be based on risk appetite, industry standards, or other regulations. And high-risk assets may require supplemental controls in addition to the baseline. The purpose is to establish essential documented security requirements for a baseline level of risk. So, for example, required authentication methods, standard logging and auditing settings like in our Windows security event log, default role-based access control settings, and data encryption for data in transit. You want to be ready on the exam to justify deviating from a baseline. Usually this means applying stricter controls for critical assets based on risk assessment, or such as for those high-risk assets that I mentioned. So what is the role of the information security manager in baselines and system development? Well, we're going to help with evaluation, assessing if the proposed solution meets baseline requirements and aligns with acceptable risk. Due diligence, so identifying and communicating any control gaps in solutions developing mitigating or compensating controls. They'll oversee or help direct some sort of code review, ensuring that secure coding practices, especially for critical systems, are in place. And this may involve independent third-party review, some sort of external assessment. Testing coordination, making sure that security requirements are actually tested during QA and user acceptance testing, so before we go into production. And issue resolution, collaborating with project teams to prioritize and fix identified security flaws. The risk acceptance process, so if issues can't be fixed before launch, ensuring senior management formally reviews and accepts the residual risk. And of course, documenting that acceptance. It should be recorded in the written record. But the idea is to integrate throughout the system's development lifecycle, ensuring we have segregation of duties and security testing built into the entire SDLC. We're not bolting on after the fact, where it's more expensive and more complicated and more disruptive. But security isn't an island. It has to integrate seamlessly with IT governance and management. So our number one goal, security measures should enable, not unduly impede, business operations. Controls have to be effective in practice in the real world. It's great if something looks effective on paper, but we need to make sure that functionally it's as effective in operation as it is in theory. Goal number 2, ensure non-security personnel clearly understand their roles and responsibilities in security processes. So we do this through things like security awareness training and defining roles and responsibilities, maybe establishing a RACI matrix to ensure this is the case. But the InfoSec manager has to consider that human element of program management. The people, their roles, their skills, our organization's culture, and it's going to depend on well-defined roles, having folks with the necessary skill sets, and a strong security culture. So the information security manager is going to allocate personnel, identify skill needs, whether those are technical skills or administrative skills, plan training, and when we don't have the necessary skills or resources in-house, contracting that expertise externally. Typical security positions involved here would include engineers, QA and testers, access admins. We sometimes see those as identity and access engineers, project managers, compliance liaisons that might interface with legal and compliance, architects, some sort of awareness coordinator handling some of that security awareness communication, education, and training, auditors, policy specialists. The roles are often combined in smaller organizations, but we need to develop the communication and integration across our business units. And we can use training for internal staff or contract external specialists when we don't have the necessary skills in-house. So for example, if we have the occasional need for deep cryptography experience to talk about the algorithms that we're implementing as part of a specific process, we may need to go out and find a specialist to just validate what we're up to meets the standard. But managing and communicating clear roles and responsibilities is super important while supporting a security-aware culture where everybody sees security as their responsibility in the context of their role. So the role is who performs a function, such as the firewall administrator. Responsibility is what that role must do, such as reviewing firewall rules on a quarterly basis. So the role has that responsibility. And from a culture perspective, we're talking about the shared values, beliefs, and behaviors that demonstrate security consciousness in daily work. And that comes down to an organization that empowers our employees from a security perspective through education, training, and clear definition of roles and responsibilities, where everyone takes ownership of security as their responsibility in the context of their role. And the information security manager has to foster that across the entire organization. They are the connector between the business and the technical. So that's where we can use RACI charts to define who's responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. to clarify everyone's involvement in the processes so nobody is guessing as to who is responsible for what. So the Information Security Manager also oversees creation and maintenance of key security documents, the written record. From a materials perspective, things like risk assessments, the reports that come after, system configuration documents, incident logs, process flows, org charts, RACI matrices. And from a management perspective, assigning document owners, implementing version control, making sure we have update and approval processes in place, and then making sure that documentation is classified and protected relative to its sensitivity. For example, we'd see policies, standards, procedures, guidelines, network diagrams, architecture docs, training documents, incident response plans. The Information Security Manager, from a high level, is going to have eyes on these processes to make sure these documents are created, that they exist, and that they are well maintained. At the end of the day, documentation reduces mistakes, especially in stressful situations. The security liaison acts as a connection point that ensures security efforts are aligned to business objectives. They act as a bridge between the central security function, the security team, and the other departments. They ensure security requirements are understood, integrated into the business processes, and gather feedback along the way to ensure that security and the business remain in alignment. And they build those ongoing working relationships across the enterprise. It'll vary by organization, but here are a few common examples of liaisons and their function, their role. So IT audit, for example, will collaborate on compliance checks, control effectiveness testing, mitigation plans. We have IT, which partners on secure configurations, our baselines, patching performance, system deployments. You have business unit managers that align security with business goals, that basically act as that interface to make sure that security remains in alignment with the business as we need to be, helping us to understand operational needs and to gather risk intelligence. Human resources, so HR will coordinate on background checks, security awareness training, policy enforcement like acceptable use policy. Very common as part of the onboarding process, the user gets that acceptable use policy that they must review and sign. HR can help us with all of this. Legal, who can advise on compliance obligations, any liability exposure, any contracts we might sign with new vendors. And all employees act as a first line of defense in a security-aware culture. They do need ongoing training. They need clear guidance on reporting procedures, so when they do see a concern, they know where to raise the flag. Procurement, who can help review technology acquisitions for alignment on security standards, compliance, and risk to ensure that anything new we're bringing into the organization in terms of technology aligns to the organization's standards and risk appetite. The Compliance or Privacy Office, addressing any specific regulatory requirements that we might see with GDPR or HIPAA on the healthcare front. Training and education, so especially in larger enterprises, we'll see a dedicated training function whom can partner to develop and deliver effective awareness and role-based security training. Quality assurance, to integrate security testing into the overall QA process to make sure that security changes or changes that may affect security are well tested before they go to prod. Insurance, so aligning incident response and business continuity and DR plans with cyber insurance policy requirements. Third-party management, to overseeing security practices of vendors and service providers. The Project Management Office, ensuring security requirements and risk assessments are part of all projects. So here are a few tips on optimizing communication and accountability across roles and business units. In terms of communication gaps, you want to expect scenarios on the exam testing your ability to translate technical risks into business impact and vice versa. And remember here, the Information Security Manager wears multiple hats. So they have that technical background, they understand the technical lingo, but they're translating these concepts, these messages to a business audience. And clear escalation paths, so knowing the importance of clear documented procedures for escalating unresolved security issues. And distributed accountability, so understanding how liaisons help embed security ownership and decision-making across different departments. So that's where something like a security steering committee can come into play, because we have representation from across the business unit. So we understand the accountability firsthand, who the business process owner is versus the data owner versus the control owner, for example. And just as accountability spans multiple departments, security responsibilities often span multiple departments. We want to apply segregation of duties principles wherever we can to prevent conflicts of interest. For example, we wouldn't want a developer deploying their own code to production without someone else reviewing it first, potentially having another person responsible for the approval before it goes to production, such as the business process owner, for example. And where segregation of duties is impractical, which happens quite a lot in smaller organizations where the headcount is limited, we want to implement compensating controls. So that means we might have increased monitoring and alerting. We might implement mandatory vacations or job rotations so we can spot any patterns of wrongdoing or mistakes. For example, increased monitoring and alerting. In a small organization, we might find that having an approval process where one person requests elevated access and somebody else approves that access might be impractical. And so as a compensating control, we simply turn up the logging and we add an alerting function, so when one person turns on their admin privileges, everybody else in IT gets an email notification. Built-in oversight. But compensating controls ensure operational security and they prevent audit failures, because even though we have those limitations in a smaller organization, the audit function, especially in an external audit, they're going to expect that we've done something to close the gap. And know the role of the Information Security Steering Committee in ensuring the information security program meets the needs of the business. The core purpose of that steering committee is high-level governance to provide direction and ensure alignment. They give us that business perspective. It's going to be composed of senior stakeholders from key areas, so it'll have somebody from IT, but also likely legal, HR, risk, business operations, security, audit. You're going to have functions from across the organization. It requires input from other key departments. We're going to have some business process folks in there. But that steering committee owns the security strategy. They would approve typically major policy or standard changes. They ensure alignment of security with business objectives on an ongoing basis. And a structured approach is critical when we're thinking about incident and problem management. This is going to include key activities like systematic investigation of root causes of incidents and problems, developing clear action plans with owners and due dates, tracking progress and reporting, providing updates to stakeholders until resolution is confirmed. And when controls fail, the Information Security Manager will identify and prioritize the failures, deploy mitigating actions, like system isolation, for example, escalate to senior management if there's a significant business impact. We may need to get an opinion from the top and potentially approval for our actions. And the Information Security Manager won't necessarily have hands on all this, but they'll certainly have eyes on all this. There's certainly going to be oversight and serving as that bridge. I really think of an Information Security Manager as an orchestrator that's connecting my technology, security, and business functions. And developing that structured approach from scratch can seem like a lot, and that's where frameworks come into play. ITIL is great for guidance on general incident and problem management. NIST Special Publication 800-61 covers computer security incident handling, and COBIT as well. All offer structured process guidance that can be applied to issue and problem management to make developing that structured approach and getting that documented and communicated easier. So let's talk vendor management. It's absolutely essential to oversee external vendors, whether they're hardware, software, cloud services, or consultants coming in providing services, as part of our program management. The goal here is to ensure that risk introduced by vendors stays within the organization's risk appetite, making sure that the security our vendors practice when working with our organization and within their own organizations aligns to our appetite. So other key areas we'll want to verify would include financial stability. We want to make sure that when we choose a vendor for an important function that they are going to be around for a good long while. We want to establish service quality standards, so we want SLAs, and we'll put those into contracts and make sure they're appropriately worded and enforceable. Staffing and expertise. We want to make sure that when we contract a services partner, for example, or maybe a managed security provider, that they have the expertise on staff to fill those gaps that we don't have in-house if that's what we're contracting for. That they adhere to our security policies. We'll want to check for right to audit clauses in our contracts to make sure that we include those or we have an acceptable alternative. For example, with your major cloud service providers, the Amazons, Azures, and Google Cloud platforms of the world, you can't audit those platforms on demand, but you can go to their portal, click a little NDA signing, and download a SOC 2 Type 2 report, or get your hands on their ISO 27001 documents for the given services you're working with, so you can get that level of assurance from an external audit, even if it's not you that's ordering it. It's actually better, in fact, because that's going to be a very reliable form of assurance that you didn't have to pay for. And with your smaller vendors, you can certainly go the route of asking them to share the last audit that they had conducted by an external vendor on their own behalf. And then overall security posture alignment. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that the risk exposure of our vendors is not any greater than our own risk exposure. We don't want to weaken our security posture through a poor vendor choice. And security can't be an add-on. You're going to hear this frequently. You're going to see this frequently throughout the CISM. Security can't be an add-on. It has to be embedded within standard IT processes. From the systems development lifecycle, where we see security going all the way back to the design phase, change management, configuration management, release management, service delivery. At the end of the day, if we embed security from the beginning, it helps us maintain control effectiveness, minimizes our vulnerabilities, it avoids gaps in production services or conflicting efforts where folks aren't organized and there's maybe an overlap where we then have a misalignment of effort, maybe wasted money because we bought controls that are redundant in some place. But essentially, this is what we'd call a shift-left approach, where we make sure that security is not an afterthought. It's integrated throughout the process, because at the end of the day, that's going to be less expensive and less disruptive. But the point of integrating security into core IT processes is to proactively embed security considerations throughout the IT lifecycle. And that means incorporating requirements from the beginning. So for example, all the way back to the planning and requirements phase, we'll perform risk assessments. They might be informal. So for example, if we are planning and designing a new piece of software for a business function, we can bring the security function in. They can put eyes on our design and on our requirements to see if they have any concerns, if there are any new risks we're going to be bringing to the environment, so they can help us to address those before we begin to build. If we need to tweak a design, we can do that quicker, easier, with less effort and less cost early on, right, before we start the build. We want to avoid bolting on security at the end, because at that point, it's often less effective, it's certainly more expensive, and it's going to take more work, potentially from multiple groups. And that really applies regardless of the development methodology you're using. It could be waterfall, it could be agile, it could be Scrum. This is going to be equally important and effective in all of them. This minimizes vulnerabilities, and it ensures maintenance of effective controls rather than treating security as a separate add-on or a later step. Common mistake I see in organizations, and something you're quite likely to be tested on repeatedly, in the CISM exam. So let's talk through a few of these integration points. So for example, in DevOps and DevSecOps, we want to build a culture where we merge development and operations for speed and agility, and that means we're going to embed security in our CI/CD process. And that's where we see that term DevSecOps. That integrates security practices into that DevOps pipeline. We're shifting left with security with a goal of automating security testing and validation wherever we can to keep pace with rapid development cycles, which in some organizations means multiple releases in a day. But security must be a checkpoint also in the change management process. The security function needs to be at the table on that change approval board to assess how proposed changes impact security posture, if there are new vulnerabilities or controls that are needed. Risk analysis should inform the change approval decision. The challenge here is ensuring consistent application in decentralized organizations. The larger the organization, the more likely you're going to have a decentralized process for changes of various sorts. It may not just be related to business functions, it could be any number of those. And consistent application across the entire organization is one of the greatest challenges in a large organization where it's decentralized, for example, by region out of necessity. So in configuration management, we know configurations are something we need to be very consistent with, and misconfigurations are a leading cause of security breaches where we maybe don't have that automatically deployed configuration baseline. So that's where we want to integrate security into configuration management to ensure consistent enforcement. Consistency is everything. So this requires clear documented configuration standards, control baselines, hardening guides, and staff trained to make sure these are used and they are in place. The risk factor here, overworked teams, poor documentation, these can lead to insecure shortcuts. That's where automated configuration through CI/CD and other automation technologies can ensure consistency. In fact, in CI/CD, we often see policy-based security that's laying down that security baseline at the very beginning every time. So all of our VMs come off the shelf deployed the same way. Our application instances are absolutely consistent in their deployment. And again, when we have higher risk assets, there may be some add-ons in terms of additional controls, but that baseline being automated ensures it's consistent. And typically that automation will also provide some auto correction when we have shift and drift in our configurations to make sure that it's consistent throughout. It only takes one miss to open that door to a breach. Release management. So this is the process that oversees the final stages of getting software or system changes into the live operational environment. And here we want to ensure that security testing is completed before new systems, applications, or significant updates go into production. The key word there being before. We want to follow standardized procedures to minimize deployment risks and operational failures, essentially. And that's, again, where automation is extremely common today, and it's increasingly essential in modern release management. It's often delivered through that CI/CD pipeline. And we often see this automation delivered through tools like Jenkins, GitHub Actions, Azure Pipelines, Maven. If you're not involved directly in CI/CD, maybe you've heard of some of those tools, but that's very commonly how we do it. Kubernetes and Docker may factor in there. Now I want to shift gears and cover some more foundational technologies. We're going to talk about cloud for a minute, cloud and networking really. So let's start with cloud deployment models. So cloud deployment models refer to how the cloud infrastructure is physically deployed. It determines who owns and operates the cloud infrastructure. There are 4 cloud deployment models you should be familiar with. There's the private cloud, which is really your virtual machines and your hypervisors deployed in your data center. So this is going to give you all the control you need in legacy support scenarios. The cloud is generally always up to date. with some flexibility, but in a private cloud, it's all you, so you have control over whatever you need there. The public cloud is where we can basically leverage our cloud providers' data centers. We get out of the business of data center management, handing over some of that responsibility. And here we can easily scale. We're paying as we go, paying for what we use. We're going to have lower maintenance, lower skills requirements. And the level of skill really depends on the cloud service models we select, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. There's the community cloud, which is shared by a group. So you might see community cloud where it's a cloud shared by a consortium of insurance companies. It's going to be cost effective because we have shared compute, shared resources, collaboration, some common needs. I honestly don't see community clouds come up much in the real world. Then there's the hybrid cloud where customer and cloud provider are sharing responsibility in some respect. Often we have a connection like a VPN or MPLS network connectivity between our corporate data center and the public cloud like an AWS or Azure. That's going to give us flexibility in legacy compliance and scalability scenarios. If we'd like latest and greatest, easily scaled and so forth, we can deploy into public cloud. For those legacy scenarios where we're not ready to upgrade or we need certain control, we can leave those workloads in our corporate data center. So that's hybrid. And you want to be familiar with the shared responsibility model. So depending on the service model we deploy to in the public cloud, the responsibility is going to shift. So for example, on premises, it's easy. That's a private cloud. The responsibility is 100% yours. The organization owns it all. When we move into infrastructure as a service, which is really server virtualization, we're handing over management of the physical server, the storage, the networking, the data center staffing. It all belongs to the CSP at that point. When we move into platform as a service, where we're focused on application deployment, we're handing over even more responsibility to the cloud service provider. And certainly in that scenario where we're focused on modern applications that are going to deploy effectively into a PaaS environment, that's going to require a fair amount of skill from your development team. But in terms of managing infrastructure and middleware and the runtime, it's much less responsibility, much less for us to worry about. We're really just focused on applications and data. So if we've got a good development team and a good security crew to help us turn the knobs on the security settings in the PaaS services, we're all set. And then if we move into software as a service, the CSP is taking on more responsibility still. If we think about software as a service like Office 365, HubSpot, any sort of software as a service, as a consumer, the organization is really sharing responsibility for their applications and data. They're really just a user of the service. They do bear some responsibility for access management and potentially data backups and recovery. So we talked about private cloud, and then just to give you hybrid cloud from another perspective, that's where hybrid cloud sits in the service models here and shared responsibility. So from a virtualization perspective, when we step into that hybrid scenario, which is exceedingly common today, we're using server virtualization is where these concerns first surface. It's where we're dividing a physical server into multiple unique and isolated virtual servers using a hypervisor, if that's Hyper-V or VMware, for example. A couple of concerns we have here. One is VM escape. So the security concern here is where the attacker gains access to a VM and then they attack either the host machine that holds all the VMs or the hypervisor or any of the other VMs. So VM escape, where the attacker gets access to that VM and goes beyond. Protection here would be ensuring patches are in place, the hypervisor and VMs are always up to date, which is going to be easy. If you're in an IaaS scenario, it's not your responsibility anymore. Guest privileges are low, that we've got server level redundancy, which is configurable in most of your cloud service providers. Having host-based intrusion detection and prevention in place can also be effective here. And then we have VM sprawl. This is where unmanaged VMs have been deployed onto your network. And because IT doesn't know it's there, it may not be patched and protected, and thus it will be more vulnerable to attack. And that can be even more problematic in the public cloud, where just about anybody we give access to the controls can push a few buttons and deploy a VM, which may not be fully patched by us, because that's usually a configurable feature in the IaaS world. And it's also going to cost us money, right? We're paying for what we use there. So avoidance here means enforcing security policies and access control for adding VMs to the network, as well as periodic scanning to identify new virtualization hosts. That can be part of our monthly vulnerability scan. So from a network virtualization perspective, we have virtual local area networks, or VLANs, which are a common approach to network segmentation that logically divides a layer 2 network. So here's a layer 2 switch. The segmentation is based on broadcast domains, logically grouping switch ports based on communication needs. So for example, we'd create a VLAN for our client systems, a VLAN for servers, or maybe even subsets of servers. We might put all of our database servers on their own VLAN, for example. We'll use a dedicated VLAN for our voice over IP, our unified communications, for example. And then the firewall. There's a common 3-interface firewall design that can provide some basic network segmentation, separating your trusted networks and resources from those that are accessible from the internet. So for example, in a 3-legged config, we'll see the external or untrusted interface that connects to the internet or some other untrusted external network. The internal or intranet interface, which connects to the organization's main networks. This is where most of your business systems provide. We also call this the trusted sometimes. And then there's the DMZ, where we connect the untrusted network that's housing our servers that are customer facing, like our web servers and application servers that have to accept those external connections from customers, generally from the internet. So if we were to picture that, we've got our trusted, where we're going to have business applications used by employees, basically protected and isolated from the public internet and our DMZ. We have our public-facing servers and applications in the DMZ, and then that external interface, which points to the internet, where our customers and other external parties will access. And you should be familiar with VPNs, virtual private networks, which create a secure encrypted connection over a less secure network like the internet, providing a now private network. And there are a couple of modes of VPN we see commonly used. You'll see transport mode, which encrypts only the payload of the IP packet, leaving the original IP header intact. Transport mode is often used for client-to-site VPNs for individual devices, such as in work-from-home scenarios. For this mode, there's 2 tunnel types. There's the split tunnel, where only client traffic destined for the private network goes through the VPN tunnel, which is going to be less expensive for the organization, less bandwidth intensive. And then the full tunnel, where all network traffic from the user's device is routed through the VPN tunnel regardless of its destination. That's going to give us more control over what's happening with the user's activity on that machine. If we're filtering internet browsing, for example, if we want to keep our users away from dangerous websites, dangerous services, we can use that full tunnel mode. And then there's a second mode called tunnel mode. So in this mode, IPsec VPNs would encapsulate the entire IP packet and add a new header. Tunnel mode is typically used for site-to-site VPNs, like we would see in a hybrid cloud, for example, where we're using a VPN concentrator to connect to another VPN endpoint in the public cloud, connecting our corporate data center to an AWS or an Azure, one of those public cloud service providers. So to picture that for you, so transport mode is common for the client-to-site, and then when I'm talking about tunnel mode, that's for your site-to-site connectivity, common in the hybrid cloud scenario. Zero trust may come up in discussion. What we're talking about here is an approach to security architecture in which no entity is trusted by default. It's based on 3 principles: assume breach, verify explicitly both users and devices, and least privilege access. Zero trust has largely replaced that legacy trust but verify approach, where we'd set up a firewall and everything outside the firewall was untrusted and everything inside the firewall was trusted. So that's really been supplanted almost entirely by zero trust. And the network segmentation we talked about a moment ago with VLANs is a common element of a zero trust approach to networking. And zero trust is actually supported by defense in depth, that layered approach to security where we have multiple layers. All right, that brings us to the end of section 3B2. Let's test our knowledge with a practice question. So, the best way to ensure that security settings on each platform are in compliance with information security policies and procedures is to implement vendor default settings, perform penetration testing, establish security baselines, or link policies to an independent standard. So there are a couple of options here I know are definitely not correct straight away. So implementing vendor default settings means we're not customizing security configuration to our organization. That's always going to be a no-no. Performing penetration testing. So penetration testing aims to exploit weaknesses. That's not going to be the most effective way to ensure that security settings on each platform are in compliance, because the scope of that pen test may vary, the skill of that pen tester may vary. We need another way to go about it. Our options that remaining here are establishing security baselines or linking policies to an independent standard. So there's one clear, correct answer here, and that is establishing security baseline. So that security baseline gives us best assurance that each platform meets minimum criteria. Hopefully we can automate the implementation of those security baselines. Penetration testing can only be performed periodically, so it's not going to be as effective. Vendor defaults are a terrible idea because we're not customizing to the org. And while linking policies to an independent standard can give us some guidance, it's not going to give us assurance of compliance and alignment with our organization's standards and requirements. Moving on to section 3B3, control testing and evaluation. We'll touch on control strength, control recommendations, and testing and modification. So after we implement information security controls, our next step is to evaluate their effectiveness. So the point of that is to ensure that the control keeps risk at an acceptable level in practice as we expected it would in theory. The key takeaway here is we manage risk, we don't eliminate it entirely. A control is reducing risk and leaving us some level of residual risk. So the ongoing evaluation ensures that over time, as our objectives change, as threats evolve, our system updates roll in, that our controls remain effective. Our controls must adapt to the evolving environment. But the goal is to maintain cost effectiveness and alignment with business objectives while ensuring those controls are technically effective. And there are several common methods for evaluating controls. So one of those is periodic assessments, just regularly checking if the controls are working as intended. We can do some ad hoc assessment internally. Audits, whether those are internal or external, getting some independent verification of control effectiveness. Continuous monitoring, so using our tools for near real-time checks, especially for technical controls to make sure they're effective on an ongoing basis. Or penetration testing, simulating real attacks to find hidden weaknesses in our controls in the live environment. And in smaller companies, this might mean bringing in external expertise for that test. In larger orgs, there may be a dedicated role with that skill set. But control strength speaks to how well a control resists or reduces threats. And a key consideration is balancing inherent design strength with how easily a control can be bypassed in practice. So let's take a look at factors that influence the strength of our controls and how we measure that strength. So certainly answering that question, how do we determine the strength of a control? It may help to group our controls by type, like gathering the preventive controls together and comparing their relative performance to the threats they are designed to block. Detective controls and their ability to identify the latest emerging threats. We could also group by method or category, maybe batch together our technical controls, which would be part of a layered defense, our administrative controls looking at the policies and procedures we have in place, or the physical controls that protect the tangible aspects of our environment. Stronger enforcement, though, typically means stronger controls. So for example, MFA is stronger than password alone, right? We need to assess the difficulty to circumvent. So in the case of a cryptographic algorithm, we can go out and find industry data that gives us a lot of guidance on which algorithms are best. For example, we can look at the world of symmetric algorithms, bulk data encryption, and we see AES is the industry standard. And AES 256, for example, is used at this time anyway to protect the US government's top secret data. But we look at the inherent strength of a control versus its practical strength. So some controls are strong by design, like good encryption. However, practical strength can still be weak if the controls are complex or costly and result in workarounds, because employees will work around controls that impede their productivity unnecessarily. And we can also look at our controls and their place in a layered approach, because we want to combine multiple controls together to develop their collective strength. So we'll combine multiple layers of technical controls, but we have the combination of technical, administrative, and physical controls that together provide a complete approach to securing the business and our services. And if one control fails, the others provide backup. But we have to balance the elements here. So we weigh the security benefit against cost, complexity, and impact on usability and operations, because certainly just having no security in place means that we're going to maximize usability, so we have to add those controls to reduce the risk while not putting too much impact on usability. The goal is adequate security without excessive burden. So automated does not automatically mean a control is effective. Automated is nice, but it's not a guarantee of efficacy. Manual does not automatically mean a control is weak. So for example, an effective manual control would be trained guards doing random physical security rounds. They're adaptable, hard to predict. They complement technology like fences and locks and cameras. An ineffective automated control. If we force 30-day password changes without complexity rules, users are going to create weak patterns in their passwords. They're going to be frustrated. There's a poor cost-benefit ratio here. So at the end of the day, real-world performance and balance matter more than just the control type and its inherent strength. So inherent strength refers to the fundamental robustness or effectiveness of a security control based purely on its design and implementation. It doesn't consider external factors like operational consistency or testing. It represents a baseline capability of a control to mitigate risks effectively. So the likelihood of effectiveness depends on the control environment, for one. So a strong organizational culture, emphasizing ethics, competence, and accountability, creates a foundation for effective controls because our users understand their importance and they are open to coexisting with those controls within reason. This includes management's commitment to internal controls and clear assignment of authority and responsibility. And consistent implementation. Controls have to be applied uniformly across the organization to prevent gaps in security. So inconsistent application reduces reliability and effectiveness. Testing and monitoring. So regular audits, testing, and monitoring using metrics like mean time to detect and mean time to respond help identify weaknesses and ensure that controls are functioning as we expect. And alignment with business objectives. So controls should support the organization's goals, ensuring they are relevant and cost-effective while meeting our compliance requirements. And competence of our personnel. The skills and training of our employees are responsible for how effectively controls are implemented and monitored. And so having employees who are competent implement and monitor controls significantly influences their efficacy. If we have employees who don't understand the controls all that well, they're just following steps in a manual, they're more likely to make mistakes, right? Aren't they? And tools and technology. So effective use of up-to-date technologies like intrusion detection or breach and attack simulation tools can enhance control performance. And independence and objectivity are always important. So independent reviews by internal or external auditors provide an unbiased assessment of control effectiveness. And we think about bias being absent in external auditors, but the same can be true with internal auditors if we have a security-aware culture with executive support of an independent internal audit function who does not find themselves on the receiving end of consequences when they make a negative finding of their peers. So let's talk about common techniques for evaluating control efficacy. So the two that come immediately to mind are penetration testing, so an attack simulation on our systems and applications, attempting to exploit the weaknesses in our control. So identifying potentially unknown or underestimated vulnerabilities as well, providing dynamic, independent evaluation. There's continuous monitoring, so using automated tools for near real-time checks of technical controls. That could include a vulnerability scanner, for example, which, unlike penetration testing, doesn't attempt to exploit a vulnerability. It simply finds those vulnerabilities. But automated tooling like a vulnerability scanner allows rapid detection of changes or failures in our controls. It enables quicker response so we can close the gap before it is proven problematic in practice. So let's talk about key considerations in control selection. So when we look at our control types, we have preventive and detective. So one stops an attack, the other detects an attack and alerts. We have manual controls and automated controls. So people tend to be the manual control, automation, so technology tend to be our automated controls. We have formal and ad hoc. So formal controls are documented, and ad hoc controls are informal and less well managed. So our preference is going to be for preventive, automated, and formal whenever that is possible. So our factors for selection would include effectiveness. Does it reduce risk? Compatibility. Does it fit existing systems, and does it fit our layered defense without too much overlap? Compliance. Does it meet legal and policy needs? Organizational fit. Does it suit our culture and strategy? Does it allow our employees to be productivity? Is there organizational impact that affects daily work? Safety and reliability. Does it maintain safe operations, or does it put human safety at risk? And measurement. How will success of a control be tracked? How can we be sure of its results? Let's talk through the flow of the control recommendation process. So certainly it begins with risk assessment, which then leads to the risk treatment discussion. So we start with those risk assessment results. We prioritize recommended controls, whether they are technical controls or more procedural in nature, policies, procedures, physical security. We conduct cost-benefit analysis, justify expense versus risk reduction. We want to involve the business units to ensure controls are practical and they're aligned with our business needs. So on the exam, make sure that you're familiar with the fact that recommendations generally hinge on the cost-benefit aspect of this. You want to avoid controls that kill productivity. We have to find the right balance. So the answer is not always going to be the highest security. So let's talk about control testing and modification. So why would I modify a control? Well, technology and operations change, potentially weakening controls. So we need periodic testing. So in some industries, periodic testing is often mandatory, like with public companies or in regulated industries. And periodic testing confirms procedures are followed and technical controls work correctly. And change management is important. So a formal process for all controlled changes, whether they're policy-based or the technical controls themselves, we need to run them through change management so everyone is aware and we have stakeholder approval. And we need to analyze changes for any new vulnerability, so the security function certainly has to be involved and active in that testing process. We want to ensure that updated controls are resilient, they self-protect, they're fail-safe, and they are monitorable. And we want to perform acceptance testing after changes. So when we put a new security control in place, we'd certainly want to allow for a fresh round of QA and user acceptance testing on applications to make sure that we're not impacting the business in any unexpected way. So let's talk about the flow for updating our operational procedures. Here, we'd want to use the change management process as well. So we can review and update the inputs, steps, approvals, and output of any procedures, coordinate changes with administrators of any related processes or technology that will be affected, assess the workload impact, train staff before rollout, conduct walkthroughs with the staff after the rollout, and leverage frameworks like COBIT, NIST, ISO 27001 to guide our organization in creating a structured process for updating our operational procedures. So some key takeaways here to remember for exam day. So testing frequency. Be aware of mandated intervals, for example, with PCI DSS or ISO 27001 certification. There would be a periodic testing frequency that's built into the certification. So change control. Modifying any control requires the formal change process. And post-incident, expect scenarios on the exam that would require control updates based on root cause analysis after an incident. All right, so that brings us to the end of this section. Let's test our knowledge with a practice question. So which of the following is the most important reason to include an effective threat and vulnerability assessment in the change management process? Is it A, to reduce the need for full periodic risk assessments? B, to ensure that policies are changed to address new threats? C, to ensure that information security is aware of changes? Or D, to maintain regulatory compliance? So all plausible answers. But here again, we have to pick the most important reason. So there are a couple I can see right away I would check off. So maintaining regulatory compliance is not the most important reason to include an effective threat and vulnerability assessment in the change management process. We need to do this for many more reasons than just regulatory compliance, because regulatory doesn't tell us it has to be part of change management. Regulatory just tells us controls need to be in place to meet certain ends, such as protecting data privacy. So B, ensuring that policies are changed to address new threats. Policies are higher level statements. They're a bit further up the chain than what we're working with here. So reducing the need for periodic full risk assessments, or ensuring that information security is aware of changes. So including any threat and vulnerability assessment in the change management process definitely involves these two. The most important is to reduce the need for full periodic risk assessments. By assessing threats and vulnerabilities during the change management process, changes in risk can be determined, and a risk assessment can be updated incrementally. This keeps the assessment current without the need to go to ground and to do a complete full reassessment. And let me just add a bit of additional explanation here to make sure that makes sense. So if I was tuning my controls from day to day and not saying anything, maybe I'm the administrator of a network firewall and I'm changing rules as I see threats in the environment. If I keep tuning my firewall, it may be effective. It may be more effective because of those changes I've made. But I've now put potentially multiple changes in place without informing the rest of the organization, without checking to make sure there's no impact to the conduction of business. And so if that were to surface, then we're going to have to perform a complete full risk assessment because we don't know what changes have been introduced into the environment. So by ensuring that every change to controls goes through the change management process, we can update our latest assessment incrementally because we know what's changed in the environment over time. Let's move on to 3B4, which is information security awareness and training. So we'll talk about training and education, developing our security awareness program, and the importance of role-based training, and we'll wrap with a talk about training and education metrics. How do we determine that our training is actually effective. So, periodic security awareness training and education is meant to mitigate human risk. The problem is that most security incidents involve human error, mistakes, or a lack of understanding generally. The solution is to make sure we have a robust, ongoing awareness and training program with the appropriate level of specificity for our employees. The goal is to embed that security consciousness into the daily tasks and the organizational culture. Said another way, it's to develop a security-aware culture, a phrase you've heard before in this series. So, the principles of an effective program are recognizable. We want to connect policies and standards directly to individual job roles and daily tasks. So, establishing clarity, ensuring employees understand existing policies, especially new or updated policies. Tailoring content in our training by role or department, or both. For example, training end users generally on security awareness, like phishing prevention, for example, but more targeted training for IT operations and management personnel. Consistency. The training has to be continuous, starting from onboarding, and it has to be recurring. So typically security awareness training will happen maybe 2 to 4 times a year for the more general security awareness sessions, just to ensure we keep our users up to date. And the reach is important. It needs to include everyone with access to enterprise information. That includes our third-party users, those working for our vendors and partners, but with access to company data. And personnel tasked with implementing strategy need specific guidance on our critical success factors, the events or elements that must occur to achieve our key goal indicators. And the KGIs are the high-level strategy goals. And the KPIs, the key performance indicators, are the metrics tracking performance and process success, basically charting our success or lack thereof along the way, which can also help us in any course correction. These provide the target the organization is aiming for and the indicators of progress and performance. An effective awareness program focuses on tailoring content by role or department to ensure everyone understands how their actions can contribute to or jeopardize the organization's security posture. We want to educate users on risk-reducing behaviors. So common topics might include password security best practices, appropriate use of computing resources, safe email and web browsing habits, recognizing and reporting social engineering. In fact, I like to train my users in general security awareness training about the characteristics of social engineering so they're better able to recognize it. Relevant policy standards and procedures. So ideally, you have a requirement in the organization that users, for example, read the acceptable use policy and they sign it. It doesn't hurt to reinforce it through your periodic security awareness training. Emerging threats. We know that the email channel is the #1 delivery channel for ransomware attacks. So keeping employees up to date on the types of attacks they are likely to see, understanding that no email filtering software is perfect, will serve us well. We want to train users when and how to escalate suspicious activities, because users are our first line of defense. And that's where establishing an open and accepting security culture. If you see something, say something. And if you think you've accidentally done something, potentially clicked on a malicious email or visited a bad website and think you're infected, bring it to us so we can help. We're here to advise, not to judge. And I think that sort of open dialogue where we leave room for users to make mistakes and seek help without retribution, very important in developing that security-aware culture. So let's talk about considerations when you're developing and implementing your training program. You always want to consider your audience. The role-based training you deliver to management functions is going to be different than you deliver to IT staff, and different still from broader training that you might deliver to a larger end-user audience. The message needs to focus on policies, procedures, relevant events and updates, role-specific where we can, The outcome is to aim for policy compliance, behavior change, adoption of best practices. We want to reduce risk in user behavior and to choose appropriate delivery. So I do love live events for the general security awareness training once a quarter, but when a user fails a phishing simulation, for example, that's a great opportunity to direct them in real time to a short computer-based training module to refresh their skills and their recognition of phishing messages. For certain department-specific training, a meeting might be more appropriate. Or we may put on-demand training out on our intranet. And culturally speaking, we want to align the content and the tone with the organizational structure and culture. And if we don't have a great open security-aware culture, then let's make our training something that would be appropriate for an open security-aware culture. And you want to use a variety of methods to raise employee awareness. So that computer-based training is nice for busy employees that need to train on their own schedule. Email reminders and tips, we can often drive from that computer-based training. And published policies and procedures. It's a great idea that we keep those policies and procedures refreshed. I like to refresh policies at least once a year by best practice. And when we update an acceptable use policy, we need to communicate that out to our employee base and make sure they read, sign, and accept those changes. Sign NDAs where appropriate. Newsletters, web pages, videos, posters, login banners, particularly when it comes to things like physical safety. Posters in the break room are a great idea. A newsletter to communicate out anything broadly company specific that's not related to the normal security training that we deliver. Visible enforcement of rules. And that means communicating policies and enforcing those policies when users step out of line. For example, if our policy says computer equipment owned by the organization can only be used for company business, then we have some sort of tiered policy to reinforce, to communicate to the user when they break the rules. That may begin with a verbal reprimand, for example, just a nice verbal reminder, and it might escalate from there if we see repeated unauthorized or negative behavior. Simulated incidents, a phishing simulation should probably be happening every month in every organization. And rewards for reporting suspicious activities. That see something, say something program can be supplemented with some little rewards, maybe a gift card or something of that nature when somebody reports a significant activity. And security responsibilities in job descriptions and performance reviews. As we're developing that security-aware culture where everybody takes responsibility, building it into the job description is a great idea. So role-based training is a critical component because it provides employees with context necessary for their specific role. So all personnel get the general security awareness training. Your executives, leaders, and managers get training on risk appetite and tolerance, setting the tone in terms of our security program, ethical leadership, program support within enterprise risk management. So our business leaders, who are no doubt great business people, may benefit from some leadership-focused training on how to better address risk in our organization and how to develop a security-aware culture organization-wide based on the tone they deliver from the top. Roles with elevated privileges, so safeguarding critical assets, understanding heightened responsibilities and consequences. This is going to be training common for our IT admins who will elevate their privilege when necessary for certain activities, and maybe in other departments as well where they're working with sensitive information and sensitive operations. Physical security personnel, so those protecting physical assets, managing environmental factors for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And frequency, so some roles need more frequent updates due to high-risk tasks or compliance, so that would certainly be true in the healthcare space with HIPAA or PCI DSS with folks in positions around credit card data and processing equipment. And our training program isn't complete without a systematic approach to measuring training effectiveness. So we want to make sure we track who receives training, and there needs to be a metric for that. Ideally, 100% of our employees get that general security awareness training and the essential role-based security training. Competence, some sort of grading. We want to assess that our users understand. This tends to be easier with computer-based training, that you can have a quiz at the end of each module to make sure that you can assess that they understood, they comprehended what they were reading or watching, and send them back to repeat where they did not. It's going to be a little easier with a learning management system of some sort, where we can create, deliver, track, report, monitor, and measure our compliance and support some level of continuous improvement. In fact, some of your LMS, your learning management systems, give you a way to plug in training from third parties if you don't want to develop it yourself. But the goal is to verify effective delivery, identify improvements over time, and ensure ongoing compliance with company policies and any regulations. And a success indicator over time, we should see in our metrics improving security behavior, fewer incidents, lower phishing clicks, quicker reporting. All right, it brings us to the end of 3B4. Let's test our knowledge with a question. Which of the following is the best indicator that a security awareness training has been effective? Is it A, employees sign to acknowledge the security policy? B, more incidents are being reported? C, no incidents have been reported in 3 months? Or D, a majority of employees have completed training? And here again we have 4 good answers, but we're asked for the best indicator. So let's eliminate a couple here. There are a couple of obvious eliminations here, obvious wrong answers. So employees signing to acknowledge the security policy has nothing to do with the efficacy of our training, their comprehension of what we've taught them. And likewise, a majority of employees have completed training. Again, no indicator that the training was effective, just that it was completed. So the options are B, more incidents are being reported, or C, no incidents have been reported in 3 months. One of these is objectively better than the other. Which do you think it is? The answer is B, more incidents are being reported. That's likely an indicator that the staff is paying more attention to security. Now, no recent security incidents does not reflect awareness levels. We might just be getting lucky. It would actually require additional research to determine for sure. That brings us to section 3B5, management of external services. So here we'll focus on our third-party relationships, our service providers, outsourcing challenges, important clauses to put into our outsourcing contracts, and managing access from third parties into our organization's resources like sensitive data. So third-party relationships can provide obvious benefits, filling skills gaps on our staff, giving us additional capabilities, but we have to manage the associated risks in alignment with stakeholder objectives. So we know that businesses are increasingly using external partners, public cloud providers, hosting providers, outsourced operations, like we see the Security Operations Center outsourced to a managed security service provider function quite often these days. And the risk there is it creates an extended supply chain that requires security and regulatory focus. So the goal is to balance third-party benefits with risk management, so we're in alignment with the risk appetite of the organization. And at the end of the day, you can outsource the task, but never outsource who has ultimate responsibility for security. Accountability remains with the organization. So let's talk about challenges when managing external service providers and vendors. So certainly, cultural differences impacting security practices can come into play. There may be technology incompatibilities. Maybe they're using a different set of tools, and maintaining consistent security is going to be challenging for one reason or another. Misaligned security processes or baselines. Maybe their risk appetite is a bit different than ours, and so we need to bring that into alignment. But weak or inconsistent capabilities in critical areas like incident response, business continuity planning, and disaster recovery are all potential areas of risk we need to look out for as we are managing those third-party relationships and selecting our vendors. So how must security engage with these external service providers and vendors? Well, we need to assess potential third-party failures and their impact on the business. We need to plan to manage and mitigate these impacts to acceptable levels. We need to formalize the security manager's risk role through policies and standards. We need to have a close relationship with a bridge between the organization and that service provider from a security perspective. We need to mandate security involvement before establishing new third-party relationships. So we have to assess the security posture of that vendor before we allow them to be onboarded formally as a vendor. And create a clear engagement model for security interaction with procurement and vendor management teams. So when dealing with third-party service providers, we have to consider a few things. Our core needs as an organization, key actions, and complexity factors with this relationship. So in terms of core needs, know where your data is and who can access it. We need to secure assets everywhere, and that includes when they're externally available. So security extends outside the company to every vendor in our supply chain. And there are key actions an organization needs to focus on when dealing with third-party service providers. So before that contract is finalized, we need to establish controls, assess the risk of the function, the provider, the outsourcing itself, perform our due diligence to make sure we have alignment in terms of security posture. And we'll include risk clauses in the contract as well. So we're going to protect the organization in every way we can. So during the process, during that relationship, we're going to manage our day-to-day risks and reassess the situation anytime significant changes occur. So if we have a change in the process, we may need to reassess the security controls around that relationship and the levels of access. And when the relationship comes to a natural conclusion, we need to make sure we follow a proper offboarding procedure, which would include returning any equipment or data destruction, and then, of course, timely removal of their access. And let's talk about the complexity factor. So certainly risk increases with criticality. So vendor risk has to stay within the organization's tolerance level, and we'll use contracts to help with that. Contracts bridge the gap. You specify the controls, the provider implements them, and in regulated industries, we may need specific compliance language in our contracts. But we need to make sure we have alignment not only with the organization's risk appetite and security posture, but also with regards to our regulatory compliance obligations. And then risk management is going to evolve as the business needs evolve and potentially impacts that relationship and necessary changes there that we have to reassess. And we always want to plan an exit strategy from the very beginning. We have to avoid vendor lock to make sure that if we need to separate from this vendor, that we can do so in a timely way without business interruption. So outsourcing comes with challenges that the organization has to focus on with regards to these third parties. So transparency issues, for example. It's hard to see an external service provider's internal controls. It's one thing for them to tell us that they have controls in place, but we don't necessarily have the visibility to prove it. So we can put strong SLAs in our contracts that specify required protection levels, like ISO 27001, or SOC 2 compliance, right to audit clauses, or on-demand reports like a SOC 2 Type 2, which would be common with a public cloud provider. Clear incident response protocols and business continuity and disaster recovery requirements, so we don't have an impact to our business if there's an impact to the vendor. Contracts have to align the provider's processes with the organization's regulatory needs. For example, if the organization is subject to GDPR, if we have a data breach at the third-party provider, then they would need to report the incident to us in a timely manner. Other considerations: providers' financial stability, cultural and ethical alignment, Potential loss of internal skills. So if we're outsourcing a function to a third-party provider, any in-house skills we have in that area might atrophy. Hidden costs or service limits that would affect our budget estimates. Privacy laws and cross-border data transfer rules. We want to make sure we know where our third-party provider employees, their staff, are located and that they are onshore. So there are definitely types of protected data that cannot be accessed by offshore personnel. Provider staff awareness. We need to make sure that the staff from the third parties working with our organization go through our security awareness training where necessary. And in addition to vendor self-attestation and contractual SLAs, asking for a vendor's last external audit or penetration test also provides assurance. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I do that as a matter of common practice. So key takeaways here. When dealing with third parties, remember at least these tips for the exam. Contracts using strong SLAs, data protection clauses, and audit rights are going to be important. And again, ask for that last external audit as a higher level of assurance. Regulation. Know your industry-specific rules, your regulatory obligations, so you can make sure you don't run afoul of those with your third-party relationships. If you're in the financial services space or healthcare, you definitely are in a regulated industry. There are going to be some rules that apply to you and to vendors accessing your sensitive data. And plan for vendor failure or breach scenarios. Make sure you know how you're going to maintain business continuity if you have a failure at one of your third parties. Next, we'll talk outsourcing contracts, which are the foundation that ensure mutual understanding of roles and rights between the organization and service providers. It really serves as a framework for resolving issues with our vendors. So some key security provisions we'd expect to see in that contract would include a confidentiality agreement or an NDA, and that would include provisions on how data is handled, returned, destroyed. Security controls. We might define appropriate controls with reference to SOC reports or the ISO 27000 standards. Network connectivity, specifying security mechanisms, firewalls, monitoring, VPN. Right to audit, so defining scope, frequency, notice, cost. We might even specify unannounced audits for high-risk vendors. Equally common is asking a vendor for their last external audit, so we can take a look at that and see if the scope is sufficient to answer our questions. With your cloud service providers, your Amazons, Azures, and Google Cloud platforms, typically they offer on-demand reports like the SOC 2 Type 2 or the ISO 27001. Incident response, defining roles, notification, remediation, and timelines for breaches. Indemnity, ensuring compensation for provider failures. You do want to watch for liability caps, making sure that when a provider falls short, that we can claw back some of the fees and some of the damage that may have been done to us. And choice of law. This is quite common that you'll specify the jurisdiction where any legal disputes will be settled. So if the organization is a Delaware corporation, then typically you would specify Delaware as your jurisdiction, for example. Other areas we might address in our contract clauses would include service specifications, data handling limits, access controls, ensuring least privilege, for example, incident response or business continuity details, service quality, or what we'd more commonly call quality of service, vendor-employee NDAs, data ownership, and offboarding specifics. And that brings us to the end of Section 3B5. Let's test our knowledge with a practice question. Which of the following should be done first when making a decision to allow access to the organization's data center facility to a new external party? A risk assessment, the exposure factor, vendor due diligence, or a contract language review. So which should be done first? And first is the key word there. So there are two we can knock off right away. So a contract language review, that's going to come further on in the process where we're digging into the details of the agreement. So at that point, we've already done some vendor due diligence for sure. And the exposure factor. So exposure factor is a phrase you'd hear when we're talking about risk assessment, where we're dealing with a specific asset threat pair. So the focus of that is a little too detailed, as is the focus of a contract language review. So we're thinking about allowing a vendor into our data center facility, so our focus here is more expansive. And our options remaining are a risk assessment, makes good sense, and vendor due diligence. So which of these is the best answer? And there's an objective correct answer here, and the answer is A, a risk assessment. The risk assessment identifies the risks involved in allowing access to an external third party and the required controls. All the other options on that list could actually be part of the risk assessment, and the risk assessment itself is an act of due diligence. And that brings us to section 3B6, where we're talking through information security program communications and reporting. So we'll touch on various aspects of program management evaluation, review, compliance monitoring, performance measurement, and reporting. And we'll touch on the plan, do, check, act cycle. So let's start with communication and reporting responsibilities of the information security manager. So the purpose of program communication is to keep senior leaders, regulators, and stakeholders informed. We want to make sure our senior leadership is aware of our progress in delivery of program objectives, any change in current risk status, as well as any opportunities for improvement we've identified. The importance here is just keeping leaders informed to avoid any legal or financial liability due to unknown risks, and to give them the information they need to make good decisions, both financial and strategic. And the manager's role is to use reporting to fulfill business case promises, to show strategy success through relevant, measurable, actionable metrics, and to update on monitoring and emerging risks. So when should the managers evaluate the current state of the existing security program? Well, as to the when, it's when we're entering a new org or the org needs a change. And we want to assess the current security program's state, and the action here is to share our evaluation with the steering committee and shareholders to decide on needed changes. So essentially, if you're taking on that role of information security manager in a new organization, assessing the existing security program, going through this evaluation is going to be a great opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the program in place and determine what deficiencies you see and any changes that are needed, which you can then communicate to your senior management. Great way to start your role in showing management you know what you're doing. And when you're evaluating the current state of the existing program, the information security manager needs to consider the strategy and roadmap, so checking for any documented strategy roadmap or established risk criteria and impact thresholds. If that's been documented already, that's our starting point. We want to look at policy, standards, and procedures, verify they're current, complete, measurable, realistic, and updated collectively. And then alignment and review, so confirming alignment with governance, organization initiatives, compliance, ensuring regular management reviews occur, and then having a look at the metrics, ensuring KPIs are defined and regularly reviewed. Now, one measure of a security program's maturity is how well it meets regulatory and internal compliance needs. So the level of compliance is really looking to see as management determines how much compliance the enterprise will undertake with relevant timelines and milestones for hitting those objectives. And then integration. Are compliance requirements clearly defined and integrated into policy, standards, procedures, and success metrics? But they need to be defined and integrated and documented. And then alignment, of course. Do the technical, operational, and managerial components align with regulatory standards? And when we look at auditing and tracking, what do recent audits reveal about our compliance position? Are deficiencies tracked, reported, and resolved in a timely way? And are compliance management technologies leveraged for efficiency? Not required, but helpful in progressing more quickly. So evaluating program management helps gauge the breadth of the program and the extent of management support. So ensuring thorough program documentation and accessible operating guidelines exist. Without documentation, there are going to be a lot of questions and high potential that when obligations are not met, when core operational tasks are overlooked, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. Roles and responsibilities, verifying clear definition and understanding, especially at the executive level. We want to check if it's included in manager objectives, so everybody knows who's responsible for what. Authority and oversight, confirming accountability, sufficient authority and visibility, and formal steering committee guidance. But it's all about accountability. If we don't have clear accountability defined, then nobody's accountable. Administration, so checking for effective budgeting, financial, HR, and knowledge management. Making sure we have those administrative resources in place. And metrics and review, ensuring meaningful metrics are collected, relevant, measurable, actionable, and they're reported, and management regularly reassesses effectiveness of the program and the metrics used to measure. So the information security manager also must evaluate how effectively the program carries out day-to-day operations. From a day-to-day effectiveness perspective, we want to assess execution within the security team as well as across business units, and make sure that security is integrated into technical and business standard operating procedures with clear accountability. And documented procedures. We want to make sure that those standard operating procedures are documented for configuration and access management, system maintenance, event analysis, incident response. We want to make sure that tasks are logged and tracked as they're carried out, and that separation of duties is enforced, so we don't have one person with too much control across a process from end to end. And reporting, ensuring effective operational, tactical, and strategic metrics reporting, and clear escalation paths exist when those metrics indicate a problem. So managing the technical environment ensures that security mechanisms and processes are appropriately implemented. So control implementation, verifying correct implementation of security mechanisms and processes. From a technical perspective, checking for standards covering configuration, whether that's network, system, or application, and architecture, that we have clear topology, protocols, and compartmentalization or segmentation laid out in our standards. Implementation and monitoring. So confirming continuous monitoring of key controls, that there are failure notifications in place, and separation of development, test, and production environments. And from a logging and lifecycle management perspective, making sure we have reliable logging infrastructure in place and secure decommissioning processes to prevent data leakage. And the information security manager must also assess whether the program's current financial, human, and technical resources are sufficient. This would be really important when you're stepping in to manage a program as a new information security manager. So checking to make sure the financial, human, technical resources are all at a level that will allow the program to be successful. And if not, we identify the gaps and we escalate those shortfalls to our senior management so we can request resources and justify where necessary. From a financial perspective, verifying we have a comprehensive budget linked to business goals and identifying any underfunding risks. From a human perspective, checking workload management, making sure that everybody is shouldering a manageable workload, that our employees have adequate skills to do the job competently, we have training resources available to them. We want to make sure that we use delegation effectively to spread that workload and use automation wherever we can. such as an implementation of security control baselines, as we discussed earlier in this session. And from a technical perspective, confirming supporting technologies, sufficient and scalable capacity. We have lifecycle planning in place for maintenance, updates, and replacement of aging equipment and other resources. The key takeaway here, program evaluation is like a security program health check. Any gaps or shortfalls should be escalated to senior management. So let's talk about the plan, do, check, act cycle. So information security management closely aligns with total quality management philosophies, and we see this surfaced in the iterative four-step PDCA cycle. So it starts with plan, so design, plan, and initiate the security program, strategy, policies, objectives, and risk management. And then the doing, execute and maintain the strategy by integrating it into routine organizational practices. And then in the check phase, monitor, audit, and review program effectiveness and use metrics and performance indicators to gauge success. What do we say about our metrics? Relevant, measurable, actionable. And then act. Here we address findings from audits and risk assessments, and we create corrective, preventive, and continuous improvement actions. And then we're going to present recommendations and resource requests to management for decision. So if we look at PDCA visually, basically input from our stakeholders goes into that plan phase, and reporting to stakeholders comes out of the check phase. Because as we're going to act, we want to first get appropriate approval, and we might need additional resources. Next, let's talk security reviews and audits. So standardized assessments provide trend and performance data. We have quite a few options here, but we want to look at the components of any given approach to understand its objective, its scope, its constraints, the approach, and result. Common types of assessments. We have control self-assessments, which would be focused on security controls, architecture reviews, spot checks, where we might look at a very specific area of the environment. Audits are more formalized and generally going to be broader in their scope, and that would test controls against objectives, potentially against our policies or standards like COBIT or ISO. And audits may be internal or external. In either case, they should be independent and unbiased. Then we leverage those findings to improve the program and gain management support for our efforts and our recommendations for improvement. And it always pays to maintain a good relationship with your auditor, especially that external auditor. Their feedback is very important, and when we have maybe a disagreement on that report, perhaps a finding for which the auditor doesn't appreciate that you have another compensating control in place, it pays to be able to have a conversation with that auditor. And if there's a friendly relationship and some trust there, you can get the necessary adjustments on that report without a lot of trouble. So compliance enforcement should be integrated early in the program to ensure clear accountability and to minimize rework and cost. Much like all aspects of security we've talked about, shifting left where we integrate into the full life cycle from the beginning, it just makes everything less disruptive, less laborious, and less costly. So there's policy compliance, where we ensure policies define responsibilities, cover all systems. We have periodic reviews in place and formal risk-based exception processes. Standards compliance, very similar. We want to make sure that standards operationalize policy. We use automation where possible, and we also have those formal risk-based exception processes. And how do we resolve non-compliance? We want to make sure that we track, prioritize, assign responsibility, and follow up. We address findings from monitoring, from our audits, from our vulnerability scans in a timely fashion based on the risk they present. So when we have a vulnerability scan with those high severity findings, we want to address those quickly. For example, If validation of a compliance process like encrypting sensitive data before sending reveals we have a violation, perhaps BitLocker is not enabled on a workstation, it's going to trigger corrective measures in our process. So monitoring is how we ensure that our controls are operating as intended. There are a number of methods we can employ here, but continuous monitoring should be in place. So ongoing checks with real-time or near real-time alerts so we can respond quickly to potential issues. Risk assessments, so regular vulnerability identification and remediation trend tracking. So penetration testing and scanning, we can perform scans internally or externally, and we want to track all vulnerabilities, but we want to pay special attention to repeating vulnerabilities, especially those that we believe were reported remediated in the previous scan and they've popped up again. We need to trace down the reason for the regression. Metrics and response, making sure we have escalation procedures and rapid response capability in place. It's not uncommon in organizations that are not terribly well organized that they put the monitoring in place, and then from an operational perspective, it's basically ignored. The monitoring is sitting there with nobody at the controls. So let's talk about key areas to measure. So risk and loss management, looking at our vulnerabilities, our incident metrics, looking at our risk, our annualized loss expectancy and what that trend looks like. Supporting organizational goals, making sure we have alignment between security and business goals and we have consensus of that alignment. Compliance, adherence to compliance, resolution of any deviations. Operational productivity, making sure we're using tools efficiently and employing automation where we can to maximize the consistency and the implementation of our controls and reducing manual effort. So cost effectiveness, making sure that our TCO is in line with expectations, that we're using our budget as effectively as possible, that we have that cost-benefit ratio within limits. Organizational awareness, training effectiveness, analyzing, identifying, and closing any gaps. Technical security architecture, the effectiveness of our controls, making sure that we have metrics in place that demonstrate our controls are indeed as effective as we expected. And management framework and resources, so measuring our process maturity and effective use of resources. And finally, operational performance, we can track our incident response and patch times and see the reports from our change controls, how many are successful, how many failed or resulted in impacts. We talk quite a lot about change management and change control being important. It's not often we mention the reality that even with that process in place, if the change control doesn't properly govern our change process, incorporating good reporting on the test results before implementation, we can have changes that cause problems. And ongoing monitoring and communication. So the security manager has to ensure regular, reliable communication of program status and emerging risks to the program stakeholders. So centralized monitoring, a security operations center with defined severity and escalation procedures. Event analysis and response, trained staff, procedures, trend analysis happening using relevant, measurable, and actionable metrics. Real-time versus detective control. So real-time controls give us rapid response capability. Detective controls give us more root cause after the fact. Management assurance, providing summaries and actionable insights to our stakeholders. But the goal here is clear objectives, continuous monitoring and evaluation, and effective communication. That's a robust security program. It manages risk, it meets compliance, and it aligns with business goals. And the information security manager is right in the center, orchestrating all of this activity. Let's put what we learned to the test with a practice question. So as an information security manager, you would like to lay down clearly defined roles and responsibilities. What is the most important benefit that you expect from this activity? Is it A, ensure that all your team comply with policies? B, your team is more accountable. C, your team knows what to do and when. Or D, everyone is clear about their responsibilities. So what is the most important benefit you would expect from clearly defined roles and responsibilities? All plausible answers. 2 here we can definitely rule out. Ensuring that your team complies with policies is not a relevant benefit to laying out roles and responsibilities. Whatever their role and responsibility, we expect them to comply with policies. Not our goal here. D, everyone is clear about their responsibilities. That is true. That is a benefit of this. It's not the most important. So we have 2 very important top-level benefits here. Your team knows what to do and when. Very important. Or your team is accountable. Also very important. Which of these is the most important? The answer is B, your team is more accountable. So well-defined roles and responsibilities provides clear visibility into who is responsible and accountable for a given function, control process, or risk. Accountability cannot be transferred, and it is a question we must always know the answer to. Moving on to Domain 4, which focuses on incident management, we'll begin with Part A, which is Incident Management Readiness. So if we look at the syllabus for Domain 4 at a high level here, Part A includes Incident Response Plan, Business Impact Analysis, the Business Continuity Plan, Disaster Recovery Plan, Incident Classification and Categorization, and we'll wrap up with Incident Management Training, Testing, and Evaluation. So if we look at the supporting tasks of those 37 and which map to Domain 4A, we have number 29, establish and maintain an incident response plan in alignment with the business continuity plan and the disaster recovery plan. So remembering that incident response plans and the disaster recovery plan support the business continuity plan, which serves the business. Number 30, establish and maintain an information security incident classification and categorization process. This is what we're using to establish the incident type. So what kind of incident is it? And the impact and severity. So how bad is the incident? 31, develop and implement processes to ensure the timely identification of information security incidents. 32, establish and maintain processes to investigate and document information security incidents in accordance with legal and regulatory requirements. And then establish and maintain incident handling process, including containment, notification, escalation, eradication, and recovery. A lot of terms you definitely want to be familiar with there. You'll want to know at the end of the day the incident response flow, and you want to be familiar with all of these terms. 34, organize, train, equip, and assign responsibilities to incident response teams, ensuring teams have the skills they need, the resources they need, and everyone knows their role. 35, establish and maintain incident communication plans and processes for internal and external parties. So we need to choose channel, verbosity, and the cadence of communication based on our audience. We're always tailoring that communication. And 36, evaluate incident management plans through testing and review, including tabletop exercises, checklist review, and simulation testing at planned intervals. So plans require regular maintenance and testing to ensure they remain effective. So in section 4A1, we're focused on the incident response plan. We'll look at incident management versus incident response. We'll talk through our desired outcomes, how policies and standards factor, response and recovery plans, teams and staffing, and we'll wrap with a discussion of notification. So what is incident management? Well, incident management is essentially part of an organization's risk management program. The focus is on proactive planning, preparation, and identifying risks and abnormal events. The goal is quite simply to minimize negative business impact and to return the business to normal operations as soon as possible. So what are the core elements and the goals of incident management? Well, it aims to address a broad spectrum of potential disruption, certainly returning the business back to normal operations quickly, but let's go a bit deeper. So for example, we want to address situations like losing a critical staff member, IT outages, market changes, major disasters. Our goals include minimizing harm, restoring normal operations quickly. Some key considerations here in developing an incident management procedure would include tailoring our process to the organization. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. Certainly there are processes in terms of flow we can rely on as a template, but how we approach incident management will be influenced by the organization's operational maturity, its size, our industry, and our compliance needs. And this process definitely needs stakeholder buy-in, especially senior management needs to be on board with our incident management program. And incident management addresses the full incident lifecycle before, during, and after an incident. So let's compare incident management versus incident response in terms of goals. So stated simply, the primary goal of incident management and incident response together is to minimize the impact of security incidents on the organization. So if we get a bit more specific, first and foremost is protecting human life and safety, minimizing downtime and business disruption, maintaining confidentiality, integrity, and availability, the three legs of the CIA triad, the foundation of security, preventing recurrence, complying with legal and regulatory requirements, protecting the organization's reputation, which can be difficult to destroy, and that loss of reputation immeasurable. So while there's not strictly a numeric order here in terms of priority, we can put a couple of numbers by this safely. Protecting human life and safety is always number one. Minimizing downtime and business disruption, very close second. So let's dig into some key processes supporting our goals in terms of incident management and response. Early detection and rapid response. We want to be prepared to identify incidents quickly and contain the threats fast so we minimize their impact. Minimizing that adverse impact, so limiting the damage and maintaining and restoring business continuity. Preserving evidence, so this will support investigations later, allow us to get down to root cause, address any legal needs should there be litigation, maintaining a chain of custody, very important. Meeting our obligations from a legal and regulatory perspective, as well as any contract service level agreements. Protecting the organization's reputation and our stakeholders, maintaining trust, and keeping stakeholders informed appropriately throughout the incident. Establishing clear roles and responsibilities. So in the program, we're going to define who does what from a technical perspective, a management perspective, as well as the external players in the incident management and response process. Facilitating continuous improvement. So we always want to conduct post-incident reviews, learn what we can learn, and update our plans accordingly. Provide adequate funding and resources. This is where support from the top comes into play. Budget for tools, training, and personnel. If we don't have management support, that budget is likely to be lacking. And aligning with business objectives and risk appetite. So tailoring our approach to the organization's risk tolerance and balancing cost versus asset value. But I still haven't really told you the difference between incident management and incident response. Stick with me a couple of minutes and we'll get there. So let's talk through the process steps in the incident handling lifecycle. So here, for example, are the steps that roughly align to the SANS incident response framework. Preparation, so planning, policies, tools, training, management support. Identification, so how we detect events and verify incidents. The initial analysis, sometimes called triage. And prioritization, where we apply the classification and categorization. Containment, limiting the scope and magnitude of the incident, preserving evidence, that chain of custody. Eradication, removing the root cause of the incident. Recovery, restoring affected systems and services to normal operation while attempting to meet our recovery time and recovery point objectives. So recovering quickly and restoring the data we need. So you notice some of the key terms I said you should definitely be familiar with on exam day. So you see here containment, eradication, and recovery. Remember these. Lessons learned. So post-incident, we analyze the incident, identify improvements, and update plans and procedures. So this is one flavor of the incident handling lifecycle. So we could also look at it from the Carnegie Mellon University perspective. And here we see prepare, protect, so safeguarding assets, detect, where we identify suspicious activities, triage, where we sort, categorize, and prioritize those incoming events to then declare an incident, and respond, take action. The technical actions to respond to the incident, and then the management and legal actions that may come alongside. So that's another perspective. We could also look at it from the NIST perspective, which includes preparation, detection and analysis, then the containment, eradication, and recovery steps, and we really go through a process there of detecting potentially multiple aspects of an incident. And then there's the post-incident activity, where we find our lessons learned through that post-incident analysis, and we update our process accordingly. So if I were to give it to you from just a general flow perspective, I think you'll tie it all together here. But NIST is covered in their special publication 800-61. You really need to focus on the elements of these processes and know containment, eradication, and recovery terminology, what the difference is between those three. I've covered it a couple of times here. But from a general flow perspective, if we just look at this from a general process, there's the planning and preparation, where we create our policies, we get support, we build awareness, we have the tools in place. Detection, triage, and investigation, where we define an event versus an incident, because every incident will include events and alerts, generally speaking, but not every event and alert is an incident. So we have to detect, validate, prioritize. Then we contain. So here we're executing containment, performing forensics, initiating that recovery process, finding the root cause, and then we have the post-incident assessment, where we evaluate our response, we identify opportunities for improvement, corrective actions, and we report our metrics. So how did we do? Did we recover, meeting our recovery time and recovery point objectives? And then there is incident closure, the final analysis. We submit the reports and incorporate those lessons learned into our incident response process. All right, you've been very patient, so now let's focus up on incident management versus incident response. What is the difference exactly? Incident management is the strategic program and the overarching framework. Incident response is the process that is triggered when an incident is declared. Incident management includes planning, policies, resource allocation, governance, recovery, continuous improvement. Incident response focuses on immediate action. Identify, contain, eradicate, recover. Those terms you need to be very familiar with. Ensures preparedness and alignment with business goals. So incident management maintains that higher level business-centric big picture focus. Incident response, the goal is to minimize the immediate impact of the incident and restore operations quickly. So incident management, think big picture governance, and incident response, think boots on the ground action. So the relationship here is incident response executes parts of the overall incident management strategy. Together, they build resilience in service operation. And remember, senior management support is crucial for both. We have to have the support, the resources, and the budget. And remember, the terms I said are important here. Containment, eradication, and recovery. Make sure you know the difference between the three. You'll hear them again in the series, but there's one place where you can go back to refer at any time. All right, moving on. Let's talk about the information security manager's role in incident management and recovery. So their involvement varies based on the organization size, the structure, industry, regulation, organization's maturity from a program and process perspective, but we can identify some typical responsibilities. The Information Security Manager often leads or participates in security incident response. They certainly assist with business impact analysis. They'll coordinate recovery solutions with IT. They act as an advisor, as a consultant to the organization. They have to understand business continuity, disaster recovery, and incident management requirements so they can ensure security plans align well with the broader continuity and recovery objectives of the organization, that security business alignment we've talked about throughout the series. So, incident management and risk management are actually two sides of the same coin. They do differ in their focus. So, risk management focuses on prevention, where we're putting our controls in place. Incident management focuses on effective response. So a materialized risk is an incident, and incident management establishes that plan for coordinated response to contain damage and prevent disaster. Incident response capabilities reinforce the overall risk posture. The goal at the end of the day is prevent escalation, contain the incident, and prevent it from becoming a disaster. But incident management, remember, establishes the plan. Incident response capabilities are the boots on the ground. So integrating assurance processes. We've talked about assurance processes a few times in the series. So this is the practice of systematically connecting and coordinating organizational functions like physical security, HR, and legal with our incident response plans in this case. The key value of assurance process integration to the business is to ensure smoother and more effective collaboration during high-pressure incidents by clearly defining departmental roles, which is going to eliminate confusion under stressful conditions and unintentional overlaps during crises, so everybody stays in their lane. Testing interdepartmental linkages. So this proactively identifies and addresses potential communication or coordination breakdowns, facilitates a unified response. This leads to a more efficient and effective incident resolution. So just elements of planning and validation to make sure that when the situation arises, the organization can respond competently and effectively. So let's talk value delivery. So to deliver maximum value, an effective incident management program should seamlessly integrate with business processes and structures, minimizing disruption to the business and maximizing efficiency in our response. It strengthens the organization's risk management capabilities. Remember, risk management tends to be proactive. Incident management is the reactive that serves to support when our proactive measures don't do the job. Align with business continuity planning so that critical functions can continue running or be quickly restored. So supporting our business continuity plan. Contribute to the enterprise's overall security strategy. And acting as a backstop to optimize risk management efforts of the organization. So the incident management program effectively serves as a final safeguard against threats, helping to contain damage and streamline recovery while continuously improving the risk posture of the organization. So resource management in this context, including time, personnel, budget, really underpins the efficiency of any incident management effort. So effective triage is where it begins. Remember, triage is that critical initial process of rapidly assessing, prioritizing, and categorizing security alerts to determine which threats are most urgent and require our immediate attention. So deploying our limited resources to the highest risk incidents first, protecting critical functions, enabling rapid resumption of service. Considerations here. Resource identification, understanding our time constraints, and the skills and availability of our personnel and our budget to apply to these processes. Triage, that's where we're assessing impact, urgency, and scope of incidents and prioritizing. Allocation, we prioritize critical incidents, we match skills to tasks, and we use our resources as efficiently as we can. And business continuity, focusing on core systems, maintaining communication with all relevant parties throughout the process, using the medium and language and cadence that best meets that audience. So when we define incident management procedures, as you saw earlier, there is no universal approach to defining incident management procedures. Organizations adopt established frameworks that might be NIST, it might be SANS, it might be that Carnegie Mellon, it might be something of their own design that simply uses these frameworks as a starting point. They're customizing the response tailored to the organization. At the end of the day, the goal is simply to match best practices with the enterprise's environment and their risk profile. So for you on this exam, we've talked through several aspects of the flow of incident response. We've talked through the difference between incident management and response and those key terms you need to know for exam day. That's where you should focus. Don't worry about rote memorization of any specific framework. So let's talk about assessing the organization's capability. Answering that question, where do we stand, by assessing current incident response capability to identify where the organization needs to change. There are a few techniques we can use here. You've heard some of these before. So something as simple as a survey, talking to our business leaders, managers, to the IT department, self-assessments versus best practices, external audits or external assessments, which would really be a thorough, unbiased evaluation. Reviewing our incident history to identify trends, weaknesses, impacts, identifying those areas where we could have responded more effectively. The less frequent but catastrophic events like a large-scale earthquake might be addressed through specialized insurance or advanced DR planning. So those will be outliers, but still need to be addressed in some way. So performing a gap analysis compares current versus desired incident response capability. So a gap analysis clarifies which processes need improvement for efficiency and effectiveness, and any technology or skills required to meet those response goals. What steps to prioritize based on impact and cost-benefit considerations. The findings of a gap analysis can provide direction on development or update of the incident response plan. So incident management plans also need to cover operational continuity logistics. So procedures, having detailed, accessible, hard copy procedures in case electronic systems are down or staff is unavailable, which can definitely happen in a disaster situation. Off-site storage, so securing essential business forms and software off-site to enable alternate work locations if needed. And understanding dependencies, ensuring key hardware and software dependencies are documented, including backup availability. But all of these considerations ensure members of the incident response team have the resources and the information they need to respond competently and to minimize the need to make ad hoc decisions under stressful circumstances. And then there's defining our response team roles. We need to make sure that clear roles and responsibility for each of the teams is defined before an incident happens. So there are a number of teams that are commonly involved here. You have the emergency action team, which will deal with immediate threats. Damage assessment, basically assessing the extent of damage. Emergency management, handling some coordination and decisions in disaster scenarios. The relocation team, helping folks move to alternate sites. The security team, who focuses on containment and forensics. But the teams should have clarity on decisions like service priorities, the required staffing, and the location of alternate facilities well before any event happens. So then there is the training of our team. So ensuring that our team is well trained so their response is competent when the time comes. And the information security manager should conduct or coordinate scenario-based exercises to test response steps. Confirm resource adequacy, including tools, documentation, availability of staff. They should mentor new team members on processes, roles, responsibilities, and corporate standards to make sure everybody is prepared for game day. And that's where they can use on-the-job training for continuous improvement in policies, standards, and tools. So we can get our folks well acquainted with our policies and our standards, and then they can help us in the process of continuously improving those. Scheduling formal training when necessary for team members to achieve certifications or competencies relevant to their role in the process. Now, we've mentioned the importance of notification a couple of times, making sure that we have timely notification, which is going to be vital to reducing damage. So an effective approach will include automated alerts, emails, SMS, etc., documented escalation paths, a list of relevant stakeholders to make sure that we're reaching out and informing the right groups at the right time. This will include management, HR, legal, IT, security, a broad range across the business. We need to define and communicate responsibility. So roles and responsibilities should happen well before the event. And we want to formalize those roles and responsibilities in job descriptions wherever we can, so it leaves no room for interpretation. So let's talk challenges in developing the incident management plan. So developing the plan comes with challenges of its own, and the information security manager, your role on this exam, should anticipate and address these challenges proactively. So common obstacles will include a lack of management buy-in. So without senior leadership support, resources may be limited and responses may be slow or inconsistent. We know that a lack of management buy-in is a fatal flaw in terms of our odds at being successful in developing an effective incident management plan. Misalignment with organizational goals. So rapid change in the organization can sometimes outpace updates to incident plans, leaving new or expanding areas unprotected, so leave us with gaps. We might have turnover in the team. If we lose key champions, that can stall plan development and maintenance. Ineffective communication, so either too little communication, which can lead to confusion, too much communication, which can lead to stakeholder fatigue, where people just begin to ignore the messages, or a failure to tailor communication to the audience, being too technical with our business leaders or too vague with our technical teams, for example. And overly complex plans. If a plan is too broad or too complicated, stakeholders might not fully commit to it, leaving us with gaps when it comes to execution. All right, let's test what we've learned with a practice question. So when a possible breach of an organization's business system is reported by a SOC analyst, what should be the first action taken by the incident response manager? Is it A, validate the incident, B, run a vulnerability scan on the affected system, C, disable the affected user's account, or D, review the system logs? So looking at what they're asking for here, what is the first action that should be taken when we have a potential breach reported? So we have a potential incident here. So what is the incident response manager's first step? Well, just looking at this, since they're asking us for the first action when a potential breach is reported, I'm not going to run a vulnerability scan because I don't know that I have an incident yet. And that's really just going to reveal a vulnerability, right? It's not going to detect a breach. Disabling the affected user's account, potentially impacting a process, a business process, not going to be my first step. So I might review system logs. That would certainly allow me to potentially detect whether or not that breach is real. Or do I validate the incident? So when investigating an incident, it should be validated. As we've discussed in the past, every incident will include alerts, but not every alert is an incident. So when we're investigating a possible incident, first we want to validate. We want to confirm it's an incident. This might require some initial triage to confirm before we declare that we have an incident on our hands. And that brings us to section 4A2, where we're going to focus on the goals, elements, information collected, and benefits of the business impact analysis. Essentially, we're going to distill the key aspects of the business impact analysis you should know for exam day. So what is the BIA? Well, its purpose is to determine the impact on the business if critical processes or resources fail. It's going to be the foundation for several other documents and plans. It's foundation for risk management, our business continuity planning, and the disaster recovery plan, which lives within the business continuity plan. But the business impact analysis helps the business know where to focus in all of these. So it's going to answer questions like, how fast does a disruption hurt us? What do we need to recover? What's the overall operational hit? So if we look at it in terms of the three security dimensions, those in the CIA triad, we have a loss of confidentiality, so unauthorized data disclosure, which can lead to reputation damage, fines, legal issues. Loss of integrity, so unauthorized data or system changes, which can lead to data fraud or system compromise. A loss of availability, so critical systems or processes being down. This leads to lost productivity, revenue loss, and certainly customer dissatisfaction. So the three core goals of the business impact analysis: it needs to consider how disruptions can affect each dimension of information security: confidentiality, integrity, and availability, effectively the CIA triad. Now, the BIA also focuses on three overarching objectives which guide organizations in prioritizing tasks and resources during incidents. So there's prioritizing criticality, where we identify and rank business functions by potential disruption impact. This focuses on recovery of what matters most first. Downtime estimation, so determining maximum tolerable downtime for processes. This defines the acceptable interruption window. And resource requirements, identifying essential people, technology, facilities, etc. needed for recovery. This clarifies what is needed to get back online and running again. So key considerations during our business impact analysis. An effective approach is to analyze a manageable set of realistic scenarios with a broader group of key stakeholders. So we want to use realistic scenarios. Don't only plan for absolute worst case. Consider likely disruptions, which may be lesser in their severity. We want to avoid inflating the perception of risk. We want to understand loss escalation, so how do impacts worsen over time. This helps us to set realistic recovery time and recovery point objectives. Assessing tangible and intangible impacts, so measuring financial loss and evaluating intangibles like damage to the organization's reputation. Aligning with other risk analyses, so ensuring that our BIA findings integrate with broader business risk assessments. So a common pitfall we see in business impact analysis is too much focus on worst case outcomes, on outliers, which can inflate perceived risks. It can have us focusing in places other than where we need to be and potentially overspending in the process. So go back to the first point on this slide here. Use realistic scenarios. Plan for likely disruptions, not just the worst case. So common business impact analysis steps. So here are some core considerations and steps that we see in most approaches. We identify business functions. We detail the activities within each function. We map internal and external dependencies, so we know everything that's needed to get that process back online. We sequence the critical operations. So once we understand the dependencies, then we can understand in what order we need to get them back online. Establish recovery time objectives. So how fast must it be recovered? Define resource needs for restoration. Determine manual workarounds and our recovery point objective. So how much data loss is tolerable? Assess maximum tolerable downtime. Analyze upstream and downstream impacts on other functions. So you're looking at some dependencies there. Compile findings to inform the business continuity plan. So let's talk about information typically gathered in a business impact analysis. So we're looking for function descriptions and objectives, dependencies, impacts, financial, operational, customer, competitive, etc. So who is affected, how significantly. Work backlog accumulation rate. So we're now a bit more business function focused. Let's step into the technology side. So technology needs: servers, network, software, restoration procedures, and alternate site capabilities. Manual workaround, feasibility, and duration. Remote work capability. We see this commonly when a primary site goes down. We have a plan for remote work so the people can continue to support business functions. Critical resource identification in terms of people and equipment, potential alternate solutions. That's where we get creative and we come up with temporary workarounds where possible. Recovery sequencing and timeline, so order of operations and time that it's going to take to bring those functions back online. But you've got a bit more technical detail down there in some of those questions. So really, how and how fast can we recover? What recovery options do we have? And how long will recovery take? That's really what we're digging into in this longer list here if I wanted to distill it down. How and how fast can we recover? What options do we have? And how long is it going to take? So if we look at that business continuity management picture again, the business impact analysis is going to feed some of our key metrics like recovery point objective, recovery time objective, the maximum tolerable downtime. That's going to feed into our business continuity plan and our disaster recovery plan. The technical aspects lie within the BCP. And then over time, we need to test and maintain the plans to make sure that they work and remain current. So what are the benefits of a business impact analysis? Well, it helps us understand potential losses. It quantifies financial and operational impact. It helps us to prioritize recovery. It focuses our efforts on the most critical functions. Helps us identify dependencies, revealing critical links between processes and resources necessary to bring our critical business functions back online. Helps us to improve incident response awareness. It educates the organization on impacts and our recovery needs. The BIA tells you what's critical, how bad it is if it breaks, how long do we have to fix it, and what we need to do it. But the BIA essentially drives an intelligent business continuity and disaster recovery strategy. All right, let's test what we've learned with a practice question. What are the most essential elements or components, outputs, of a business impact analysis? The most essential outputs of a business impact analysis. Is it business continuity testing methodology that we're deploying? Is it the cost of business outages in a year as a percentage of our security budget? Is it our downtime tolerance, our resources and criticality? Or is it the structure of the crisis management team? So there are a couple of things we can knock off here right away. So the business impact analysis doesn't get into the weeds on business continuity testing methodologies. We didn't even talk about that. Now it does help us to quantify different metrics like the financial impact, but we're not going to extrapolate that into the cost of business outages in a year as a percentage of security budget. That's going beyond our focus of BIA considerably. So we have downtime tolerance, resources, and criticality, or structure of the crisis management team. So the most essential output here would be C, which is downtime tolerance, resource list, and our criticality of those resources. So the main purpose of the BIA is to measure the downtime tolerance, the associated resources, and the criticality of a business function. So options A, B, and D are all associated with business continuity planning, but they're not part of the BIA, which feeds into the business continuity plan. All right, and that brings us to section 4A3, which is the next logical step, the business continuity plan. So here we'll talk about integration with incident response and business continuity, methods for providing continuity, high availability considerations, defining a risk management framework, insurance and cyber insurance considerations. And we're going to touch on some technology concepts here when we're talking about high availability, but as in other areas of the series, we're going to keep it appropriately CISM level, which is to say not too technical. So what is a business continuity plan? So defined, it's the plan that outlines how the business continues delivering products and services during unexpected interruptions. Core objectives: minimize overall impact, protect critical processes, make sure we define roles. Key considerations: essential processes and personnel, necessary IT assets, critical third-party dependencies, and we're going to integrate business continuity and the BCP with incident response and disaster recovery, because business continuity planning has to be integrated with those two. In fact, disaster recovery is a component of the business continuity plan. So they are all connected. Incident response handles the immediate incident. Disaster recovery restores IT after major disruption. Business continuity keeps business functions going. We need to align the plan with our recovery time and recovery point objectives, which come from the business impact analysis. And they have to be consistent across all three of these plans. Recovery is only as fast as the slowest of these, bear that in mind. Consistent planning ensures smooth transitions in execution. So, for example, declaring a disaster at the right time, moving to alternate sites, etc. So having consistent execution because we have a plan where we have documented these processes. Incident classification determines which plans get activated. So the classification is the type of incident. So if we go back to that event that happens at business impact, the recovery point objective focuses on our data loss limit, which will direct how we back up our data, how we build that redundancy or recovery capability in. And the recovery time objective focuses on the length of the service outage. That's going to direct our high availability solutions we'll use for our services, how we'll build high availability, redundancy, or resiliency into the services. So if we think about network continuity, so preventing single points of network failure, from a redundancy perspective, building in extra capacity, backup components, multiple devices, multiple network paths. Diverse routing, so alternate physical or logical routes immune to the same failure. For example, in an organization, we'll often see two internet service providers connecting that organization to the internet with redundancy in the internet routers that connect that business to those redundant providers. Alternate routing, so different carriers or routes, often with automatic switching. That's really what I'm describing there. And then last mile protection, so securing the final network link into your facility, so dual entry points. So if I were to describe that in the context of a big cloud service provider like an AWS or an Azure, they will have redundant internet connectivity points coming in perhaps at different ends of the facility. So not only different internet service providers, but coming into different physical points of ingress into that building. So the same issue doesn't necessarily affect both of those links. So high availability, so keeping our critical systems accessible with minimal downtime, addressing the RTO need. Redundant hardware and software, so clustering, load balancing, data replication, rapid failover, generally automatic switchover to backup systems where we can facilitate automatic switchover, so the impact is minimal or none at all. Geographic distribution, so spreading infrastructure to mitigate local disasters. And for organizations that use the cloud as their backup data center, this is more or less built in automatically unless you make a conscious decision not to. And if you're fully a public cloud customer, what you'll find is when the CSP chooses a data center pair, they will generally make sure there's at least 300 miles between those pairs. So for example, in Microsoft Azure, if US East on the East Coast is your primary data center, the backup data center pair is on the West Coast. so a good distance between them. Network reliability, so the redundant network devices, switches, routers, and connections. So a few key terms and concepts you should be familiar with. Here we're dipping our toe into a bit of technology-related terminology as it comes to high availability. There's single point of failure, so any component whose failure halts the entire system. We want to identify and eliminate these if we can. System resilience. So resilience speaks to the ability to maintain acceptable performance during or after a disruption. High availability, so continuous operation with minimal downtime via redundancy or failover. And fault tolerant, so a system operating correctly even if components fail. This is really common in a redundant array of independent disks. We see this in hard drives in a server. When you have a RAID array, if one physical disk in the array fails, the system continues to operate at near pre-failure capacity. Examples of these technologies, just a few examples that protect availability. You've got server redundancy, so clustering is pretty common for databases. Load balancing, very common for web servers, where we'll have a load balancing appliance of some sort that will distribute requests across an array of web servers. Network redundancy, we'll see alternate paths, diverse carrier entry points, so redundant internet service providers, redundant internet router connectivity, and coming in through dual entry points where we can. Power redundancy, so UPS, backup generators, so UPS accommodates a graceful shutdown of a server, that's uninterrupted power supply. And then the backup generator is intended for long-term operation. You'll see a diesel generator, for example, used to potentially keep a facility up for hours, days, or weeks. Failure management. So monitoring, predictive maintenance, and automated recovery is definitely preferred over manual where we can swing it. Now, for the expensive rare events, that's often where insurance comes in. So the incident response plan should detail the enterprise's insurance coverage as part of overall risk management. So the role of insurance is risk transfer. It reduces financial impact. It does not prevent incident. It simply reduces the financial impact if that rare expensive event happens. So from an integration perspective, we detailed the coverage in the incident response plan, the limitations, so understanding exclusions like regulatory non-compliance that might lead to a non-payment for a claim, or any deductibles that are involved. Key coverage types include business interruption, IT equipment, media reconstruction, the extra expenses that come with trying to recover after a significant incident, various types of cyber security coverage. We'll talk about cyber insurance in a moment. From a liability perspective, errors and omissions, we'll see that where consultants are involved. And then fidelity, which covers dishonest or fraudulent behavior by an employee. So let's dig into cyber insurance, which definitely can play a critical role in an organization's overall strategy. So common use is really just for transferring risk for a rare, high-cost, high-impact cyber event, like a ransomware attack. We'll buy this for compliance reasons, or because we, in our risk assessment, deem this necessary based on current forecast, past incidents, or just overall risk appetite. The critical point here is we have to understand the policy terms, conditions, exclusions, and the prerequisites for coverage. For example, in one cyber insurance policy I saw, the customer is required to call the insurer when they believe they have been impacted by a cyber incident, and during that incident management and response process, the insurer will be the central point for communication. They will drive notification as it needs to be driven. Key questions. Ransomware payout rules. We always see the recommendations not to pay the ransomware attacker, but we'll need to see under what circumstances the insurer will pay out for ransomware. Third-party breach coverage. So if we have someone in our supply chain, a vendor who's impacted, any type of proactive support requirements, any sort of controls that we need to have in place ahead of time. incident reporting requirements, as in that scenario I mentioned where the insured was required to call the insurer in the event of an incident, and the insurer would provide someone to drive management of the incident. But insurance carriers proactively identify risk factors generally for breaches, and they often require organizations to implement safeguards that reduce the likelihood or severity of incidents. So if you're being insured against ransomware attacks, they're going to make sure you have certain controls in place. The insurer mandates often require specific security controls, and leadership has a duty to review the policy requirements and ensure compliance to maintain coverage, to ensure that when the organization experiences one of these incidents and there is a breach, that the insurer will pay out because the org has followed the rules. But strong security controls reduce incident risk and support insurability, ensuring that our policy premiums are manageable and that we will get paid as an organization when the incident tells us we should. So for the exam, remember, insurance is risk transfer, not elimination. And it's just one component of a broader risk management strategy. So alternate approaches include risk avoidance, reduction, acceptance. Transfer is just one of those in the list. So let's put what we've learned to use in a practice question. Which of the following is the most important element to ensure the successful recovery of a business during a disaster? Is it A, network redundancy maintained through separate providers? Definitely a good idea. Hot site equipment needs are recertified on a regular basis. Also a good idea. Appropriate declaration criteria have been established. Or is it D, detailed technical recovery plans are maintained off-site? So which of these is the most important to ensure the successful recovery of the business during a disaster? There are a couple we can knock off the list right away. So network redundancy maintained through separate providers. That is certainly one element we can put in place, but it's not necessary. Maybe we have another plan with a different facility rather than network redundancy at our primary site. Hot site equipment needs are recertified on a regular basis. What if we're not using a hot site? We can also use a cold site or a warm site. And that's really a bit more in the weeds. That's more of a disaster recovery item, not a business continuity item. C, appropriate declaration criteria have been established, or D, detailed technical recovery plans are maintained off-site. Both good ideas. There's a clear winner here, and it is D, detailed technical recovery plans are maintained off-site. So in a major disaster, the staff can be injured or prevented from reaching the hot site, resulting in the loss of technical skills and business knowledge. Therefore, we must maintain updated copies of our recovery plans at an off-site location. So even if we're imperfect in our declaration of the incident, we can still recover if we have the plans. Even if we have people missing, we can still recover if we have the plans, the steps to follow to get us back in operation. All right, that brings us to section 4A4, which is the disaster recovery plan. So we'll talk about business continuity and disaster recovery procedures, recovery operations, evaluating recovery strategies, addressing potential threats, and recovery site strategies. So we'll get into the different types of recovery sites. And talk a bit about site selection, and finally, response and recovery strategies. So what is a disaster recovery plan? Well, the focus of the DRP is on restoring IT system services and data after a disaster, whether that's failure, attacks, natural events. The purpose is to get critical technology operational again to support business recovery. So you see there's an obvious technical slant. That's why the disaster recovery plan lives within the business continuity plan. It is a component of the business continuity effort. And the phases in the DR process will vary across standards, frameworks, and technical exams. I'm trying to guide you down the language we see from ISACA for the CISM exam. So how do we build and manage the disaster recovery process? Well, the phases of the DR process we see cited by ISACA include conducting a risk assessment and business impact analysis, defining a response and recovery strategy, documenting DR and business recovery plans, training our teams in these procedures, and then updating and testing the plans regularly. Finally, auditing the plans to ensure they remain appropriate and effective over time. So how are the disaster recovery plan and the business continuity plan related? Well, the DRP activates after a disaster occurs. BCP includes prevention, mitigation, and disaster recovery. Key inputs: resource availability, required service levels, threats, and risk appetite. These inputs are going to guide appropriate response. Our evaluation factors include balancing recovery speed, the recovery time objective, against costs, preparation, activation, and considering insurance and related risks. But it's a balance between speed and cost. The DR focus is technical. The business continuity focus is the business. It's the broader business focus. So once a temporary or alternate DR site is operational, the business continuity team monitors the progress of restoring the primary site. They also conduct tests to determine if the site is safe to switch back. And when returning to the primary site, typically the same team that set up the DR site will coordinate and test the main data center, and after confirming it can operate normally, they transition operations back. Now, if the primary site is destroyed, the organization may move to a permanent alternate site or rebuild the original site depending on the long-term viability and the cost considerations. They'll have to weigh the circumstances as they encounter them. Security considerations. So even during the chaos of a disaster, information security must remain in force to protect systems and data. We have to maintain CIA. The focus of the site is to get infrastructure and other technology online to support the business, which is why it fits into the disaster recovery plan, because it's supporting the technology. The goal is to provide an alternate location for IT processing if the primary site fails. That is, by definition, the recovery site. We'll have several factors that drive selection. So business needs, which we'll pick up in the business impact analysis, the recovery time and recovery point objectives that come as outputs of that BIA, our budget, the organization's risk profile. We do need to remember geographic separation, ensuring the recovery site won't be hit by the same disaster. If we have a recovery site that's located across town and we live in a coastal city that's hit by a hurricane, or we live in a tornado-prone district, region, then we can potentially have a primary and a recovery site both impacted by the same disaster. That's why we need to put significant geographic distance between them. Rule of thumb, as I've seen it in the field, is 300 miles minimum. As I mentioned in the public cloud, we often see much greater distances than that. Other considerations, your compliance requirements and proximity to other hazards. So if we were to look at the types of recovery sites, there are three primary types: the hot, warm, and cold sites. So let's break these down and then we'll go into some alternatives to these. So a cold site is effectively just data center space, power, and network connectivity that's ready and waiting whenever you might need it. So to recover in a cold site scenario, your engineering and logistical support teams can move your hardware into the data center and get you back up and running with considerable effort, because there's nothing plugged in and running or restored there. So the cost of a cold site is at the low end of the scale, but the recovery effort is going to be at the high end of the scale. Now, the warm site is a preventative site that allows you to pre-install your hardware and pre-configure your bandwidth, and when a disaster strikes, all you have to do is load your software and data and restore your business system. So the cost and effort are going to be somewhere in the middle between a cold and a hot site. The hot site allows you to keep your servers and a live backup site running in the event of a disaster. You're essentially replicating your production environment in that backup data center. So to recover allows for a near immediate cutover in case of disaster at your primary site. So a hot site is a must for mission-critical sites and services. However, the cost of maintaining that hot site is going to be high. The recovery effort, of course, is lower. So other recovery models. There are a number of ways that sites can be implemented. There's a mirror site, which is an identical active site operating concurrently, a type of hot site, effectively. A mobile site, which is self-contained, relocatable units like trailers, often. Duplicate sites, so recovery sites that are designed to be functionally similar or identical to the primary site. And that can range from a standby hot site, fully operational and ready to go, to just facilities available through a reciprocal agreement with another company. There's disaster recovery as a service, where we use a cloud provider to handle replication and recovery. That means we're using the public cloud like Amazon's AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Platform as our recovery site, as our backup data center. This offers geographic diversity. It's often operationally expense-based, so we're paying as we go, paying for what we use. Means we're out of the data center business in that case. There's the Mutual Assistance Agreement, which is an agreement with other organizations for a cooperative disaster response. It's low cost, but it's high risk, because both organizations might be impacted by the same disaster. We could have confidentiality concerns. There are certainly enforceability concerns, especially if the other organization is impacted. It's uncommon to see a mutual assistance agreement due to those difficulties in enforcement. The recommendation is to just avoid these, if at all possible. So key metrics driving site selection. Recovery time objective, so how quickly must it be restored? Recovery point objective, so how much data loss is acceptable? So then the acceptable interruption window, which is max tolerable business process downtime, which is related to the max tolerable downtime, the absolute longest the business can survive disruption. And then the service delivery objective, the minimum service level needed during recovery. So what level of service are we going to commit to providing during recovery conditions? You want to be familiar with all 5 of these terms and acronyms here. Key takeaway, though, is with shorter RTO and RPO, a faster, more expensive recovery site is going to be needed. So if we have a short RTO, RPO, we need a hot site, a mirror site, disaster recovery as a service. One of those. And again, just looking at the picture, business impact analysis feeds into those metrics we discussed. Most notably, you're going to see RPO and RTO. Those are the most likely to appear on the exam. You might see max tolerable downtime or the acceptable interruption window. Remember, business continuity plan focuses on the larger business continuity effort, and the disaster recovery plan addresses the technology needs that support the business within. And over time, we test and maintain those plans to ensure they remain effective. So I hope this visual here kind of helps you to piece together all of the many terms and acronyms that you encounter in the BCP, DRP, and incident response discussion. So let's talk about the disaster recovery plan essentials. It needs to be written in clear, simple language that everyone can understand, all of the players who are working with it. It needs to be easily accessible. We need to keep copies off-site, so in case we have an impact and some technology is unavailable, we have a copy in our hands that we can leverage to execute the disaster recovery effort. It should include activation trigger, so when do we declare a disaster? Everyone's roles and responsibilities, ideally tied to job titles as well. Contact lists, so internal and external, and potentially how we'll contact customers in this case. Step-by-step procedures, making sure that folks know exactly what they need to do, the steps they will execute to minimize the need for ad hoc decision-making under stressful circumstances. Resource inventory, all of the components we're going to be working with in the recovery effort. Evacuation plans in terms of protecting human safety if we have an impact at the primary site. And our communication strategy, which will include who we're contacting, the medium we will use to contact them, and of course we need to tailor the language and the cadence, which should be steering us from that plan. Remember, DRP focuses on technology, BCP focuses on business. That should be second nature to you at this point in time. So let's talk about backup strategies. So if we look at the three fundamental backup strategies, you have a full backup, which backs up everything selected, all the data. Simple restore, you basically restore the full backup. There's an incremental backup, which backs up all the changes since the last backup of any type. So it's a fast backup because you're just getting changes since the last full backup or the last prior backup, but it's a slower complex restore because an incremental backup is getting all of the changes since the last incremental backup. So to restore, you have to restore a full backup and then each of the incrementals you've taken since that time up to your recovery point objective. A differential backup, on the other hand, backs up all changes since the last full backup. So that's going to be a faster restore than incremental and a bit simpler because you're going to restore the last full backup and then the last differential, which gets you everything since the last full. And we need to consider scope, frequency, the media we're using. So disk to disk backup or disk to cloud is strongly preferred. We don't see tape backup much anymore. You need to test your backups frequently to make sure they function. That is the most valid way to make sure that a backup is good, that you can actually restore it and the data is good and the system is functional and up to that point you have restored. So some other basics here. Let's talk about some backup strategies and their relative recovery speeds from faster to slower. So electronic vaulting is where we're transferring backup data often in bulk or batch to offsite storage. Remote journaling, transmitting transaction logs or data changes continuously offsite for point-in-time recovery. Or remote mirroring, where we maintain an exact data replica at a remote site. So that could be asynchronous, so there could be some latency there. Electronic vaulting, we'll see where we're going, directly from server to cloud is going to be a great way to make that happen. So if we look at those three technologies, here they lie in that disaster recovery RPO, RTO diagram we looked at earlier. Let's put what you've learned to the test with a practice question. So which of the following would be the most important consideration for an organization defining its business continuity plan or disaster recovery plan? Is it A, setting up a backup site? B, the data backup frequency? C, aligning with recovery time objectives? Or D, maintaining redundant systems? So which of these is the most important? They're all important in some respect, but which is the most important? So we can take data backup frequency right off the list because our data backup frequency needs may vary by the scenario. Our RTO and RPO will dictate how we're going to facilitate recovery. So maintaining redundant systems, that's down in the weeds again, and may vary based on our recovery time and point objectives. So that leaves us with setting up a backup site, which is definitely important when we think about a primary site failure. We're aligning with recovery time objectives. So one of these needs to come before the other, and that's really the key to the answer here. And really a theme you're going to see on the CISM exam. The answer here is aligning with recovery time objectives. So business continuity planning or DRP should align with the RTO. So once we define the RTO, that's going to inform our strategy. And remember, the RTO and RPO come out of the business impact analysis, a key output that then feeds our BCP and DRP. So when prioritizing systems for recovery efforts, the RTO is considered to ensure that the business recovers the most critical systems first. That brings us to section 4A5, incident classification and categorization. So we'll talk about the difference between classification and categorization, as well as the escalation process for effective incident management, and preparing our help desk and service desk for security incident identification and the processes we need to lay out to support them. So let's talk about categorization versus classification. So categorization describes what kind of incident it is. The purpose here is to group incidents by their nature. For example, malware incidents, network outage, hardware failure. So we're grouping by type. And that helps us to route incidents to the right team, and it enables reporting and trend analysis as well, so we can see where we're seeing the most incidents and where folks are spending their time. The outcome is a standard way to understand types of incidents that are happening in our environment. And then there is classification. Classification defines how bad the incident is. So here we assess severity, business impact, and urgency. And classification determines the priority level, if it's critical, high, medium, low, etc. But the classification will guide response speed, resource allocation, and our escalation trigger. The outcome here is a clear priority, ensuring focus on the most significant business impacts first. So again, categorization is the type, it's what kind, and classification is the priority or the impact. So escalation defines when, how, and to whom incidents are reported as severity increases or time passes. So key elements of an escalation process include triggers. We need to establish triggers which define what events mandate escalation. Even seemingly routine issues like data corruption might signal a security event if it's sensitive, critical data. It's going to be defined by security management and leadership. We'll want to document authority here. We need to clearly state who approves specific actions, and recovery steps and disaster declaration all need to be laid out in documentation. But there needs to be a clear statement of authority so we know who has the right, the authority, to escalate. We need to define roles, backups, time estimates. So if somebody's out of the office, for example, we have a backup person in that role to handle escalation. And execution steps should follow the documented procedure. So we should have an escalation path that goes all the way to the top. So if we begin at Tier 1 support, maybe it ends up at Tier 3 support, maybe it ends up with a business process owner, but we want to have that process documented in writing. And if a step fails or time runs out, we escalate immediately to the next level. And managing alert conditions. So incident severity can increase over time if it's unresolved, triggering broader notifications. For example, if we have a service level agreement with a B2B customer, a passage of time may trigger the need to escalate so we can resolve that issue, because there may be penalties when we breach our SLA. We also need to define notification recipients as part of our escalation process, so we'll pre-list stakeholders often: incident response team, management, legal, HR, potentially public relations. There may be key partners or even customers, especially in B2B scenarios, but we'll allow some flexibility there so we can respond based on conditions. We use secure communication methods whenever possible. And there needs to be a decision point to end an emergency, for example. So once contained, someone to assess the damage, decide if it's a disaster or if normal operations can resume. And we coordinate communications at that point with PR and legal or the appropriate roles. And then post-escalation tasks, actions like activating disaster recovery, isolating threats, recovering data, testing systems, all guided by the recovery time objective. The goal here is to ensure that whatever comes, we have timely, appropriate response and bridge detection with full incident response or disaster response activation. So the service desk is often the first line of contact. They're fielding the first report of anomalies or user issues that indicate a potential security incident. So we need to make sure that our service desk is trained to distinguish standard IT problems from security red flags. They need clear guidelines from security management, and there's going to be some training required there, including social engineering awareness to prevent manipulation. So these are more generalist in the IT sense, so they're going to need a bit more guidance than security team members would. Procedure is going to be very important. That we must follow defined processes for identifying potential incidents and escalating immediately to the correct security or incident response team. So we need to provide a lot of guidance for our service desk here. They're less skilled, they're less specialized, so they're going to need clear step-by-step process guidance wherever we can give it to them. So for optimal incident handling, remember these viewpoints. So pre-planned categorization, classification, and escalation processes minimize chaos and impact during an incident. Prioritization ensures focus on the most critical issues so we can optimize our resource utilization. And containment speed. So trained help desk staff and clear escalation paths enable faster containment. So we train our staff, we have a clear path for escalation. We're going to get the incident under control more quickly. All right, let's just test our knowledge here with a quick practice question. So, when developing incident response procedures involving servers hosting critical applications, who should be notified first, do you think? The business process owner? The operations manager? The information security manager? Or the chief information officer? So, when we're developing that incident response procedure involving servers hosting critical applications, who should be notified first? So we can take business process owner off the list there. So when we're dealing with the technology, the business process side of the house is not going to be the first contact. Now, if we discover that there is a business process issue separate from technology, that'd be another story, but we're talking about servers. So we can take operations manager off the list as well. We have the information security manager and the chief information officer, folks that will fall into the more technical or security-focused side of the house. And there's a clear winner here, and that is the information security manager. So that escalation process in critical situations would involve the information security manager as the first contact. Remember from our early discussions of the information security manager role, they serve as a bridge between technology and leadership and our business process owners. So they'd be our first contact. So appropriate escalation steps are invoked as necessary. All right, that brings us to our final section in 4A, that is 4A6, Incident Management Training, Testing, and Evaluation. So here we'll touch on metrics and indicators, performance measurements, updating recovery plans, testing incident response, business continuity, and DR plans, periodic testing of plans, test types and results, and incident management metrics and indicators. So incident management training, testing, and evaluation ensure that the organization's incident response plan is effective. Personnel are prepared to handle security incidents. We need to define roles and responsibilities clearly during the planning phase, ideally attaching those to specific job roles. So when we have a security incident, we know who the incident manager is, who's managing any forensic investigation, etc. Now, from a training perspective, we need to train all relevant personnel, and that would include security, but also the broader IT department, the help desk, management, and what they're trained on will depend on the role, but they need to be prepared to recognize, report, and handle incidents, to understand the full incident lifecycle. With management, it may be simply to help us in making that escalation call. From a testing perspective, validating plans, roles, responsibilities, and communication. And there are several testing methodologies: tabletop exercises, functional drills, full-scale test. We'll dig into these in just a moment. And then evaluation. So after every test or real incident, we need to evaluate our process and how we did. Capture any lessons learned, find our strengths and weaknesses, and drive continuous improvement. So that post-incident evaluation activity, super important to drive improvement. Now, in terms of metrics and indicators with incident management, we have specific purpose here. We're looking for metrics to help us measure effectiveness and efficiency of our response, to inform management how we're doing, to justify resources, to identify areas of improvement. So key performance indicators need to be quantifiable activity measures, like time to resolve, for example. tracking progress against specific targets or SLAs. Key goal indicators, broader strategic measures essentially, like reduce incident count by X percentage. So we can assess achievement of high-level goals through those key goal indicators. So common incident management metrics, there are quite a few. For example, number of reported incidents, number of detected incidents, average time to respond, average time to resolve. So response time and resolution time, both measurable and actionable if we're not responding or resolving quickly enough. Total incidents resolved successfully. Incidents not resolved successfully. Days without an incident. Proactive or preventive measures implemented. So we relate time-based metrics to recovery time objectives as a measure of recovery success. So for example, average time to resolve, we could tie that back to our RTO. So the value of performance metrics is that the incident management team can self-assess, identify trends, align resources if we see deficiencies, and ensure we're meeting requirements. From a performance perspective, we use KPIs and the key goal indicators to track operational and strategic success. Why do we measure? Well, to demonstrate success. So demonstrating success justifies the resources we're putting towards our incident management and response efforts. It builds confidence in the team when they see improvements in their metrics over time. It also allows us to identify opportunities for improvement, driving continuous improvement. It shows our response capability. We can track speed and accuracy trends over time and compare that versus our RTO. But metrics reveal trends over time and help in aligning resources or adjusting processes to meet business and regulatory requirements. So if we're not up to snuff, that may be an indication that we need to adjust our process or potentially bring additional resources to bear in the situation. So why update recovery plans? Well, business strategies, applications, threats, and environments constantly change. Triggers for updating recovery plans might include strategy shifts, new applications or technologies, business changes, including mergers and acquisitions or new regulatory requirements, updates to our hardware and software, physical or environmental changes, new sites, new data centers. And there are maintenance activities involved here as well. So scheduled reviews when we're looking at these plans to make sure our recovery plans are up to date and remain effective. Revisions for major changes. Testing where we can incorporate lessons learned. So when we test periodically, we might find something small has changed and we need to update a plan. We might find something major has fallen through a gap due to a change in infrastructure or application or process, and we have a major change. Training. So after updates and tests, there may be some training necessary to bring everybody up to speed on the new aspects of a process or environment. And general record keeping, so changes, so change management, contracts with vendors that are involved in a recovery process, or general procedural changes. But the goal here is to maintain a current aligned plan for effective restoration that we know will work when we need it to work. So testing our incident response and business continuity or disaster recovery plans. There are tests that should be conducted, and the Information Security Manager plays a key role here in identifying critical business applications and the infrastructure required to support them, and then developing a prioritized testing strategy. Not necessarily done alone. It certainly will be a collaborative effort, but the Information Security Manager plays an important role here. So we need to test all aspects regularly. The primary goal here is to validate readiness, both personnel and processes. Key objectives in our testing include identifying gaps, whether they're procedural gaps, roles where maybe we've left a person out, or we identify risks that we weren't aware of or hadn't considered before. Verifying assumptions, like resources and dependencies that we recognize being true today, and ensuring that we've accounted for all the resources we need to recover and any dependencies that might exist. Evaluating our strategies. Are they still effective? Do the plans still work? Checking our documentation to ensure it remains accurate and usable, which can definitely shift as we see updates to software, such as disaster recovery software we use for replicating servers in the cloud. We see minor updates there all the time. Those minor updates may result in a different set of steps to complete a familiar process. Bottom line, periodic testing ensures plans can still be executed as designed and documented. Now, testing our plans should include validation of collaborative elements between internal teams and our external vendors. So the coordination here will be important to ensure that any capabilities or resources we're expecting from those vendors or regulators are available when we have a response condition. The frequency of testing will vary based on the risk profile, the regulations we're under, or the rate of change. If we have a major change in a system or application or process, that would trigger an immediate need for testing. Higher criticality requires more frequent validation. The outcome here is essentially just ensuring each test provides insights for plan improvement and verifies that our plans still work. So from a scoping perspective, periodic testing ensures the plans remain relevant and effective as conditions evolve. Whether the technology is changing, we have new security threats on the horizon, it ensures our plans are still relevant. Documenting our test outcomes is important because it helps us to refine our incident response plan and recovery strategy. And the scope's going to vary. Targeted component tests will be more frequent than a full enterprise-wide drill, so we'll align tests with the organization's most significant risks. We'll see a full enterprise-wide failover test, for example, maybe once a year, but we'll see smaller read-through type tests even on a monthly basis. So the frequency principle. Less disruptive tests, the read-through, the walkthrough, they're going to happen more often. A lot of environments, I see them happening monthly. More disruptive, the full interruption tests are going to be less often annually. The improvement loop, we're going to inform management of our results, our weaknesses. That may require revising our plans based on lessons learned, maybe asking management for additional resources based on what we came back with in those tests. So effective testing requires appropriate prioritization and coverage. So we need to identify critical business applications and supporting infrastructure. We want to prioritize using a risk-based approach focusing on high-impact systems. And our test infrastructure should cover networks, servers, and applications. We're looking across the service as a whole. Our goal here is to validate backup and failover procedures and ensure recovery within recovery time objectives. So to truly test our performance against that RTO means at some point we're testing the infrastructure end-to-end as well as the people and processes and procedures in place to perform that recovery. So know these 5 disaster recovery test types for exam day. There's the read-through test, which is the simplest. You basically distribute the plan and the team reviews it on their own time. Basically checks familiarity. It helps us define personnel gaps. It allows the owner of each role within the recovery process to review their part of the plan and to update anything they see missing or that has changed. Then there's the walkthrough, what we call a tabletop exercise. The team gathers, they discuss roles and responses for a specific scenario. It is generally moderator-led, and often only the moderator knows the scenario that the team is going to review in the walkthrough in advance. It tests understanding and communication flow, that the team can work together to resolve an incident or recover from a disaster, for example. Simulation. Now, this is important. We're stepping from a pure talking situation with read-through and walkthrough to now some doing. So a simulation is going to be more active. It will test specific components or functions. It may activate some alternate resources, non-critical resources generally speaking. A parallel test, where we relocate personnel to an alternate site and activate procedures. This can test backup systems running in parallel with production. So we may have those backup systems running and some folks using those while others remain on standard production systems. And then full interruption, where we shut down the primary site and shift operations fully to the recovery site. This is the most comprehensive test. It validates end-to-end plan effectiveness. It is going to happen less often annually. But remember, full interruption is the ultimate proof the plan works. So let's talk about the three main categories of recovery testing mentioned by ISACA. They're what they call paper tests, so the on-paper walkthroughs and discussions, done first to refine the plan theoretically. Preparedness test, localized simulations using actual resources. These test specific parts incrementally. And full operational test, the near live tests mimicking disaster. This validates the entire plan execution after lower level tests have proven successful. And then evaluating the results. So recovery tests should produce an expected set of outcomes so that the organization can measure its performance against predefined objectives, like that recovery time objective. So we need to verify and evaluate plan completeness and accuracy, personnel performance and role execution, the effectiveness of our training and our user awareness. There may be a need for additional training based on personnel performance and role execution. Team and supplier coordination. Are the internal and external resources collaborating effectively? Are the resources we need there from the external? Backup site capacity and capability. Is our backup site sufficient? Do we have all the right elements in place to fail over to that recovery site? Vital records retrieval. We want to make sure that any important information we need in a disaster situation or an incident is available to us, which means keeping some critical records off-site and potentially in hard copy. Equipment and supply availability, and then overall operational performance during the test. So a few recovery test metrics that would quantify success. Identifying needs for improvement potentially would include timing and duration versus our recovery time objective. Accuracy, so are we recovering with full data integrity? Are our configurations intact and secure? Resource utilization, do we have the staffs and systems in place that we need, or do we need to make some adjustments there? Error issue tracking, so the number of errors or issues, the severity, the resolution time. Communication effectiveness, is the speed and clarity of our communication dialed in to our audiences. User and stakeholder satisfaction, so customers, partners, management, our stakeholders, are they all happy with the response and the outcome? The key takeaway here: analyze metrics systematically and pinpoint weaknesses and refine plans where the metrics tell us we need to. All right, let's wrap up with a practice question here. So which of the following provides the best confirmation that the BCDR objectives were achieved during testing? Is it A, better adherence to policies? B, information assets have been assigned to owners per BCDR plans? C, our RPO was exceeded in DR tests? Or D, RTO was met during testing? This is a pretty easy question if we just pay attention closely to what they're asking. So they're asking best confirmation that objectives were met during our BCDR testing. So we can take better adherence to policies off. That's nice, but it's not a core measurable outcome. Information assets have been assigned to owners per BCDR plan, so we do that well ahead of any DR test. So that brings us down to RPO was exceeded in DR tests and RTO was met during testing. One clear answer there, and that is recovery time objective was met during testing. So achieving that RTO provides objective evidence that business continuity disaster recovery objectives have been met and the indication that the RPO was exceeded means we didn't meet our objective there. For example, if our RPO was 4 hours of data or less and we went beyond 4 hours of data and maybe we lost 6 hours of data, that means we exceeded, so we didn't meet our RPO. But the RTO in this case is the best indicator of success. All right, my friends, we're in the home stretch. Domain 4, Part B. And just to set the context here, we're in Domain 4 Part B, which is Incident Management Operations, which consists of 4B1, which is Tools and Techniques, Investigation and Evaluation in 4B2, then Incident Containment Methods, then Incident Response Communications, Incident Eradication and Recovery, and we'll finish up with 4B6, which is Post-Incident Review Practices. And you see the same logical flows we've seen with the other domains. We have Incident Management Readiness, where you're doing the planning and the documentation, and then Incident Management Operations, where we are implementing what we've prepared. And while it is 6 parts, as was Part A, you'll find Part B is a bit shorter in terms of the content. And in terms of supporting tasks, there's one of the 37 left, and it is number 37. Conduct post-incident reviews to facilitate continuous improvement, including root cause analysis, lessons learned, corrective actions, and reassessment of risk. So determining what we did well, where do we need to improve, and how will we change our response in the future. So 4B1, Incident Management Tools and Techniques. We'll talk about incident management systems briefly. We'll look at some foundational technology you'll want to be familiar with. We'll talk about the structure of the incident response team, their requisite skills, our awareness and education efforts, audits, considerations when we outsource some of these functions. So enterprises use tools, sometimes commercial off-the-shelf tools, sometimes custom tools, or both, and defined processes to manage their security incidents effectively. Automation tends to be key due to the high volume of data that organizations are dealing with. So let's talk about the incident management team versus the incident response team. So the incident management team is often the decision-making body where the response team handles the technical response. So they're 2 separate teams in the enterprise, often a single team in small and medium businesses. For clarity in our discussion here, let's treat the incident management team as the decision makers and the response team as responders, regardless of whether they're separate teams or a single unit. So why use incident management systems? Well, basically, modern environments produce massive amounts of logs and security events, which makes it virtually impossible to manage them manually at scale. And automated systems will filter, aggregate, and correlate data and alert personnel to potential issues. So they'll do some of that heavy lifting in the filtering, aggregation, and correlation so we can get the people to looking at potential incidents more quickly. So it gives us faster detection and response, reduced business impact, less downtime, lower financial loss. It's going to help us protect our reputation. But these incident management systems have become standard practice in enterprises. So there are 2 categories of incident management systems, the distributed and the centralized. So in terms of distributed, we have your network intrusion detection or prevention systems, or the host-based intrusion detection and prevention systems. Now, data from multiple points are generally sent to a central repository. Often that centralized system is a SIEM, a Security Information Event Management System that we've discussed previously, which will consolidate logs from many sources into one database. In fact, we have some common expectations of a SIEM solution. It will generally normalize the data. It will bring data from disparate sources into a single repository and put it into a common format so we can query across that data. It correlates events to identify incidents in near real time, prioritizes incidents based on severity and impact, tracks incidents from detection to closure. It does need proper configuration and ongoing tuning. Generally speaking, with a SIM, you're going to have a heavier tuning effort in the opening weeks after you first implement that SIM, and then it will settle into more of a steady state of a manageable few minutes a day. But this reduces operating costs. It's less manual effort for sure. And as I said, faster detection, better protection for the business. And your NIDS and HIDS data is often sent right over to the SIM. So this is all going to wind up in one place in most environments. So other solutions that may integrate or leverage a SIM solution would include your endpoint detection and response, which focuses on individual endpoints, your laptops, servers, your smartphones. It's going to collect and analyze endpoint data, whether those are processes, files, network activity. It will detect suspicious behavior on those devices and enable response and investigation on the device, generally also detecting any malware on those systems. Often today you'll hear of the extended detection and response system, which has a broader scope than EDR. It integrates data from multiple layers, from your endpoints, your network, cloud, email, so really bringing data in from across our services. It's going to give us a unified view of threats across the environment. Like the SIM, XDR generally allows us to query across data from multiple sources. It uses automation and machine learning for advanced detection and response. And then we have managed detection and response, which is an outsourced service from a third-party provider. And these generally provide 24/7 monitoring, threat hunting, and response expertise. We'll see these commonly in small and medium businesses where it's perhaps prohibitively expensive to have a full-time staff manning that 24/7 function. But this includes people and processes, not just technology. They will often use some of the same tooling we talked about here, a SIM for example, but there'll be people there and processes for responding to potential incidents, up to and including contacting the customer to let them know they believe they have a legitimate incident. So let's talk about outsourcing considerations, because even when we're outsourcing security operations, remember, accountability for security always remains with your organization. You can delegate responsibility, you cannot delegate accountability. So the contract needs to clearly define your service level agreements, especially response times, regulatory compliance duties, particularly important if we're in a regulated industry like healthcare or financial services, data ownership and privacy, incident identification alignment for tracking, change management integration, regular review meetings, methods and jurisdiction for conflict resolution. So your contracts will generally say if there is a disagreement, oftentimes it will mandate mediation. So discussion with a mediator rather than going right to litigation, and should it go into legal proceedings, the jurisdiction where those legal proceedings will take place. So incident response personnel do need to have command of foundational security concepts to be effective in their roles. So if we think about core security principles, your team needs to understand the difference between confidentiality, integrity, availability, access control, authentication, non-repudiation, compliance, privacy. As a security leader, these should already be very familiar to you. If not, you'll want to circle back and get comfortable. But failures here cause incidents. If folks don't understand these basic concepts and what we're protecting, we're going to see problems. Security vulnerabilities and weaknesses, knowing how attackers exploit systems. It's helpful to understand the types of attacks out there, but also how we protect against them. So misconfigurations are common areas of exploit, so whether that's in cloud services, within an operating system on an endpoint or a network device, implementation and design flaws, like buffer overflows we see in poorly written software, malicious code. operational errors, like a successful phishing attack. And other areas, those could include physical security gaps or risks that come with implementing new technologies, for example. So the structure of the incident response team. It's often led by the information security manager, or in larger environments, you may see a dedicated incident response manager. It's going to be overseen by a security steering committee, which would generally consist of senior management and may include folks from different business units. You might have some process owners in there. It can include technical experts as well as potentially external help in smaller organizations especially. And your models. You may have a central model, which is one team for the whole organization. So that would often include the not only response function, but potentially that management function we talked about. Now, in larger environments, you may see multiple teams for different segments. And we could be talking about different business units or different geographies, as we may have different requirements in different countries or regions, for example. So our regulatory requirements, for example, might be different in Europe than they are in the United States. And in that distributed model, there may be a central team that sets standards or guidelines for those distributed teams. In the outsourced model, we'll have a third party that handles some or all of the incident response functions. But the goal, regardless of the model here, whether it's central, distributed, outsourced, the goal is to mitigate incidents quickly and effectively and to minimize the impact to the business. So let's talk team composition. A well-defined incident response plan will outline who does what, ensuring quick action and accountability under stressful circumstances. So key roles and responsibilities would include that security steering group that sets strategy, approves budget and major decisions. The information security or information response manager, whether separate roles or that unified role, will lead the team, will be that liaison with leadership and coordinating response across the team. The incident handler or investigator is the one who executes the plan, analyzes incidents, gathers evidence. We have the IT specialists who provide technical expertise. They may be focused on networks, servers, applications. They're going to help us implement fixes. And then support roles, which provide specific expertise and guidance. This could include folks specializing in risk or physical security, our PR team, the legal team, or any subject matter experts from whatever area is necessary at the time. And the need for roles is going to vary by not only the organization, but the incident type. So we'll certainly have permanent dedicated roles. The incident handlers, the investigators, forensic experts, IT security specialists. And we may have temporary roles as well. So legal, PR, HR, risk management, business representatives, they're going to step in temporarily for specific response actions or opinions or decisions. And some of those permanent, those dedicated roles may be outsourced. For example, forensic experts may be in short supply in a smaller company, so we may outsource and contract that expertise from outside the organization. And some of your cyber insurers will actually require notification or potentially some role in or control over communication during an incident. I've actually seen situations in the real world where the insurer requires, when an incident has been declared, that they are contacted so they can manage communication. So the response team does need more than just technical expertise. There are certainly those technical skills that are important and some of that conceptual knowledge we talked about, but soft skills are going to be important, and this will vary by role, but would include communication, leadership, presentation skills potentially, certainly teamwork, integrity, stress management, problem solving, time management, all good skills for someone working in a time-sensitive role under stressful circumstances. Technical skills will include understanding enterprise systems, the security tools we're working with, like the SIEM, EDR, XDR, etc. Understanding incident handling methodologies during the different phases, the different operations, containment, eradication, and recovery. You should understand the difference between all three of these for the exam. They're not specific to an incident response framework. And we will discuss all three at length in this session, so you'll know what you need to know before we wrap up here. So let's talk user awareness education and the audit function. So in terms of security awareness programs, we need to emphasize user awareness. Our users are our first line of defense, and regular training is important to ensure they are up to date on the latest threats. They should be familiar with phishing attacks, safe browsing techniques, handling our sensitive data securely, and we want to keep that content updated for new threats. For example, we see a lot of talk about the role of AI in security and how attackers are leveraging AI to threaten our organization. So the content needs to be updated frequently. I like a quarterly cadence for user awareness training. Some organizations will only do it semi-annually or annually. Not enough in my opinion, but enough of that. Skills assessment, so identifying knowledge gaps within the organization, understanding where our people need additional role-specific training. So we can come in and address those identified gaps. We may use external expertise if needed. It's okay if we don't have the skills in-house to train that user. We can bring in someone from outside the organization to meet the need. We need to know what we don't know, what we are and are not capable of within our organization. Audit or assessment can verify the effectiveness of our incident management processes, our compliance, our readiness. They can help us to identify gaps for improvement. So I'm really using that term audit loosely. It could be an internal assessment, but the idea is to identify gaps in our process and our knowledge so we can improve. We can make sure everyone has the skills they need on game day. All right, let's put what we've learned here to the test with a practice question. So when a possible breach of an organization's IT system is reported, what should be the first action taken by the incident response manager? Is it 1, to validate the incident? 2, run a port scan on the system? 3, disable the logon ID? Or D, investigate the system logs? Okay, so we always need to make sure we know what we're being asked. So 2 things are important here. We see what should be the first action taken by the incident response manager. And you see it mentions when a possible breach has been reported. So we can cross a couple of things off the list right away. Running a port scan doesn't make sense when we've had a possible breach reported. That's quite a specific action. Or disabling a logon ID, that's now potentially interrupting someone's work. That's never going to be the first step. Frequently on the CISM exam, we're going to notice that there is some validation or decision type action before, some consideration before we just jump in and take action. So we can validate the incident or we can investigate the system logs. These are all important activities, but it's really down to which should be first. And so there's really only one right answer here, and that is to validate the incident. So when investigating a possible incident, it should be validated as a live incident. So running a port scan on the system, investigating the logs, disabling the logon IDs once the event has been validated are all useful, but none of those are going to be the first thing we do. So point being, our first step is going to be to do the triage to make sure we have a live incident here. All right, my friends, that brings us to section 4B2, Incident Investigation and Evaluation. So here we'll touch on response and recovery plans, some foundational concepts. This is going to be a short one. So let's jump in here, because every incident includes events, but not every event is an incident. So let's talk about the difference between the two. So an event is any occurrence, a login, file access, a process, and most events are going to be normal activity. Most events are not anything to be concerned about. An incident, on the other hand, is an event with potential or actual negative impact on the business or security posture. An incident requires investigation, and response. But there's your key difference. Events are normal activity. Incidents are something that require additional investigation and response because they are potential malicious activity or breach. But context is everything. So for example, a login at 3 a.m. might be an incident, but it's going to be perfectly normal if the user is traveling. For example, in a live environment, I remember while we were actually in a security meeting, someone received an alert from a user logging on from the Bahamas, which seemed really strange given that person worked in New York. So they actually stopped what they were doing and called the person and said, "Hey Don, what are you up to?" And he said, "I'm sitting on the beach in the Bahamas. What do you need?" Well, so he was just checking his email from the Bahamas, but it was a potential incident, so it required a response. In that case, a very simple check. And because context is everything, we have to evaluate events against baselines of normal activity. And when we see a deviation outside of the baseline, we're going to investigate a bit further. It could be as simple as a phone call. It might, on the other hand, require deeper investigation if it's a more technical issue. The decision point is where we will classify an event as an incident based on the potential impact after we gather relevant information. We validate. So response and recovery plans must be tested prior to a live incident, much like disaster recovery plans as we've talked about, to ensure the incident response team is prepared to execute when the time comes. Real incidents mean potential chaos. Plans need to be tested under realistic conditions. Untested plans will fail. You don't want to wait for a real crisis to discover flaws in your plans. So preparation is absolutely important. Anticipating potential incidents, whether those are cyber incidents, physical security issues, we need well-prepared, tested plans for all of these. And coordination will be necessary, designating a facilitator or a coordinator to oversee execution, communicate with leadership, and make timely decisions. That's your incident response manager or information security manager, or potentially one person holding both of those roles. But we want to ensure that we have documented practice, response, and recovery strategies for different incident types before the time to execute them comes. So you do want to be familiar with a few different areas when you're interpreting questions on this exam. So investigation types we need to touch on: admin investigation, criminal, civil, regulatory, and industry or industry standard investigations. E-discovery, evidence, so evidence types, evidence rules, admissibility. The chain of custody, the most important element of evidence handling. Digital forensics. Now, I want to make sure that you understand the difference between e-discovery and digital forensics. So let's start with types of investigations. These are pretty straightforward at the end of the day. So we have administrative investigations that focus on policy violations, like employee conduct, for example. We have criminal investigations that are led by law enforcement. They follow strict legal procedures for court evidence that lead to criminal penalties, potentially. Civil investigations, which are related to lawsuits, gathering evidence for liability, typically in the form of monetary damages, is what we'll see come out of a civil investigation and subsequent civil trial. Regulatory investigations, which ensure compliance with laws or regulations. These would be around regulations like HIPAA, GDPR, or even contractual standards like PCI DSS. And industry standards would check adherence to non-regulatory best practices or codes. That would be the least likely of the 5 to come up. So let's talk e-discovery. E-discovery is the process to identify, preserve, collect, review, and produce electronically stored information for legal or regulatory request. It often follows the electronic discovery reference model, which is a standard for e-discovery. You can read more about it on the EDRM website. It's not going to be tested on the CISM exam, but the focus of e-discovery is gathering potentially relevant data. It usually does not involve deep technical analysis. It's more about collecting the requested data. So personnel involved in e-discovery can often be just generally trained IT staff or legal support following procedures. They don't have to have deep technical expertise to perform e-discovery. They're often performing queries with tools that have already indexed data, so they may be just querying across email and document data to gather the requested information meeting a set of search criteria. So digital forensics, on the other hand, is a specialized field that involves scientific methods to collect, preserve, analyze, and present digital evidence. So definitely a different focus here. So the focus here is often on recovering data, including deleted or hidden data, analyzing system artifacts, determining how something happened, preserving evidence integrity for court. So your personnel in the digital forensics space require specialized training, tools, and expertise. There is a relationship to e-discovery, though, because forensics often supports e-discovery by extracting data in a verifiable manner. So the goal of digital forensic is to collect, preserve, and analyze digital evidence correctly for use in a legal process, and to preserve the integrity of original evidence for court. So typically that means we will gather and preserve the original, unaltered, and work on copies of that evidence. Key activities would include preservation, so using write blockers, creating bit-by-bit copies or images of a system, calculating hashes to ensure integrity, and securely storing the evidence that we have captured. Analysis, so we might be examining memory, so volatile data, storage media, network traffic, software and malware. So right there you can see some evidence here is volatile. So for example, potential information in memory or in network traffic is going to be volatile. It's going to disappear when a system is powered down. So a digital forensics specialist would know the order of volatility in which evidence they need to go gather first. And they will meticulously log all actions. So considerations here would include being aware of anti-forensic techniques like booby traps or remote wipe put in place by the bad actors. Encryption, data sovereignty, legal jurisdiction. They will generally understand any important regulatory items that will guide their efforts to ensure that everything they do to preserve the integrity of this evidence and to put together to reconstruct the sequence of events meets the requirements for the legal jurisdiction where the evidence will be used. Well, let's go a bit deeper on this, though. So let's talk about preservation. So I said the data needs to be preserved in its original state so it can be produced as evidence in court. So original data has to remain unaltered and pristine, as we often say it. So what is a forensic copy? Well, it's an exact sector-by-sector copy of a hard disk or other storage device taken using specialized software, preserving an exact copy of the original disk. That will include deleted files, slack space, system files, executables, documents that have been renamed to mimic system files and executables. They're all part of a forensic image. And we'll use hashes to make sure that the integrity of any copies we make remains intact. So a hash performed before and after collection and examination tells us that it remains intact. Putting a copy of the most vital evidence in a worm drive, write once, read many, will prevent any tampering with the evidence because you cannot delete data from a worm drive. You could also write, protect, or put a legal hold on some types of cloud storage, for example. So e-discovery, on the other hand, is really about identifying, preserving, collecting, and producing that evidence. It's not about the examination. The digital forensics process involves the identifying, the preservation, analyzing, and reporting. So that's really digging into and investigating the details of a potential incident, where e-discovery can be just a very ordinary situation that may be tied to a potential legal proceeding, but it also could be something much more mundane. So we could have e-discovery related to bad employee behavior. We need to go look and identify Sam's recent activities in email and files because we think he may have uploaded sensitive information to his personal cloud drive, or he may have deleted files in bulk, for example. And so e-discovery might be just gathering information in documents or logs and putting that into a case so it can be used by HR or legal or whomever. But during e-discovery, for example, your cloud service providers might be subpoenaed to allow collection, review, and interpretation of electronic documents and data. Generally not necessary because your cloud service providers generally give you the capability to search across the important data in your environment. If we need to go across the boundary of shared responsibility into something managed by the cloud service provider, then there may be a need to step outside there. But to get down to the bottom line, in terms of the difference between digital forensics and e-discovery, is forensics involves the use of a forensic expert to protect data integrity, to copy, capture, recover that data stored on a device, especially data that might be deleted or hidden or otherwise obfuscated. E-discovery firms typically don't analyze the data they collect at any depth. It's really more about just capturing that data and maintaining it for whatever proceeding is coming. Forensic investigators have specialized training that enable them to analyze data, and they have expertise in protecting data integrity and or recovering missing or deleted data. But e-discovery is, like I said, just about gathering the data. So what does all of this roll into? Well, with e-discovery, it might roll into a legal hold, where we're protecting any documents that can be used in evidence from being altered or destroyed. This is sometimes called a litigation hold, two ways of saying the same thing. It's really a core concept of e-discovery. So I want to go a bit deeper on some evidence-related concepts, including chain of custody. So chain of custody tracks the movement of evidence through its collection, safeguarding, and analysis lifecycle. It documents each person who handled the evidence, the date or time it was collected or transferred, and the purpose for the transfer. So if anyone looks at that data, moves that data, touches that data, we have a clear chain of custody, every bit of movement or interaction with that data, and a clear reason for why it happened. It confirms appropriate collection, storage, and handling throughout its life, from end to end to the day it is used in court. So evidence is any information that's proving or disproving facts. These can be logs, files, hardware, or any other variety of elements. Let's talk about the types of evidence. We'll just get into this. So we have what we call real evidence, physical evidence, testimonial evidence, which are witness statements, documentary evidence, or written records, demonstrative evidence, so visual aids. And there are rules of evidence that are applied in a legal proceeding. We're talking about rules of evidence as they apply in a U.S. court of law. So there's best evidence, which would mean we prefer original documents over copies. There's the parole evidence rule, which says that a written agreement usually overrides prior verbal discussions. It's called the parole evidence rule. It's a legal principle that prohibits parties from introducing extrinsic evidence like prior oral agreements or written statements that contradict the written contract. So that's not to be confused with a prisoner receiving parole where they are allowed to be released from prison. So the parole evidence rule, it's called. There's hearsay evidence, which are out-of-court statements. They're generally not admissible. There are certainly some exceptions. So this would generally refer to second-hand information. For example, a witness says, Susan told me Tom was in town, and this is offered to prove that Tom was actually in town. That would be considered hearsay evidence. So different types of evidence. There's best evidence, which is the original. Secondary evidence is a copy of that original. Direct evidence proves or disproves an act based on the five senses. Conclusive evidence is incontrovertible. It overrides all other types. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that can infer an act or a crime from other information. So, for example, conclusive evidence would be video footage of John stealing the computer. Circumstantial evidence would be that when the police visited his home, they found the computer in John's house, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to directly prove that he is the one who put the computer in his house. There is corroborative evidence. It's evidence that corroborates or supports other evidence, but it can't stand on its own. We can introduce opinions, so both expert and non-expert opinions. We talked about hearsay, basically verbal evidence generally not based on first-hand knowledge. So let's talk chain of custody at greater depth. So chain of custody, I mentioned, refers to the documentation and tracking of evidence from the moment it's collected until it is presented in court or disposed of. So this will include chronological documentation, so a detailed record of where the evidence was, who handled it, and when, at every step, from the initial collection to final disposition, to the moment it is presented in that courtroom. Preservation of that evidence, ensuring that evidence is properly stored and or protected from tampering or contamination. Transfer accountability, so recording every time the evidence changes hands, including the reason for that transfer. Access control, limiting and documenting who has access to the evidence. So in a police station, for example, any evidence will generally be locked away and there will be someone at a counter or a desk who can check that evidence in and out and record that transfer. And then there's the element of integrity, so maintaining integrity, proving that the evidence presented in court is the same evidence that was initially collected and has not been altered. It ensures integrity, security, and traceability of evidence. So let's talk about evidence admissibility. So the requirements for evidence to be admissible, to be allowed, that is, in a court of law. So to be admissible, evidence must be relevant to a fact or issue in the case. The fact must be material to the case. The evidence must be competent, or that is to say, legally collected. Evidence is considered competent if it complies with certain traditional notions of reliability. But the bottom line, if you hear competent, we're really talking about evidence that was legally collected. And if the chain of custody is broken, evidence is generally thrown out. It's not allowed. All right, so we've covered a lot of ground here. Let's test our knowledge with a practice question. If an organization is considering legal action for a security incident, on what should the information security manager primarily focus? Disconnecting all IT equipment involved, so that could certainly be important, making sure there are no changes to that equipment. Reconstructing the sequence of events, also certainly important. Obtaining evidence as soon as possible. Or D, preserving the integrity of this evidence. So, where should the security manager primarily focus? Well, there are a couple of things we can knock off the list here because they're definitely not the most important thing, regardless of their importance. So disconnecting all IT equipment, not the first step. That's taking an action without potentially some investigation. Reconstructing the sequence of events, that's a forensic activity. Also, not the most important focus of the information security manager. We also have to remember role-appropriate answers here, right? So the answer in this case, obtaining evidence as soon as possible or preserving the integrity of the evidence. So think about the role of the information security manager as we've discussed it. And the answer here is D, preserving the integrity of the evidence. So the integrity of the evidence is of paramount importance. So following the appropriate forensic techniques to obtain the evidence and a chain of custody procedure to maintain the evidence. Otherwise, it won't be admissible. It won't be accepted in a court of law. So that's really going to be the focus of the information security manager. All right, that brings us to 4B3, incident containment method. This is a quick one. We'll be focused on the decision to initiate containment. And containment is one of those key terms I mentioned you should know well for exam day. So what is containment? Well, it's immediate action to limit or reduce security incident impact. It's short-term and tactical. It does not fix the root cause. So let me give you an analogy. Containment is like in an accident situation applying a tourniquet to a wound. It stops the immediate bleeding, but it doesn't heal the wound itself. So key considerations before acting, before initiating containment. We want to tailor the strategy to the specific incident. We want to weigh the benefits, basically stopping damage versus the risk of alerting the attacker of potential escalation. It's critical that we obtain senior management approval for when and how to contain. They really must understand the risks and make a business decision. So common containment activities: notifying stakeholders and escalating appropriately, capturing volatile memory data before shutdown or disconnection because it's volatile data that will disappear when we shut that system down, performing enterprise-wide password resets, updating firewall rules, blocking malicious IPs or domains on our firewall, for example, updating our intrusion detection system signature, so adding new indicators of compromise, collecting and analyzing logs, so scoping our incident, really understanding what happened, creating forensic images of affected systems, reverse engineering malware to help understand its function, isolating a system that's been affected, so for example removing it physically from the network, or in some modern EDR, XDR software we can push a button in a portal to isolate that system and entirely prevent any communication, or maybe just limit it to core messaging functions. So let me give you an example of system compromise containment. So we might disconnect the infected system from the network, update firewalls to block attacker IPs and domains, scan the other systems for indicators of compromise to see if there's been any lateral movement. The goal here is to remove attacker access everywhere and to prevent further spread. We're containing the damage. The decision to contain. The focus here is a balance between stopping damage now versus the risk of attacker reaction. So who decides? Well, generally speaking, that's senior management, but with input from legal, the information security manager, the incident management team, potentially experts within the incident response team, so they can strike that balance of, can we safely stop the damage here without a high probability of triggering additional attacker reaction. So the key takeaway here is containment is a critical risk-based decision requiring management approval before the action to limit immediate damage, understanding it might alert the adversary. All right, that brings us to the end of 4B3. Let's test our knowledge with a practice question. What should be the top priority when responding to a major security incident? Is it restoration, containment, documentation, or monitoring? So what is the top priority? So there are a couple we can knock out here right away. So documentation, definitely not the top priority. Documentation is helpful, when we're thinking about reconstructing the sequence of events, potentially for later legal proceedings, but in the heat of an incident, documentation is not the top consideration, nor is monitoring. So that leaves us with restoration and containment, both important. I think you can guess the answer based on where we are. The question will be, why? So containment. This is the first priority when responding to an incident because we want to limit the impact. Documentation, monitoring, and restoration are all important, but they should follow containment. The first step is always going to be to validate that incident and contain so we can limit the damage. It brings us to section 4B4, incident response communication. So we'll talk about notification requirements and some considerations around our communication networks. So incident response communication keeps our stakeholders informed so they can respond effectively. They have the information they need to make decisions, and it ensures business continuity. And we have to remember different audiences, internal, external, technical, business, need different information and different methods of communication. So the communication plan needs to be defined in advance, and it should include who needs the information, whether those are internal teams, management, legal, PR, external partners, customers, regulators, our insurance company, what level of detail we need for each audience. So we're going to tailor that communication to our audience, and how we communicate, whether that's voice, text messages, email, secure chat, some sort of web dashboard, out-of-band channels in case our primary channels are unavailable. But we're tailoring everything about this, including the frequency of updates. So the technical team is probably going to be on a bridge, on a team call, where they can all communicate in real time, where our business executives may prefer an occasional email at regular intervals or text messages. But the how, what, and when will be tailored to each of these audiences. So the keys to effective incident communication include establishing clear, authorized channels. This avoids confusion and misinformation. We want to designate a single source of truth. This prevents speculation and conflicting messages. If we know the authorized channel and the who is delivering that information, then there's no confusion about the current and correct information. We want to ensure responders know who provides official updates, how and when they get them. And we want to use secure out-of-band channels if standard channels like email might be compromised. And we want to integrate and test. So communication plans are part of our incident response or disaster recovery plan. We want to test it during exercises using templates and pre-approved contact lists. So notification requirements should be developed and documented as part of the incident response plan. We want to maintain a contact list, a directory that includes our key internal contacts, incident response team, management, subject matter experts, potentially legal, for example, external contacts, vendors, suppliers, recovery sites, off-site storage, insurance, regulators, HR, law enforcement, anyone who needs to be apprised of the current circumstances or advance notice of our recovery operation needs. Ensure redundancy. We need multiple contact methods for each entry: phone, cell, text, email, etc. So if a primary channel is down, we have a fallback. So some additional critical considerations in incident response communications include triggers and timing. So these are going to be driven by potentially regulations like GDPR or HIPAA, or potentially through legal advice, insurer requirements, or public relations strategy if we're communicating to external parties. We need to know our reporting deadlines. For example, GDPR has a breach notification of 72 hours. And then there are law enforcement contacts to consider in some cases. So senior management make the decision when it comes to law enforcement. Information security does not contact law enforcement without authorization from business leadership. Outsource communication. So we want to ensure processes are integrated if we're using a third-party notification service. And this would, again, come down to redundancy as well, because maybe we have some sort of impact where that third-party service is not available. So here's a breakdown from a slightly different perspective addressing considerations across internal and external stakeholders. So we have the response team. We need secure real-time channels for coordination. Many times you're going to have an incident bridge call where everybody can join and communicate in real time. So your incident response team or disaster recovery team, etc. Management will need regular status updates, impact summaries in business language that gives them the information they need to make risk-based decisions. The wider company, just having general awareness, for example, of a scheduled test, will minimize confusion. Then our customers or the general public, we need controlled, proactive updates on service impact or restoration if applicable. Think about the types of communication you get if there's a power outage or your cable service is down for your internet. Those types of services will often give you a periodic text message that just apprises you of updated status of estimated recovery time. And then regulators, there may be formal notification requirements in different regulations that you should be aware of. But the incident response plan must detail how the organization will maintain or restore the communications network during an incident. So we want to plan for telecom continuity, so addressing voice, WAN, LAN, and third-party networks, identifying vulnerabilities, so central office issues, cable cuts, software errors, security breaches, and having backups. We don't want to rely solely on carriers. We need alternatives, satellite, wireless, etc., so we have connectivity under circumstances where our primary channels may be down. Power, so ensuring we have UPS to cover graceful shutdown of our telecom gear. Key takeaways here, we need a predefined, tested communication plan with clear authority, secure channels, and stakeholder-specific messaging tailored to our audience. All right, my friends, that brings us to the end of 4B4. Let's test our knowledge with a practice question. When clear evidence of a hacker penetrating the corporate network and modifying customer information is found, who should the information security manager notify first? Customers who may be impacted? Is it B, data owners who may be impacted? C, the Information Security Steering Committee? Or D, regulatory agencies overseeing privacy? So we have evidence of a hacker penetrating the corporate network and modifying customer information. So when we have evidence of compromise, who should be notified first? Well, when we look at our options here, we know definitely it's not customers. We're not going to notify external parties before internal parties. And that goes for regulatory agencies as well. They're also an external party, right? So we have data owners who may be impacted, or the Information Security Steering Committee. So both plausible answers. One is objectively better than the other. The answer here is data owners who may be impacted. They should be notified first so they can take steps to determine the extent of the damage and coordinate a plan for corrective action with the incident response team. Other parties are going to be notified later as required by corporate policy and regulatory requirements. We'll certainly notify our business leadership so they can make timely risk-based decisions, but our first contact is going to be to that data owner so we can validate and contain. All right, that brings us to Section 4B5, Incident Eradication and Recovery. Two of those other terms, along with containment that I mentioned, would be very important for you to understand well on exam day. So here we'll focus on the eradication phase and the recovery phase. So really the difference between eradication and recovery will be important for exam day. So let's talk about eradication versus containment. So containment is where we stop the immediate spread. We put out the fire. Eradication is where we remove the cause and the artifacts, like fixing the faulty wiring. The goal of eradication is to prevent recurrence, where containment was about stopping the immediate spread, containing and limiting the damage. So the key terms here for the incident management portion of the exam is you should know these terms and where they occur in the incident management process. So think about the general process flow, not about specific incident response frameworks or standards. You're not going to be tested on that type of rote memorization. So let's touch on some key terms here. There's triage, which is the initial assessment and prioritization. Containment, where we limit the spread. Mitigation, reducing severity and starting the repair actions. Eradication, removing incident artifacts, the malware, backdoors, the causal factors. Remediation, where we're fixing the underlying cause, patching a vulnerability, for example. And recovery, where we restore systems to normal, secure operations. We're returning to business as usual in recovery. The primary goal of the eradication phase is to remove all artifacts of the incident from the organization's network. Common activities to eradicate a security incident would include performing root cause analysis, understanding why it happened. Cleanup, removing malicious files, backdoors, bad configurations. Patching systems, closing down those exploited vulnerabilities. Implementing blocks, DNS sinkholes, updating our firewall and intrusion detection system rules. Scanning thoroughly to find any remaining indicators of compromise. Remember, we're trying to prevent recurrence here. And if we have a compromised system, oftentimes the best option is to wipe and rebuild so we have a clean system state. We always want to restore from clean backups. We want to use trusted backups from before the incident so we're not potentially restoring compromised files. So bottom line, incident response phases will vary by incident response standard and framework, so whether that's from NIST or SANS or someone else. We'll talk a bit about these in section 4B6, but you really want to focus on understanding the flow that we've talked about here. You don't need to memorize any specific incident response standards. I'm really trying to give you the key information that aligns with how ISACA covers this from their perspective for their exam. So some exam questions might focus on secure disposition of media. That would likely come, I think, from NIST Special Publication 800-88, which covers guidelines for media sanitization. So what we're really talking about here is secure erasure or deletion. So NIST defines 3 methods in this case. So if we look at those from least secure to most secure, we have clearing data, which is logical overwrite. That's basic data removal. There's purge, which is advanced logical or physical methods making lab recovery infeasible. So crypto shredding would be an example. And then there's destruction, physical destruction, where the media is completely unusable. So remember, for the exam, we want to preserve forensic evidence, and we need to maintain its integrity throughout the process, and we want to ensure complete removal before recovery. And these methods could come up in the secure data lifecycle as well, but I wanted to get these 3 terms out there in case they should pop up on the exam. So let's talk about the recovery phase. So it's critical that we perform recovery after successful containment and eradication. The goal is to restore operations without reintroducing vulnerabilities. And that's a key decision point there, without reintroducing vulnerabilities, which means we don't want to rush the process. Hidden threats like backdoors and rootkits may persist if our recovery is rushed. Properly addressing and remediating the root cause is going to be essential for long-term risk management. So before returning to business as usual, we need to make absolutely sure we have eliminated that root cause. And the exam might actually test your ability to recognize the danger of returning to business as usual too quickly. So be on the lookout for that. So typical recovery activities would include validating our security baseline, confirming patches, configurations, and controls are in place and configured correctly. Monitoring very closely, watching for returning indicators of compromise or new indicators of attack. Proactive hunting, so searching for any missed adversary artifacts. And controlled reintroduction, so bringing systems back online only after verification, when we know they're clean and functional. So just some final cautions and key takeaways here. When returning to business as usual, without fixing the root cause, it's going to invite repeat incidents. So root cause analysis is essential for both thorough eradication, so finding all attack vectors and artifacts, and for secure recovery, avoiding rebuilding vulnerable systems with the vulnerabilities remaining. Key takeaways here. Eradication removes the threat and its cause. Recovery restores operations securely. Both rely on our thoroughness, root cause analysis, and careful validation before returning systems to production. So remember the secure media, sanitization terms, and forensic preservation concepts we talked about. All right, that brings us to the end of section 4B5. I want to test your knowledge with a practice question. So which activity is most likely to increase the difficulty of completely eradicating undetected malicious code? Is it performing a file backup, changing access rules, applying patches, or upgrading hardware? So which activity is most likely to increase the difficulty of completely eradicating undetected malicious code? So which of these activities is going to make it difficult for us to ensure we've completely eradicated malicious code? So when I'm thinking about eradicating files, changing access rules, probably not the most important of these. And upgrading hardware has nothing to do with it. So performing a file backup or applying patches, which would make it most likely to increase the difficulty? These are both pretty good options. One has a slight edge over the other, and it's performing a file backup. And the reasoning behind it is that if malicious code is not immediately detected, it will most likely be backed up eventually as part of the normal backup process. And while the code might be eradicated from the device somewhere within the incident response process in the eradication effort, it might still remain undetected on a backup, leaving risk of reintroducing the malicious code. All right, my friends, that brings us to our final section, 4B6, post-incident review practices. So here, post-incident will focus on identifying causes and corrective actions, documenting events, establishing legal procedures to assist in post-incident activities. We'll touch on requirements for evidence, really going to be just a quick review for you here, and the legal aspects of forensic evidence. So again, just a review. We've already covered this pretty well, but we'll polish this off and make sure you're ready for exam day. So the purpose of post-incident review is to capture lessons learned, refine our processes where we see room for improvement, justifying resources to facilitate any improvement activities, and to improve our overall security. So key post-incident activities. We want to thoroughly document the incident and response steps. Gather feedback from all involved stakeholders. We want to learn from everyone's perspective what we did right and wrong, whether it's reality or perception. Produce a final report for senior management. Identify process failures and required changes so we can update our procedures. Develop a remediation plan to address the root cause. And secure funding and resources for necessary improvements. So the benefits of effective follow-up. Well, lessons learned. And we analyze our successes and failures to strengthen future incident response. Cost calculation. So quantifying incident impact. This supports our budget needs and our budget request and potential legal evidence. There's a proactive shift here. Improved processes reduce reaction time in the future, allowing focus on prevention. And driving the review. The information security manager should be the one coordinating the process. This may involve third-party forensic experts if needed, of course, because the information security manager isn't expected to be the all-knowing expert, but they are facilitating, coordinating, and serving as that liaison between the technology and business units. So identifying root cause and corrective actions. So analyzing incident sources, external or internal attacks, control failures, asking the key questions: who, what, where, when, why, and how. So the review team typically asks questions like who was involved, what exactly happened, where did the attack originate, when did it occur, and over what time frame, really getting a picture of the end-to-end sequence of events. Why did it happen? Where was our failure? How was the system vulnerable? And was there a specific motivation behind the attack? So the goal here is to identify causes and recommend specific actions to prevent recurrence. So documentation, as I mentioned, very important, non-negotiable. Accurate, detailed records are very important during and after the incident. These will support investigations, legal actions, clarify intent, give us information that will support our future improvements. We want to assign a dedicated role for documentation if possible. Having at least one individual in charge of documentation and evidence preservation ensures consistency and accuracy. So having one person handle that for a particular incident is generally a good idea for consistency. Think of a security incident like a burglary at your facility. If everyone rushes in, moving objects and cleaning up immediately, not coordinating, crucial evidence can be lost or tainted. So assigning a specific person to document the scene preserves vital information for investigators. There's a reason on those detective shows you see on television that they don't allow anyone to come in and touch the crime scene before the detectives come in and do their work, their forensic activities. So legal integration is very important, so involving legal counsel early, especially for breaches or in regulated industries. Legal input's going to be needed for incident response plan development and testing over time, our response strategy, particularly when there are external parties involved or the possibility of legal action. They can get involved in notifications, again, particularly for external parties and when we have regulatory requirements, for attorney-client privilege considerations, but incident response plans must define roles, documentation steps, communication protocols, including legal and law enforcement. And we need clear decision points in there. Remember we mentioned that information security never contacts law enforcement without approval from senior management. And typically pre-approved notification templates are important, especially for external communications and particularly when regulatory standards are involved. So improper handling destroys evidence and its admissibility in court. So remember the preservation policy. The information security manager defines the approach. For example, powering a system off versus live memory capture, so the volatility of evidence. And the staff handling that preservation must be trained in evidence preservation. Again, the information security manager can coordinate the approach, but they may need to bring in specialists, whether those are internal or externally contracted. Forensic imaging, so using sound tools, write blockers, verifying hashes, before and after capture, securing the original media. So preserve the original, work with copies is the general rule. And then the chain of custody. We want to meticulously document evidence handling. Who touched it, what they touched, when they touched it, and why they were doing so. Remember, also secure media sanitization terms and forensic preservation. I think you're pretty well indoctrinated in those now. And then just to round this out, remember comprehensive documentation. We want to use forms, logs, and checklists for legal admissibility. So consistency and completeness will be important. And then evidence retention. So following internal and external policies, consulting legal before discarding evidence if litigation is possible. The final goal here is to integrate findings into stronger security controls, updated policies and procedures, and better training. So key takeaways for exam day. Focus on lessons learned translating into tangible improvements, whether that's policy, training, process, etc. We want to link review findings to continuous improvement and risk management. And remember the role of legal counsel. When we talked about attorney-client privilege, our notifications, preservation of evidence, they're going to be well versed in all the above. And no forensic evidence handling requirements, imaging, chain of custody, etc. Everything we covered here should be more than you need to know for exam day. And remember, post-incident review drives the cycle of security improvement. Continuous improvement is the goal. All right, my friends, that brings us to the end of 4B6. Let's finish it off with a practice question. What is the primary objective of conducting a post-incident review? Is it to identify new incident management tools? B, develop a business case for the security program budget. We talked about needing budget for potential improvements, right? C, capture lessons learned to improve the process. Or D, develop a process for continuous improvement. So they're asking us, what is the primary objectives? All of these objectives factor to some degree in our post-incident review efforts. Which is the primary? Well, there's one I can knock off here because I know it's secondary. Developing a business case for the security program budget would come after we've identified where we need to make improvements and what those improvements look like. So the process of post-incident review is geared toward helping us to improve our response in the future. It's not the primary objective. So that leaves us identifying new incident management tools or capturing lessons learned to improve the process. I bet you know the answer here. It's C, capturing lessons learned to improve the process, because that is the main purpose of our post-incident review, is to identify areas of improvement in the process. Developing the business case for budget and identifying tools may come from analysis, but they're not our primary objectives here. All right, my friends, that's a wrap on CISM, the complete course. I hope you found the video helpful. If you have any questions between now and the big day, drop them in the comments or reach out on LinkedIn. Happy to help any way I can as you're preparing for the big day. And best of luck on the exam. Do be sure to come back and share your results. Looking to hear about your big win. And until next time, take care and stay safe.